The boss of Angulos won't stand a chance. And to determine who is the worthiest among the worthy, we've invited those incredibly experienced people and their sharp eyes and ears. Greet them, Isaiah Caldwell, a Grammy winner. This man had watched music change for decades and shook hands with the kings of pop music. A lanky old man in rectangular glasses stood up and bowed while people applauded. Next to him is Kira Montes. Although he's not performing at the moment, a while ago he won the Californian Young Star contest herself. A handsome man in his 30s smiled brightly and waved at the applauding audience. And now, the beautiful half of our judges. Welcome Rebecca Hale. She has an eye for talent and spent years working with music labels. A tall, gorgeous brunette whom Tristan knew already stood up and waved to the audience. The last but not the least is Celine Waters. She has composed soundtracks for many award-winning movies and even has an Oscar for Best Soundtrack standing on her shelf. Celine was a short, plump, and well-endowed blonde woman. She didn't stand up or smile, just gave a small wave. And finally, today's special guest, Mary Jade. Dozens of pop stars wore outfits from her fashion lines or designed by Ms. Jade personally. Although she didn't come here to judge, she sure will give her opinions on the styles of today's contestants. That woman wore her fashion on herself in the form of a bold black dress with countless purple sequins. Although she didn't look quite like a model, she could have been blonde, tall, hourglass figure. Mary smiled slightly at the audience as she waved, but her eyes were cold. The host talked for longer, explaining some history of the event and the overall rules, before calling the name of the first competitor in line. Tristan was the third, so he knew he wouldn't have to wait long until his performance. The first contestant was a teenage girl who made a beautiful, almost theatrical dance show out of her song, but could barely sing, which was immediately and harshly pointed out by Isaiah. When the girl pouted and almost cried, Kira encouraged her to try again, and the girl's handler moved her off the stage before she got too emotionally unstable. The second performer was a man in his 20s who played the flute. The melody was truly haunting and grim, as well as complex. It required a lot of technique, which the musician had. Isaiah and Celine liked it, especially Celine, who asked about the piece's story and background. However, the rest of the judges looked bored. Thanks to watching their reactions when his name was called, Tristan knew what to expect and what would appeal to each of them. Not just in this part of the contest, but when the time for the secret part of it came. Dressed in black leather-studded pants, white t-shirt, black leather jacket, and red sneakers, Tristan stepped onto the stage and felt the pressure of people's gazes on him. There were so many. They felt heavier than the weight of a guitar slung over his shoulder. Many of them, he knew, were already his fans ever since his previous performance. Welcome, Tristan Gemello. Chapter 118. Tristan Gemello steps onto the stage. Metal studs in Tristan's jacket shone brightly under the stage spotlights. Loud applause drowned out the echo of the host's words. Tristan walked onto the stage like a Greek god descending from Olympus. But not a god of gentle beauty or arts. Today, he was a Hephaestus, the smith of metal and maker of rock. The presentation alone was impressive, and the audience, already warmed up by the first two contestants, perked up in interest. But this was just the beginning. Tristan had rehearsed this piece a lot for this day. Hours and hours, since he wanted to make sure it would be executed perfectly. I'm very glad to see you all tonight, Los Angeles, since it means that I've won the previous round. And now, I'm going to do my best to win this one. By the right of might. The last, emphasized words were the name of his current song, and understanding that, the audience applauded some more in expectation. While they quietened down, Tristan took his guitar in both hands. He immediately started with a quiet, but fast-paced strumming of strings, which gradually became louder and louder. Tristan himself stood straight, with his head hung low, but his stage presence didn't suffer in the least because of this timid pose. Without words, he only created more tension and anticipation, and the guitar melody evoked the image of a horde of cavalry inevitably descending upon the listener. And when the volume reached its peak, Tristan suddenly twisted the melody into a jagged guitar riff, directly followed by a series of high-pitched, electric noises in an erratic rhythm. Sounds that even an electric guitar could normally never produce. Like sounds of battle and clashing blades. This picture was vivid in the minds of listeners without a single word. Listeners were stunned speechless, and those who were close enough to see what Tristan was doing with his guitar were stunned even more. The way he pulled, pressed on and scratched the strings, his fingers danced over them with an inhuman speed and precision. The techniques Tristan used to make his guitar produce sounds that were normally made only with a DJ set were on the level of the best guitar pros. Although the melody started like rock, now it sounded almost like dubstep or techno. And only when this part ended, changing to something still fast, but not as sharp, Tristan began singing in his hypnotically powerful voice. No mercy for those who still stand. I'm taking it all with this hand. Tristan hit the strings harder, and while the chords still echoed in the air, raised his right fist above his head. By the right of might. As if possessed, by the second time Tristan shouted the words, his fans among the viewers, and even some people who didn't care for him until now began chanting the words together with him. By the right of might. The next part of the song was still relatively slow, with deeper notes which created an impression of grandeur. But that pace was gradually increasing as Tristan sang. Empires stretch from east to west. Armies of thousands were my crest. All is mine that's under my sight. By the right of might. And the audience echoed again. By the right of might. By the time the song ended, Tristan conquered every listener. He didn't need his system to know, although, ding, you had greatly impressed an audience of 2,000 people with your performance. Reward, your CP increased by 2,000. Ding, you had impressed an audience of 48 people of high status and skill with your performance. Reward, your CP increased by 3,000. The system notifications were very pleasing, too. Judges all talked in agitation about the performance. What an incredible guitar performance. And that singing. It makes me wonder if Gemello is really self-taught, or if he was secretly tutored by some unknown guru. Isaiah said, Mr. Gemello, this is such a powerful piece of music. Is it, perhaps, a statement to the industry? Celine asked Tristan. He grinned and laughed, still breathing heavily from exertion and riding on the high of being in the spotlight. I think everybody can and should interpret art in whatever way they want. For me, this piece was inspired by watching too many historical war movies. At least, Tristan watched them for the lyrics. The core idea actually came to him after he dealt with Pierce and kicked Quattro Angulos out of his city. But the public didn't need to know it. Other judges also had only positive opinions, and the way both Rebecca Hale and Mary Jade looked at him, Tristan knew they already wanted to snatch him for some project. Finally, with one last bout of applause, he left the stage and went back to his waiting spot. The contestants had to wait here until the announcement of the results, although Tristan knew they were also waiting for something else. The performance went as well as planned. Now, as long as the secret thing the judges announced will be manageable, I have this in my pocket, Tristan thought relaxedly. Somewhere else. Hugo Martinez drove a car down the jammed highways of Los Angeles, forcing down his desire to shout at other drivers who were in his way. Instead of his usual expensive suit, he was dressed as some middle-aged dad, in a white shirt, a pair of khaki shorts, and a baseball hat. If anyone from the King Lion gang looked at him at this moment, they wouldn't have recognized their boss in him, or a gangster at all. But that disguise wouldn't fool people who hunted Martinez for long, and there were too many of these people. Orpheum Theater. I'm almost here. Martinez turned a corner, then stopped again and swore. The traffic jam stretched all the way to the music theater, visible in the distance. Fuck this. If this doesn't work out, I won't need this car anyway. Ignoring honks of other drivers, Martinez took a bag with his things, opened the door, and stepped right on the road. He walked past the jammed cars right toward the Orpheum Theater. And Tristan Gemello. Chapter 119, An Unexpected Rival. Tristan watched the performances, mentally judging the contestants. They were all good, but not amazing. After his stunning performance, everybody in the waiting room was as curious about him as they were interested in the contest. A few people looked like they would want to approach and curry favor with him, but Tristan wasn't in the mood for that. So he sat with a cold, unapproachable expression, the force of which intimidated people into staying well away. Especially after Tristan spent 2,000 criminal points out of shit ton he had earned into increasing his fearsomeness to 436. Now that his aura was so terrifying when Tristan wanted it to be, it worked better than any do not enter sign could. No one dared to even sit within 3 meters of him. There was only one exception. The man's stage name was Angelo Omen, and he was a year or two younger than Tristan. With his long, ashen blonde hair and flowing white tunic as a stage costume, he really looked somewhat angelic. He was also the only one not watching the contest at all. Instead, he was sitting on a couch, wearing noise-canceling earphones, and simply spacing out. The guy was curious, but somewhat creepy. In the recording of his performance, he showed an incredible technical skill with a keyboard, but zero emotion. Angelo only won it all because the other contestants were notably worse, and probably because someone thought he was an interesting freak. What did he forget here in the first place? Tristan thought idly. Angelo's face gave not a slightest hint. The man showed less emotion than a robot, so much so that Tristan wondered if his face muscles were paralyzed. Up next, Mr. Angelo Omen, an attendant said, entering the waiting room. Mr. Angelo Omen? Please, come with me. When the guy didn't react, Tristan snapped his fingers and pointed at the attendant. That caught Angelo's attention. Still silent, Angelo blinked and, without a word, went to the stage. What a weirdo. It's almost a pity that he has so little passion for the music he plays. The contest host called him a young genius. Well, then he's sure a genius lost to the world of music. And without them, the best you can achieve is good. Angelo didn't take off his earphones even on stage, instead connecting him to his electric keyboard, just like at his previous performance. Then stagehands suddenly brought a second keyboard, which Angelo quickly connected to the first. Tristan sat up in his seat, curious. Is he going to? This song is called A Snail's Debate. With those emotionless words, Angelo sat on a rotating stool and began playing. His upper body barely moved, and his back was as straight as if someone tied a string to the top of his head. But his hands moved as if possessed by demons. Instead of setting the electric keyboard to piano sound, Angelo switched settings on the fly with a foot pedal, seamlessly shifting between high-pitched violin and low-pitched trombone. This usage of sounds from other instruments was a common feature of electric keyboards and synthesizers, but few people could use it so well. The melody sounded like a conversation between that violin and trombone, which Angelo had with himself. It was a show of masterful technique, excellent composition, and last but not the least, it was played with passion that didn't fit with Angelo's blank face at all. Tristan was shocked. And then, for the first time since coming here, he became actually unsure of his chances. Because so far Angelo only needed one keyboard. Why did he bring two? For vocal samples, it turned out. Even before neural networks and AI began filling the market, there were programs for synthesizing singing out of pre-recorded pieces of speech. One of these programs even became more popular than many real singers, especially its icon with two ponytails. But those programs were made for use on a computer. After all, there were many more various sounds in a language than a piano keyboard could fit. Angelo wasn't stopped by it. With one hand, he played a tune on his main keyboard, and with the other hand, he drummed the song lyrics on his speech. Keyboard. Each key was tied to a sound or a syllable. There weren't that many, but Angelo used pedals to increase the possible amount. The song, too, was a conversation. Although the voice stayed the same, the violin and trombone continued to switch along the verses. That singing wasn't very melodic, but it certainly fit Angelo's mood. Come on out, the sun is bright. No, we must stay out of sight. Come to where grass is warm. No, I will slip and I will fall. The snail's debate was about whether to come outside of its shell. There was no chorus verse, but there was a sudden finale, for which Angelo switched the keyboard's settings again, making it sound like a violin and trombone playing at once. In the end, the snail was served as someone's fashionable dinner, and Tristan was clenching his fists on his knees. The audience applauded Angelo all at once. What an incredible performance, and an astounding technique. Perhaps this could compete with the show given to us by Mr. Gemello, Isaiah commented to other judges. Yes, it will be a hard choice between the two. They can't be more different, but both have their own distinct and striking style. Kira Montez replied, It looks like at the previous stages you weren't going all out at all, Mr. Omen, Celine addressed Angelo. Before, you acted like you had no motivation at all, but this song showed that this cannot be true. What has changed your mind? Angelo looked at her, proving that he could hear in his headphones. I don't want to talk about this to the public. May I leave already? Celine's smile tensed, but the show's host was already there to fix the situation with a joke. The more genius a person is, the more eccentric they are, this is for sure. Now let's send off Angelo Omen with another round of applause and welcome our next competitor. Tristan wasn't listening anymore. He was thinking, this man really blindsided me. I can't read him. What's on his mind? And how do I make sure I still win? Chapter 120, Cheating Shamelessly. I guess it won't be too hard to make sure judges just love me more than Angelo, Tristan thought. But he's unusual, exotic. The public loves this, and judges love high TV ratings. Maybe it would have worked out, maybe it wouldn't have. Either way, Tristan felt humbled. Even with his system, there were people who could compete with him, and people who were just better. And without the system, Tristan would be rotting in prison right now. A moment later, he sat straighter and clenched his jaw. So what? I'm not going to give up on my goals, just because I met an obstacle I didn't expect. If I want a smooth start in the industry and a lot of CP to help me later, I have to win this contest, so I will do it. Honest methods, or by foul, what does it matter? When Angelo returned to the waiting room, just as emotionless as when he left, Tristan's determination was even brighter than before. He prepared to show not just his 100%, but his 200%, by honest methods or by foul. Ignoring everyone, Angelo walked all the way to his previous seat on a couch opposite of Tristan and spaced out again. Hey, Omen, Tristan spoke up. Why didn't you play like that from the start? Angelo blinked and looked at Tristan. After a pause, he pulled the headphones down. Please, repeat. I didn't hear your words just now. Angelo was close enough that when Tristan focused, he could have heard music from Angelo's headphones, except there weren't any. Huh? He wears headphones without music? Really, what a weird man. But a genius. Is he really one of these people who are born extremely good at something, but are terrible at everything else? I asked, why didn't you play like just now from the start, Omen? At the first round of the competition, you would have earned much more popularity. I didn't hear about you at all outside of the contest. That's because I wasn't interested in participating in this contest until recently, Mr. Gemello. Then I was convinced that it will be worth my time to actually win it. I think, if I knew from the start that there would be musicians like you in the finale, I'd have tried harder from the first round. Do you play any other instruments besides the guitar? Tristan blinked at the speech. Angelo still spoke extremely emotionlessly, and it made Tristan doubt if he was being subtly snubbed or if Angelo's words were genuine. In the background, the last few contestants were performing one by one on the screen in the waiting room, and Tristan saw they weren't good enough to be his competition. Here, only Angelo was. I play a bit of piano. So what do you want to win for? You obviously don't care about fame, so money. Angelo's eyes brightened the slightest bit. I want more money, yes. My parents explained to me that if I win this contest and release songs I wrote for myself, I could earn a lot of it. Are you as good with piano as with guitar, Mr. Gemello? Gears shifted in Tristan's head. This was a perfect opportunity to cheat. And what was more cheating when he already cheated with his system? He glanced around. Other contestants were throwing curious looks at the two of them, and several of them were definitely listening to every word. With subtle, deft motions, Tristan pulled out his phone and quickly typed a brief message. When he felt that nobody was watching his hands, he leaned closer to Angelo and showed the message to him. I have an offer for you that can give you more money than this contest. To know more, a couple minutes after I leave, ask to go to the bathroom. With piano, I'm just decent. Anyway, let's chat later. The contestants were forced to wait inside the room and not go anywhere on their own, so they won't get lost in a massive building. But there was an attendant to show them a way to an empty public bathroom with squeaky, clean white tile and huge mirrors. When Tristan got there, he waited patiently. He didn't fear that Angelo would snitch on him, because Angelo had no proof yet. 2 minutes later, Angelo walked inside, too. Is this a secret meeting? He asked robotically. Do you want to bribe me, Mr. Gemello? Tristan smirked. So you aren't stupid. But yes, that's what I want. I can pay you more than $15,000, and you can still release your songs. Hell, I can even help you promote them. If they are anything like the last one, they are worth promoting. His demeanor was charming and his voice was like liquid honey pouring into Angelo's ears, but there wasn't a sign that Angelo was affected by it at all. Tristan didn't even know if it were his persuasion abilities failing or just his observation skills. He was working almost blind here. But this would be illegal and cheating. Those are wrong things. Tristan narrowed his eyes. Is that what you truly believe, Angelo Omen? That law defines what's right and what's wrong. Then how does it happen that rich people can be let off with a fine for major crimes, while others are often put into prison despite being entirely innocent? Angelo thought for a long moment. Please, speak more directly, Mr. Gemello. Did you mean to say that the justice system is flawed, or that it's money that decides what's right or what's wrong? The first one, Tristan snorted. Money just decides who can do whatever they want, and who can't. This man is so blank. I still can't tell what he thinks. I have no idea what he wants. Either. Besides money, of course. But I know what he doesn't want. Omen, think about this. You said you don't like competing here. You don't enjoy being in the spotlight at all, right? If you are only here for the money, then just take mine and leave without all the bother. Angelo thought for even longer than the previous time, before finally giving an answer. Chapter 121, Challenges. All right, if I become a winner, I will be interviewed a lot, and I don't want that. My parents might even force me to go somewhere without headphones. But I don't want anyone to become suspicious that I gave up so suddenly. Tristan nodded. This round of the contest wasn't the real final round. Just play at your worst for the next thing, and it will be all right. Then I will give you the money. Well, Angelo tilted his head. I can't tell when people are being dishonest. If you trick me, I will tell the public about this conversation, so you better not trick me. Even without proof, it can cause a scandal for you. Tristan only grinned and offered his hand for a shake. I don't know what to think about you, but it's a deal. Angelo didn't shake it. I don't like touching people. Without another word, he went into a bathroom stall, leaving Tristan alone. What a weird man. Tristan thought again and left the bathroom. Half an hour later, after a short break for judges to discuss the results, all contestants were invited to the stage again. Left and right, people were anxiously chewing their nails and lips, hoping and praying to achieve victory despite all odds. Only Tristan felt and acted calm. Although he didn't know what challenge he was about to face, he believed in his ability to rise up to it, no matter what it took. And of course, there was also Angelo, still a stone statue. All contestants stood in a line in front of the table with judges, who sat with mysterious expressions on their faces. Now, it's time to announce the winners of semifinals. Yes, you heard it right. This year, the Californian Young Star contest has an extra surprise round. The host exclaimed from his place to the side. The audience and the participants were equally shocked. Many gasps flew from the crowd, and Tristan, too, feigned surprise. But before we get to it, the judges will eliminate 10 participants out of 20 standing on the stage. Please call out their names. One by one, the judges called out the names of the failed artists and gave an overview of their flaws. One by one, the failed artists left the stage. Soon, only 10 people were left, Tristan and Angelo among them. Others were also pretty talented, but not as much. Now, I will explain the rules of the next round. The name of the game is instant songwriting. Right now, all finalists will be led to isolated rooms, where their instruments were already moved to. There, they will have exactly half an hour to write an entirely new song on a given theme. This song will decide the ultimate winner. A young woman on the left of Tristan gasped in disbelief. What? Just half an hour? But it's impossible to write anything. We will basically improvise on stage. Nearby, another finalist, a pale because of anxiety teenager, began shaking like a leaf. I can't do it. I can't, he muttered. See, can I go home? There were more reactions like these: shock, disbelief, fear. Yes, if I didn't bribe him, Angelo could have been a serious opponent right now. Tristan thought. Among his unreleased songs, surely there is something that fits the theme of the round. Someone like him definitely could have just played it by heart. If you want to forfeit this round, please come down from the left side of the stage. But don't you want to try doing your best? The host said theatrically. Tristan could already imagine how all this drama would look on TV. The contest makers clearly chased the TV ratings. I can't. This won't work, the shaking teenager said. With head bowed low, he left the stage in shame. A moment later, the girl who performed first left as well, sniffing in her fist. If these are all who's left, then let our special guest, Ms. Mary Jade, announce the theme. The beautiful woman stood up and lifted her microphone. The theme of your song will be Christmas. She smiled. It's almost here, so this is how we are going to celebrate tonight. The room Tristan was brought into looked like a side lounge, except someone brought his guitar here and set it up with an amplifier. A staff member sat near a door, making sure no one was cheating. To Tristan's delight, the contestants were allowed to take snacks from the waiting room into their isolation. The contest began in the morning and now went way past lunch. Tristan sat on a couch, nibbled on a candy bar, and thought about his song. Sketching something in half an hour wasn't a problem. He had 1,234 songwriting points. He could just improvise. But I want to sweep the TV viewers from their feet when the recording of the contest airs. I better go overboard. He pressed some buttons on his status panel. Ding! Songwriting skill increased from 1234 to 1724. And Tristan still had 540 popstar points left. That's better. So Christmas. Heh, a Christmas carol in a rock genre sounds like fun. He began strumming the strings, sketching a melody, and improvising basic lyrics, when the door to the room flew open and a man stepped inside. Startled, Tristan plucked a string wrong, making it make an ear-grating, sharp noise. Who are you? YMF. In the brief moment Tristan spent to turn toward the door, the man grabbed the attendant and pressed a chemical-smelling cloth to his nose. A second later, the attendant became limp, put to sleep by the chemical. And at the same time, Tristan himself was limp with absolute shock and alarm. The shock made Tristan so slow to react that when he saw the man drop the attendant and pull out a gun with a silencer instead, he barely felt his bullet time talent activating. Because the man in an American Dad's clothing and a baseball hat who pointed a gun at Tristan was Hugo Martinez. Chapter 122, Utterfly terrifying even at gunpoint. A million questions were running through Tristan's head. How did he get here? Why did he get here? Is he onto me? No. If Martinez knew about my identities, I'd be hit with a system penalty already. But does he suspect? What is he planning to do? If he wanted to kill me, why now of all times? He couldn't have known I'd be isolated here now. Tristan's mind was so overwhelmed that the extra thinking time given to him by his bullet time talent passed in a blink of an eye. Martinez closed the entrance door behind him and advanced on Tristan. Gemello, tell me where Tristan Hayes is now, if you don't want to get shot. Tristan opened his mouth, then closed it again. As pieces of the puzzle arranged in his head, his confusion abated, and he gradually calmed down. Tristan raised his arms in a placating gesture. I have no idea whom you are talking about. And who are you, mister? How did you go past all the security? Martinez got close enough that he could poke Tristan with the gun's muzzle if he wanted to. Tristan didn't move back. I'm the one asking questions here, boy. Don't lie to me. I know Hayes has dealings with you. His cousin, wasn't that right? You sure do look similar. Where is Hayes hiding? Tristan appeared hesitating, while in reality, he was scrutinizing Martinez. The man looked haggard. The life on the run clearly didn't do him good. He moved and held his weapon with the surety of an experienced thug, something Tristan had never had the opportunity to see before, but his body was twitching slightly with desperation. This man had spent years in cozy office chairs, but he started out as a thug and still knew how to be one, and clearly knew how to get past the hall security without alerting anyone. However, he was cornered and knew it. Seeing this, Tristan stood straighter. Instead of letting Martinez intimidate him further, Tristan glared down at him, intending to strike fear in his soul. What will it do to you if I tell you? Even if you kill him, it won't clear your name, traitor. You can't even call it your last revenge, because you aren't avenging anything. You dug your own grave here, so accept it and lie in it. At least if you bow your head before people you betrayed and apologize, they might forgive you in death and let you have a proper funeral instead of feeding your body to the fishes. The power of Tristan's voice, posture, and aura was an incredible, almost physical thing. The words struck right into Martinez's fears, and without noticing it, he backed off from Tristan. What do you even know, punk? What did Hayes tell you about me? I was set up. Martinez's gun still pointed at Tristan's face, but the man's hands were shaking so hard, he probably would miss even from this distance. Tristan kept pushing. He pointed an accusing finger at Martinez. All criminals say this in court. I'm not guilty. I was set up. It was an accident. A word of a criminal isn't worth a thing. The gun slipped from Martinez's slippery, with nervous sweat hands. The man crumbled on himself, barely standing. But I didn't do it. If I could find Hayes, he'd have to help me prove it. Ding. You have utterly terrified a person of moderate status and skill. Reward. Your CP increased by 500. Tristan hummed thoughtfully. Without looking away from Martinez, he could still pull himself together and start shooting. Tristan walked to a water cooler and filled a plastic cup with water. Making sure that Martinez wasn't looking at his hands, Tristan pulled an ampoule of truth serum out of his pocket and added the contents to the cup. Drink this and calm down, old man, Tristan said, giving the cup to Martinez. Explain things clearly, and maybe I will tell you what you want to know. Martinez took the cup and began sipping through it mechanically, while Tristan subtly kicked the gun under a couch. So you aren't a traitor? Tristan asked when the water cup was empty. My cousin told me otherwise. He told me to be careful walking around, just in case someone like you comes and tries to use me against him. All the work to keep our connections secret. I shouldn't have let him send his thugs with me. If Martinez had any suspicions about Tristan's identity, these words helped to erase them. Though, from Tristan's understanding, Martinez was blissfully unaware. I'm not, and I would never be. I may be a criminal and a gangster, but there are principles even gangsters don't break. People like me will go to hell after death, but to turn on your own people is to be invited to sit with the devil himself. He blinked, shocked at his own speech. But what about the information leaked to the police? It was a setup by Whitman. That snake. I'm entirely unsurprised that he'd use even something as dirty as a double betrayal, just to take over my share of the organization. As soon as Hayes told about the alleged betrayal, Whitman oh so conveniently found proofs against me, and others had swallowed it up. I almost thought that Hayes and Whitman worked together against me. They still might, but this is my best chance. As soon as he fell silent, Martinez bit his lip. He clearly was confused about why he was so talkative all out of the sudden, but Tristan didn't let him think. But you clearly dislike Hayes, anyway. Of course. That arrogant youth. Even if he's as loyal to the gang as he says, he's way too big-headed for everyone's good. He already pulled the gang into this mess. It's almost a civil war. The least he can do is to help clear this up and punish people who are actually responsible. Tristan rubbed his forehead. All that shaped in a really unexpected manner that gave him a headache. And worst of all, there were barely 10 minutes left until Tristan will have to go on the stage. Chapter 123, No Time to Prepare. Tristan didn't have time for this. He still had to perform. How did I end up in this mess? Well, it's not his fault, at least, Tristan thought, glancing at Martinez. But now I spent a dose of truth serum worth 1,500 criminal points on him. Hope it will be worth it. Now that the situation was under his control again, Tristan began rapidly thinking about his future options. He was already planning to take over King Lion Gang with the resources and allies he would amass in Los Angeles. If one of the 3 other underbosses will be at his side by then, and one other was revealed as a traitor in an opportune moment and left without support, it will be Tristan and Martinez against Delgado and Leon Clavin. The chances of Leon Clavin surrendering peacefully would increase drastically, and taking over would be much easier. All right, I can't tell you where Hayes is, because I don't know. But I will tell him about what you told me and tell him to meet you. Can you hide somewhere near this building? From local security, yes. I can hide on the lower levels of the nearest parking garage, but I don't know how long I have until Whitman's people find me. They are close behind me, I know it. I hope Hayes hurries. Tristan narrowed his eyes. If you want his help, you better do something about this attitude when you meet him. Now get out before I get kicked out of this contest because of you. And take your gun, too. I will deal with that guy you knocked out. My attitude. This youngster has to think about his attitude. And you. Martinez bit down on his tongue hard enough to wince. I'm too old to go through shit like this. I suppose, at the very least, Hayes has shown himself capable. And you didn't call the security on me, so I will trust you on this. If he gets me out of this mess. Martinez was still muttering to himself when he pulled the gun from under the couch and left the room. When the door closed behind him, Tristan let out a breath of relief and went to the prone attendant. It looked like he got bruised in the fall, but at least not on the head. Tristan shook his shoulder and saw the man's eyelids fluttering. My God, are you all right, man? Tristan asked with perfectly played worry and confusion. Subconsciously, he was copying Nelson's mannerisms in this moment, adding more kindness and sincerity into his gaze. You just fainted on the spot like this. Do you have low blood pressure? The attendant groaned and opened his dazed eyes. What? Ah, there was a man. Where is he? He tried to get up, but Tristan had to catch him when the man almost fell again. A man? What are you talking about? There was no one but me. But I saw. Did I dream this up? Ugh, my head is splitting. Ah, I'm sorry, Mr. Gemello. I didn't mean to distract you. Don't apologize for being sick. Hey, I can call an ambulance for you. No need, I'm going to call my boss. Ugh. Nevertheless, Tristan gave the unlucky man a cup of water, not laced with anything this time. If the drug Martinez made him inhale was what Tristan thought it was, the man would have to stay in bed at least for a day after this. But the dose was clearly small, or he'd be unconscious longer. After drinking water, the attendant pulled out his phone and called his boss. While he did that, Tristan stepped aside and tried to focus on the song again. However, the situation was immensely distracting. Half the time he would think about lyric verses, and then he'd think about what he could do with Martinez, or wonder what was Whitman's agenda in all this. The door opened, but this time, it was just a pair of other staff members. One of them went for the sick attendant, while the other approached Tristan. We are very sorry that you were hindered by one of our people, but the time for coming up with a song is up. Please, follow me to the stage. Already? The merciless clock showed that, indeed, 30 minutes have already passed. And Tristan only had the barest bones of a song ready. He clenched his fist, but kept his face and posture relaxed. All right, let's go. I will have to improvise, but others will have to do the same. We all had only 30 minutes, after all. When Tristan stepped on the stage with a guitar slung over his shoulders, he found a row of chairs placed at one side of it, facing both the middle of the dimly lit stage and the audience. Tristan was invited to sit there, where other finalists were gathering, too. All of them looked like Tristan felt, barely ready, if ready at all, but hiding it to the best of their efforts. Except for Angelo again, who was still a rock. When everybody took their places, the spotlights turned on, lighting the line of finalists and the host who stepped onto the stage from the opposite side. And soon it will be time for the moment of truth. One by one, these men and women will play their Christmas songs, but to whom Santa Claus will gift the victory? Ahem, excuse me, this was a terrible pun. The host grinned, and the audience laughed a little. This time, there's no select order. Whoever is bravest and boldest and thinks he's ready to perform can step onto the stage. Your instruments are already being brought close. Now, who will be the one who impresses us first? There was a tense pause as everybody glanced at each other without moving from their spots. Tristan wanted to spend some more time while others played to prepare, but now he began to stand up. Angelo was faster. I might as well perform the first, he said. Amazing composure even in this nerve-wracking moment. Welcome Angelo Omen onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Tristan narrowed his eyes. Was Angelo going to keep his promise? Chapter 124. Improvisation in its finest. I didn't come up with a name for this song, Angelo said, sitting down on a stool. He was given both his keyboards, but he only used one. Angelo switched the instrument setting to make it sound like a normal piano, then emotionlessly performed a festive melody that sounded like something that could play in a supermarket during Christmas holidays. It was so utterly unremarkable that everybody who was stunned speechless by Angelo's previous performance was left gaping in shock again, especially since nothing in his movements showed he was unsure of himself. What an incredibly boring performance, Kira Montez exclaimed. Mr. Omen acted like a student who knew he was going to fail the exam, so he gave up his paper early. What was the point of wasting our time competing at all then? Isaiah complained. Angelo looked at the judges. This was what I came up with in half an hour. He went to sit back at his spot without a single glance at Tristan, while stagehands removed his keyboards from the stage. There was almost no applause for him, and the judges kept grumbling about people who could improvise better with no preparation at all. But Angelo didn't react to all that mockery, staying entirely indifferent. The contest's host found his voice again and stepped into the center. Well, not everyone works at the same speed, and not everyone can improvise. At least he tried, right? Maybe this will make others braver. It didn't. Not at all. With a huff, Tristan stood up. I can't cowardly wait until everybody else goes to the stage. It's bad enough that I'm second. I hate being the second, he said with a joking smirk. Since he didn't have a microphone, his voice was only heard by the front row, but it made several people smile, among them the host. Tristan Gemello decided to show who intends to be the winner here. All the favorites of the contest are performing at the beginning of this round, but will Tristan deliver on his promises or be just as disappointing as Angelo Omen? Of course I will deliver, Tristan said into the microphone attached to a tall tripod. He hit the strings of his guitar, starting with the simple melody he had come up with earlier. It wasn't hard to make a cheerful, festive Christmas tune, but he had to make it stand out, at least in one aspect, because otherwise he won't do much better than Angelo. Quickly, I need something. Like the dumbest idea ever, anything will do. Judges love me already. They just want something for the TV ratings. He glanced around the rows of people in the audience, searching for inspiration, until his eyes fell on Raphael. The Mexican man's dark skin and even darker head tattoos became the match which lit Tristan's inspiration. They were just so distinctly not American that it reminded Tristan of where exactly he and the audience were. Suddenly, Tristan's light-hearted melody became fast and aggressive. Duh. He swung his head in the song's rhythm like a death metal singer and began shouting the lyrics, not even caring if they rhymed, as long as they fell into the beat. This is December, but there's no snow. We are in LA. What kind of Christmas is this? The audience was taken aback by this sudden whiplash, but Tristan continued like nothing happened, returning to the previous festive, string-strumming melody. Now he was smiling at the audience and singing with exaggerated cheerfulness. Santas fill the store's shelves, and people rush to buy the gifts, and they won't tell themselves that it's a corporate grift. Now that Tristan got his inspiration, the rest of the song almost made itself right on in his fingertips. Thanks to the whooping 1724 points in his songwriting skill, Tristan could easily make up rhymes on the fly. It was raw in places, but it was well executed, funny, and incredibly fresh. There was a powerful rhythm in it, both in harder and softer parts, which made people nod along even while they were grinning and laughing. If they knew the words, they would have tried to sing along, too. Even when the word Tristan chose wasn't perfect, or a note could have been chosen better, people were so swept away by Tristan's performance that they barely noticed. When the last chord of Tristan's song stopped echoing in the hall, people immediately began applauding. Ding! You had incredibly impressed an audience of 2,000 people with your performance. Reward: your CP increased by 1,000. Ding! You had greatly impressed an audience of 48 people of high status and skill with your performance. Reward: your CP increased by 1,500. I will call this song Christmas in LA, Tristan said after the applause ended. And I dedicate it to all the people living in the south of the USA who can't afford a snow resort vacation this Christmas. There were chuckles from the audience again. Well, Gemello certainly didn't disappoint us, don't you agree? Rebecca Hale asked the other judges. Absolutely. Montez agreed immediately. You can hear some lack of polish in this song, but after some work it could easily become a hit among the younger audience. I hope you develop it further. Tristan had already planned to. The judges praised him some more. He bowed to the audience and went to watch the rest of the finalists perform. As expected, they were mostly failures. Some improvised decent songs, but put under the intense pressure of Tristan's earlier performance. Half of them missed their notes entirely, forgot the words, and failed in the most miserable manner. Among the other half, some improvised decent songs, but they didn't even stand close. The host acted like a good cop, cheering them up, while judges competed in scathing comments and sometimes outright mockery. It was already clear who would become a winner. Half an hour later, all the finalists stood on the stage again, waiting for the final verdict. Even second place would be good enough. There were small cash prizes for them, too. And the first place, together with the grand prize of $15,000, goes to Tristan Gemello. Chapter 125. Too late? Tristan stood on the stage with a huge decorative check for $15,000, while journalists in the audience made photographs of him for their future headlines. With a smile, he was thanking the audience for being there, and his friend, Nelson, and his manager, Derek, and his talent agency, Golden Talent Group, for supporting him. The second identity system flashed notifications at him, too. Ding! You have won the first spot in the Californian Young Star contest. Your status has increased. Reward. Your CP increased by 50. Ding. Your pop star rank has changed from contracted young star to adolescent star. Reward. Your CP increased by 1,000. Next to him stood second and third place winners. Despite his boring last performance, Angelo Oman still earned the third place, while the second place went to a pretty and skilled, if not incredibly original, female pop singer. Tristan should have been ecstatic. A part of him was. But for the most part, all he could think of was, I have to get out of here and shoot some people while I still have some control of this narrative. If Whitman gets to Martinez while I'm standing here, I will lose my advantage over him. And Whitman might come for me next. Why not? He already has a perfect scapegoat. Thankfully, since the contest took so long that it was getting dark outside, the celebratory gala commemorating the event was going to happen on the next day. After the curtain closed on the stage, parents, managers, and other helpers flocked around to bring the contestants away. As Derek came backstage, Tristan saw an older man and woman approach Angelo. The woman immediately began scolding Angelo, but instead of listening, he turned to give Tristan a blank, heavy stare. Tristan gave a slight nod in reply, and Angelo turned away. On their way to the dressing rooms, Derek looked at Tristan with a knowing spark in his eyes. You made another friend, Mr. Gemello? Something like that. Tristan shrugged. Please, get me Oman's contact information. His personal number would be the best. I'm unsure if he will even come here to the party tomorrow. I will do my best. Oh, there were also some people in the audience who wanted to meet you, but you look exhausted, Mr. Gemello. Maybe we should drive straight to the hotel. Tristan frowned. He was only somewhat tired. Most of the exhaustion was an act. I don't think they will let me go so easily. Mr. Derek, please answer their questions in my stead. Distract them, while I sneak ahead, so we could meet in the parking lot. Tristan had already made a plan in his head. Instead of going to meet Derek where expected, at the surface parking, he shook off his stage jacket and went to the underground parking where Martinez hid. It wasn't the best to disappear on Derek and Nell like that, but hopefully it won't take long to hide Martinez better. Yes, that would be for the best. As soon as we move to places open to the public, you will be under a lot of attention, Mr. Gemello. Derek frowned. Too bad our security team is still unavailable. Everybody I spoke about this to either keep telling me to wait or tell nothing useful at all. We will have to do things by ourselves. I will have to do things by myself, Tristan thought. At least right now, Tristan's plan worked out without a hitch. In the process, he turned his Gemello phone off, becoming unreachable. In a narrow and quiet alleyway where no one was looking at him, Tristan changed his identity to the criminal one, mercilessly threw his jacket into a dumpster, and went to look for Martinez. On his way there, Tristan contacted his subordinates. Disguise yourself and come to this address. Bring a couple of extra guns for me. The address was that of the parking garage Tristan was heading to. The multi-level parking garages in this area of Los Angeles were huge, sprawling, and creepy things. The vast spaces of concrete created echoes of every car who entered and left. This is the nearest parking lot. It should be here, on the lower floor. With how huge this place is, I hope I can actually find him quickly. The lowest level was quiet like a crypt. The cars that stood here looked like they were mostly in long-term parking. People who entered and left regularly parked closer to the entrance. There were rows upon rows of them, watched by several cameras. Walking in a path that let him slip between the camera's field of views, Tristan looked around intensely. An echo of a dull sound in the distance made him perk up. He hurried up there, but slowed down when he heard an unintelligible conversation. Martinez was supposed to be alone. Who was there? Tristan peeked from behind another car and saw two men in a distance, holding a third one, who was tied up like a pig. The third man was Martinez. The first sound Tristan heard was the sound of the two men opening a trunk, where they were now throwing Martinez to. The roof of the trunk closed over him with an ominous clang, and the men went to the front seats of the car. Shit. At least Martinez is still alive, or they wouldn't have tied him up. I have to get these two before they drive away. Using the parked cars as a cover, Tristan dashed toward the kidnapper's car, pulling out his knife on the way. In his head, he was cursing the lack of time to prepare. He could improve something with his system. He had the points to spare. But Tristan only had time for one thing. What will be the most useful at the moment? Shit, and I don't even have a gun on me. Status. As the status panel opened in front of Tristan, the engine of the kidnapper's car revved to life. He had no time at all. Chapter 126, A Rescuer. Tiny rows of letters floated in Tristan's eyesight. Tristan Hayes, Tristan Gemello. Current identity, criminal. Second identity, pop star. Pop star rank, adolescent star. Criminal rank, made man. Pop star points, 540. Criminal points, 15,860. Attributes smiley face. Appearance, 250. Charisma, 240. Fearsomeness, 436. Strength, 223. Dexterity, 228. Toughness, 144. Skills smiley face. Tristan didn't read farther. He had to tap twice to hit the strength button. The first time landed on toughness. Tap, tap, slide of a bar. The resulting number wasn't even, but Tristan didn't have the time to care. Ding. Strength attribute increased from 223 to 679. Ding. As a result of attribute changes, your appearance attribute increased by 10, and your fearsomeness attribute increased by 40. Tristan's muscles hardened like they were braided from steel wire and hydraulics. His next push of a foot suddenly made him lunge for a good 2 meters forward, pulling him out of his cover. He immediately felt the weight of a pair of eyes on him. Now that he was only a few meters away from the kidnapper's car, he could see them in detail. 2 men, both about the same height. The one in the driver's seat was older and shaved bald, with bulging biceps open by his rolled-up sleeves. The one in the shotgun seat was lean, but sat poised like a wary and aggressive animal. Tristan's eyes met the wary man's in the side view mirror. "Look out," the wary man shouted. In 2 more jumps, each of them steadier than the previous one as Tristan became rapidly used to his new strength, he reached the starting up car from the wary man's side. Tristan jerked the car's door open with so much force that he heard something break in it. On the other side, the wary man was already pulling a gun on him. Another reason Tristan acted so quickly. The moment slowed down and stretched on, but this time, Tristan barely needed his bullet time talent to orient himself. Before the wary man had time to aim his gun, Tristan reached out and broke his wrist with a single twist of his arm. The man cried out in pain, but the next thing Tristan did was grab the man's head and slamming it into the car's side. There was a loud crack of a broken skull, and when the corpse slid down, the car's dashboard had a deep, bloody dent. "Shit, Gary," the bald kidnapper shouted. By this time, he also pulled out his gun and even had enough time to aim it at Tristan. The time slowed down again. Tristan dove to the ground, hiding behind the corpse and the car seat from the shot that flew over his head a moment later. The bullet went through a car parked several meters behind him, breaking a window and causing it to erupt with shrieks of an alarm. Tristan picked the dead man's gun from the ground, checked in a blink of an eye, and shot the bald man in the throat before he could change his aim. Pouring blood from the hole in his neck, the man fell back in his seat. There'd be dead silence in this moment, if not for the car alarm in the background and the faint thumps coming from the trunk. Tristan stood up and shook stray flickers of blood from his clothes. "At least I don't have to worry about cleaning myself up. Too bad I didn't have the time to leave one of them alive for an interrogation. I still have to deal with Martinez." Now that the adrenaline was leaving his body, Tristan noticed how it was aching. Soles of his feet hurt from pushing so hard on the hard concrete of the garage, and his joints hurt from moving so harshly. "It looks like all that incredible strength is too much for my body. I should put points into toughness and dexterity, too. But first things first." Tristan pushed his aches aside and went to open the truck's car. From inside, gagged and tied up, Martinez looked at him with huge eyes. Tristan smirked at the sight. The man was a potential ally, but watching him suffer after all the condescending remarks toward Tristan was still very satisfying. "Maybe I should move you to the safe house like that, H.M. Martinez? You don't like that? It would certainly teach you to act with more respect, though." Martinez mumbled something in his gag. Despite everything, he refused to plead, but he at least lowered his head in submission. "Ding. You have earned respect of a person of high skill. Reward. Your PP increased by 500. With a sigh, Tristan pulled out his knife and began cutting Martinez's ropes until the man could shrug them off and get out of the trunk. Then he pulled out his gag, coughed a little, and said, "Huh. I mean, Mr. Hayes, we must get moving. I heard these two reporting their position to their boss. If he doesn't hear from them soon, more people will come here. Your cousin told you about my, proposal already, right?" "Yes, he told me everything. We can talk in more detail later. More people will be here soon because of this." Tristan gestured at the crime scene. There were no cameras this deep in the garage. They were only put near the entrance, clearly to save money, but someone was bound to come to check the alarm noise. "Let's get ourselves a vehicle for now," Tristan muttered, approaching the nearest not broken machine. It was a boring gray semi-truck, perfect for his purposes. Tristan opened his status panel again and began tapping. Ding! Lockpicking skill increased from 1 to 1001. It was easier to put a round number into a skill than to measure. More is better, just in case. Tristan was low on tools, after all, but he had a knife in his keyring. He took the ring, easily straightened it with his strength, and used it as a poor, makeshift lockpick. The lock on the semi-truck's door fell in moments. Tristan's skill let him work with the experience of a professional. Hot wiring the car didn't take long, either. Now Tristan knew how to do it. "You will drive," Tristan told Martinez. "I need to make some calls in the meantime." Chapter 127, the end of a very long day. 30 minutes later, after dropping the stolen car a block away and some walking, Tristan and Martinez stopped in a dimly lit alleyway in front of a back door of a department store. The store was already closed, and there were no signs of anyone being inside. "Why are we in this place, Mr. Hayes?" Martinez asked. Tristan typed and sent a text message, then put away his phone and looked up at him. "That's the best hiding place for you for the next while. It's not associated with me, so you should be in the clear. You and my own people." "This store?" Martinez frowned. Tristan smiled. "It's owned by locals who agreed to do me this favor. Which is all you need to know for now, Martinez. Rest, heal. I have urgent things to take care of besides helping you out. In the meantime, think long and hard how you can help me back." The door in front of them suddenly opened from the inside. On the other side stood Owen, whose eyes widened at the sight of both Tristan and Martinez. Seeing no threat, he lowered the gun in his hand and gestured for them to enter. Tristan gestured for Martinez to go in. "Owen, tell the team to keep an eye on Mr. Martinez, but treat him with respect. Message me if anything else pops up." "Yes, boss." Martinez turned to Tristan. That's what you came to Los Angeles for, really, isn't it? To gather your own allies?" "I knew this was." He caught himself. "Well, I'm glad to understand your motives better, Mr. Hayes." Tristan frowned, but let it pass for now. Martinez was the kind of man who wore his likes and dislikes on his face. An honest man, in a way, but his loyalties were tighter than surface-level emotions like these, and Tristan could respect that. In fact, Tristan felt much better about Martinez now than in the past, when the other underboss appeared to be just a contrary old man who spit poison at every opportunity. Humbling him a bit felt nice, even if it wasn't Tristan who did it. "We still need to have a serious conversation, but it can wait. Good thing that Vargas agreed to give me this place's backrooms to use as a shelter, and on such a short notice. I should repay him somehow." Tristan had already told his subordinates to give Vargas some money out of those they all brought to Los Angeles. But Tristan thought about something more like a gift. Now Tristan's subordinates and Martinez were safely hidden for now. Tristan actually had time to plan his comeback at Whitman and the police. There was only one small thing to deal with: making sure that he felt no weight of anyone's eyes on him. Tristan took off his earring, changing his identity to Gemello again. Then Tristan left the alleyway and walked in a random direction under the starless night sky and the endless lights of the never-sleeping city. Soon enough, he stumbled upon an empty bench. He fell onto it, barely checking if the seat was clean, feeling mentally and physically drained. Tristan pulled out his Gemello phone, turned it on, saw all the missed calls, and sighed. He had to come up with something believable, or he will never be left alone after this. Actually, he probably won't be left alone, anyway. Tristan finally called Derek. It picked almost immediately. "Mr. Gemello." The manager's voice was full of immense relief. "My God, are you all right? You just disappeared, and all calls fell through. What happened?" It was incredibly rare to see the usually collected manager so alarmed. Tristan grimaced. However, when he spoke, Tristan's voice was lighthearted, as if nothing serious had happened. "Funny story that." I had to get away from some rabid fan or maybe a mugger and got lost in the city after that. Then my phone died on me. But I found the charger now, so it's all cool. Anyway, there weren't any problems with the people from the CYS contest, right? I'm gonna call for a taxi next, go straight to the hotel, and crash right into the bed. On the other side of the call, in a lobby hall of the Orpheum Theater, Derek rubbed his forehead with a long-suffering sigh. All that time Nelson was leaning over Derek's shoulder and listening to every word he could catch in the still pretty crowded and noisy place. They both were blissfully unaware of a starting police investigation of a twin murdered just half a kilometer away from this building. But they had other problems. Now Nelson chortled. I told you, Mr. Derek. No way Tris got into real trouble. He just knows what he's doing. Derek moved his head and the phone away from Nelson. Mr. Gemello, then we will meet in the hotel. Please, stay away from trouble today. We still have a gala to visit tomorrow, and you know how important it will be for your career. That's the real prize for your efforts. Of course. Don't worry, Mr. Derek. When Tristan ended the call, Derek turned toward Nelson. His self-assurance, in a way, only makes me worry more. Because he knows what he's doing, while we don't. No matter how good he is with music, and even in other things, he could still get into an accident. Or, Derek shook his head. And right when his career is really about to start, that song will definitely become a hit in the charts. As soon as Tristan releases his first album, he will become a multi-millionaire. Nelson grinned. Yeah, he's amazing like that. Just listening to his music motivates me to work harder on my own album. Derek smiled. It's so refreshing to see an attitude like yours in our industry, Mr. Meyer. I hope you won't lose it. You and Mr. Gemello make a powerful duo with his forcefulness and your gentleness. As Derek and Nelson also moved toward their shared hotel, the long day was approaching its end. But not for Tristan. Chapter 128. No rest for the wicked. It was much easier to convince Derek and Nell in person that the incident with his disappearance wasn't worth fretting about. However, it began giving Tristan an unpleasant feeling. He could tell both of them were genuinely worried for him, and he didn't like causing that worry. It's all right. No harm was done, and they will forget about it in no time. I will just try to be more careful in the future with the criminal part of my career. Perhaps I should do what the boss of Angulos did and spend more time ruling people from afar instead of dealing with things personally. Well, that was a nice idea to think about. Too bad that at the moment, Tristan had no choice. When everybody was asleep, he sat on a bed in his hotel room with a laptop on one side and his status open on the other. Tristan Gemello, Tristan Hayes. Current identity, pop star. Second identity, criminal. Pop star rank, adolescent star. Criminal rank, made man. Pop star points, 1040. Criminal points, 10,300. Attributes smiley face. Appearance, 260. Charisma, 240. Fearsomeness, 476. Strength, 679. Dexterity, 228. Toughness, 144. Skills smiley face. Singing, 1857. Dancing, 1079. Playing guitar, 2096. Music theory, 680. Music production, 523. Acting, 1315. Songwriting, 1724. Voice control, 811. Stage presence, 1223. Playing piano, 801. Video editing, 217. Styling, 506. Playing flute, 1. Playing violin, 1. Sneaking, 844. Close quarters combat, 1224. Observation, 2076. Driving, 618. Pickpocketing, 533. Firearms shooting, 816. Athletics, 419. Treating injuries, 201. Lockpicking, 1001. Combat analysis, 505. Hacking, 2,431. Governing, 454. Torture, 2. Logistics, 4. Forgery, 1. Talents smiley face. Clark Kent effect, sleepless, clean hands, bullet time, hypnotic voice, sight awareness, electronic sight awareness, ambidextrous, bilingual. Spanish. First of all, Tristan had to even out his attributes to not be too strong for his own good. I think having 600 in each will be enough. He tapped the necessary buttons. Ding. Dexterity attribute increased from 228 to 600. Ding. Toughness attribute increased from 144 to 600. Ding. As a result of attribute changes, your appearance attribute increased by 10, and your charisma attribute improved by 5. Tristan's body changed again. He felt a wave of electricity go through him as his bones became denser, and his entire body hummed with a new vitality that washed away his previous aches. His ligaments and joints felt like someone dipped them in oil, and Tristan's sense of balance improved, too. He felt incredibly aware of his body, as if he was drunk, but became sober in an instant. He stood up and stretched for a moment, smiling. Now his body truly felt in balance. Although it was barely noticeable from the outside perspective, it could be seen in the smoothness of Tristan's movements. After that, Tristan had 20 criminal points left, but he kept them on hand for now. Who knew? Next time he might need to improve his forgery skill all of a sudden. Now, if only my business for today ended with spending system points, Tristan thought. But I'm unsure if I will have a moment of rest for the night. Even if Tristan didn't need sleep, he was still mentally tired right now. A big part of him wanted nothing more than to lie down and scroll through memes and celebrity gossip online. It wasn't just because Tristan had been so busy today, but because he was working hard for months at this point, living 2 lives in parallel. Even 8 extra hours he won by not sleeping sometimes proved to be not enough. But Tristan pushed his mental exhaustion aside and pulled out his laptop and his Hayes phone. During the day, he received several reports from his underlings, which he didn't have the time to deal with before. A part of them was business as usual, while the most recent ones were alarming, mentioning the strange activity of Whitman's people, although nothing too suspicious without hindsight. Tristan was reading the reports when Kevin called him directly, proving that the mafia didn't sleep at night, and that there was no rest for the wicked. Yes, Mr. Hayes. I hope I didn't wake you up. People sent after Martinez just got news about his location. He's in Los Angeles. I'm afraid he might try to kill you before he got killed himself. Tristan huffed. It's better late than never, I guess. Who else knows this? Kevin was puzzled by Tristan's nonchalant attitude, but knew better than to question his boss. Mr. Whitman shared with the other underbosses, as well as me, since I was acting in your stead. Mr. Clavin wanted to bring more forces into the city to catch Mr. Martinez, but Whitman convinced him that those already sent will be enough. And how many are those? Officially, there were 10, but I'm afraid Whitman might have sent more. Something strange is happening. It absolutely does. And what happens with Martinez's people in the meantime? They were all put under house arrest, so they wouldn't help their boss because of misplaced loyalty, at least until Martinez was dealt with. It's still unclear whether any of them helped him. Tristan nodded to himself. Kevin, pass orders to Tomas. I need a dozen people with guns in Los Angeles by tomorrow, and I want it done quietly. Quietly means that not even Mr. Clavin should know. There was a pause. I understand, Mr. Hayes. You think that, perhaps, Martinez was set up, and a police mole is still within our ranks. Tristan smirked. Well, I'm sure I don't act under Mr. Clavin's nose because I want to overthrow him or something, Kevin. On the other side of the call, Kevin chose to just ignore this and do as he was told. Kevin was tired, and Hayes also sounded tired. Even gangsters were just people. And keep me informed about any more people sent into Los Angeles, Tristan added. Yes, Mr. Hayes. Is that all? Yes. Tristan ended the call, but soon enough, started another. Using the web of insignificant and semi-significant contacts he accumulated during his stay in Los Angeles, Tristan began reaching out to bosses of the Los Angeles gangs. Chapter 129, A Dance in Time of Plague. Next day, another hall, another gala, more luxurious than the ones Tristan had been in before, but not much different. Women in dresses that sit skin-tight on their chests and flow down their hips. Men in suits. Tables with snacks and champagne. Pieces are moving, and I can't even take a call. How annoying. I hope my subordinates don't mess up, Tristan thought. He was standing with a glass of sparkling water in a shade where his black suit blended with a darker pattern on the wall. It didn't make Tristan fully invisible, but invisible enough to give him a breather from people wanting his attention. There were so many of them. Journalists, celebrities, various entrepreneurs wanting to scam Tristan into taking part in their projects almost for free. In no time, There were going to be people with actually good projects, but the scammers had to work fast before their targets were fresh and young in showbiz. Even now, as Tristan took a breather from the world, men and women in the hall threw intrigue and curious looks at him. In these circumstances, Tristan's unapproachable air only added mysteriousness and charm to him. He was smiling slightly, but not in a friendly way, just to show to not look too sour. Together with his perfectly handsome face and lean but steely muscles faintly visible under Tristan's suit, he certainly was going to be an object of fantasies of many people present. Tristan was sure, because earlier he got 1,500 criminal points just from impressing people with his looks and charms. One person dared to move away from the crowd to join Tristan near the wall. "You seem out of sorts today, Tris." Tristan turned his head toward Nell. Of course, it would be his best friend who could see something like this. "Why would you think that, Nell?" Nelson waved at him and his glass. "Because otherwise you wouldn't be here. You'd be out there, chatting up more people and making more girls swoon. You even asked Mr. Derek to listen to all the interview requests instead of doing it yourself, even though I know how much you love that shit. So what's on your mind?" Tristan scoffed. "I don't know. Maybe I got ill with something. Maybe it's low blood pressure." The lie sounded believable even to himself when Tristan told it. Nelson frowned. "If you are feeling bad, man, go rest. Don't push yourself. You are the star of the show. These people are the ones who should chase you, not the other way around." Tristan shook his head. Nell's presence reminded Tristan that he already did all he could for his subordinates. People who needed to stay low stayed low. People who needed to be talked with were talked with. Meetings were arranged. Vargas had already promised to keep an eye on police activity as much as he could. Within the next week, Tristan planned to give the local gang leaders an offer they wouldn't be able to refuse. After that, he was going to take this problem to its root. "No, don't you get it yet? In showbiz, sensations last less time than a piece of meat left to lie unrefrigerated on a hot summer day. If I don't make these people remember me now, by tomorrow they will start forgetting." With these words, Tristan moved away from the wall, followed by Nell. I get the hustle, but if you get even more sick, well, you won't be happy." Nell chuckled and shook his head. "Or will you just say it was worth it?" "The latter," Tristan threw back. "I can lie down sick all I want after I'm done here. For now, he best forget his other career completely, be social and mingle." As if on cue, the ambient music played by a small live orchestra changed to a classic waltz tune. People gathered on a dance floor at a far end of the hall in pairs to dance. That's where Tristan went, too. Nell stopped at the edge of the dance floor. "I wish I knew how to dance fancy dances like these." "Oh, slay them all, Tris." "Sure." Tristan grinned at him and scanned the crowd for a fitting partner. His eyes quickly fell on Mary Jade, the contest's special guest and a fashion icon. Dressed in a sparkling gossamer sky blue dress, was surrounded by 3 men and seemed to be enjoying taking her pick of them for the dance. Mary Jade was a beautiful woman, but Tristan wasn't interested in her. However, dancing with her will certainly elevate him in the eyes of other socialites. Tristan scanned his competition. He already knew most of these people because they had introduced themselves to him earlier in the day or because they were pointed out to him by someone. A somewhat well-known singer, an older businessman from a musical label, and a young, posh man Tristan didn't know. A rich heir, perhaps. I'm better than any of them, Tristan thought, confidently walking up to Mary Jade. His poise and fearsomeness exuded an aura that pushed other men away, almost like it was a physical bubble around him. Yet the smoldering gaze Tristan directed at Mary Jade was full of unspoken promises. When she caught it, her breath caught in her throat, and she couldn't look away. "Miss Jade, may I take this dance?" Tristan asked, as if all the other people weren't here. "Of course," Mary said immediately. Her heart beat faster. The other 3 men were blown away without a chance to resist. They could only look at Tristan, shocked speechless by the way he carried himself. How can he walk like that? He just ignored us like we were ants next to him. Now I actually feel like an ant. I might start crying now. And Miss Jade. No way she can like me when there are people like Tristan Gemello around. Ding. You have slapped the faces of 3 people of moderate status. Reward. Your CP increased by 600. Ignoring the notification, Tristan led Mary to the dance floor, intending to show off himself with her to everybody. The hardest part will be to try not to make her actually think that I'm smitten with her. Last thing I want is to bother with her offense when she realizes I'm not. Chapter 130. The Rival Returns. From the moment Tristan took her hand to lead in the waltz, Mary Jade couldn't stop looking at him. Although she was stunned by his soulful singing at the stage, the force of his personality was 10 times as strong from up close. She was absolutely magnetized. Her mind of an artist already imagined all the costumes Tristan could wear for his next performance, while her mind of a woman imagined him without a costume. Tristan knew perfectly well how to dance several variations of waltz and plenty of other common dances. Mary Jade knew just enough to look stylish in her dress, while twirling around and not step on anyone's toes. But with his level of skill, Tristan led her around the dance floor with effortless grace, enchanting her even more. Mary was half a head shorter than him, and her sky blue dress was a beautiful contrast to Tristan's black suit. It all just made him look more attractive, especially to the eyes of women who already looked at him with smitten eyes. Now Tristan was especially desirable because he already had someone else, even if just for one dance. His sheer presence was so distracting that half the time Tristan approached another pair of dancers to close, someone would trip or step on their partner's legs. All the while, Tristan himself barely looked at Mary, instead subtly examining other dancers and people who gathered to just watch the dance. And plenty of them, instead of looking at their partners or Tristan, were watching another person instead. The last man whom Tristan expected to dance today, Angelo Omen, the statue-like man, dressed in a plain white suit, was dancing without a partner at all. His eyes were half closed, and his hands were raised as if he held someone's shoulders, but there was only empty air. Despite this, he moved with the same perfectly measured elegance he had when playing music. Whether or not it was his intention, Angelo's shocking display turned plenty of heads, stealing Tristan's spotlight. And when people saw the way he mimed every motion, creating an almost visible illusion of a partner, to the point where someone could easily tell that the imaginary woman was a head shorter than him, they were drawn to keep watching. If some just waited for Angelo to make a misstep, or outright snickered at this outlandish display. The display was so strange that Tristan couldn't find in himself to be offended or annoyed that this man became his rival once again, even in this trivial matter. Instead, Tristan was just trying to understand what was going in Angelo's head. This looks like a performance, but doesn't Angelo dislike those? As well as talking to people. I bet he's only here because he was pressured to come by his parents. But if they pressured him to dance, won't they bring a partner for that as well? Tristan was thinking so hard that he almost didn't notice when the song ended and the pair split up. Ding! You had impressed an audience of 24 people of moderate and high status or skill with your dance. Reward: your CP increased by 900. There were at least 50 people dancing and many more than that watching. It was a large gala. If not for Angelo, Tristan could have impressed more people. He bowed slightly to Mary Jade with a roguish grin. Thank you for the dance, Miss Jade. Now excuse me, I want to talk with an acquaintance. Of course. You've been a wonderful partner, Mr. Gemello. I hope we will be able to meet again in the future. I'd love to have you as my fashion model, even if only for a night, Mary said meaningfully. Despite the flirting and the innuendos in her heart, Mary already knew she wasn't getting Tristan. Not after he spent most of the dance looking anywhere but at her. With a slight sigh, Mary looked around for the second most handsome person around. At the same time, Tristan was standing at the edge of the dance floor and looking like he was waiting for Tristan. Mr. Gemello, Angelo said at Tristan's approach. I hope to meet you again. Tristan grinned. Of course he would. Tristan still owed Angelo money, if only because he couldn't pay it discreetly until now. I thought so, Mr. Omen. Let's speak a bit more privately then. Tristan nodded towards several small balconies, which were partially hidden from the people inside with half-transparent curtains. Let's, Angelo said. On their way there, Tristan waved Nell in a gesture that translated from bro code to have fun on your own, please. Then Tristan and Angelo took an empty balcony, which was just big enough for a company of 2 or 3 people. Several stories below them was a beautiful green garden of the luxurious hotel where this gala took place. I remember my promise, Mr. Omen. In fact, here, in a subtle gesture, which won't be seen from both the gala hall and from the garden, Tristan passed Angelo a thick leather wallet. $20,000. By the way, Next time I suggest that you ask for at least a part of payment in advance, Mr. Omen. Angelo hid the wallet in an inner pocket of his suit jacket. It bulged slightly, but not too much. Thank you for the advice. By the way, were you dancing by yourself earlier because you like to dance, but would hate to actually dance with someone? Angelo blinked, which was probably the most shocked he could appear. Yes, I like waltz. The orchestra playing today were all good performers, even if the violinist wasn't putting his all into the act. But I don't like being touched. Tristan grinned, happy that he guessed it right. Angelo tilted his head slightly. This is the first time I find a person who understands me so well after knowing me for such a short time. And you are an exceptionally talented musician. May we still stay in touch after today? Tristan tilted his head, too. Understand him? I'm just guessing blindly. This man has no tells. Was this an offering of friendship? Does Angelo consider me my friend? I really don't know. Chapter 131. A meeting with yet another gang leader. Stay in touch, sure. You can have my phone number, Tristan said. It never hurts to have talented people as your acquaintances. They might be useful, he thought. I'm glad, Angelo said without even a hint of a smile, and turned toward the garden. They stood in an awkward silence for half a minute until Tristan realized Angelo had finished the conversation. Tristan sighed and went to the balcony door. Enjoy the view, Omen. There was no reply. The rest of the party went uneventfully, except for a minor scandal between two men, one of which found his girlfriend getting too close and personal with another on a balcony. But at least that wasn't Tristan's problem. Next day, Tristan officially had a small vacation. He didn't even need to ask. Derek actually approached him first and told him to get some rest in Los Angeles, while the manager would sort through all the offers and invitations sent to Tristan. In a week, Tristan will have to return to his city and record his singles and release an album and perform on a tour and so on and so forth. Pop star routine. He had a week left to squeeze Los Angeles like he wanted to. I think I want to be on my own. You know how it is, a change of circumstances, a change of faces. Maybe I will just drive around or hit a bar or two. I don't know. Tristan told Derek. You probably won't see me often in the meantime. I might not even come at night if I party too hard, so don't worry. Derek fought not to sigh. All right. You won't take Mr. Meyer with you. Well, he still needs to do his recording, doesn't he? Tristan chuckled. Wouldn't want to distract him. With that convenient excuse and a disguise, a pair of sunglasses and a basic outfit of jeans and a rock band t-shirt, Tristan escaped this part of his life to fully focus on another. He drove his car to the second apartment he rented in this city, one that was rented for himself and left unused until now. There, Tristan switched identity to his criminal one and checked his text messages. Status reports showed only good news. There were no attacks on his people, and his reinforcements were already in the city, staying in a discreet motel and waiting orders. Also, one of the gang leaders Tristan wanted to talk about was already prepared to meet him. And not just anyone. From the information Tristan had, his gang, Bluebirds, had been the one most involved with the sea trade. Next news was worse. From the information sent by Vargas, the Los Angeles police was organizing a major operation, and although there were very few details, it was definitely aimed against gangs. I have to hurry. And to achieve that, Tristan opened his status panel. Ding! Charisma attribute increased from 245 to 345. Ding! Fearsomeness attribute increased from 476 to 876. He spent 1,000 pp and 4,000 CP improving his attributes. The aura of love and fear Tristan projected without even trying grew, slowly turning into something borderline supernatural. It would be eerie to anyone looking at him, but Tristan himself was unaware of that change because he was in the eye of his own storm. With my voice, it should be enough to intimidate the local gangsters into submission, even if they will be hostile at first. And for those who disagree, I have men, guns, and men with guns. 2 hours later, this part of the city was rows and rows of almost identical warehouses. The noises of truck engines and industrial machines created a background of constant noise in which a small shootout could disappear with ease. Tristan walked up to a warehouse with a blue W-shaped bird painted on the side of it, and an address he was given earlier. Behind him were 4 of his most loyal men, Trey, Owen, Cutout, and Sam, all eager to stretch their legs. They were all wearing shades and various hats to disguise their faces, which made them look somewhat like tourists. In front of him was a man dressed like a warehouse worker, leaning on a wall near the entrance. There was an unlit cigarette in his mouth, creating the illusion that he was on a smoke break, and a gun in his pocket. "Mr. Hayes, please, come in alone." A basic show of force. Tristan didn't even hesitate with a response. "No. If you wanted me to come alone, you should have chosen a different place. Now open the gate." Tristan spoke matter-of-factly, but with an absolute assurance that his orders will be obeyed. His voice burrowed into the guard's nervous system before it reached his consciousness. He reached for the gate's remote before he even thought to protest. After that, all he could do was try to save face by pretending he never said anything at all. A gate opened a fraction, wide enough for Tristan's group to enter. Inside really was a warehouse, a massive one, with rows of containers and shelves. The main pathway was wide enough for a car to pass. When Tristan's group walked in, the gate closed behind them. 10 meters ahead of the entrance stood a dozen men who could have passed for ordinary workers if not for the guns under their clothes. They created a semicircle around their leader, a tall, middle-aged man with a short black beard and hair gathered in a ponytail. Like his subordinates, he was dressed into clothes fitting for an ordinary worker or a sailor. But he projected an aura of a leader, just like Tristan had. The leader of Bluebirds, mostly known as Sea Devil. All Tristan found about his real name was Damien. At Tristan's approach, he grinned broadly. "Mr. Hayes, what an honor to meet you. I hope you really didn't come to threaten me with that pitiful posse of yours." Sea Devil gestured at Tristan's crew. Tristan walked to a comfortable talking distance and stopped. There was nothing but confidence in his features, but inwardly, he was confused as hell. That man, his face, his voice, why does he look exactly like Asher Ilum? Chapter 132, Sea Devil and a Land Devil. For a moment, Tristan wondered if Asher Ilum, the strangely antisocial film director, also had a second identity as a crime boss. However, Sea Devil's beard was definitely real, and Ilum didn't have a beard. And after looking closer, Tristan could see more slight differences, like several tiny moles spread across Sea Devil's face, or the scars on his knuckles. Either Sea Devil was just a person who coincidentally looked exactly like Asher Ilum, or a brother, or even an identical twin. I can't do anything with this guess unless I have the facts, which I don't. But even a guess can be worth a lot. The information I have on him only said that he's reckless and ruthless, but cunning, effective, and mostly fair. His people respect him, and other gangs are cautious of Bluebirds. "Mr. Sea Devil, or do you prefer being called Damien?" Tristan said before he stood still for too long. "I hope you didn't invite me here just to gun me down. That won't work for you anyway." Tristan and his people not only had weapons, but also bulletproof vests under their clothes. The gear brought by Tristan's reinforcements was uncomfortable, but it made Tristan much surer about himself. His analytical skills were already calculating shooting trajectories. Half of Sea Devil's people didn't have a clear line of shot because he stood in front of them. In case of a fight, Tristan and his crew could shoot much more effectively, although that fight won't end without losses on his side. Sea Devil narrowed his eyes. "Call me whatever you want, Mr. Hayes. I see the rumors aren't lying. Handsome like the devil, alluring like a siren, terrifying like the deep-sea things that never see sunlight, they say. And you already convinced Vargas to wag his tail for you like a dog. Well, I'd like to see you work your charms on me." He spread his arms wide with cockiness. From what Tristan could see, this man really was a tougher nut than Vargas, even if Vargas wasn't convinced by Evelyn. Damien was a risk-taker, a reckless person who'd look death in the face with a grin. He'd be hard to scare, and as for charming, people like him rarely liked anyone but themselves. The only reason Damien invited Tristan is clearly to mock him and then probably kill him. But people like Damien respected guts. "Vargas works with me because he sees where the profit is," Tristan said. "Don't you want to be free to work your shipping business without brushing elbows with other gangs?" "Huh. What kind of work that'd be if I didn't have to shoot someone on occasion? Try better." Tristan's words didn't affect Damien at all. He frowned inwardly. With each word he says, I understand him better, but I need to put him off balance before I can push him. Soften him up. Tristan's observation skills worked on overdrive. analyzing Damien's weaknesses through every detail of the surroundings. But there wasn't much. Despite that, Tristan put on a dagger-like smirk. He would just try until he hit something, or do things by force, after all. With that smirk, the subtle aura of fearsomeness around Tristan grew more pronounced, and it almost seemed that the light in the warehouse dimmed a little. Suddenly, Tristan appeared scary on a completely different level. A level couldn't be explained by rational means anymore. It made people uneasy just staying in the same room with him. So you are perfectly content staying in your own little nest until someone succeeds in putting a bullet between your eyes? You seem much more ambitious. Damien's eyes widened, but his posture didn't change. He was scared like all the others, but he pushed through it. Exactly. I will be a ruler of this city, not you, Hayes. It's only a matter of time. And you are just a rival I have to deal with. It doesn't matter how scary your mug is, if you are all bark and no bite. A wave of tension flew over the area, as people began subtly reaching for guns, many with shaking hands, after Damien's threatening words. However, when the man himself didn't make aggressive movements, people began to relax. Try again, Hayes. One more time. Show something worthwhile. Inwardly, Tristan gasped. This is it. It doesn't matter how scared Daniel is, because he was ready for this. It only makes him more dangerous. Suddenly, he let his shoulders drop. His posture relaxed, and his smile became soft. In an instant, he stopped looking like a prowling serial killer from a horror story. Instead, he looked just like a handsome young man who could be anyone's friend. The sudden change of attitude was akin to a bucket of cold water splashed on people's heads. Damien froze for a moment, and Tristan immediately seized this opportunity. He walked right toward Damien, ignoring the way he and his people tensed, like he was an animal trainer entering a tiger's cage. It was risky. Every moment could be considered an act of aggression, worthy of gunning Tristan down. But when Tristan approached like that, with nothing but friendliness in his movements and on his features, he didn't seem threatening enough to raise weapons against. As he walked, Tristan spoke. You are so intent on being my enemy, Damien. Intent on being everybody's enemy. In my city, people know they live not in boats separated by a wide sea, but in a stone jungle where you must gather in larger and larger packs to survive and thrive. Eventually, the brains of Damien and his people will catch up with them, and they would realize that this was just a trick, but they were too distracted by Tristan's hypnotic voice to act yet. Tristan stopped right in front of Damien, tense like a confused predator, and reached out with his palm. An offer of a handshake. You plan to conquer this city. I plan to conquer this country, and maybe the world. So, for the last time, instead of being my enemy, would you rather be my friend, Damien? Chapter 133, More Friends. Confidence, a charismatic smile, a knowing glint in the eye, and a compelling voice. Would that be enough to sway the opinion of the Sea Devil? Until this moment, Damien thought they wouldn't. He never even believed in charisma before. In real-life stories of politics and cult leaders who convinced people to do the craziest things just with the force of their personality. Damien's men followed him because there was power and money behind him, and because Damien mostly won his gambles. Tristan Hayes, from Damien's sources, he certainly had the skills and the moxie to be a leader. And that charisma, and that moxie again. Damien stared down at the offered hand and chuckled. Any of my men and myself could have shot you 10 times over already. Tristan kept smiling. You keep saying these words, Damien, but nobody even pulled out a gun yet. Is changing your mind really worse for you than hesitation? No, of course not. People who don't change their minds when new threats appear end up dead. People who don't hesitate stay alive. But you know all this, or you wouldn't have put it this way, Hayes. Quick like lightning, Damien slapped Tristan's hand like a horizontal high five. Friends, now do tell me, what's your plan, Hayes? With that big head of yours, you already must have one. Tristan nodded. He didn't relax yet, but his smile became more genuine, although it made no visual difference. He knew that despite Damien's agreement for now, the man wasn't really trusting him or being friends with him. He was just intrigued enough to investigate peacefully. With the gangs united, we can improve the logistics of traded goods over the ground immensely, and with King Lion Gang's resources, we can start selling our own things back. I will gladly tell you more, but somewhere more convenient, perhaps. After an hour of Tristan sharing his plans and ideas about getting more money from Los Angeles, he and Damien established a solid rapport. Despite his appearances, Damien was quite cautious, but not in a way that made him pass on good opportunities. Instead, his cautiousness made him to be almost intuitively aware of dangers. With Damien and Vargas on Tristan's side, convincing other local gangsters to join his cause was much easier. Two were a pair, but three were a collective, and it was clear who had the power here. In a week, Tristan made two more small gang bosses into his friends, a gaunt skull James who ruled over James' boys, and Victor of the First Day Army. James and his boys were a bunch of junkies who survived thanks to their leader's animal instincts. Trash, but somewhat trainable. The First Day Army thought they had an ideology, but it could be summarized that might makes right. Tristan just needed to punch Victor in the face in front of his people to give him no other choice but to fight back, with his fists, or follow, because his people would follow the stronger man. Victor tried to fight back, but Tristan hit him until he realized he had no chances. Tristan also shot one particularly unreasonable gang boss, unreasonably believing in his invulnerability, dead, which sent its own message. The remains of the dead man's gang quickly split apart. By the end of the week, Tristan had enough people and resources on his side to make even Leon Clavin think twice if he wanted to fight them. The gangs Tristan united, when put together, were as big as the part of Cuatro Angulos which the King Lion gang kicked out of the city. Even if the alliances were still tentative, and most of these people weren't loyal to him specifically yet, they just followed their leaders, who followed Tristan's generous promises. Tristan had enough for a show of force. But very little time remaining. To smoothen his relations with these people, and to prove that he had more than words, Tristan had to pay money, which weren't infinite. And soon, he would have to leave Los Angeles. But before that, he planned to make his move. The living room of the apartment Tristan rented for himself was barely big enough to fit all the people present here today. He gathered all his important allies here, in secret, for the next step of his plan. Martinez, still in dad's wear, was sitting in a corner of a couch, frowning at Vargas, who took a place next to him. On the other side of Vargas sat Victor with chin raised toward the ceiling. James huddled on the windowsill, staring at the others and chewing on his nails. Damien perched on a dresser standing near a wall, which allowed him to look down on everyone. Tristan himself sat in the only chair, and Sam leaned on a wall behind him. Today, he wasn't a bodyguard, but represented Tristan's men in the city. "So what you brought us here for, friend?" Damien asked. "Something grandiose, I hope." "Yes, it's time to act. Until now, I didn't tell you the full extent of the situation, but you have some of it. As you know, I'm in control of a quarter of the King Lion gang, and that's where the money I invested in you already came from. Now, let me introduce Mr. Hugo Martinez, who until recently controlled another quarter." Tristan gestured at Martinez, who nodded gruffly. "I still do. What I had is still rightfully mine, and it will be returned. With Mr. Hayes' help. Yes, and 2/4 make a half. Then, if you have a slightly bigger half, it's almost the same as having the full piece." Tristan smiled. "In simpler words, who should we all be content with a quarter when we can have it all? I know how to take over the King Lion gang to everybody's profit, and all you will need to do is to stand at my side." A wave of reactions went through the room. Martinez's eyes widened at Tristan's boldness, audacity, but he stayed silent. Vargas frowned in thought. "A great idea, but it will actually work better with fewer people," Victor said, pointing at James. "Get rid of this trash, and I'm in." Chapter 134. Friend of my friend isn't my friend. "Get rid of this trash, and I'm in." James jerked up immediately and shouted back in a shrill voice. "Trash. Look at yourself. A bunch of pussies. All you know is how to beat women and children." A single spark was all that it took to ignite the tense atmosphere in the room. Just like Vargas warned Tristan before, these gangsters knew and hated each other for a long while. "Oh yeah." Damien pumped his fist in the air. "Fight, fight, fight. Cull down that junkie, boy soldier." "I will. That will show him whom I can and can't beat." Vargas sneered. "These three are ballast and really shouldn't be here. Can't you see it now, Mr. Hayes? I'd do much better with only me," he said to Tristan, although he pointedly looked at the fighting gangsters as he spoke. "Cull down. Never. You will never get me." This was a ploy, I knew it. A trap. With that cry, James jumped off the windowsill and reflexively reached for his gun holster, which was empty, because Tristan told everyone to leave their guns in another room. Just in case. The movement still triggered everybody's reflexes. Damien tensed like a cat ready to pounce. Victor began rising from his seat. Martinez leaned away from them. I'm not doing anything until you deal with this shit show, Mr. Hayes, he said quietly. Sam glanced askance at Tristan, who finally stood up. Maybe letting them shout at each other to let out steam and grievances wasn't such a great idea. Aloud, he said, quiet, and sit back down. There will be absolutely no fighting. You aren't First Day Army this and James boys that and Bluebirds whatever anymore. Keep your grudges at home and eyes on the goal. Tristan's authority was enough to make James sit down, but it didn't stop people from throwing hateful and wary glances at each other. Do as you say or what? James muttered snidely. If you want to gun someone down, why not start with Vic Boy here? Victor opened his mouth, but Tristan's piercing gaze stopped the words in his throat. No, I won't be gunning anyone down. You have already agreed to work with me, and I with you. But if you act like kindergarten children, I will treat you the same. Well, should I make you shake your hands and make peace? Or maybe put all of you on a timeout in a corner? Worse than death for these people. Public humiliation. In the eyes of their worst rivals, no less. After all, even if they acted like children at this moment, they still ruled a massive part of the Los Angeles underworld. Each of them had a few dozen men under their command. Tristan's threat made gangsters look away from each other and pretend to be unaffected. Maintain some dignity, at least. Even Damien was quiet. The system chimed up with a notification, a few hundred points for a minor intimidation, and a fearsomeness increase. Satisfied with the lack of response, Tristan nodded and sat back down. Now, if nobody has any constructive objections, I will continue. James opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Yes, James. What the fuck is constructive objection? You can't build an objection. Damien and Victor snickered. Sam suppressed a smirk. Martinez and Vargas scowled harder. Tristan didn't do any of it, but he wanted to, and also to facepalm. This man needs to be replaced in his role as soon as possible, and put into rehab. But for now, I just need his boys. If you don't know, then just listen. Anyone else? There was shaking of heads. No. The plan is juicy. Tell us more. No objections. Tristan was sure that these people will still be way too prone to biting each other's throats. But this is what he had the time for right now. He pointed at Martinez. He's a fugitive at the moment, so a perfect bait. Mr. Martinez will call Whitman and claim that if Whitman doesn't let Martinez escape from King Lion Gang's reach, then Martinez will really give police blackmail on the gang and on Whitman himself. Try to pin it back on him. Martinez gasped. But I'd never do something this slimy. I'm not like that snake. Nobody asked you to actually do these things. But Whitman might believe you. It doesn't matter if he thinks you are just bluffing, either. All I want is that he tracked your location through that call. Maybe he will even suggest that you meet him somewhere to go through details. Calls might be listened into, you know? Tristan smirked meaningfully. Martinez frowned thoughtfully. Yes, that's a good idea. I will insist that I talk with him personally, no one else. That would be only reasonable. Damien nodded. Quite smart. If you just suggested a meeting outright, or gave Whitman information yourself, he'd be suspicious. But like that? A perfect bait, shiny but not too easy. And then the fisher comes in. Us. That's right. We will bring all the firepower. Not to fight, but to show what we have. Alone, with only a part of his men, he will be completely defenseless there. He will be ours, whether he gives up or we take him by force. And then he will talk for us to the other half of the gang. So no fighting at all. Someone will be disappointed. Victor glanced at Damien. There might be fighting. I would prefer to go without. But if Whitman thinks he's done for, he might act desperately. If he dies, it's not the end of the world, but it will make things much more complicated. Gotcha. Need Whitman alive, not whole. James muttered through chewed-down fingernails. Boys to look scary. That's easy, my boys are always scary. Then cash? Stuff. Cash, weapons, stuff. I know a good place where we can put Mr. Martinez to be found, Damien said. It's a warehouse that stays conveniently empty because several ships were delayed by a storm. It's not huge, but a lot of men will fit in. They can hide behind shelves or something. Tristan nodded. This might work. We still need to iron out the details. So, he reached out and picked his laptop. Let's begin. Chapter 135, On Position. Next evening, the warehouse was as Damien had described it, big and empty enough to fit several dozen people with guns behind all the empty shelves. The overhead lighting was dim enough to help them hide. A man-sized door near the truck-sized main gate was cracked open in an invitation, but the sun had already set. Damien's people filled some of them with boxes to create cover, and then Victor's guys added some bags with dry concrete as a proper cover from bullets. It was the last evening in Los Angeles for Tristan. Tomorrow, Derek and the entire crew were going to leave this city. Tristan was supposed to go with them. There was an interview scheduled in his city 2 days later with a major news outlet, timed with the upcoming release of the CYS contest on TV. He had to make this evening count, and he had to make it in time for the interview. Thankfully for me, everything was smooth enough until now, Tristan thought. As long as Whitman actually appears here, we are all set. And he should. From what Kevin messaged Tristan earlier today, Leon Clavin's detectives were actually doing their job. It looked like they had doubts the information leak was Martinez's fault, and Whitman had to hurry to apprehend his target before someone lit a chair under him. And Whitman wouldn't believe that Martinez found powerful enough allies here. Not with the picture Whitman painted around him. The people Tristan gathered were waiting in cover, hidden well enough for a nasty surprise. A dozen from each of his allies, led by their respective gang leaders personally, to minimize discord in ranks, and because these people still didn't trust Tristan much. Victor's people of the First Day Army were the most disciplined of all, silent, and wearing bright red jackets similar to some old army uniforms. They looked at everybody like at targets for a punch or a shot. The Rose Street Gang, led by Vargas, were much less uniform. Very different people, united only by rough origins and experience with violence. Damien's Bluebirds were grinning behind their boxes as if already imagining the bloodshed and the spoils of it. James' boys were the youngest people here on average. Some weren't even legally adults. But they all had a look in their eyes that told Tristan that they would shoot first, without even thinking. James appeared to be the only thing that held them under control. Somehow, even though the man was barely in control himself, even more jittery today than the last time. He's on some sort of drug, and I wish I knew which exactly. How come my system still didn't offer me a skill to tell these things? And, of course, there were Tristan's people. Also a dozen, all as disciplined and battle-ready as Tomas could make them in the brief time since Tristan took Pierce's place and made Tomas one of his second-in-commands. For more of Tristan's people, the last of them, were positioned at strategic points around this place, checking out the surroundings. Tristan and Martinez crouched closest to the only entrance, watching a video feed coming from the camera directed outside the door. Today, they both put on presentable suits with bulletproof vests underneath. On it, a car parked near the warehouse's entrance. 5 men walked out, Whitman himself in his usual suit, and 4 men barely hiding that they carried guns. A text message popped up on Tristan's phone. A car with 5 armed people parked near Point B. They are just waiting. So Whitman didn't expect Martinez to have any allies, but brought a reserve force, just in case. Text if they flee, shout if they move to the warehouse. Whitman's group paused near the open door. Tristan could hear bits and pieces of conversation. They were wondering if this was a trap. Whitman gestured for one of his men, who peeked in to see what was inside. A few moments later, he stepped in, looking around with his gun drawn. Tense. Tristan turned and looked at Martinez, meaningfully. Martinez clenched his jaw and stood up. As instructed, he turned on a recorder on his phone, hid it in his inner pocket, then walked from behind his cover, deliberately loudly, and with his hands already raised. The goon already had his handgun aimed at him when Martinez appeared in his sight. Stop right. I said that I was going to speak with Whitman himself, not his people. Call him. Call him now, Martinez ordered, interrupting the man. It was unnecessary. Whitman was already walking in, followed by the rest of his people. The man was smiling. You are still as bitchy as always even. Now, Martinez. Trying to keep a tough face even on your gallows, huh? Martinez's face went red with anger. So that's how you speak when nobody important is here to call you on it, Snake? If only Mr. Clavin knew whom he chose as his right hand, he'd tear off your head with bare hands. Only you could betray our brothers like that. Whitman snorted. Brothers, really? We are gangsters. We are in this for money, not for family and comradeship. Huh. If you showed that soft, romantic heart of yours a little more often, Martinez, nobody would have believed that you tried to get another underboss killed. People like you are what brings us closer and closer to complete anarchy. No organization can exist without trust within its members. You never understood it, Whitman. It was all about power and control with you, and it will stab you in the back one day. Whitman laughed. If so, then you won't live long enough to see it. Are you going to come with us peacefully, or should I order my people to take you by force? Whitman wasn't the type to brag too much. Fine, let's just bag him and then interrogate him properly. Tristan clapped his hands loudly and stood up. The signal was given, and his people walked out from behind their cover. Chapter 136, Bulletstorm. Whitman's people raised their guns, but they were already half surrounded, and by people who had many more guns than them. All stood near or partially behind covers, and in a way that didn't block the line of fire. Damien learned from his mistakes quickly after they were pointed at. Martinez also stepped away from the line of fire and toward a nearby crate, although he didn't hide. Tristan stood next to him casually, with hands in his pockets. What a surprise, Whitman. It looks like your worldview will bite you in the ass much sooner than you expected. Lay down whatever weapons you have and order your men to do the same. It's 10-1. You stand no chance. Whitman was pale and wide-eyed. Hayes, what are you doing? He pointed at Martinez. Why are you on the side of this traitor? The one who hated you more than had loyalty to his own organization. Tristan frowned. Don't try this bullshit on me, Whitman. I know he didn't do it, and your continuous lies prove it was your fault. Give up. Tristan's voice was rumbling with authority, strengthened by the force of 50 guns behind him. Nobody in their right mind could argue with so much authority and guns. Whitman hesitated for a moment, but after a look at the twitchy, trigger-happy fingers of James and the bloodthirsty grin of Damien, his shoulders fell. His goons lowered their guns. All right. A quiet thrill of a call chimed from Tristan's pocket. Forcefully keeping his face calm, Tristan swiftly pulled it out. The caller's name was that of the man from the Point A watching point, the primary route toward the warehouse. A call meant something really, really urgent. Tristan picked it and raised a hand in. A gesture to keep quiet. Boss, there are cops. No SWAT. 2 vans. Coming right in. And I think there's a helicopter, too. What? Tristan had to bite his tongue to not say it aloud. A SWAT police team? With a helicopter? And possibly snipers? This was too much heat, coming too soon. Tristan put the phone away and pulled out a gun instead, which he pointed in Whitman's direction. No time for civilities. Sam, cut out, bag Whitman. The rest, shoot anyone else who twitches wrong, and bag them too. Quickly, Tristan's people obediently moved forward, but the sudden change of pace made others uneasy. What's the sudden change of plans? Damien asked quietly, but got no answer. Whitman looked around with a nervous frown. You can't expect me to just go with this all, Mr. Hayes. His people moved closer to him, expecting a command, and also creating a protective circle around their boss. The boss can, and he does. Put your gun on the floor. Sam ordered the man who blocked his approach to Whitman. The goon glanced askance at Whitman, who slowly nodded. But it was too late already. It was too late when Tristan got the warning and knew it, just refused to accept it. Now his ear caught the sound of engines approaching from the outside. No time. Get ready. Hostiles are coming. Tristan shouted to all the gunners he brought with him. And prepare for the tear gas, or even for a flashbang. What? James screeched. Those are pig things. Cop things. Shit cops. I remind you that the only entrance is ahead of us. Jimmy, Damien said mockingly. Blocked by the snake. At least it doesn't look like it all was his fault this time. Whitman was even paler than before, but there was also a flash in his eyes that Tristan didn't like at all. Team 1, forget it. Get the hell away from them. Martinez, we must move, too. Before they could, the entrance door cracked open, and a trio of grenades was chucked one by one through the narrow crack, rolling all the way forward to Whitman's position. The world slowed down in front of Tristan's eyes. Tear gas, flashbang, tear gas, Tristan counted. Shit. From my angle, even if I shoot, I will just shoot them to the side, not back toward the entrance. They will still be inside and close enough to affect most people here. At least they had a warning. With his left hand, he reached for his second gun. With his right hand, Tristan aimed at one of Whitman's goons. With his legs, Tristan prepared to spring for cover. When the time dilation ended, he started moving like a freed spring. Whitman's people raised their guns again and aimed at Tristan's. Tristan shot first, hitting a man aiming at Sam in the eye. Whitman himself covered his eyes with his hand. "Run. This is our." There was an ear-splitting bang that echoed inside the warehouse like a bang of a church bell. Tristan had closed his eyes and looked away a split second before that, but the sound still made his ears ring. For a moment, he heard nothing but white noise, but then it began rapidly dissipating, and other noises entered the place. There was still some ringing and pain in Tristan's ears, but it was all tolerable. The second time, a flashbang did much less damage than the last. Those 600 toughness really do their job, Tristan thought from behind his flimsy crate cover. Then he felt a stinging smell of tear gas and held his breath. Squinting, he leaned from behind the crate and looked toward the scene. Those were the first notes of a gunfight cacophony. Half a dozen men in heavy military equipment and with automatic rifles rushed through the door, immediately diving toward the cover. A few more peeked from the other side of the door. "Lay down your weapons and don't resist arrest." Whitman and his people were thoroughly disoriented by the flashbang, but already rising and pointing their guns in seemingly random directions. "Kill them all first, boys," James shouted, pointing his gun at the SWAT operatives. His eyes were full of tears and blinking rapidly. Other people were just recovering from a flashbang, only for the tear gas to reach them, but still pointing their guns somewhere. And an instant later, it became impossible to tell from and to where the bullets were flying. Chapter 137, The Dark Beacon. The SWAT members were shooting, the gangsters were shooting. All of them. The tear gas was decreasing an already poor visibility in the warehouse, and those who still had their hearing after the flashbangs couldn't hear anything because of the gunshot cacophony. The bright flashlights on the barrels of SWAT team rifles made the place look like a nightclub party for gun addicts. When so many little events happen around all at once, the human brain can't comprehend them all. It can either grasp and process one thing at a time and let the rest fly past, or give up and shut down completely. Tristan saw a few people like that, huddled on the floor or behind cover, completely disoriented by the flashbangs and the fighting. "This is shit. This is a completely pointless fight. Fuck. Why does this warehouse has only one exit? The cops have us cornered here." Tristan grit his teeth and looked out of his cover and through the haze of tear gas. He saw Whitman, trying to reach cover, but just stumbling and falling, then clutching his leg. Then Tristan focused on the police. Their high-protection bulletproof vests and helmets would stop a bullet from Tristan's handgun without a problem. The only vulnerable spots were ones unprotected by armor, mostly face. "There's no point trying to give commands here. Nobody will hear me." Tristan aimed at the nearest couple of SWAT members, one with each arm. His hands were steady. He shot at once, with his precision unaffected by the mayhem. Bullets hit both men right through their transparent visors. They fell to the ground, but now others turned toward Tristan. Shit. The time slowed down momentarily, giving Tristan time to think. There were around 10 people in total, maybe 12, based on how many fit in 2 SWAT vans. Tristan killed 2, so 8 to 10 were left. I could shoot another man or 2, or I could get away before I turn into a pincushion. The choice was obvious. As the time resumed, Tristan dove for his crate cover. Just in time. The first few bullets missed, but the next ones went right through the thin wood. Several splinters scratched Tristan's cheek, and a bullet hit him right in the stomach. With most of its force taken by the crate and Tristan's bulletproof vest, it felt like being punched by a tiny but powerful fist. Breath flew from Tristan's lungs, only for a moment. "This will bruise." Tristan kept moving, past his cover, toward others, sturdier ones. His eyes began tearing up, and breathing became harder. He caught glimpses of more people falling from the gunfire on both sides. James was darting from cover to cover, running like a cockroach on amphetamine, dodging every bullet and spraying his own back generously. He was laser-focused on the exit. His boys were following, but much slower. And I thought Damien would be the most reckless here. Several SWAT members focused their fire on him, while others began spreading for better cover themselves. Tristan was finally not being shot at for a moment. He prepared to shoot again, but it was hard to aim with tearing up eyes and uneven breathing. Focus, Tristan. Just focus. Tristan covered his mouth with an elbow and tried to take a deep breath without inhaling a lungful of tear gas. The terrible stench, at this point he could feel it even on his tongue, still made him cough once, but he powered through. He could tell that others were succumbing to the gas much faster. Although some, like Vargas and Damien, spent time covering their faces with improvised cloth masks. Holding his breath, Tristan wiped tears from his eyes, blinked again, aimed, and fired several times from both hands. 2 more men fell, one dead, another just to his knee, clutching an arm. A lucky shot between the bulletproof plates, but not lethal. Then another SWAT member fell with a hole in his visor, someone else's work. But gangsters had many more wounded. A glance showed that Whitman's men were all down, at least. The apparent leader of the SWAT team made a few gestures, and the group went deeper into their covers. Then someone threw another grenade. The time slowed down. Another flashbang. But this time, thanks to his dash between covers, and to the SWAT moving deeper into the warehouse, Tristan was in a better position. He opened his stinging eyes wide and aimed his right pistol at the grenade in slow motion. His left looked at the man who sent it, because Tristan had time. 2 shots. Tristan's muscled arms absorbed the recoil like it was nothing. The grenade thrower fell back with a hole between his eyes. The grenade, thrown off by a shot, flew back toward the SWAT team. They recoiled in alarm just as the flashbang went off. Even if no one hears me, leading by example might do something. We need to clear the way out before those helicopter guys come down, or we all suffocate in the tear gas. We need to make them run. The next moment, Tristan sprung from his cover, guns blazing. Now, charge! Tristan shouted as loudly as he could. He could barely hear his own voice, but he hoped that he'd be seen. He was. His dark clothing made him stand out on the gray backdrop of the tear gas fog, the concrete dust from broken bags, and the flashlights of the SWAT team. At that moment, Tristan was a dark beacon in the sea of blinding light. He charged forward while his enemies were disoriented, closing the distance he created earlier. A few bullets whizzed over his head, another grazed his leg. But left and right of him, all the gangsters Tristan gathered were, for the first time, truly united against a common enemy. They charged, too, breaking the distance and pouring the SWAT team with bullets until their vests couldn't take it anymore. Their spirit gave up first. Ding! You have terrified 7 people of high skill. Reward. Your PP increased by 1,200. Chapter 138. They flee. James was one of the first, with his tearing up, red eyes opened wide, and a semi-automatic pistol held tight in both hands. Damien was not too far behind, but the rest were an indistinguishable mass of humans and bullets in the dark. Another of the SWAT men fell from a lucky headshot, and the rest began running. Even now, their professionalism showed. They retreated in an organized way, covering each other and not being stuck in the narrow door. They hope that if they can hunker outside, we will eventually all choke on the tear gas. Then they get reinforcements, and we get caught here like rats in a bucket. Tristan understood immediately. He evaluated possible tactics in a flash. His eyes zeroed on a gate control panel, which stayed miraculously not destroyed by the stray bullets, despite many holes in the surrounding wall. Keep pushing them out, Tristan shouted and charged toward the button. Behind him, gangsters, catching the smell of fresh air from the door, sped up and getting closer. The SWAT members kept shooting inside the warehouse from behind the door, but the returning fire kept them pinned in cover and unable to aim. In moments, Tristan reached for the button and slammed a butt of his gun on it. There was a moment of pause. Damn it. If this thing doesn't work now, I will take off Damien's head, I swear. The gate groaned and began rising. Tristan immediately dropped to the ground, and as soon as there was a hole wide enough, began shooting through it. A moment later, he was surprised to find James doing the same next to him. A couple more SWAT members fell, and the rest began retreating in earnest. Those who could walk picked their dead as they dashed away. James rolled under the opening gate to chase them down. With another curse under his breath, Tristan got after him, holstering his left gun. He caught up with James in a couple of steps and grabbed the back of his collar just as the SWAT vans were driving off. The bullets James sprayed on them until his gun went empty, just ricocheted from the armored vehicles. Stop. Let them run. We have better things to worry about. James reacted immediately by swiveling on his feet and trying to elbow Tristan in his face, but luckily for him, stopped halfway there. If he didn't, Tristan's own reflexes would have made him grab James' arm and dislocate it, or worse. But James was interrupted by his cough. Fucking gas. Just breathe. Breathe, calm down, and calm down your people. Tristan gave James a pat on the shoulder and looked up. Somewhere from above, from a large distance, Tristan heard the noise of a helicopter's rotor. He looked up and saw its lights on the backdrop of the dark sky, not an immediate threat, but a watcher. Tristan could feel eyes directed at him from there. This helicopter will track everybody who tries to escape today, or at least as many people as it could. Perhaps there's even a sniper there, or somewhere else. Tristan listened in to his senses, but felt no gazes from fitting vantage points nearby. Most buildings around here were warehouses, and many of them were in used or under construction. Not a lot of good sniper nests. Finally, Tristan turned back to the warehouse. The gate, opened fully by now, letting in the fresh evening air and letting gangsters out. They were a mess. Almost everybody was wounded to some extent. Many were lying on the ground, dead or unconscious. Tristan's eyes searched for the most important people. Martinez was slumped in a corner, clutching his side and leaking blood on the concrete floor. At least he was alive. Whitman was lying on the ground in a puddle of blood, but it was impossible to tell how much of it was his, when two other bodies were lying near. Damien had a few grazes, but moved smoothly. Vargas was covered in concrete dust, but also looked healthy. Victor was propped up by one of his men and had a bad-looking wound in his hip. Despite that, he held on to his composure and was already giving commands. And James barely had a scratch, despite charging toward the enemy first. What a wonder. Is luck somehow grows with recklessness? Or is it the other way around? Tristan dismissed the thought and stepped into the warehouse. Everybody, we got the cops off us, but they will return. Pack everybody up, alive and dead. Who knows first aid? All right, Vargas will get someone to carry the worst wounded outside. And those who just said they know first aid, help them. The worst wounded are ones who can't walk. And bandage Victor, too, before he bleeds out. Tristan's commands quickly put order into the chaos. At least, being prepared for a fight meant that his people had medkits with them, and not only his. But nobody was prepared for the bloodshed on this scale. He helped personally, too. His first aid skill was very helpful there. By a preliminary head count Tristan did in his head, they lost at least 10 people dead, and about 10 more were badly wounded. Almost a half of his entire force. Whitman's second team escaped, too. Nobody had time to deal with them when they sensed danger. Now Tristan was watching everybody pack in the trucks and cars they drove therein. What a mess, Vargas said, echoing Tristan's thoughts. I couldn't even imagine that this was what the pigs were preparing. Nobody could. An anti-gang operation of this scale? No way. I think the cops were surprised, too. If they knew there were so many of us, they'd bring more people. Tristan replied grimly. I hope this teaches them a lesson. But he felt a gaze from a helicopter on the back of his neck. Nobody leaves until we deal with this, somehow. Chapter 139, Dealing with the Helicopter. The helicopter was a problem. Tristan glanced around in search of the solution and quickly found it. Several opportunists were looking over corpses of SWAT members lying on a sidewalk and near the entrance. Leave the looting for another day. We have more important things to worry about. Tristan shouted at them, approaching the nearest thug. He was one of Damien's people, and despite already forming an attachment to his new shiny gun, Tristan's thunderous face made him abandon the corpse in an instant. And give me that, Tristan said, taking the automatic rifle from his hands. If you are not wounded, then help those who are. The man paled and nodded. He wasn't going to call Tristan his boss aloud, but he wasn't about to avoid a direct order, especially after seeing the way Tristan fought. Vargas watched the exchange with curiosity. That's an M4 rifle, isn't it? I doubt it will do anything against that helicopter. This is a combat model. It has to be armored. And from down below, even if you hit the cockpit, the bullet will just glance off the glass. Maybe if we pick several rifles and keep shooting together. But the cops won't let us. Tristan checked his new rifle with expert movements, making sure it was in working order and that the magazine was still half full. I know all that, Mr. Vargas. But this is all I have in mind. Even an armored helicopter like that, It absolutely has to have vulnerable points. The rotor? Tristan's eyes opened wide, staring at the faraway dot of the helicopter. There was 103.3 meters of distance between them, slowly decreasing. The helicopter was circling around the place of the fight, which gradually brought it closer to Tristan. But it also made the angle of shooting sharper and less convenient. What else? It was too hard to make out the details of the helicopter in the backdrop of the almost fully dark sky. Tristan's ability to analyze what he could see didn't actually improve his eyesight. Vargas, I need an optic scope or binoculars. Anything. I think one of my scouts carries one. Tell him I sent you. Got it. I hope you have a plan, Mr. Hayes. The people are almost ready to move out. Tristan nodded. We still have a few minutes, Mr. Vargas. But also, prepare to split our forces and avoid future chase. Understood. Vargas jogged away. Half a minute later, the scout Tristan mentioned earlier came in his stead, bringing his binoculars. Tristan immediately looked at the helicopter through them. Much better. Now he could make out that the rotor blades were definitely too thick to be notably damaged by a 5.56mm bullet from an M4 rifle. Inside the cockpit, Tristan saw the pilot's head, covered by a mask and safe behind thick glass. The wide door of the helicopter was closed, too. There were no outside weapons, but Tristan spotted silhouettes of people behind the side windows. Black paint with white, SWAT, letters painted on the side hid the armor, but Tristan believed Vargas that it was there. The only thing thin enough to be worth aiming at was the tail rotor, the one the helicopter uses for turning. If I hit it, even if the helicopter doesn't crash, it won't be able to follow us. There was only one problem. It was a moving target at the range of 100 meters, and it was only 1.25 meters in diameter, as Tristan could see. Not a complicated shot, if Tristan had an actual scope, and if the rotor wasn't spinning. I have to hit the blades with a burst shot to deal meaningful damage, and even then, a few will definitely just fly through. Tristan huffed. I wish I had a laser pointer, would have been a better guarantee. Hayes. His name made Tristan lower the binocular. He saw Damien waving a hand at him. Are we going, or what? The cops' reinforcements must be almost here. Vargas said we are about to split apart so that the chase catches the least of us. Have you already decided who will be thrown to the pigs as a distraction? You called yourself our leader, so it's your call to make and your responsibility to carry. Tristan threw Damien a glare. I didn't spend so much time recruiting you to throw any of you under the bus. If there's a way to maximize victories and minimize losses, that's what a good leader does. And there is. Just watch, Damien. With these words, Tristan stuffed the binoculars in his pocket and went toward the nearest car. He lied on the ground, near its hood, and put the barrel on his rifle on it for support. The people inside the car watched with wide eyes. This wasn't the best position, but it was more convenient than standing with his head lifted until his neck hurt. Tristan looked in the sky through the rifle's iron sights. I absolutely can't make this shot like this. I need system status. He still had 10-20 criminal points. Tristan tapped the buttons in the open window. Ding. Firearms shooting skill increased from 816 to 1836. Now he had 0 CP. This had better work. He still didn't feel sure, but he aimed. At this distance, he didn't have to account for wind, and he fired a burst of bullets. The gunshots cut through the relative quiet of the street, and the bullets wheezed into the darkness. Tristan didn't even know if they hit at all. The helicopter rapidly turned toward him and began speeding up, as if about to open its insides and let SWAT members inside shoot back. I need more. Gritting his teeth, Tristan aimed again and fired another burst, and one more for good measure, until the helicopter's body fully hid its tail rotor from him. Did any of this hit? Tristan got to his feet and pulled out the binoculars and paused before he lifted them to his face. He didn't need them anymore. The helicopter continued to spin over its axis, now clearly out of control. Chapter 140, Battle Brothers. The gunshots attracted attention even from those people who weren't watching Tristan until now. They looked at him, then to where he had been aiming until a moment earlier. Gasps and whispers of confusion spread from a person to person. The copter. Why is it moving like that? Holy Mother of God. Is it going to crash? Through the lenses of the binoculars, Tristan saw that his shots had bent several tail rotor blades. More importantly, he must have hit something in the rotor mechanism itself. Instead of rotating smoothly, The blades now were making several spins, only to stop with a sudden jerk. Spin again, stop. Like a stuck record. The helicopter's pilot was pressing and jerking the controls with agitated movements, but it didn't seem to help much. Motherfucker. What a shot. James screeched from the shotgun seat of his designated truck. A copter explosion, like in a movie. Oh, hell yeah. Cheers from other gangsters echoed the statement. Ding. You have impressed an odd 38 people of average, moderate, and high skill and status. Reward. Your PP increased by 1,500. Tristan grinned together with the rest of the people, too. I hate to be the party pooper, but that helicopter won't fall, Damien said, approaching him. The main rotor still works, so it will just land somewhere it can reach. But it won't follow us, that's for sure. Tristan nodded, pulling himself together. Right. Now nothing stops us from hitting the road. Let's move out. An hour later. The aftermath of the operation was still going on. The wounded and the dead were being taken care of, and everything was inspected, counted, and noted down. But before that, Tristan had gathered his allies in his place again. Tonight, the tension between these people was considerably lower. Tristan didn't bring any of his people with him, but that was just because they were badly wounded and needed rest. He was going to tell Derek that they skipped town, and he, Tristan, had no idea why. The agency will have to drop the line of pursuit, especially since its CEO knew what kind of lions that could irritate. Martinez was also badly wounded and needed rest, but he was still here, despite Tristan's hesitance. Bullet had gone through him earlier, so it didn't need to be pulled out. Now his wound was bandaged and almost not bleeding, and the man ate some painkillers. Now he was trying to make a face of someone not pained at all and failing. Others respectfully gave him his space on the couch. We need to talk about what happened and what will happen, Tristan said. What happened? It was a shit show. Victor spat out. Now the cops are going to be on a manhunt for months. Yes, that was a huge blow. I bet they were expecting to meet a couple dozen people at most. Bag them up quickly and proudly present them to the public, Vargas replied with a frown. How did they find us then in the first place? It was a full-sized raid. Sea Devil, you said the place was secure. It was. They must have tracked someone. Weren't Hayes and Martinez in hot water with the police? I bet the cops tracked them. Tristan cut him down with a glare. They didn't. We were extremely careful on our way there. Tristan would have felt any direct observation. And there could have been no trackers in his vehicle, because the vehicle was borrowed from you in the first place. As you said yourself, you weren't on the police radar. It must have been Whitman. Who else? Martinez pressed out. The snake. Dumb snake with a long tail. I think his painkillers interfere with his brain function. But he isn't wrong. Mr. Vargas will try to dig into this later, Tristan said pointedly. But it's not the most important thing. You have been dealt a blow, and now you need to recover. And be quiet while the police look for you. No shit, James muttered. I will share my resources for this, but only after I leave Los Angeles. Which will happen tomorrow. I will send one of my men here to act as a mediator. Definitely Tomas. A strong man to keep that pile of wolves a part of the same pack. He won't be doing any administrative work himself. But, Tristan said heavily, although it didn't go as smoothly as we all imagined it. We did it. Whitman is tied up in a secure place, not bleeding to death. Within days, our alliance will make a major step up. Within months, Los Angeles will be ours. All of it. The cops will just have to deal with it. The infliction in Tristan's voice made that speech more than words. It turned it into a vision, one that people could almost touch. James closed his eyes and reached out with a shaking hand. And you all fought together to reach it. Spilled blood together. You might think whatever you want about yourself, but you are brothers now. We all are brothers. Tristan closed his eyes for a moment, too, feeling a wave of bitter memories. Family is a bond that's stronger than anything. You can reject it, but it won't disappear. It's just a fact, same as that sky is blue and things thrown up always fall back down. No matter what, we will be brothers, so act the part. When he opened his eyes again, there was a solemn atmosphere in the room. The gangsters looked at each other with old distrust, but a new perspective. Ding, you have gained some trust from 3 people of high status and skill. Reward, your PP increased by 1,500. Tristan forced himself not to wince. Today, the ding sound felt especially annoying. Those damn notifications, always ruining moments. All right, points are good. Brothers, huh? Damien drawled, breaking the strange silence. Yeah, I know how that can turn out. All right, fellas, you heard the big man. We are going to play nice for now. No shooting each other on the streets, or cops will come and put us all behind the bars anyway. Fuck you, Victor said back. Vargas chuckled. Damien chuckled too, then began laughing in earnest. James echoed him, same as Tristan, and even Victor began smirking wider and wider. Maybe they will be even better than brothers. Maybe they will actually be friends. Chapter 141, Upon Return. Next day, Tristan spent most of the ride from Los Angeles listening to music and pretending to be asleep. The ride jostled his bruise and all the scratches hidden under his shirt, and although he could stomach the pain and pretend that all was well, he was conserving energy. Derek accepted Tristan's explanation about the escaped security team, delivered with absolute conviction, but had been in a worse mood since then. Nelson was just sad to say goodbye to Los Angeles, although he was already dreaming about returning there permanently and soon. Upon arrival, Tristan escaped all responsibilities related to Stardom as soon as he could. He had more time-sensitive things to deal with. There were many people who had been waiting to see Hayes in person again. It was evening when he stepped inside the Good Lion bar. There were a dozen visitors at the time, and their conversations paused for a moment as people dealt with their surprise. Even the pianist hired to replace Tristan Gemello missed a key because he turned to look at Tristan. Tristan nodded to the people he knew personally on his way to the office. He could have come from the back, but this was a show. He was showing these people that he was back in the city. But he stayed there only for long enough to give Kevin the most vital instructions and hear from him the report of the most important things that happened on the last day. And something happened, something that put a wide smile on Tristan's face. Then he left again. The next place Tristan visited was a basement under one of his properties, his Inside the Gang. Technically, this one was owned by a fake person who didn't even exist. It was a small place, with bare concrete walls, a single light bulb on the ceiling, and the floor covered in plastic tarp. Despite the latter, one could spot speckles of old dried blood on the walls. A classic torture basement. At the moment, its guest was Whitman. He was sitting on a folding chair, slumped on himself, with his legs bound. His hands were left free, but they were lying on Whitman's knees powerlessly. In the recent fight, he sustained several wounds, but the worst one tore something in his shoulder that made his right hand unable to move. The rest just made Whitman unable to do much more than glare at his captors. There were two present, Tristan and Martinez, still on painkillers and leaning on a wall, but proudly refusing to even sit. Tristan threw Martinez a glance and decided to not throw him out yet. The man deserved some satisfaction. He turned to the glowering prisoner. Mr. Whitman, I know you aren't in the best state at the moment, but that state can easily become even worse. Talk to us. Whitman sneered. No. Do the thing. Torture me. I will kick the bucket before you get anything out of me. Stubborn bastard. He still hopes that someone, his people, or Leon himself, will get him out of this in time. Too bad the system didn't give me another truth serum vial until now. All the items were weapons I could get through other sources, anyway. The shop's daily selection was usually a talent, a skill or two, and an item or two. But the pool of all of them was limited and repeated at least every couple of weeks. Not always when Tristan needed it to repeat. We don't need to get anything out of you but your split tongue, snake. Martinez spat out. Whitman just smirked. He was hurting terribly, but he was tough enough for some pain. More importantly, he was going to deal with both Hayes and Martinez by the end of all this. His wounds were playing for him in this case. They couldn't just kill him. Leon won't let it go without proof of his guilt. And Hayes won't be able to hide Martinez or Whitman from the world for long. Not after Whitman's people, ones that escaped the shooting, will tell what happened there. Those people didn't see things themselves, but they didn't need to. The shooting was on all the news. Gang violence on the rise. 24 people dead after a failed SWAT operation in Los Angeles. What is the police going to do? A statement from the LAPD captain on the news at 9. And so on. In short, Leon was going to have questions for Hayes. Lethal questions. And Whitman was going to come out on top, because Hayes was too reasonable and ambitious to just kill him. Tristan Hayes watched all those thoughts flash in Whitman's eyes. His reasoning was easy to understand. Despite that, Tristan smiled. Whitman frowned. And Tristan smiled even wider. He even chuckled. You think that you already won, Whitman, but what you don't know is that you already lost. Lost so much that I don't even need you alive anymore. The only reason I brought you here is an execution. Tristan pulled out a gun and offered it to Martinez. The man took it and stared at Tristan in confusion. I'm not going to believe your bluff, Hayes. If you kill me, the boss will shoot you like a mad dog. You can't just betray the organization by attacking its members unprovoked. A lot of things happened between yesterday and today. Whitman, Mr. Clavin's investigators got to your personal files in your absence and dug out your link with the Los Angeles police. They were, as it turned out, competent people. Now there's a target put on your head. Whitman stared at Tristan, pale and wide-eyed. You are bluffing. What? They did. Glorious bastards. Martinez clutched the gun tighter and aimed it at Whitman. He paused to glance at Tristan. Tristan nodded. Go to the deepest hell, where even I won't see you ever again, Martinez said, pressing the trigger 3 times in succession. Even with shaking hands, at least one shot hit something vital in Whitman's chest. When the man fell to the ground and the quiet returned, Tristan turned to Martinez. This was just the beginning. Next stop, the complete takeover. Try to rest for that night, at least. I need you alive tomorrow. To subdue Leon Clavin. Chapter 142, Ultimatum. Next morning. Today, Leon Clavin's conference room was much emptier than usual. In fact, besides Leon himself, his only company for now was Delgado. They both drank coffee as they waited. Leon with forced calm, Delgado with obvious tension. The door leading into the room cracked open, and Leon's guard looked inside. Mr. Hayes has arrived, and also Mr. Martinez. The young man himself walked inside a moment later. As always, he showed nothing but complete self-assurance in himself on his face and walked in wide, confident steps. In the time since Leon saw him in person, Tristan grew into an even more impressive individual than he already had been. Clearly, the hardships of another city straightened him like steel. Behind him followed Hugo Martinez with a frown on his face and a chin raised high. From the careful way he moved, he was clearly wounded and still hurting. Congratulations on your return. To both of you, Leon exclaimed. With your appearance, Martinez, I will finally be able to clear the matter of the alleged betrayal. And I can't wait to see what Hayes has achieved in Los Angeles. Tristan smiled, sitting down. A lot of things. Why don't you take a look, Mr. Clavin? Out of a small briefcase at his side, he pulled out a stack of printed documents and pushed them toward Leon. He rapidly browsed through them, his eyebrows rising with each page. It was just a summary of a much larger amount of information which Tristan kept to himself for now, but it was already very telling. Tristan not only described all more or less important gangs of Los Angeles, their use as allies and their dangers as enemies, he also added documents proving that he had made an alliance with some of these gangs. Now several trade opportunities for drugs and weapons worth millions of dollars in potential revenue were waiting, just a nod from Leon. This is worth a lot, Hayes. Our organization is going to expand to new heights like that. As soon as our internal strife is cleared, I'm going to pursue this opportunity. This city is growing too small for us. Delgado glanced from Leon to Tristan, then to Martinez. So, was the mission a success? I've heard there were some problems, though. Weren't you hit by a police raid, Mr. Hayes? Tristan smirked at him. Yes, there was a SWAT operation that targeted me and my allies, thanks to Whitman, but it was nothing we couldn't deal with. Speaking of, I also must add that Whitman, unfortunately, died during this attack. He tried to sic police on me and Martinez, but the police got him instead. Leon stared at Tristan intently. This was too convenient. There wasn't a hint of a lie in Tristan's way of speaking, but in any other circumstances, Leon would have started a detailed investigation as a matter of principle. There had to be a strict order to prevent infighting, the sort that happened recently. It's good, then, that my investigators already found definite proof of his guilt, Leon said. Yes, Martinez gritted out. I assumed that otherwise I'd be taken prisoner as soon as I stepped into your manor, Mr. Clavin. Leon turned to him with a glare. From a large, muscular man like him, with a mane of thick blonde hair on a very masculine, but also somewhat noble, face, it was a very powerful glare. You shouldn't have tried to escape in the first place, Martinez. Were you doubting my ability to resolve this all fairly? Were you insulting me with your doubts and undermining Leon's authority? It wasn't something he could just let slide. But to his shock, instead of bowing, Martinez glared right back. What if I was? When Whitman found his proofs and went to catch me, you didn't stop him. And Tristan raised his hand, and Martinez fell silent. Now both Leon and Delgado were confused. Why would Martinez, who always hated Tristan, suddenly defer to him like that? Tristan stood up, and his expression became deathly serious. Mr. Clavin, I respect you as a leader, but there are limits to what you can achieve. Limits that I plan to break. Right now, half of our organization, my people, Martinez's people, and also my allies from Los Angeles, are ready to support me as a leader. Enough to conquer the rest. That war could be long and bloody, which neither of us wants. So I ask you, Mr. Clavin, to give up now and become my subordinate instead. To Tristan's side, Martinez nodded in wordless support. Delgado gasped in astonishment. Leon was stunned speechless, but only for an instant. He opened his mouth to call security, but faster than any sound came from his mouth, Tristan pulled a gun out of his inner pocket and pointed at Leon's face. By the way, conquering the King Lion gang will go much faster and easier without the King Lion. Yes, your guards check everyone who enters the mansion for hidden weapons, but it was surprisingly easy to convince me you trust me enough. Tristan chuckled. No, I'm just that convincing. This is insanity, Delgado shouted, rising to his feet. Only for a second gun Tristan pulled out to suddenly be pointed at him. He gulped. It's a calculated risk, Tristan said with another smug smirk. Even in the worst-case scenario, I know I can leave this place. You know what I can do, too. You've read the reports from the last shooting I was in. He turned toward Leon. Although he spoke to both him and Delgado, Tristan's eyes were making holes only in Leon. His voice seemed to burrow directly into Leon's brain. I have people, and I have guns pointed at your heads. Give up. Truly, fully, without changing your mind as soon as I leave the room. It won't do you good, anyway. Call your right-hand men and tell them that today everything changed. Or shout for help, get a bullet in your head, and come to the same result, but worse. Which one will it be? Chapter 143, The King Lion's Crown. Tristan watched Leon and Delgado's reaction intently. He put on a big show of being 120% confident in his every move, but there was always room for mistakes, as a recent fight with police showed. And he'd rather not be shot again. Delgado opened his mouth again and hissed quietly enough that no one outside could hear. You are ill in your head if you think you can just come and take over what we built over the years, Hayes. I thought you were the fresh blood our organization needed, but you were poison. Poison. Tristan didn't bother replying, still keeping most of his attention on Leon. Delgado wasn't the one who could sway Leon's opinion, but Leon could give Delgado orders. Even now, Delgado was giving Leon cautious glances. It was another insight that Tristan could only find now, when tensions were high and guns were ready to shoot. If Leon gives a signal, Delgado would throw himself between him and bullets. He's loyal to the man himself, not to the organization. But he thinks Leon deserves nothing less than all of it. Leon himself was clenching his fists until white knuckles. You point a gun at me even after everything I gave to you, Hayes. Every opportunity, every promotion. Heh. You are a truly ruthless person, a beast that doesn't know or care what loyalty is. I am loyal, Mr. Clavin, to you and to this entire gang. Otherwise, you'd be dead. But you would never allow me to take over the gang otherwise. Even after growing old, you'd prefer your biological heirs. I'm sure you have someone, even if you hide them well. Leon's frown deepened. What kind of loyalty is it, if you just step over it for the sake of ambition? Delgado asked, looking at the gun aimed at him as if waiting for opportunity. Tristan chuckled. Although it's been a while, his hands were still not tired of holding the guns aimed, because he had a good stance and lots of endurance. He could keep these two at gunpoint without even a tremble in his hands for a long time. It's a mutual benefit, admittedly. My ambition is satisfied, and the gang prospers. And both of you can have a cushy, rich retirement or influential position under me. It won't be a loss. Just a younger lion comes into the pride to protect it when the older one can't. Delgado opened his mouth, but Leon's glare cut him off. I see how it is. I see that if I disagree, you will not hesitate to kill me, despite your loyalty. But I knew when I gave you Pierce's place, that your ambitions can become too grand for me. Suddenly, Leon's tense shoulders relaxed. He made a decision. I will help you achieve your ambitions, but on the condition that you preserve the legacy of my organization. King Lion Gang will stay under that name and be led by King Lion, even if that lion isn't me. Tristan nodded. This is easy. Is that all? Yes. Suddenly, Leon reached out for his head and tugged on his long blonde and fake hair. Mother of God, Martinez whispered, looking at what happened next. Delgado just gasped. Even Tristan's eyes widened in shock. Leon, slightly wincing, pulled the wig off his head. Underneath it was a shining bald spot, with the rest of hair cleanly shaved off. Now a lion without his mane, Leon Clavin offered the wig to Tristan. Ding! You have earned respect, loyalty, and the crown, wig, of Leon Clavin, a former leader of King Lion Gang. Reward. Your PP increased by 5000. Ding! Your criminal rank changed from Made Man to King Lion. Reward. Your PP increased by 15,000. The notifications only shocked Tristan more. But after he realized what they told him, he smiled and hid away the guns aimed at Leon and Delgado. Instead, he took the wig. It was a high-quality thing made from natural hair and currently slightly wet with Leon's sweat. There was a thin, stretchy net under it, which Leon took off together with the wig. I can try it on once, for effect. This will definitely prove the other gangsters who were in charge now. With that thought, Tristan put the wig on. It was somewhat big on him. The sight of Tristan with long blonde hair was as shocking as that of Leon's being bald. Martinez and Delgado both couldn't help but just stare at both of them. Tristan flicked the hair off his face and stuck a pose. No matter his haircut, he still looked handsome. However, if on Leon the blonde, wavy hair gave an impression of a lion's mane, with Tristan it made him look more like a dangerous, unforgiving angel. I'm very glad, Mr. Clavin. What about you, Mr. Delgado? I don't want to work for you, Hayes, he said with sudden determination. My loyalty is still to Mr. Clavin. You can take my assets and my people, but I will work for him alone. Tristan smiled and sat back in his seat. This is fine. Now, there were a lot of sudden changes. The entire hierarchy of the organization will have to be rearranged. Plus, I want to include our new allies more tightly into it, to gradually incorporate their gangs into ours and create intercity structure. But let's start our today's meeting with finding a replacement. For Whitman. No, wait. He pointed at Leon's cup of coffee. Please, call someone to bring a cup of tea to me, too, Mr. Clavin. And Mr. Martinez? Coffee, please. Black. Leon nodded. Snacks for everyone. This seems like it's going to be a long meeting. When a bodyguard carrying a tray of food and drinks entered the door 15 minutes later, he almost dropped them after seeing the change of hair. Tristan just smiled at the man's shock, and at his even bigger shock when Leon suddenly announced, Mr. Hayes is going to take my place as the King Lion of this gang. Defer to him. Chapter 144, Suffering from Success. It took longer than a day to organize all changes in the King Lion Gang. Even a week of work later, the process had only begun. But Tristan's new rule was already solid. There were people who disagreed, but the support on the highest level that Tristan had let him quickly silence all those voices with his authority. And a few carefully measured punishments. Those were mostly older people. Younger gangsters loved to see someone like Tristan at the top. It made them feel like they could reach the same heights as Tristan if they just worked hard. Tristan gladly gave them opportunities for this. And when Tristan wasn't finalizing his takeover, he was finalizing his rise to stardom, which met unexpected hurdles. Inevitably, the best parts of the Californian Young Star contest were going to appear on TV. The expected date was a week after the contest's end, but 10 days have passed already, and the show's producer was still delaying. I will talk with the producing team of the TV show of the contest and ask them what is the problem, Mr. Gemello. Derek said when the topic came up. I want to see you appear on the TV screen globally as much as you do, and not only because of the publicity it will bring. After all the work you put into this, not being shown on TV would be a crime. Sometime later, somewhere in Los Angeles, a middle-aged plump man was waving his hands and talking loudly, looking like he was about to pull hair from his head. This is just not good. Not good at all. Look at this guy. Then look at the other people. Then back at this guy. There's no competition at all. Who would want to watch it? Viewers come for the spectacle, for the drama, for the victories against all odds. Not for some genius to show up and beat everyone. Mr. Harris, and even the surprise round isn't as good as we all hoped. Yes, there are some good, comically pathetic people, but if we only bully these people too much, people will just start bullying us online. Do you want to get cyberbullied? I certainly don't if it means we will lose the contest's reputation. Mr. Harris, but we still need to release the show. We are already missing the deadlines. We edited all the footage, and we need money from showing it. The organization committee of the contest and the investors are already breathing in our necks about it. Arguments like these happened on repeat for a fourth day in the row. All the other people in the conference room listened to the argument with bored and tired faces. The only person who listened intently and heard this all for the first time was Derek Whitfield. Earlier, when he addressed his questions to the producer, Harris, instead of replying, the man invited him to listen to this meeting, which required Derek to make an unplanned trip to LA. The inconvenience was worth it. The more he listened, the wider his eyes became. That's what is called suffering from success. Jamello, he really was too stunning. Even more stunning than in his first round of the contest. Back then, he had more competition, Derek thought. Clearly, the committee had reached a roadblock. Even Harris, after exhausting all his frustration, just sighed and sat down. It's pointless to even buy a spot on a nationwide channel to run this all. Several people echoed the sigh. Bye-bye, yearly bonus, someone muttered. Derek sighed too. This was bad. His boss wasn't going to be happy, Tristan wasn't going to be happy, and Derek himself wasn't happy with this either. There has to be a way to make the show interesting enough to show nationwide. If they could only show records of Jamello's performance on some music-specializing channels, it would have been the easiest. But after 15 more minutes, in which Derek didn't come up with anything, Harris called for a break. Derek left the room and went to sit on a couch placed in the building's hallway. Here, he called Tristan and told him what he found out. Damn. What a situation, Mr. Derek. Thank you for telling me. Derek rubbed his forehead. I will do my best to salvage it. From the pure show-centric standpoint, it'd be best for Mr. Harrier to just cut you and Mr. Omen from the show entirely. I'm sure he'd do that, if not for the fact that you took prize places. Tristan huffed on the other side of the call. He should have thought about these things beforehand. Or the organization committee. He paused, but just before Derek was about to ask if he was still here, continued. That's an interesting idea, though. Derek blinked. You want to be cut out of the show? No. The opposite. Isn't the problem that compared to me and Omen, all the other performances are just a boring waste of airtime? Pitch the idea of just cutting them off to the producer. Then, this was absolutely audacious. But Mr. Jamello, what kind of contest is it with only 2 people? Besides, they need at least an hour of airtime, or they won't earn much money from airing the show anyway. Although, against his initial judgments, cogwheels began turning in Derek's head. At the other end of the call, Tristan smiled. Although, I think there will be a couple of other decent contestants, and the rest of the space can be filled with documentaries or something. Derek cut himself off when he saw people returning from the break walk past him and into the conference room. I will suggest this immediately. Please, if you have any more ideas, leave me a message, Mr. Jamello. Of course. Derek ended the call and followed the rest of these people into the conference room. On the other end of the ended call, Tristan wondered if he could have had done things differently and won the contest without showing off this much. Nah, not with Angelo Omen there. Which means, no regrets. Only hoping that Derek is persuasive enough. Chapter 145, Another Wrench in the Plans. This idea is too problematic. We can shoot extra footage, but it's going to take extra time. Who's going to pay for it? Harrier said after listening to Derek's carefully worded and explained suggestion. And isn't this all too convenient for you anyway? Mr. Whitfield, you are here because of Jamello, but the rest of us are here because of the contest. The loud and venomously spoken tirade would have made many people retreat on the spot. But Derek had much thicker skin than this. He smiled politely. Mr. Harrier, although imperfect, this is a solution to your problems. Don't be so quick to refuse it. You can just air the show footage as it is on the national TV, but I'm sure that following my suggestion will bring you better results in the end. The worst thing in this situation would be doing nothing at all. Exactly, Mr. Harrier. A member of the producing team piped in tiredly. We should do something already. At this point, I'm ready for anything as long as it will be outside this room. The person was supported by nods from other people, those who weren't yet too apathetic to do even that. Harrier scowled at Derek, but before he could speak, Derek continued. Mr. Harrier, why won't you ask the organizational committee what they would prefer? They are the ones who will pay for the extra footage if you agree to my idea. Humph. Perhaps. Does anyone have any other smart opinions about Mr. Ritfield's suggestion? The opinions stayed the same as earlier. Just do something already, please. Or at least stop tormenting us with these meetings. Sadly for this team, their producer loved meetings. I see. Damn, you are right. This is going nowhere. I will push your idea to the organizers. We will see what they think, Mr. Ritfield. But, Harrier narrowed his eyes. They surely will agree that this idea is too convenient for you. Derek nodded with the same polite smile. He knew that if Tristan's idea was put to life, then afterward he was going to be in the CYS committee's debt. But they weren't the worst people to owe favors to, so he wasn't worried. If they agreed, it'd be worth it. 2 days later, they agreed. It helped a lot that Tristan could just call his good pal Dominic Mooresworn, one of the contest's investors, and convince him that his idea was absolutely worth the trouble. Plus, other people on the committee, people whom Tristan charmed at the after-party and made acquaintances with, also were inclined to help him as soon as the thought appeared in their heads. It would be so unfair for someone so dazzling to not appear on the national TV after all that, they thought. Although not all in such words, and not all even realized they had these thoughts. Surely, as many people as possible must see something so stunning. That meant, however, that Tristan had to shoot more documentaries about himself. Although planning the script and the shooting and editing it all would take a month, even with the CYS contest's large production team, Tristan only had to shoot for a few days. Other chosen contestants were also invited to make that documentary. No one thought to refuse, not with the publicity it could bring. Except for Angelo Omen. Of course. Tristan sighed. A lunch meeting that was supposed to bring good news was only bringing him stress today. Yes. He refused, Derek said. I heard that the production team even offered him extra money to be shot, but he said he had enough already and it wasn't worth it. I was hoping, actually, that you can convince him, Mr. Gemello. You have a natural aptitude for befriending people. Mr. Omen is an absolutely enigmatic person, but I thought you had some understanding between you. Unless I imagined it, of course. Tristan suppressed a desire to rub his forehead. Once again, Angelo was unintentionally throwing a wrench into his plans. With the entire shooting already started and everything on strict schedule, no one can afford for Mr. Omen to just not appear. If the idea suggested by me, with your influence, so to speak, Mr. Gemello, will fail, there will be a lot of backlash from some very influential people. Tristan nodded. I know. I will try talking to him. You have his personal contacts, I hope. Yes, of course. Tristan called in the evening, when he thought there was the highest chance to catch Angelo free. Despite that, the other man wasn't answering the phone for so long that Tristan was about to give up and leave a message instead. Hello? Angelo Brown is speaking. Brown? Ah, this is your real name. Omen is a stage pseudonym. Right, this is Tristan Gemello. Can we talk, or are you busy? Mr. Gemello? I'm very happy to hear from you, and will be pleased to talk. I assume you want to talk about something specific, so what is it? All that was said in the same bland monotone that was impossible to read. Normally, Tristan would have preferred to talk face-to-face, so he could fully use his face reading and voice hypnotizing abilities, but with Angelo, he felt like it didn't matter at all. Damn, he talks like a robot. An AI. Pleased to talk. My ass. Where did he learn to speak like that? If this man doesn't want to do something, and has already refused money, can I convince him at all? I will cut to the chase. You were invited to an extra documentary shooting for the Californian Young Stars contest, Mr. Omen. Or should I call you Mr. Brown? You can call me Angelo. And yes, I was invited, but I didn't want to gather publicity, and the film shootings are exhausting, so I refused. Did you call to change my mind, Mr. Gemello? Tristan chewed his lip for a moment. Ah, fuck it. Just asking questions bluntly. This worked the last time, didn't it? Yes. Angelo, what can I do to convince you? Chapter 146. What is he planning? Instead of a reply, Tristan heard a short, rapid piano melody played somewhere around the phone. It ended just when Tristan was about to ask what this all was about. Record a song together with me. I still want to play music with you, and I want to be able to listen to it later. That's it. Tristan raised his eyebrows. Well, I won't be looking a gift horse in the mouth this time. Sure, Angelo. Can it wait until after the shooting, though? We can sign a contract beforehand. Decide on how you want profits for releasing this song to be split. It's going to be an original one, right? We can just do a cover, I don't care. Releasing the song? I didn't think about it, but it's acceptable. I don't have a preference about which song, either. Good. And I will tell the CYS show producer to contact you again. We should talk about it more in person. Absolutely. Despite the lack of emotion, there was a lot of weight in this word. When the call ended, Tristan stared at his smartphone for another minute. I feel like there was something. Besides recording music in Angelo's mind. He seems so straightforward, but I feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg. Or I'm just making things up. I will ask Derek to check any contract he will sign with me twice. With Angelo's appearance, the filming was completed according to the plan. Most of it happened on the same several filming sets in Los Angeles. Having to take a 4-day trip there was inconvenient for Tristan's criminal identity, but he salvaged it by using the opportunity to organize his Los Angeles subordinates better. The extra shots were various documentary pieces, going deeper into the history of participants, most of which were either embellished or outright untrue for the sake of the show. Tristan took great pleasure in coming up with a 99% fake story of a rags-to-riches man who played piano in bars to afford a guitar, which he actually wanted to play. Angelo didn't seem to like attention from the interviewers and the entire filming process at all. Like always, he spoke in monotone, and on the set he was always wearing headphones, either big or less obvious, small ones. His life story explained a lot about him. Tristan listened to it from the edges of the shooting set with great interest. Angelo was a real-life savant, a true genius. The type who are incredibly inept in most other aspects of life. The Californian Young Star contest wasn't the first talent show he won, or almost won. The prize money and prestige afforded him more money to spend on musical equipment and visits to live orchestra concerts. But I don't need those anymore, Angelo admitted at the end. I found a better source of income lately. After this show, I won't appear in public unless it's to create masterpieces. Angelo suggested they should record that song as soon as the shooting was over, while they were still in Los Angeles, since both of them had to leave the city again after this. Tristan had written a few original songs for his upcoming album already, and having someone like Angelo helping him was actually very convenient. These songs had much more instruments than just the guitar. Tristan could record them all himself. He had all the pop star points necessary to learn the skills, or let the GTG agency find someone to record them. But he suggested Angelo to help him record these, and Angelo was glad to agree. Tristan added a fair payment on top of the deal, but from the speed with which Angelo said yes, he felt like Angelo could have done it for free. Now both of them were in a recording studio rented by GTG, standing amid the various instruments. Derek stood in the listening booth with the sound technician, watching Angelo curiously. You know, we could replace one of the guitar tracks with a piano, Tristan said, watching Angelo tinker with the electric piano in the room. The song had drums, bass, 2 guitar tracks and vocals. Despite that, Angelo agreed to perform on it after reading Tristan's note sheet once. No, need yet. We should try it as it is, then see. I will play drums for now. He tapped the keys in an extremely fast rhythm, creating a staccato of drumming. Wouldn't it be easier to play drums on an actual drum? Tristan asked, pointing at the drum set in the corner. I can only play keyboard instruments. The electric pianos are the easiest, anyway. Angelo's palm brushed the keys gently. Every note is spread around me, and I can arrange them in whichever way I want. The loss in sound quality compared to non-electric instruments is worth the breadth of opportunities. Knowing what Angelo could do with electric pianos if he really felt like it, Tristan nodded. As long as the result is good, I don't care if it's played on a banana. He hit the strings of his guitar. Let's go. For hours later, they recorded 2 songs in exceptional quality. Angelo's presence sped things up a lot, and he also added a few improvements to the melodies itself. He was also easy to work with in a personal sense, too. He seemed to understand Tristan's musical thoughts from half the word. The quality of his tracks was superb, too. It was wonderful to work with you, Derek said to Angelo after the recording session. He smiled and offered Angelo a hand to shake. If you ever feel like changing your mind on show business, Golden Talent Group will always be there with an offer of support. Angelo made no movement to shake the hand. I know. A pause. Thank you. He turned to Tristan, ignoring Derek entirely. Today's recording session confirmed my earlier hopes. Tristan, I have another suggestion for you. A suggestion? He paused. We better talk in private about it. Tristan blinked. I knew it. He had some weird plan in his head all that time. Chapter 147. For the music. They moved to Tristan's hotel suite. That was as private as it got. Angelo accepted nothing less. Now Tristan sat on a couch, forcing his body language to not show his tension, while Angelo perched on the edge of a chair opposite of him. Tristan, do you consider me your friend? Tristan raised his brows. I thought you were here to speak about your mysterious offer. And by this point, I'm very curious about what it is. What's the secrecy about? You won't answer my question? No. Tristan folded his arms over his chest. Come on. You sounded quite excited about it. Angelo perked up the slightest bit. I was. You really understand me well. I am unsure if this is enough for you to agree to this. Hence my question. As for my offer, you must create a music band with me. Thanks to Angelo's monotone delivery, the thing he said didn't even register in Tristan's head immediately. Then, what? He reeled back. Just like that. That's too problematic. I'm already neck-deep in scheduling problems since I need to keep my second identity up. Having a band would multiply it by the amount of band members. Tristan had contemplated the idea of a music band before. Having a band gave a lot of advantages, but had a lot of disadvantages, too. At the very least, he had to find people he could trust, like he could trust his subordinates in the criminal world. Except, in the criminal world, he could terrify untrustworthy people until they abandoned the last thought of betrayal. In show business, that could give him a lot of bad PR. Yes, Angelo said. You are a man who values music as much as I do. I hope dearly that you understand how important it is to create the best of it we could. I don't want to be a public person, but it's a sacrifice I'm ready to make for the sake of music. Tristan stared at the man, abandoning his cool and composed mask. Does that really require a band? You can just compose songs. I'd gladly record them with you. No, that's something I thought about for a while. That music must be heard by as many people as possible. Someone like you must bring it to people, live. He paused. You and me, Tristan, and other talented and worthy enough people, possibly. Tristan shook his head wordlessly. If there was someone he couldn't trust, it was Angelo with his blank face. So you won't agree for the music? No, I'm not interested in creating a band now, or anytime soon. And my first choice of band member would be Nell, anyway. Damn. I've been so busy because of the gang business that we barely hung out even before I went to LA again. I wonder what his opinion on Angelo's idea would be. Angelo nodded. Will you agree for friendship then? Tristan narrowed his eyes. I don't think we are such great pals, Angelo. I was afraid you would say something like that. Then, will you agree so I don't spread a story about your bribery in the Californian Young Star contest? Outwardly, Tristan just stared coolly, with just enough fearsomeness put into it to make a person nervous. Inwardly, Tristan gaped at the man's shamelessness. He really went all in on this offer. From friendship straight to blackmail. Did he genuinely consider me a friend at all, or does he think that his obsession is more important? But he must have planned this from the start. It's why he wanted to be somewhere private, I bet. Angelo was silent, too. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but Tristan hoped he was sweating on the inside. Your blackmail sucks, he finally said with a dark, hard glare at Angelo. You have no proof and no support. If you even try, then first, I will make sure that every major news outlet speaks about your envy-motivated slander. Second, I will bring you into court for said slander. You will be bankrupt before you can say, sorry. Angelo blinked. Tristan suddenly realized that he wasn't blinking at all for the last minute. Now his hands began shaking on his knees, too. Angelo's breathing sped up. There was more blinking. Frowning, Tristan leaned forward. Angelo wasn't even looking at him anymore, just staring into space and hyperventilating? Without any more warning, Angelo just slid off the couch onto the floor, hugged his knees and hid his face between them. Normally, Tristan wouldn't feel strange that someone had a total mental breakdown like that because he scared them. It happened before. But right now, his system was strangely quiet. Either it also glitched with Angelo, or Angelo wasn't actually scared of Tristan and the breakdown was for another reason. Angelo calmed down a minute later, before Tristan could start actually worrying. He raised a blank face at Tristan. There wasn't a sign of the breakdown, except for Angelo's pose. I apologize deeply. I know you must dislike me now, and the music will stay unrealized. It was my fault for taking the wrong approach and convincing you. I wasn't actually about to slander you, although I know it doesn't matter if I was. Tristan shook his head. Do you even know what actual friends are? Certainly not people who blackmail each other. Angelo slowly stood up. You were my first friend ever, Tristan, but I thought the music was more important. I'm not sure anymore. That man, damn it. I should just tell him to get the hell away from me. But he's too good as a musician to not use his talents. And perhaps if I keep him around for longer, I will eventually crack his head open. Maybe feed him some truth serum. This felt like an absolutely wrong decision, but for the music, it was right. You know what? You can still record music with me in the future, Angelo. No band of course, only sound. But try this shit of yours again, and you are done. Chapter 148. Even more points. 2 more days later. When the TV show of the Californian Young Star contest aired its premiere, Tristan and Nelson gathered together at Tristan's flat to watch it, but mostly to just hang out with beer and pizza. They both were sprawled on the couch, watching Angelo perform his insane 2-keyboard song. When the music ended and the host began talking again, Nelson turned to Tristan. And he suggested that you two form a band? You know, Tris, that doesn't seem like such a bad idea, no? It would be like making a band out of, Beethoven and Mozart. Absolute domination. Tristan scoffed and sipped some beer. Don't you start, Nell. All right. Listening to all the band drama on music news, I get why you don't want it. If I'd make a band with anybody, it'd be you, Nell. But I don't want to. He paused. On the screen, the show switched to ads. Anyway, how's that album of yours going? Did you finish the last song you planned? The two friends chatted like that while the show went on in the background. The stories of the few hand-picked contestants from different cities competing for the main prize in Los Angeles were just interesting enough to be aired. But after that, the music and the spectacle carried its ratings like wind carries a ship on sails. And then he just slaps himself in the face. For no reason. Tristan raised a hand with a pizza slice in his hand, as if asking, "Can you believe it?" Nelson laughed. In the background, the TV show ended, and another bout of ads began. What were you even doing up so late? No, that's more like early. The sunrise is when only narcs go out, especially to buy food. Ding. Your appearance on national TV impressed 1 million people. Reward. Your CP increased by 25,000. Ding. Your pop star rank has changed from adolescent star to Californian star. Reward. Your CP increased by 3,000. Ding. You have gathered a critical mass of points. A special offer waits for you in the system shop. Tristan? You what? Tristan blinked and refocused his attention on Nelson. Sorry, what were you saying? I was saying that of course you'd see a narc. Only narcs and weirdos go out so early. Except for you, I suppose. Unless you already went high on stardom and started going lines in the bathroom. Nelson cheekily elbowed Tristan's side. Tristan laughed and pushed him away, but his mind really wasn't on it. This many points. And that shop offer. Shit, I want to look at them now. But I don't want to chase Nell away. We didn't hang out in forever. In the end, he compromised by going to sit on the toilet. I will just do this quickly and go back to the remaining beer. Status. Tristan Gemello, Tristan Hayes. Current identity, pop star. Second identity, criminal. Pop star rank, adolescent star. Criminal rank, king lion. Pop star points, 25,140. Criminal. Points, 28,000. Attributes smiley face. Appearance, 270. Charisma, 345. Fearsomeness, 877. Strength, 679. Dexterity, 600. Toughness, 600. Skills smiley face. Singing, 1857. Dancing, 1079. Playing guitar, 2096. Music theory, 680. Music production, 523. Acting, 1315. Songwriting, 1724. Voice control, 811. Stage presence, 1223. Playing piano, 801. Video editing, 217. Styling, 506. Playing flute, 1. Playing violin, 1. Sneaking, 844. Close quarters combat, 1224. Observation, 2076. Driving, 618. Pickpocketing, 533. Firearms shooting, 1836. Athletics, 419. Treating injuries, 201. Lockpicking, 1001. Combat analysis, 505. Hacking, 2431. Governing, 454. Torture, 2. Logistics, 4. Forgery, 1. Talents smiley face. Clark Kent effect, sleepless, clean hands, bullet time, hypnotic voice, sight awareness, electronic sight awareness, ambidextrous, bilingual, Spanish. Tristan still had the pop star points he earned earlier. He was holding on to them until now because he was hoping to spend them on some overpowered talents. And because he felt that if he spent them all at once on attributes and skills, then someone would definitely find it strange. Now, what's that in the shop? Shop smiley face. Permanently available. Second Identity System Upgrade version 1.1 Task Force, 40,000 points. Skill refund, 100 points. A foreign bank deposit card, 3,000 criminal points. A version upgrade? There are version upgrades. Now, what does Task Force even mean here? And it costs 40,000 points, insane. Tristan opened the upgrades description. Congratulations, user. You now can access an upgrade for your second identity system. This upgrade aims to fix the problems the user has been dissatisfied with before and improve clarity and conciseness. The key features of the update: a rework of skills, a new task system rewarding you with points, many new talents, a shop rework, an option to turn off the sound of notifications. Note, your skills and attributes will be recalculated, but you won't lose any existing progress or abilities. Wow, it's like a game update. Things I was dissatisfied with before. Tristan suppressed a shudder. That thing watches me, doesn't it? Or, God, the system was sent to me by Heavenly Lottery, after all. He remembered that day vividly, despite never thinking twice about heavens after that. That's a lot of points to spend on a cat in a bag. I should think longer whether or not I actually want this update. The second identity system has been working just fine before, after all. With that thought, Tristan flushed the toilet and went back to hanging out. But later that evening, after Nelson left, after Tristan read an email from Derek congratulating him on a successful TV appearance and drafting the next steps of Tristan's showbiz career, after Tristan dealt with urgent calls from his criminal subordinates, he thought about that upgrade for a good hour. And eventually, Tristan pressed the purchase button. Ding! The second identity system update is being installed. Bonus talents are being awarded for high skills. You might experience slight dizziness. This slight dizziness felt like being thrown into a zero-gravity space. If Tristan wasn't already sitting in front of his laptop, he'd fall. Ding! You receive a talent for high fearsomeness attribute. Freezing glare. Ding! You receive a talent for high playing guitar skill. String theory. Ding! Oh, it was still going. Chapter 149, System Upgrade. You receive a talent for high songwriting skill. Copycat. You receive a talent for high observation skill. Detective. You receive a talent for high firearms shooting skill. Blind shot. You receive a talent for high hacking skill. Quick fingers. Ding! The update is installed successfully. Use the update description command for more information. Only after the notification stopped flashing in front of Tristan's eyes, the dizziness finally stopped. He felt mostly the same as before, but with a body almost humming with potential energy. First, system, what does my status look like now? It looked very different from what Tristan had earlier. Even the interface became more modern and sleek. Some elements stayed the same, though. There were still ranks, attributes, and skills, and some of them were even the same as before. Tristan Gemello. Tristan Hayes. Current identity, pop star. Second identity, criminal. Pop star rank, adolescent star. Criminal rank, king lion. Pop star points, 5,140. Criminal points, 8,000. Attributes smiley face. Pop star. Appearance, 270 model. Charisma, 345, stunning. Dexterity, 600, gymnast. Criminal. Fearsomeness, 877, demonic. Strength, 679, weightlifter. Toughness, 600, bones of steel. Skills smiley face. Pop star. Vocals, 1938, siren. String instruments, 2097, guitar god. Percussion instruments, 0, nobody. Wind instruments, 1, nobody. Electronic instruments, 0, nobody. Keyboard instruments, 801, professional amateur. Exotic instruments, 0, nobody. Songwriting, 2404, new Beethoven. Dancing, 1079, dance floor legend. Acting, 2538, drama king. Production, 740, good. Style, 506, good. Criminal. Stealth, 844, shadow. Melee combat, 1224, champion. Ranged combat, 1836, sniper of snipers. Observation, 2076, eagle eye. Driving, 618, good. Athletics, 419, good. Medicine, 203, fine. Interfacing, 1003, great. Sleight of hand, 533, light fingers. Tactics, 505, good. Strategy, 458, fine. Hacking, 2431, hackerman. Talents smiley face. Clark Kent effect, sleepless, clean hands. Bullet time. Hypnotic voice, sight awareness. Electronic sight awareness. Ambidextrous, bilingual, Spanish. Freezing glare, string theory. Copycat. Detective, blind shot. Quick. Fingers. Tasks smiley face. No active tasks yet. Tristan read the entire list of his skills. It felt shorter than before. Now there are exactly 12 pop star and 12 criminal skills. Huh. Seems intentional, especially since they are separated more cleanly than before. And they also have ranks. It looks like ranks. Some are old ones, some are new ones. The rest seems the same. And I have new talents, which I still don't know what are doing. Alright, time to read lots of text. System, give me the update description. It appeared in front of him immediately, split into categories. Skill rework. In the current version, exactly 24 skills exist. Some old skills were merged into one skill, and some new ones were added. All skills now have descriptions. Skill and attribute ranks. Now, all skills and attributes have ranks which reflect the value of skill or attribute in a more practical manner. Shop rework. From now on, the selection in the shop is permanent instead of changing every day. New items unlock and appear when you reach their requirements. Task system. This is a replacement for the old status-based point gain system. Instead of it, you can now create tasks for yourself. The system will evaluate their value in points, and you will gain 10x points in reward for completing the task. The system will automatically identify your plans and desires and create appropriate tasks. Only goals related to your careers can be used as tasks. The system will also create hidden tasks for achievements which you didn't think about, so don't worry about losing points because of inattention. A permanent shop? That sounds good. But the rest? I guess the only way I can tell if this update was worth 40,000 points or not is by reading the descriptions of the talents I got. Freezing glare. You can make people freeze with fright for a brief time with an intense glare. The effect works weaker on people with high willpower. String theory. You can see strings of relationships that connect people with each other. Copycat. You can perfectly copy any melody or sound you've heard. Detective. You can recreate in your mind past events that happened in a place based on their traces. Blind shot. You can reliably locate targets with all your senses and aim at them even when blind. Quick fingers. You can type incredibly fast. Tristan looked at the descriptions for a moment, then grinned. Yeah, that was totally worth at least 10 grand. I don't think I will need to copy anything. How does the string theory talent work, though? He looked down at himself, and following an instinct, squinted a bit. Through his eyelashes, he saw dozens of transparent strings coming out of his chest. Green, blue, black, violet, and others, with different thickness. He had no idea what they meant. He supposed he would have to find it with practice. But it was already exciting. Next step would be trying out if this task system is even worth it. Making a task. I assume that testing the task system doesn't count. What does? Say. Finishing my album. Before Tristan could think anymore, he got a new notification. Ding. New Popstar task. Release your first album. Value. 100 plus extra, based on album's reception. Now it was on Tristan's task list, too. This was easy, but the reward is still pretty vague. Alright, then one for the criminal identity, so it'd be even. This time, Tristan had to think for longer before the system dinged him. Ding. New criminal task. Complete the restructuring of the King Lion Gang and move its main HQ to Los Angeles. Value. 300. The two tasks looked nice in his status panel. Tasks smiley face. Popstar. Release your first album. Value. 100 plus extra, based on album's reception. Criminal. Complete the restructuring of the King Lion Gang and move its main HQ to Los Angeles. Value. 300. Good. Very neat looking. Before he went to do anything else, Tristan went to the system setting and turned off the damn dinging. Since I will still have hidden tasks, these open tasks seem to exist more so I could see how many points this or that action will give me. Tristan mused. Anyway, there's still one thing I didn't check out. System, open shop. Chapter 150, shop upgrade. Another panel opened in front of Tristan, an entire treasure compared to the short list he was used to. Shop smiley face. Heat vision talent. 3,000 criminal points. A skill refund, 100 points. A driving license, 1,000 points. Tap to choose identity. An exceptional quality instrument, 3,000 Popstar points. Tap to choose type. Glock 19, 1,000 criminal points. 1 ammo magazine for Glock 19, 300 criminal points. Barrett MRAD sniper rifle with an optic scope, 5,000 criminal points. 1 ammo magazine for Barrett MRAD, 500 criminal points. A combat knife, 500 criminal points. Hard armor level 4 bulletproof vest for 1,000 criminal points. A foreign bank deposit card, 3,000 criminal points. A dose of truth serum, 1,500 criminal points. A burner phone, 500 criminal points. A set of clothing, random 300 points. A disguise set, random 500 points. A dose of poison, random 1,000 criminal points. A set of lockpicks, 3,000 criminal points. Oh nice. I can buy truth serum. I assume more than one too. Might as well test it right now. Tristan bought a vial of truth serum and was happy to see that the position didn't disappear from the store. He still had 6,500 CP and 5140 PP left. A lot of these things are ones that I can just buy with money and some time. But it's good to be able to just get them in an hour of need. If I have points to spare, that is. Speaking of, it's time to increase my stats. With that vicious thought, Tristan opened his status panel. Appearance attribute increased from 270 to 570. Appearance rank increased from model to top model. Charisma attribute increased from 345 to 559. Charisma rank increased from stunning to enchanting. Toughness attribute increased from 600 to 800. Tristan really liked the sight of his new stats. Now he had 0 PP left and 4,500 CP for life-threatening emergencies. Now all that's left is to work and earn money. And when my first album is released, Tristan closed his eyes, dreaming, imagining them, faces of his family members. Mother, father, brother. I will trample them. No, even better. I will rise so high above them that they will be nothing more than dirt under the soles of my shoes. Same time, different place. Daniel Hayes was sitting in a chair in his dressing room, while his personal stylist made sure that not a single dimple was visible on his face and not a hair was out of place on his head. It was a very important day, after all, a concert premiering his latest music album, Love and Agony. Behind Daniel, his manager was reading something on her phone. Daniel could see her pretty face in the mirror when the stylist wasn't in the way. Daniel was about to step out onto a stage soon, and under the spotlights and flashes of cameras, he had to look perfect. But the lengthy styling procedures always made him feel bored. Tell me something interesting, someone, he complained. Any juicy gossip recently? The stylist pressed her lips together and moved from his face to the hair. The manager, Joanne Guillaume, met Daniel's eyes in the mirror. Californian Young Star contest of this year ended recently. The winner, Tristan Gemello, is promised a bright career, Joanne said. He's a rare genius, as journalists say. There are also rumors that he goes around, befriending his rivals, and some people want them all to make a boy band. It's all in the same article. Californian Young Star? Daniel scoffed. Who cares about that contest for small fish? Give me better gossip, Joanne. Joanne suppressed a scowl. The article was on top of the page, and pretty popular, too. He's your potential rival now, Mr. Hayes. You perform in similar styles and will inevitably fight for the audience. Of course, he's far from your fame yet, but in the modern show business scene, hype comes and goes like a storm. What are you saying, Joanne? Daniel asked venomously. Are you telling me I should be afraid of some amateur? Me? Who do you think you are to speak about me like that, Joanne? You are a spoiled rich brat who got himself a music career thanks to his parents' cash. Joanne wanted to say, but bit her tongue and looked down at her phone. Not for the first time. Like many people with wealth and power, Daniel had no responsibility. When provoked, he could easily start speaking much harsher words. No, Mr. Hayes. Of course not. I apologize. I will find something better. A scroll of the news feed showed an article about yet another celebrity couple cheating on each other. The celebrities weren't very famous, but just hearing about other people's problems cheered Daniel up. When all preparations were complete, and it was almost time to go on stage, Daniel was smiling. I can already hear all the fans cheering for me in the audience hall. This album will be on top of the charts. And critics already love it. Joanne nodded. There could be no other way. Of course, everybody loves them, Mr. Hayes. They hit the current market perfectly, and they are great songs. Daniel grinned at her and went to the stage toward the cheering fans. Soon, he was about to reach the top 25 in music charts. 2 months later, Christmas and New Year's came and went. Tristan watched his brother's latest musical doings closely. In the 2 years since Tristan last saw him, Daniel built himself a bright career under the stage name of Daniel Duman. Losing Tristan as a competitor really let him use all the family connections and money to the extreme. And Tristan's name was never mentioned in interviews with the Hayes family. Seeing the success of Daniel's latest album made Tristan work even harder on his own album, while GDG Agency and his manager organized the album's release and marketing. They had to hurry to get the most from the hype of the recent CYS contest show. There was going to be a live concert arranged with Tristan playing the album in front of the live audience in Los Angeles, something he was extremely excited about. And then, a blow. Chapter 151, a setback. By this point, Tristan had moved to Los Angeles full-time, although the King Lion gang was still catching up with him. With all the dirty and clean money, he could afford a spacious apartment for each identity, full of comfortable things and storage space. Far from his best friend, and close to the bunch of weirdos who were his allies in the criminal world. But Nelson was planning to move to greener pastures too soon, and the GTG Agency was eager to make a new office for themselves near Hollywood. When the bad news came, though, Tristan was far from his apartment. He was networking, as in, attending one of the small-scale parties he had been invited to in a local restaurant. The call came at a fortunate moment. There was a girl trying to get uncomfortably close to Tristan. He liked the attention, but he didn't like her, so he eagerly escaped outside the restaurant to reply. The air was fresh, and it was only early evening, but it was still unusual to hear a call from Derek at this time of the day. Mr. Gemello, I'm afraid we will have to reschedule the album release date. There was an emergency. An emergency? Tristan asked into the phone receiver. Derek, what emergency? The release date is next month, and the album is ready for it. And so was the marketing, as you told me. Yes. They still are, Mr. Gemello. It was all a big stroke of bad luck. We all thought that the GTG Agency was lucky that we could secure a place as big as we did, but the stadium closed today without prior announcement. There was an accident. Tristan frowned. He glanced at the restaurant and began walking toward his parked car, abandoning the party altogether. The stadium chosen for the premiere could fit 15,000 people in the audience. Far from the biggest venue in Los Angeles, but impressive enough. GTG only invested in it because of the profit Tristan already made for them with his few released songs. They all were very successful for singles from a newbie, even that improvised Christmas song. It really was lucky that Derek could organize this, too. on a relatively short notice of a few months. An accident? Derek, what exactly happened? Someone broke a leg when a part of the stage fell apart, and the building's safety inspectors closed the entire stadium to comb it through for safety violations. I have already contacted the venue manager, and from what he told me, the place won't be open anytime soon. It's not about safety violations anymore. There are legal issues, lawsuits being thrown around, and so on. They already opened the ticket refunds, too. Derek sighed into the call. He hated to be the bearer of bad news, although by now, he at least had confidence that Tristan won't become hysterical over them like many celebrities could be. On the other end of the call, Tristan was gritting his teeth in silent rage. I will look into other available options, Mr. Gemello. Many things will have to be moved, but the album will still be released, and I have no doubts that it will still be successful. This is just one setback, and one that's far from devastating. Even through the phone call, Tristan could imagine Derek's kind, encouraging smile in these words. It softened the anger in Tristan's gut a little. And what are the options now, Derek? Well, we can find and schedule another venue for the album premiere concert, or we can forget the concert. It's good for marketing, but not necessary at all. Personally, I think that rescheduling the concert will be a smarter choice. There's been plenty of interest from your fans already, and I don't want to disappoint them. Tristan thought for a moment. Derek was right, but the hype from the CYS contest show will die in a few more months. Derek, the album will perform well, but not as well as it could have been. It already won't, Mr. Gemello. One way or another, the result will be more or less the same. Besides, you were so excited to perform on a large stage. Aren't you still? Tristan was. But he didn't like losing things, failures and setbacks. He had enough of these in life. Now he wanted victories. Maybe there's still a chance. Derek, put that decision off for a few days. I need to think. All right. Few days won't change things drastically. Tristan nodded and bid the manager goodbye. With the call ended, he reached his car and sat in. His mood for partying and networking was over. I wasn't doing this all for no reason. Perhaps one of the people I've charmed could help. Tristan had to make a lot of calls and send a lot of messages. Now, evening was a good time for that, the time when people weren't working their day jobs. He took in a breath and drove toward his apartment. This was going to be a long evening. 2 days later, finding a person who could help Tristan arrange a venue for a concert within an impossibly short time frame was not a matter of convincing people. He could do that. It was a matter of finding the right people to convince. Tristan had dozens of acquaintances by now, and all of them were useless. Sorry, but I know nothing that might help. Oh, my agency always deals with these things. I don't even know many places. And so on and so forth. Many people were also just hard to reach, too busy to reply immediately. When Tristan got some hope, it was a message from a person like that. A person who needed 2 full days to read and send a reply to Tristan's voice message. The reply was a text. Because, of course, a recluse like Asher Ilum won't call back. You are lucky, I know someone. But if I'm going to ask that person for your sake, Gemello, then you are going to do something for me in return. All right, Mr. Ilum. What do you want? Chapter 152, A Task for the Charmer. At least this time, Tristan didn't have to wait 2 days for the answer. Help me convince Diana Swallow to be the lead actress in my next movie. It's got to be her. If not her, it will be so much worse. I will give you her contacts. Tristan read the message again in slight disbelief. The name, Diana Swallow, felt vaguely familiar. A quick search told him she was a moderately famous actress with a stereotypical tall, blonde, thin, and beautiful image. She usually played tragic roles in sad movies. There wasn't anything particularly special about Diana, except for a few scandals with supposed drug use, and a slight air of melancholy coming from her even on photos where she was smiling for the cameras. Frowning, Tristan began typing his response. You want me to do the convincing? This will only look weird. I'm not one of your workers, and not Diana's friend, or even an acquaintance. I can repay you in some other way. A promotion, perhaps? I know how it will look like. Hayes, do you think I'm that dense? But I already sent my HR person to convince her. I even talked to her myself. She refused as soon as she read the summary of the script. All I know is that it's not about the money or prestige. Hell, her own personal assistant tried to convince her to take the role. Tristan could almost imagine Ilum spitting out the words like acid. If that was any other man, Tristan would have thought that Ilum had a crush on the actress. But Ilum seemed like a person who feared people too much to have crushes on anyone. Let's say I do that, Mr. Ilum. Can you actually help with my problem, though? Yes. I don't care how, but get her on board for me, and I will arrange for you a great place for your concert. There's the Ballad Stadium. It can host 20,000 people, and the manager owes me plenty. I can make him give you a slot next month. But Diana comes first. I will give you her contacts. That was even better than Tristan's previous venue. It could still not work out, but at least Tristan could try this. Besides, he was a pro at convincing people. All right, Mr. Ilum. It's a deal, but I will need the movie script summary too. I will send it. And one more question, Mr. Ilum. Do you have a brother? There wasn't an immediate reply. Tristan wondered if Ilum had escaped the conversation whatsoever. Maybe asking was a mistake. With a shrug, Tristan went to get himself a drink, non-alcoholic, and while he was at it, a sandwich. When he returned to the laptop, there was a new message. I don't know what possessed you to ask, but fucking forget that thing, Hayes. For your own sake. This basically confirmed it. Tristan wondered since he first met Damien, but could ask only now. Damien, Sea Devil, with an unknown surname, and Asher Ilum. They had nothing in common except looking like twins. Because they were, apparently. I don't need to dig into this anymore. I have plenty of leverage on Damien already, and this probably won't help me to deal with Ilum. Tristan huffed. He was still curious, though. This was too similar to his own situation, while being drastically different. All right, I might ask Damien next time, when there's a good opportunity. Can I make it a task? It refused to add. Tristan added 2 other tasks. Instead, new task, convince Diana Swallow to take part in Asher Ilum's next movie. Value 100. New task, get a new venue for your concert until the end of next month. Value 500. Both tasks went into the pop star category. Tristan finished eating his sandwich and shook the crumbs off his knees. Time to roll. Research first, then finding this Diana. I only have a few days if I want to get into the timeline. The script for Ilum's next movie was unfinished and unnamed, but what Tristan got was enough to give him an impression. The main character was a depressed secretary who had descended to the very bottom of substance abuse and reckless behavior. However, she meets a homeless child, and through helping him with his own problems, also finds in herself to recover from addiction and build a better life. It was a movie with a clear message of hope. Tristan thought that having the protagonist be a woman was a bad idea, but it wasn't like he was a movie critic. Ilum also told Tristan the words of Diana's last refusal, one that was personally to him. This is a nice fairy tale you want me to take part in. Ask someone more naive, though. That gave Tristan at least some insight into her character. In the morning, he sent her an invitation to meet and talk. He hesitated about telling the reason for the conversation, but eventually added that it was about Ilum's movie. Tristan feared that otherwise Diana or her PA would refuse outright. Now at least Diana's PA will be on Tristan's side. Next morning, Diana agreed to meet Tristan in her own house. Her territory, her living room with clinically clean walls and bleak modern-style furniture. She was sitting in a wicker chair, smoking a long cigarette with a sweet fruit smell. Diana was dressed in a casual light gray blouse and pants, but she made even those simple items look good. Diana made melancholy look good, and she was reeking of melancholy. Tristan could read it in the line of her mouth and eyes. Melancholy was her resting expression. She only lifted her eyes at Tristan when he sat opposite of her. Behind him, Diana's PA quietly left the room and closed the door, but Tristan heard the other woman's footsteps stop almost immediately. She's listening in, out of curiosity, or to interfere if she feels the need to. Tristan glanced between the 2 women another time. With his recent talent, string theory, he could see a green-blue line between them. By this point, he knew that blue color represented loyalty, and green went for friendship. There were very few blue or green strings coming from Diana. There were very few strings at all. His manager, himself, and now a completely unaffiliated person. Whom else Ilum will send to hound my doorstep after I refuse, Mr. Gemello? Diana asked instead of greeting. Tristan smiled back at her, unaffected by the prickliness. Honestly, I think if he could send art police to bring you to him, he totally would've. But maybe say, Mafia. Tristan chuckled, showing that it was only a joke. In the light of recent revelations, it sounded like a real possibility. Diana smiled with a corner of her mouth and took another drag of her cigarette. Tristan noticed her eyes being slightly bloodshot. A hangover? The answer is still no, though. I don't know why you are helping Ilum, Mr. Gemello, but you can use that effort to convince him to find another actress. I might, Tristan said honestly, but I still want to talk with you first, if you don't mind. At the very least, you seem like a person who is interesting to talk with. Tristan was laying his charm thickly by this point. He could tell it was working a little, because Diana looked at him curiously and appeared to be more alive than before. The melancholy didn't disappear, though. Such a flatterer, Diana said. I don't see you convincing me, unless the movie script changes drastically, which it won't, or so Ilum told me already. He was very adamant about his vision of the movie. Tristan nodded. He understood as much. Even if he managed to just press on her with his charm and his hypnotizing voice, it will be all for nothing if Diana changed her mind a week later when Tristan was out of her sight. To convince her truly, he had to first find why she was against this in the first place. Why do you disagree with the script so much, if you don't mind me asking, Miss Swallow? Actually, may I call you Diana instead? Why not? You may. As for your question, I'm sure Ilum told you already. All right, then I should ask a better question instead. What's your problem with fairy tales? Diana frowned. They are just way too naive. They make people forget what world they live in and do foolish things. Good things happen in the real world, though. Even miracles sometimes. Diana stared at Tristan searchingly for a moment. Is that what you really believe in? Well, I'm not one to judge, but it's a statistical improbability. Tristan remembered what he read about the woman on the news, and pieces began to fall together. It was only a vague idea at that point, though. A shot in the dark. But Tristan was a great shot. You think that if Ilum's story happened in real life, the protagonist wouldn't have reached the happy ending, Diana? If that protagonist was a real person, someone like you, even? Chapter 153, The First Complete Task. Diana laughed wryly. What are the chances? Of course not. I bet you wouldn't have failed on the road to recovery, too. People who think that they got better just weren't that low in the first place. Tristan grinned, too, as if he also found that funny, but in reality, he was glad about what he saw. From the way Diana spoke and acted, it was easy to think that Tristan's question didn't affect her at all. But Tristan's keen observation skill let him notice the slightest flash of surprise in Diana's eyes. His acting skill helped, too. Diana was acting, and Tristan could almost imagine what role she picked. It's like she wants to believe that there was never a hope for her, so she won't feel guilty about not being better than she is, whatever her problems are. Tristan examined her features for another moment. She looks like someone who does drugs in secret. These scandals in the past might have been for a reason. Now that Tristan had a reason why Diana refused, he could come up with a convincing argument, and then tell Ilum that he needs to arrange a psychologist for her if he doesn't want Diana to go on benders in the middle of the film shootings. But she certainly fits the role perfectly. If Ilum didn't know about Diana's problems for certain, then he has a strong intuition to pick her out like that. Tristan was silent for a while longer, thinking. Diana went quiet, too, just studying and admiring him. With the charm Tristan had and the beauty of his face, it was hard to look at him without some admiration. All right, Diana. I understand now. He smirked jokingly. You just don't want to take that role, fail miserably at it, and become a laughingstock of the entire Hollywood for years. Huh? Diana chuckled. No, to become laughingstock, I'd have to do plastic surgeries until my face becomes paralyzed. And even then, I will be better than the worst actors. This was a bet, but it worked. It was impossible to reach Diana's place in the industry without at least some professional pride, which he just offended. Now Tristan stopped even pretending that he was goading her. But the force of his charm made it incredibly hard to just dismiss him, even if the tactic was immature. If that's true, then why you always play the roles of the most tragic and sad women, Diana? Are you unable to show happiness on camera at all? Are you one of these one-role actors? Diana took a drag of her cigarette and blew smoke out of her nostrils like an angry dragon. Now you are acting immature, Gemello. I hope this is just the last thing you didn't try yet to convince me, and you are being desperate. Her words were steady and only a bit angry. The one to be desperate should be you. At this point, you have a reputation. Unless a miracle happens, you will be stuck with tragic roles forever. And let's be honest, tragedies are good and all, but they aren't the most popular movies out there. They won't bring you to the top ranks. Ilam's offer is a break which you need to prove to everybody that you can do more. Diana was silent. And now, the finishing blow. The movie is just a fairy tale, as you put it. There's no need to take it seriously at all. It's strange that you did it in the first place. Just take the role, play it, and you can go home with a paycheck and good prospects for future roles from other producers. With a rapid movement, Diana extinguished her cigarette on a crystal ashtray standing on a table near her. I think we spoke for long enough, Gemello. This was my smoke break, and it just ended. Please, leave. Tristan stood up without hurry. The sudden coldness. He was almost sure he got her. At the very least, he was sure he would get her the next day, after his words sank deeper in her head. Of course. It was a pleasure to meet you, Diana. He flashed her a grin and went to the exit. Unsurprisingly, Diana's personal assistant was loitering nor far from there. She pretended she wasn't listening in and led Tristan out. Before leaving, Tristan turned to speak with her. I think I gave Ms. Swallow a lot to think about today. Try to not let her escape these thoughts, please. They will be good for her, I'm sure. Tristan smiled. I can see you care about Ms. Swallow's well-being. And you already want her to take that role, so? The woman frowned. I'm just doing my job. Well, do it well then. Goodbye. Tristan left, already planning a next day's visit to this place. By evening, he knew he wouldn't have to. First, he was notified by his system. Task complete. Convince Diana Swallow to take part in Asher Ilam's next movie. Reward. Your CP increased by 1,000. Second, he was notified by Asher Ilam. Amazing. I didn't believe you would actually do it. But you did it, and in only a day? This makes me afraid to talk with you myself. Good thing you aren't an actor, Gemello. Diana just contacted me, saying that she changed her mind on the role. I will do my part of the deal as soon as I can, and will give all the important details of it to your manager. Tristan read the message and grinned. Yes, I'm just that good. By the way, be careful with her. I'm 100% sure Diana is addicted to something. Get her to go to a psychiatrist or something. It looks like your movie hits too close to home for her. I convinced her to do it mostly out of spite. Ugh. Insufferable. I will take your advice into consideration, Gemello. Now all that was left was to notify Derek that the album's release could proceed as planned. Chapter 154, Tolerable Losses. A month later. It was frustrating that even another month later, Tristan still didn't complete his third task. His second task was to get a new concert venue, which he had finished a while ago for 5,000 CP. Ilam did good on his promise and gave Tristan and Derek a date. The third task, priority-wise, in Tristan's list was to complete the restructuring of the King Lion Gang and move its main HQ to Los Angeles. The former part, by that point, was complete. The allies from Los Angeles became Tristan's new underbosses, while still focusing on LA affairs, while Martinez, Leon Clavin, and Dagoberto worked in their city, splitting between them the existing territories. After some thought, Tristan kept James as his underboss, too, despite his earlier worry about him being an unstable addict. Drugs or no, James showed himself to be effective. But privately, between them, Tristan threatened to throw James out if he let substances affect his judgment. There were some tensions between old and new underbosses, but since they didn't cross paths too often, it was bearable. There was more tension between LA underbosses, but Tristan did a good job fixing it with his speeches, and not just that. He had been giving the underbosses assignments together whenever he could, trying to build rapport little by little. Tristan encouraged the underbosses to do the same with their people. It all led to a few fights among low-ranked gangsters, but also to new friendships, so Tristan considered it a win. And money began flowing steadily with all the new people involved. The weapon and drug trade was growing by day, together with King Lion Gang's wealth. There was only one problem. Fucking cops. Tristan read the report about a recently raided warehouse and a lost shipment of smuggle-ready weapons with a scowl. They've been too active ever since their failed operation. Their detectives have been following King Lion Gang's steps like hounds. Now, in order to trade anything at all and not be arrested, Tristan's people had to be on the move constantly. Warehouses had to be vacated before anyone could come and find evidence in them, and safe houses changed addresses every week, still within gang-owned property. It was expensive and stressful, but was the only way to stay safe from the police in Los Angeles. However, Tristan couldn't move his permanent office and headquarters to Los Angeles if there was no safe space for them. They couldn't be constantly transferred. It was bad enough that his underbosses had to hide in various rat holes most of the time. Damien had actually moved his headquarters to a boat. Tristan couldn't do that. I have space problems again. Or police problems. I have to solve one of these. Police were bound to give up, eventually. Its budgets weren't infinite. A few months, at most, and they would return to their more quiet state. But they will still be dangerous, way too competent, and walking with a chip on their shoulders. If I can teach them to stay away from the gang activity in LA instead, it'd be much better. New task. Teach or convince LAPD to stay away from King Lion Gang's activities. Value 1,000. Thus, Tristan began to make his plan. But before that could be finished, he had an album to release. Today was the day. After months of marketing campaign, it was finally the day to show the album to the world in all its glory. The album's name was Kinds of Animals, and various animals were painted in a rough, expressionist style on its cover, like they were about to start a battle royale. Tristan added his very first original song there, Dragonfly, and then was inspired to add more thematic songs, not about animals, but about various kinds of people. People were animals, and the songs made animals into metaphors about people, but not the depressing kind, the inspirational kind. My Honey was about bees and workplace friendships. Wagtail was about a bird with a funny gait and one naturally cheerful person. The Snail of Inevitability was about doing things for the journey, not the goal, and so on. There were 10 songs in total, most of which were recorded with Angelo's help. When Tristan was going to perform on stage, he would use recorded music for background, but play guitar and sing live. At the moment, Tristan sat on a chair in a dressing room, while the stylist did last-minute checks of his makeup, hair, and costume. Tristan was dressed in his usual sort of biker style, black leather and all. There were bees' wings drawn on the back of his jacket, and a half-mask of a blue-gray bird was sitting over his forehead. If Tristan sat still and listened closer, he could hear the noise the thousands of people in the audience made just moving around and talking to each other while they waited for the concert to start. The stylist set aside his makeup brush and stepped away from Tristan. "You're all ready, Mr. Gemello." Derek chose that moment to walk inside the room. He was trying to hide agitation behind the smile. "Mr. Gemello, are you ready? Your time is in 5 minutes. You should go toward the stage already." Unlike Derek, Tristan was much better at hiding his anxiety. This was something he dreamed about as a child. No, that was something he expected to do one day. His car accident made the expectation become a bitter, unachievable dream. Then the second identity system appeared, and it became a goal. Tristan let out a long breath and stood up. Sure. Backstage, Nelson was pacing in circles. At Tristan's appearance, he lit up. "Tristan, you are making it. Go there, Slay." Or, what's the right saying? "It's break a leg, Mr. Meyer," Derek said. "That one. As long as it's not mine," Tristan joked, prompting Nelson to a nervous laughter. 2 more minutes, the stage technician said. "People already love you and your songs, Mr. Gemello. You can do it." Tristan just nodded and counted seconds in his head. In 2 more minutes. Showtime. Chapter 155, Giving Autographs. The wide stage was dark except for several spotlights, all of which converged on a lone figure of Tristan walking down it. He reached the center of the stage, where a microphone and a guitar on a stand were waiting for him. The guitar was slung over his chest. Then Tristan leaned toward the microphone. "People of Los Angeles and people who came from other cities just to see me today," he began in a conspiratorially loud voice, only to suddenly back off from the microphone and almost shout, "Thank all of you for being here. Let's discard pretenses and show the world what kind of animals we all are." The fans almost screamed in delight. Tristan screamed in delight too, but only inwardly. It was incredible how many people actually came. 20,000 people. Well, there were fewer, likely around 15,000, but still a huge amount. It only looked small on paper. In reality, the sheer pressure of their eyes on him felt like a thick cocoon. Then Tristan stopped thinking and began playing. For the next hour, there was nothing but him, music, and adoration of people listening to him. Tristan felt like he was watching himself from the side, but at the same time was intensely present in his body at every given moment. There were thousands of purple strings reaching toward Tristan from the people in the audience. With each song he played, more and more of them appeared, connecting him with his fans. Purple was the color of one-sided adoration, the color of love and loyalty. Tristan was in the middle of a purple web, which only he could see. It was all over in the blink of an eye. An entire century. When Tristan finished playing his last guitar accord, he was in a new era. Secret task complete. Impress people who came to watch you perform today. Reward. Your CP increased by 10,000. He smiled widely at the audience and bowed wordlessly. Despite all his toughness and endurance, he was sweaty and breathing hard after singing for an hour straight. Thankfully, Derek was waiting backstage with a bottle of sponsor brand water, which Tristan gratefully gulped down. Even with Tristan backstage, the fans were roaring behind, still agitated. "This went well, Mr. Gemello," Derek said with a broad smile. "That's an understatement of the century." Nelson charged in, pulling Tristan into a careful, to not mess with the guitar, hug. "Man, you set the stage on fire." Derek cleared his throat. "Yes, that's one way to put it. If you feel up to it, Mr. Gemello, you should come out for an encore. The people will love it." Tristan laughed and pushed Nell away. "I was just thinking that. About the encore, I mean. So, wait a bit for the celebrations, yeah, Nell?" Tristan went back and played several of his favorite songs for an encore. This time, he was more focused on his surroundings than on the music. He noticed when the fans began to tire and closed the performance for good this time. "Goodbye, Los Angeles, and don't miss me. I will see you again soon." Very soon. Actually, the concert wasn't fully over. "Mr. Gemello, are you ready to meet the fans up close?" "We can take a break first," Derek said when Tristan re-entered backstage. Derek was referring to the autograph signing, which was a part of the concert and its schedule, although people had to buy separate tickets to get to it. From the data about sold tickets, there were going to be a couple hundred of the die-hard fans who paid for them. It was great for Tristan's young career that he already had die-hard fans. "I'm good. Just give me more water," he said. "Let's not keep them waiting. The sooner I'm done, the sooner I can rest properly." Derek nodded. "If you say so." Nelson grinned at Tristan from the side, but didn't pull him into a hug this time. "Have a good time. I'm going to stay here, give you all the shine. Watch how it's done for the time when it will be my turn. Which will happen soon enough, Mr. Meyer," Derek said with a warm smile. "You are almost there." Tristan snapped a finger gun at Nelson and winked. "Gotcha. I will show you the best example." After that conversation and watering himself a little more, Tristan went to the VIP lodge. Derek trailed after him, and on the exit from the backstage, for bodyguards, not gangsters this time, surrounded them. They were going to keep the fans at a respectful distance. The lodge was separated from the main part of the audience hall by being on a raised platform and was surrounded by chest-high walls from three sides. There was still plenty of space to see inside, or to take photos. Everything was already prepared for the signing. A table, paper, and a rainbow of markers. Tristan saw flashes of professional cameras as he walked, as well as smartphones of people who just did amateur recordings of him. He cheekily grinned at them all as he walked. The fans were already organized into a queue, and nobody was trying to do anything crazy while Tristan sat down at the table and addressed the first person in the line. Blushing like a tomato, she wordlessly offered Tristan a print of today's concert poster, one of the many merchandise items released as a part of the album marketing campaign, and to earn more money. Tristan grinned at the flustered girl and put a special flourish into signing his name on the poster. He chose a purple marker for it, like the bright thread of the relationship between them. "I hope you had a good time at the concert," he said in goodbye and waved to the next person to approach. In 20 minutes, Tristan began regretting that he hadn't taken a break beforehand. There were a lot of signatures to write, and his hand was getting tired. But even in a tired state, he noticed that something was amiss with the next fan who approached his table. Chapter 156, Not Without Accidents. The fan was another woman. Many of Tristan's diehard fans were women. At first glance, there was nothing out of the ordinary about her. She had average looks, a figure that could be very generously called plump or less generously fat, and seemed to be in her 20s. She was dressed in a Kinds of Animals t-shirt, clutched an A4 notebook to her chest, and looked at Tristan like he could walk on water and multiply bread. Both were typical features of a diehard fan. There was something particularly intense about her bright-eyed stare, enough. And the threat of relationship coming from her to Tristan looked off. From observation, Tristan knew that the colors only gave a general idea of the relationship's nature. Red for love, blue for loyalty. Purple, which was a mix of two, was associated with a fan's adoration. But both love and loyalty could be very different even without other colors thrown into the mix. This purple looked a bit yellowish, but Tristan wasn't sure what yellow meant. Mr. Tristan, I drew an art of you. Will you sign it, please? 4. Gabriella, the girl asked, opened the notebook and showed a page to Tristan. On it was a fan art of Tristan singing into a microphone on the stage. Unlike in any of his actual stage costumes, here he was dressed in a button-up shirt that was dramatically open, showing off Tristan's chest and abs. It was a black and white picture, but very well done. A bit horny, but I like it, Tristan thought. It's far from the worst filth I've seen drawn with me. He suppressed a shudder from these memories and grinned at the fan, putting aside his earlier paranoid feelings. I look almost cooler here than in real life. Tristan signed the picture in the corner with Gabriella and his own name. She squealed happily, clutching the notebook back to her chest again. But instead of moving aside to let the next fan pass, she paused at the table, muttering under her breath. Thank you. Thank you. Now just one more thing. Suddenly, she lunged at Tristan, reaching out for his hair with one hand, while the other held the notebook. Time slowed down, letting Tristan see the movement in all detail. The girl stopped hiding the mania in her eyes. Startled, Tristan looked over her hands, searching for weapons, but there was nothing. The girl's trajectory was about to make her collide into him, and her hand was about to grasp Tristan's bird mask or hair. Is she crazy? Looks like it. Great, at least she's not an assassin. The thought brought Tristan relief, and the time immediately sped up. Nevertheless, Tristan reacted quickly. He pushed himself and the chair away from the girl with his feet, at the same time raising his arms to push her aside just hard enough to avoid her smashing into him. The chair's legs screeched together with the alarmed cries of the nearest fans. The rabid girl landed on the side of the table and rolled off it. No, Tristan, I need more of you. Please. The security team rushed in to pick her up and move her away from Tristan, who stood up from the chair and watched this happen with a frown. From his spot at the side, Derek stepped up, waving his hands around. Everyone, don't worry. This situation was already dealt with. Please, remember to be respectful to Mr. Gemello and other people during this signing event. And in general, be respectful to other people, guys. At least a little bit, Tristan said, cutting Derek off. The smile he gave to the fans still waiting in line calmed down those who were still agitated by what happened in an instant. A few people chuckled. Tristan put the chair back in place and sat down again. Now there was much more discussion among people who waited in line. But overall, the event ended without further problems. A box was ticked in Tristan's status, but a new one appeared immediately after. He added it, because this was what he needed to really show his brother. Task complete. Release your first album. Reward. Your CP increased by 10,000. New task. Reach top 25 of most listened. Charts for a day. Value. 2,000. A new goal, but still plenty of reasons to celebrate. From the reward for the complete task, the album was already going well. Only time was about to show how much. But by now, Tristan believed Derek was competent enough about promotions and marketing. Later that night. And after all this, I'm sitting on 30,000 criminal points and problems with the police. Like two pieces of a puzzle that I'm meant to put together, Tristan thought in his temporary Los Angeles office. That is, in his own apartment, registered under Gemello. This place was safe, because Tristan limited his criminal dealings here to answering calls and sending emails. Lately, he had been doing a lot of criminal work remotely. Perhaps if I put enough points into my hacking skill, I will be able to get some dirt on the chief of LA police. Or, I can put points into the interfacing skill and forge some dirt. As Tristan understood from the skill's description, it was a unified skill for forgery, lockpicking, and other hands-on technical pursuits. It sounded like a decent plan in Tristan's head. As long as the chief of police was under Tristan's thumb one way or another, all the LAPD will have to fall in line. He was, after all, their chief. And if the chief is a person who refuses to be bribed or blackmailed, then perhaps an assassination is in order. The man's inheritor might be more persuadable. With these thoughts, Tristan messaged Vargas. He was Tristan's best source of information related to the LAPD, and he had already been gathering information. Vargas, it's time to do something about our police problem. I hope you did your research. What are the chances of the chief of police taking a bribe? Chapter 157, A Scandal. Vargas replied quickly. He also wrote a message. Those were safer than phone calls, even if still not 100% secure. This is hard to say. I will start with the basics, boss. His name is George Fovesco. He's 55 years old. Married, 2 children. From the press, the marriage seems to be doing all right. The man himself did nothing too incriminating in the past, either. He was promoted from being a homicide detective, which he was good at. There were a few scandals later, mostly related to police brutality and violence, but nothing that can be pointed at him personally instead of the system. My opinion, he's as clean as it gets in his position. I'm sure he got bribes from politicians once in a while to lose some rich kids incriminating evidence. But if he's organized crime dirty, not for us, at least. And even if he was, he's still pissed off at our gang. All the LAPD is. What about his possible inheritors, Vargas? I mentioned asking about them earlier, didn't I? With all the logistical problems, Tristan honestly forgot. You did, boss. The most likely next candidate is Frank Robertson, the assistant chief. 49 years old, divorced, wife has custody of the child. There's almost no press about him. All I found are rumors from my inside sources is that he was in internal affairs until that. You know, pigs that sniff out other dirty pigs. Tristan nodded to himself. He supposed this was the most one could get without talking with these two personally. I see. Vargas, are there any public events incoming which one of the two is going to attend? I don't know, but I can look into it. Just give me a day. But, if you want to send someone there, that will be easier said than done. That person will still need an invitation, and to not be on the police shit list, official or unofficial. I can't think up anyone whom I'd trust to not botch this up, and who fits the criteria. That's all right, I do. Just find the info, Vargas. Okay, boss. As soon as the conversation with Vargas was over, Tristan got another email. This time, it was a minor administrative problem he had to solve. That was a daily routine. With a huff, Tristan opened his status. Before, he had the governing skill and the logistics skill. Now they both were a part of the strategy skill, which helped Tristan orient himself in the intricacies of large organizations of any kind. The skill of a king. Strategy skill increased from 458 to 1958. Strategy rank increased from fine to grand strategist. Things immediately got clearer. The problem, which was mildly stressful before, turned into something that required only a couple of messages to solve. Tristan smiled and quickly typed them. Then, fueled by new knowledge, ideas sprouted in his mind about how he can organize his criminal business better. Sometimes ships and their shipments were delayed because of poor weather, but perhaps a system could be made to make up for it, especially since keeping wares lying for long in LA meant risking police raids. More could be done about inter-gang integration, too. Perhaps a mixed training program? There was a clear difference in the way gangs under King Lion's control operated. Their people could learn from each other, and so on and so forth. Emboldened by these ideas, Tristan threw himself into work and didn't notice how the time passed. Next noon, profoundly tired in the brain but satisfied with all the work done during the night, Tristan went to check his social media. Fans left him a lot of positive feedback for Tristan's released album, which was a great mood boost. The songs from it were steadily climbing the charts and had already reached the top 75. There were less impressed people, too. Haters of various kinds, which Tristan could easily ignore. But then he saw something bigger than that. There was a post with a photograph of him in motion, pushing a familiar fat woman away. The shot was done from a phone and blurry, but the angle hid the fact that Tristan was getting away from the woman's mad charge. The caption under the photo went, "I can't believe this. He assaulted his own fan, and everybody is silent about it? Is it just because the attacked woman was plus size? Tell me you won't keep supporting this asshole. Hashtag cancel_Gemello." Just reading this idiocy made Tristan scowl a little, but worse was the amount of people responding and sharing the post. Too many. In a blink of an eye, it was becoming the next hot controversy that was going to storm over half the internet. It wasn't even about Tristan anymore. It was about men attacking women, especially those who weren't conventionally beautiful. Beautiful, not beautiful. This just proves that you can't trust any of them. I bet the original post was made by a woman, too. Tristan tried to remember the exact details of the moment, but couldn't. There were many people taking photographs of him at the moment. Anyone could have done the photo. With this angle, it was made from somewhere in the queue inside the VIP booth. People weren't prohibited from taking photos there. Still fuming, Tristan took his phone and called Derek. He didn't trust himself to deal with this on himself. He didn't even trust himself to write a social post that won't be full of insults. It took a while for him to pick up the call. Mr. Gemello, my apologies, I was caught up in some organizational matters. Do you need something? Tristan frowned. Recently, Derek shifted all the stars under his workload except for Tristan and Nelson to other people within the GTG agency. But he was still a very busy man. Perhaps I should get myself a personal assistant at some later point to lift some of Derek's workload. Anyway, yes, Derek, when you have free time, check my social media. You won't like what you will see. Oh, just wait 5 minutes, and I will look. I will send you a link. And after you look, Derek, I really hope you know a good way to deal with this mess. Chapter 158, Deal with the Crazy Bitch. It took half an hour and another call for Derek to respond properly. This is a very unfortunate situation we found ourselves in, Mr. Gemello. An understatement, Tristan bit out. I know people whose careers were crushed over less. At least I wasn't accused of doing things to minors. In the last half an hour, his mood only became worse. In a large part, because he made a mistake of researching the situation deeper and reading all the hate comments. Most of the haters definitely didn't hear a single one of his songs in their entire lives. But there are also plenty of people who came out of these situations on top, Mr. Gemello. It's still only a media scandal, and not the worst one. If you had a band, someone would have been demanding that you'd be kicked out. But since you are on your own, they have nothing to grasp. And you have plenty of support from your own fans. Small blessings. So, conspiring everything, you should just relax and let it blow past. I will release a statement from your name explaining the situation. It won't calm down the unreasonable people, but it will give others a reason to mock them instead. The internet is a vicious place like that. A real jungle. Tristan huffed. Yeah, it'd be better if the statement was written by someone more level-headed. All right, Derek. But if you, by chance, find whoever made the original post, I want to sue that person for slander. That will look petty in the eyes of the public, Mr. Gemello. Well, make it not look like that. I'm the victim in this case. Show it to people. I can make a really sad, but dignified face on the camera and tell how I was hurt by all the absolutely unfounded hate thrown at me. On the other side of the call, Derek's face turned sheepish. Mr. Gemello, please, don't take this situation too close to heart. If it affects the sales of my album, I will take it even closer, Tristan grumbled. Then he took a deep breath and put on a mask of someone slightly more amiable. I will leave you to it, Derek. Call me if you need me to say anything. I imagine that my public mail is exploding with questions, but I didn't look at it. He was too distracted. Understood. Have a good day, Mr. Gemello, and don't strain yourself. There's been a lot of good business offers thrown your way, and I'm sure you want to be fresh and ready for a meeting when we will decide which ones you will take. Oh, that. Tristan smiled. There really were plenty of offers. Taking part in advertisements, visiting events, and so on and so forth. Nothing too grand, as far as Tristan knew, but a nice source of extra visibility. Sure. See you, Derek. He ended the call. Then, a thought entered his mind, and he hurriedly called Nelson and told him to not interfere in this. At least, without coordinating it with Derek. Damn. I was just about to send my reply. Nell sighed. Stupid. Should have thought about it, of course. But what did this bitch even try to achieve? Ugh. Tris, I really hope you sue her. If social media gave out the personal information of their users so easily, I'd do it already. And the poster didn't use a real name. Bringing them to court won't be easy. Tristan considered pumping up his hacking skills and trying to find the information anyway. But even he had to admit that it would be a waste of his time. If he could hack protected databases of global social pages, then he could hack protected databases of the Los Angeles Police Department and dig up, or plant, some dirt. In a few hours, Derek wrote a message, imitating Tristan's usual manner of speech. In it, he explained the situation and firmly, but politely, said that it was self-defense as confirmed by numerous witnesses, and that no actual harm was done to the woman in question. It worked as well as Derek predicted. Not only now people were throwing hate at each other, and not only at Tristan, the controversy brought Tristan more fans. I never heard about Tristan until today, but after seeing that he didn't bend over backwards for the crazy woke people, I began listening to his songs out of spite. They are October 10th, by the way. Stop cancel culture. I'm not Jamello's fan, or even like rock music, but I can tell that he did nothing wrong. And he's talented. And are you really going to cancel another talented artist just because someone said so? Those messages were a pleasure to see. Tristan thought that by evening he could largely forget about it, and by the next 2 weeks, the scandal would pass entirely. Then, he saw a new post sending waves over the social media. It was from the crazy woman. Gabriella was her name. Unlike the first poster, she had an established social page, where she posted her art and gushed over Tristan, and drew a very idealized version of self in romantic situations with him. Tristan scowled at that, but not as hard as he was scowling at her last post. This is me. I was the woman Tristan attacked at the concert. Thank you so much to everyone who stood up to me. I was afraid to speak up. His manager threatened me with the police, when I did nothing but love him. And in return, Tristan spat in my heart. He called me ugly and fat, with a smile on his face. He scribbled all over my art. I'm still devastated by that. My idol was crushed. As a proof of her words, Gabriella posted a photo of her sketchbook, with a black and white picture of Tristan scribbled all over with a purple marker. But it was an entirely different picture from the one she showed to Tristan. He clenched his fists on top of the keyboard. New task, deal with it. Crazy bitch. Value 100. Chapter 159, Study Your Enemy. A few moments later, Tristan pulled himself together. Look at the positive side. The controversy grows, and you still have plenty of allies on top of all the negative attention. It will actually boost the album's sales. The only problem was that there were plenty of people who actually believed Gabrielle. There might be photos or videos made by other people in that moment which might disprove Gabrielle's words, but it seems unlikely. Otherwise, the people who took them would have spoken up already. But perhaps, there's something among Gabrielle's own files. With an evil smirk, Tristan made a fresh social account, put some photos from the internet there to make it look like a real person, and began coming up with a message. People who came up with stunts like these usually wanted attention. So Tristan wrote a very attentive message. It was all, "Oh me good, I'm so sorry that you went through that shit. And I just wanted to say that I really want to support you. I followed your art page for a while. You are amazing." And appropriate emojis. And to the end, Tristan added an image file with an explanation of, "I drew something myself to cheer you up, Queen." The image was a postcard with badly drawn kittens and hearts, which Tristan, without shame, found online. It was infected with Tristan's old reliable beholder virus. Feeling much better already, Tristan sent the message and spent his time doing much more productive things, while Derek poured water on all the online fires. Vargas didn't disappoint, and his report came a day after his previous one, just as Tristan asked. Got some guys to ask around post-haste, and they brought the results, boss. The people of interest will be in a charity gala in 2 weeks to gather money for some fund. For some kid sickness, I can't even spell it. They will represent the LAPD and shake hands with rich guys for police funding. What's good for us is that invitations are not only gifted, they are also bought. All profit goes to the charity. Price is $100,000. You still want to send someone? Tristan's eye twitched at the sum. He could absolutely afford it, but it was going to add another reason he disliked the LA chief of police. Besides the fact that he was chief of police and way too good at his job. Yes, I still want to send someone, Vargas. But that person's involvement will be a secret, and I'm not telling anyone their name. What matters is that we will get the information. But then who's going to arrange everything? The invitations are all named, so you will have to tell the organizer who you are buying an invitation for. Tristan huffed. Just forget about this all, Vargas. You did your job, astoundingly, and the rest isn't your problem. As you say, boss. Tristan nodded, even though Vargas couldn't see it. Thankfully, with all the points he put into the strategy skill, pulling out $100,000 on Tristan's personal account wasn't too hard. There was enough money saved in currency amid Tristan's criminal trade kingdom. But he didn't actually do it. He had a potentially better idea. For now, He went through the night simply dealing with his administrative work. Next morning, Derek, I have an idea. I need to do something charitable. Something nice. Tristan announced to his manager. This time they met in person, sharing a breakfast in a restaurant near Tristan's Los Angeles apartment. Derek paused over his eggs and bacon and looked at Tristan questioningly. What are you talking about, Mr. Gemello? Today he was wearing a leopard print tie with a brown suit. The manager always dressed eclectically, but since the release of Kinds of Animals album, Derek almost always wore something animal-inspired. It was flattering and a crime against fashion. Good for Derek that I'm a criminal myself, Tristan chuckled inwardly. I'm talking about donating to a charity by visiting one of those fancy charity galas, Tristan said. One is going to happen soon, and I have just earned a ton of money I can burn. I'm going to buy myself a cool car and then drive it to this charity. Should be able to afford both. Derek eyed Tristan with a hint of caution. He knew Tristan long enough to recognize an idea with some deeper motives than the ones Tristan himself shared. He also knew that if he had an idea with a capital letter, Tristan would go through it either way. You sound like you have something specific in mind, Mr. Gemello. Tristan's face grew more serious. I was too enthusiastic about it. Damn, lying to people whom you only meet occasionally is much harder than to play a role all the time, especially when it means hiding knowledge. At least my criminal underbosses just assume that I know things because I'm that cool. It didn't feel good to have Derek suspicious, but at least there was still a bright blue and red thread of a relationship between them. Loyalty with some genuine care. As a matter of fact, I do, Derek. I looked things up, and there's a charity that happens soon. Invitations cost a lot, but it will show gossipers I'm not a total asshole. At least some of them. Tristan narrowed his eyes. I also want to sue Gabriella, but I know it will work much better if I have evidence against you. Derek nodded. Her accusation is serious enough to actually warrant a lawsuit, but if you only have eyewitnesses, then you might win the fight, but not the war. A charity. Well, it's not the worst thing to do with money. Do you need help with arranging things for it? Tristan beamed. Yes, Derek, this will be very helpful. And, while you are at it, look up for a personal assistant for me. You need some help with your workload. Derek chuckled. This workload is a pleasure, trust me, with a rising star like you under my wing. But I will do as you ask, of course. Do you have any preferences about your... Chapter 160, A Gossip Hydra. Tristan's new personal assistant was named Lancelot Petan by his parents, but at their first meeting, asked to call him Lenny. Neither name suited the 28-years-old man much. He was too average for Lancelot, but too put together for Lenny. Clearly, the man had to choose the lesser of two evils. When Derek introduced Lenny to Tristan for an interview, he said that Lenny was a great worker, but too prideful to accept being mistreated, and it was the reason Lenny left all his previous jobs as personal assistant. Tristan didn't see it as a flaw and ended up hiring the man. So far, Lenny did his job assisting and coordinating Tristan's schedule even better than Derek did, since he was focused only on it. He lacked Derek's emotional warmth, but was professional, responsible, and able to predict Tristan's needs to an extent. So much so that Tristan wished Lenny could help with his criminal business schedule as well. But it was impossible. 2 weeks later. Should I wait for you in a car, or pick you up at a specific time, Mr. Gemello? Lenny asked when they stopped near a mansion. The sky was already dark, but the place's walls were lit up with electrical lights. More lights shone on the trees planted around the perfectly cut lawn. That was the place where the charity gala happened today. Near Tristan, other cars drove near, stopping to let out their passengers near the entrance and driving off to the parking lot. All those cars were sleek and expensive. Many were sports cars, showy, but absolutely impractical in the city. Tristan's car fit with them. Sleek, black, shiny. It cost him as much as the ticket, and still was one of the cheapest cars around. Not so cheap to stand out, though. He elegantly stepped out of it, letting his fingers brush the pristine paint before he closed the door. I don't know how long I will be here, Lenny. I will make a call when I will need you to pick me up. All right, Mr. Gemello. Have a good evening. Lenny nodded and drove off. Tristan went inside the building alongside other gathering guests. A butler brought Tristan inside a large ballroom, where people were already mingling and drinking. Men in black suits told jokes to women in colorful dresses, and waiters flitted around with snacks. At the side, there were several large donation bins, with the fullest one standing near the entrance. Tristan threw several prepared $100 bills in it as he entered. Everybody else was doing the same. It'd be rude to not give anything to charity, even if his ticket already cost a lot. His appearance caught several pairs of eyes. Although Tristan wasn't actively gathering attention, he was just too good-looking to miss so easily, even as he simply walked along the wall, taking in the sights. Tristan spotted several celebrities in the room, politicians, and plenty of other, less-known people. And then, them. Chief of police and assistant chief, keeping close to each other like they were on a battlefield and needed their backs covered. There was a bond of old friendship between them that Tristan didn't need any talents to see. They were talking with an old man who was constantly sniffing loudly, as if he had a cold. Despite that, the man looked important. Tristan glanced around until his eyes met those of a blonde socialite woman, who was chatting with a pair of similar-looking socialite friends. Instead of looking away, Tristan held the gaze with a slight smile until she moved away from her existing conversation to approach Tristan instead. His smile widened, and he greeted the woman with fake warmth. Behind her, the woman's friends watched with visible envy before approaching, too. They mellowed when Tristan smiled at them as well. In 5 minutes, the girls thought they and Tristan were almost friends and were eager to tell Tristan all the latest gossip and who all the guests were. They were very knowledgeable in gossip. Probably the only thing those empty-headed chickens are knowledgeable about. The sneezing man turned out to be the assistant of the mayor of Los Angeles. This is a charity for children, but the police always ask for more donations for itself. Gossiper 1 complained. Why would they even need them when they take all those bribes anyway? They are useless. Instead of paying the police, we should hire more private security. Now those are strong, dependable men. Like you. Gossiper 2 shamelessly batted her eyelashes at Tristan. He was too amused by her words to pay attention. Wow, this turned political very suddenly, Tristan thought. But do you know if the chief of police actually takes any bribes himself, ladies? He asked. They exchanged looks. Of course he is. They all are. Well, maybe others, but he's pretty honest, no? I remember him being angry with that guy, who had been outed for partying too hard, in the wrong places, with wrong people. If you know what I mean, Tristan, it was all hush-hush anyway. It's very uncouth to spread rumors like these. Just disgusting. He was doing children. Children. It's a good thing the chief didn't take the bribe. That'd take the last of my trust in the police. But the court only took him away for 5 years, anyway. There's no justice. Tristan nodded, absorbing the information. It was so easy to get these three talking. He only needed to ask and smile, and they were overflowing with information. He could also tell when they were embellishing or outright lying for the sake of a story. As far as these three knew, there was no proof that the chief of police took bribes, although one of them certainly wanted him to. Thank you, ladies. Do you think he's actually the only honest cop in the entire LAPD? He seems to be close with his assistant. I'd say that if the chief is honest, then the assistant should be too. The girls exchanged more looks. The bonds of the relationship between them were bright and friendly. They were almost sisters. They could tell what the other was thinking. Well, Gossiper 3 began. Chapter 161, Finding What He Needed to. Well, he seems less trustworthy to me, for sure. His wife left him. Why would she leave him if he was a good person? He didn't even get custody of their child. I remember him saying in an interview that women shouldn't have been given the right to vote. I bet he was cheating on his wife. Maybe the police are underfunded because all those funds go somewhere, you know? The assistant chief's car looks new. Is it new? I'm sure it is. In several more minutes, the gossipers poured an entire barrel of dirt over the assistant chief. There was so much that Tristan could barely keep track of what was just a non-confirmed rumor and what was outright made up for the sake of it. Thank you, ladies, he butted in, finally stemming in the flow. I see you don't like the guy at all, and for plenty of reasons. MHM. Gossiper 1 nodded. She curled a lock of her hair and looked at Tristan playfully. Why are you so curious about some stuffy old men? Anyway, Tristan, you won't invite him for a dance. There was a dance floor to the side of the hall, with a small orchestra and a set of speakers playing classical pieces while couples slowly waltzed around. Unlike us. Gossiper 2 chirped with a smile. Isn't that why you called us over in the end? We like chatting with you, but surely. Our gossip has tired you already. Gossiper 3 said in a sultry voice. Tristan let out an almost imperceivable sigh. If I don't repay them with either a dance or an answer to why I'm so curious, they will start spreading rumors about me next time. I'm not tired at all. Chatting with you was a pleasure, ladies. Actual truth, to Tristan's own surprise. The gossipers were shallow ponds, but clear. But if you want to dance, one dance, all right? My legs are feeling tired today. One for each, Tristan. Yes, yes. You can't just leave the two of us rejected. That applies to taking us home, by the way. Gossiper 3 winked. Tristan didn't cough, blush, or even stare. He very pointedly did nothing of the sort. It took a lot of effort. But he held the title of the drama king not for nothing. But inwardly, he wondered if he was missing out on an extremely rare opportunity in his life. Then he mentally slapped himself. Business. You are here for an important business. Finish that first, Tristan, then think with your dick. One dance each, then. You 3 are masterful negotiators, Tristan said with a laugh, and offered them an arm with a flourish. Which one will go first? He danced with each of the girls. They all were decent, but not amazing, dancers, and finally excused himself. After mingling around for a little longer, Tristan saw that the chief of police and assistant chief were away from other guests, talking quietly to each other. A good opportunity to approach. And since Tristan was in his pop star identity, he didn't have to be subtle. Greetings, officers, he said with a friendly, if a bit cheeky smile. How are you finding the event? Enjoying your time while protecting our peace, I hope. HM, and who will you be, mister? Assistant Chief asked. Both police officers were unsurprised that Tristan recognized them. They were wearing dress uniforms and stood out next to the men in suits like a pair of geese in a flock of ducks. Tristan Gemello. If you heard about me, I'd be surprised about your musical tastes. Tristan grinned jokingly and offered his hand to shake. A handshake was a common gesture and also a social ritual which could be used to measure a person. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Gemello. I'm George Fovesco, and my assistant chief is Frank Robertson. The chief of police's handshake was firm and dry. All signs of self-assurance without a need to prove himself to people at every turn. I didn't expect someone like you to have an interest in police officers. The assistant chief's handshake was just as firm, but the man held it for a moment too long, staring at Tristan with too much interest before finally letting go. Oh, it's for professional reasons. Tristan grinned. I write songs for people who want to live fast and live cool, and couldn't help but wonder. What would the police think if I wrote a song about being gloriously as a kite high? The chief of police frowned. Our country has freedom of speech, but I truly wish things like these were outlawed. The children should be taught how to live adult lives properly, not how to die young from an overdose. Tristan could tell that he was genuine in that outrage. Next to him, the assistant chief huffed, after a slightest glance at his superior. Tristan saw the emotion that flickered in the man's eyes at that moment. Exasperation. Was it because of how traditional the chief of police sounded? Because he didn't recognize Tristan's words for the provocation they were? Or because he thought the chief of police was too idealistic? All right, then I won't write that song, officers, Tristan said with an easy smile. There are plenty of other topics. Maybe I will write a song about the police instead. Can the police be fast and cool? Or are you more like donut cops? Like that, Tristan moved the conversation to other topics, baiting the pair more and deepening his understanding with every question. The assistant chief clearly was the more cynical of the two. Disillusioned. Dishonest? Very possible, but without a guarantee. But he and the chief of police were definitely dear friends. A plan began forming in Tristan's head. He excused himself from the conversation and moved toward the snacks table, about to get himself some fuel and think it through, and also think whether he wanted to take the gossipers on their invitation, when he saw a pair of guests enter the hall. A very particular pair of guests. Why are they here? Why now? His own parents. Chapter 162. No Love Found. Tristan didn't see them for 2 years, closer to 3 now. He watched the progress of his brother's career through news, but he always tried to keep away from news about his parents. At first, he feared they would search for him, and at the same time wanted them to. Then he just didn't want to hear them excuse his disappearance from the public and praise his brother. Tristan realized he was gritting his teeth and forcefully relaxed. He took a flute of champagne from the snack table and drank it in 3 gulps. It helped a little. Nora and Harry Hayes went on to greet the host, and shake hands with guests, paying no attention to Tristan. It stung, despite being stupid. What stung much more was the color of the thread between Tristan and the pair. It was an ugly mixture of red and black from Tristan's side and colorless from theirs. Tristan hated and loved them, and they didn't know who Tristan Gemello was, unless they saw him on the news. Even my parents don't recognize me in another identity. TSK. I'm being foolish. Tristan forced himself to look away from the married couple and at his empty glass. No, I was foolish for a while. For a long while, I think. I was lying to myself when I thought I wanted to just take revenge on them by rising above their wildest imaginings. No, I just wanted them to love me. Heh, if I just come to meet them in my criminal identity, I'd know in an instant thanks to the string theory talent. Tristan didn't want to know. He set the empty glass aside and went to the exit from the hall, forgetting all about the other guests he could have befriended and the gossipers with their offer. I never stopped to think, why would my parents love Tristan Gemello in the first place, no matter what he achieved? I never stopped to think, why would my brother feel remorse I wanted him to feel, if he never knew what he was punished for? It was like with Jane. But Tristan had less good and ill feelings toward Jane than toward his family. He never needed her to feel this way or that. Just stomping on her a little was enough. Outside, Tristan called Lenny to pick him up and just breathe fresh air for a while. A drive to his apartment helped him clear his head more. Enough to shove the entire conundrum away. I still want my album to succeed and to deal with any scandals that grow around me. I should focus on that instead of those feelings. And on dealing with the chief of police. Yes, that will be satisfying, no matter what. This is what I must focus on. Next day, during the night, Tristan focused on his work. He managed his gang and checked that the online connection they used for communications was still secure. Secure connection was a big reason police still didn't catch them all despite the gang's continued operations. And he also made plans to destroy the chief of police. After talking with him yesterday, Tristan was sure that he wouldn't be bribed or blackmailed by someone doing organized crime. So instead, Tristan decided to eliminate him. But after watching how close the chief of police was with his likely inheritor, Tristan was sure that if there was the slightest chance that the chief of police was murdered, the assistant chief won't stop until he avenged him. The chief of police had to die either because it was all his own fault or by a pure accident. Then assistant chief will take his role, but likely be crushed by grief too much to do his job properly, at least for a while. Enough to give the King Lion gang a stable foothold in the city, or enough to take bribes from them. An accident like a car crash. Car crashes were the most likely causes of death after common diseases. Although thinking about it made Tristan cringe a little. Car crashes leave some room for suspicion, anyway. Traces of tampering with the chief of police's car might be noticed, and imitating another driver crashing into his car requires finding a civilian driver for this case, and sacrificing him. A poison that imitates disease is much better, but it would be hard to find and even harder to administer. Tristan's system shop had a poison, but it was stated to be random, not reliable at all. People also often drown, especially after suffering a heat stroke in hot weather. But the chief of police is not tanned enough to be an avid beachgoer. No, it will be hard, but it has to be poison. Tristan clicked his tongue and opened his status. The interfacing skill will let me do some illegal chemistry if I make it high enough. Chemistry is far from easy. At the very least, it might give me more insight on whether it's possible to tamper with Chief's car without it being noticeable later. Interfacing skill increased from 1003 to 6003. Interfacing rank increased from great to impossible. New talents are available in the shop. As the flood of knowledge hit Tristan's head, he understood he did everything right, but he needed more. To kill, he needed to know how to heal. Medicine skill increased from 203 to 5203. Medicine rank increased from fine to impossible. New talents are available in the shop. Now he had it. Tristan smiled. The things he could do now. No wonder the system put 2 exclamation marks next to that skill rank. The ideas that flooded his head were so exciting that he delayed going to the shop to enter the darknet instead. He was going to shop for chemistry ingredients, many of which required special permission to buy. Others were easily bought in any drugstore. Tristan had a long list of things he wanted to buy, and besides them, I will need a chemistry lab and a way to administer the poison. Should I just level up my skills and do it all myself? Chapter 163. Hiring an assassin. Finding a chemistry lab wasn't so hard. King Lion Gang wasn't producing drugs themselves, but they had a place to. Check their quality and sort them out before dealing. Lately, that makeshift lab was being mostly empty because of the police pressure and the drugs had to stay untested. But so far, your overseas suppliers didn't fuck you over. As for the ingredients, Tristan bought what he thought he might need with untraceable cryptocurrency. During that time, he also found something online which, he thought, might help him out later. Not a thing to be bought, but a contact. A week after he came up with his idea, he was standing in the lab, neck deep into cooking the poison. The entire thing was known only to the few people who directly helped you with running errands and such. Another week later, Tristan had his poison, alongside several failed prototypes and a bunch of mice he tested it on. An innocuous, slightly yellow transparent liquid. Faintly disgusting. If taken in small doses over time, it gradually increased blood pressure, not noticeably so. By Tristan's expert prognosis, after a few weeks of that, the heart would get too tired pumping all that blood and fail. This was a very common cause of death, and the traces of poison would be unnoticeable even if someone bothered to make a toxicology test. And why would they, when the cause of death was obviously an ordinary age and stress-related heart attack? Only delivering the poison was a problem. But Tristan thought he had a solution. In the depths of Darknet, the assortment of illegal and banned websites, accessible only through special browsers, Tristan had found assassins for hire, offering their services. There was also plenty of gossip about them. People confirmed or disproved the reputation of these people, which was very important since there were no other guarantees you won't be duped. They also chatted about various assassin celebrities and legends. Like No Hope, an impersonator of whom tried to kill Tristan once. He was just a fake, but at the time, he took Tristan by surprise. I probably can't afford actual No Hope even if I find his contact, but I can hire someone who's good at infiltrating. And if he fails, then I can frame the attack on the chief of police as a singular incident. A personal revenge, or something. Then I'd be able to try again. Tristan scrolled the things assassins wrote as their resumes until he found someone fitting his purposes and with a good reputation and sent him a message. I have a task for a good infiltrator. It will take some time, but I will pay well. Are you up to it? Nope. Sorry, busy. Forgot to take my resume off. Tristan scowled at the screen while he read the message. Yeah, he should have done that. At least he replied quickly and not 2 days later. Then there was another message. I will make it up to you. I know someone who's even better at infiltration than me. He might be free now. Just don't tell where you got his contract. Say something mysterious instead. The irresponsible assassin attached a contact to the message. The nickname read, someone _ new. This might be a prank, but it won't hurt to check this person out. First, I should look at what I can find about his reputation. Anonymous forums didn't give Tristan much. There were some assassins who were too secretive to advertise themselves online, even anonymously. Instead, they relied only on word of mouth to get contracts. Someone you knew had to be one of them. On a good side, those people usually were the real deal. They didn't advertise themselves because they didn't need to. Tristan repeated his earlier message about a job to someone you knew. That assassin replied even quicker than the previous one. Where did you get this contact? Tristan hesitated for a moment, then shrugged and decided to be nice this time. I saw it in a dream. Do you want the job or not? A dream? I see. There was a pause for a while. Tristan frowned, feeling like that someone you knew really seen, more than Tristan thought he was telling. It was a strange and unpleasant feeling. He felt like he was being observed with the same piercing intensity with which he inspected people. I need details. If the job includes killing children, I'm not interested. Tristan smiled and typed the details. The pay he offered was on the smaller side, because he fully expected someone you knew to haggle. Deal. I will get it when the target is dead, in crypto. Don't try to avoid paying, though. As for the poison, leave it at a drop point and give me the address. That was a safer method, but it made Tristan frown. It also meant that the assassin will have no information on Tristan. You won't take the poison in person, and you didn't take any payment in advance. That sounds very arrogant to me. It's not arrogance. When I'm done with my task, whoever you are, I will call you by a real name. Then you will know. Tristan clenched his fists to suppress a sudden tremor in his fingers. With a cold shock, he realized that there was a high chance he stumbled upon someone truly dangerous. No hope is just a nickname people gave to him because of the entire 100% kill rate thing. It would make sense for No Hope himself to call himself differently, especially if he prefers to stay as anonymous as possible. He most likely uses several pseudonyms and changes them regularly. If someone you knew was actually No Hope, and to protect his payment, he was going to research Tristan, then Tristan could be in trouble. Maybe he should have refused the contract, or paid in full in advance. Or maybe Tristan was just paranoid. What he knew was that he didn't want to pay an assassin in advance only to be scammed. But he didn't want his identity to be discovered, either. How much could someone you knew find? What should Tristan do? It's stupid to refuse working with an efficient and affordable assassin because of a vague threat. I will just be extremely careful with him. As soon as I leave out the poison, I will switch to the pop star identity and keep it until I pay the assassin. As long as I keep working through text messages with my criminal underlings, it will be all right. And going dark is understandable in current circumstances. Hell, I'm already in my pop star identity because I was already mostly going dark. Together with Tristan's decision, a system notification appeared. New task: avoid being discovered by someone you knew. Value: 1,500. Tristan read the task's value and almost choked on his saliva. 1,500? This meant 15,000 points of reward, just for avoiding an assassin who wasn't actively hunting him. This just proves that he might be No Hope. With a shake of his head, Tristan began writing another message to the assassin. He described in detail how he wanted the chief of police to die and asked when the assassin will move to Los Angeles for this. I can start on this tomorrow, if I will have the poison. If it works as you described, it will take around a month for the target to die. If it doesn't work after that time, I will abandon this task, even if you offer me extra. Also, I won't respond to any messages after I start working. Not the best terms for Tristan, but he could live with them. After the conversation with someone you knew ended, he contacted one of his trusted people and instructed him to pick up the prepared bottle of poison from the chem lab, then move it to an unused drop point in the city. When the man will give Tristan a report that the task was done, Tristan will give someone you knew the instructions. In the meantime, he was busy making his online communications even more secure. Hacking skill increased from 2431 to 6431. Hacking rank increased from Hackerman to Data Demon. And I thought that if I hit 6,000, I will reach the impossible rank here too. Ranks really aren't equal, are they? Despite the rank, Tristan felt a familiar, heady rush of knowledge and new ideas. For the most part, though, he felt reassured. His existing security methods were already secure enough. Darknet users only really got caught when they acted stupidly and gave hints about his personal data. Tristan didn't chat in public spaces and was careful in private conversations with untrusted people, especially someone you knew. To find him, the assassin would have an easier time just trying to deduce who might want the chief of police dead. That being said, Tristan still deleted all incriminating conversations from his laptop. From now on, he was going to use another, more cheap and dispensable laptop to communicate with someone you knew. And last but not the least, I really should open the system shop while I still have any points left. Chapter 164, Cleaning Up the Tasks. The shop didn't change much since Tristan had last opened it. Shop smiley face. Heat vision talent, 3,000 criminal points. Explosive awareness talent, for 1,000 criminal points. Combat acupuncture talent, for 1,000 criminal points. A skill. Refund, 100 points. A driving license, 1,000 points. Tap to choose identity. An exceptional quality instrument, 3,000 pop star points. Tap to choose type. Glock 19, 1,000 criminal points. 1 ammo magazine for Glock 19, 300 criminal points. Barrett MRAD sniper rifle with an optic scope, 5,000 criminal points. 1 ammo magazine for Barrett MRAD, 500 criminal points. A combat knife, 500 criminal points. Hard armor level 4 bulletproof vest, for 1,000 criminal points. A foreign bank deposit card, 3,000 criminal points. A dose of truth serum, 1,500 criminal points. A burner phone, 500 criminal points. A set of clothing, random 300 points. A disguise set, random 500 points. A dose of poison, random 1,000 criminal points. A set of lockpicks, 3,000 criminal points. The two new talents were silently inviting Tristan to check them out, which he did, of course. Explosive awareness. You can sense explosives, armed and unarmed, while within 5 meters or fewer of their blast area. Combat acupuncture. You can debilitate people for prolonged periods of time with no long-term damage by precisely attacking certain points on their body. The first one was straightforward and straightforwardly good. Tristan bought it without even thinking. Yes, until now no one tried to mail him a bomb, but it was only a matter of time. Combat acupuncture was a more complicated choice because Tristan had a hard time understanding what it did. It will allow me to knock out people like in the movies, where you hit them at the back of the neck and they sleep peacefully for an hour. Not how in real life. When you hit them at the back of the neck, and they either fall down for 10 to 15 seconds or fall down and don't wake up, or wake up stupider than they were. In real life, where knocks on the head usually mean concussions and brain bleeding. Actually, this seems like a convenient talent. There were a few people Tristan would have been glad to take in alive for interrogation if he had the means to knock them out like that. Fine, I'm buying it. Explosive awareness talent purchased. Combat acupuncture talent purchased. The heat vision talent still felt like a waste of money. But if Tristan ever needed it, he could always buy it later. Now I can sit back and wait for results to happen. Tristan stayed low and advised his people to do the same, even diminishing the amount of money-earning operations in progress. Instead, he focused on music and planning his future concert tour. Tristan had ideas. Large ideas. Also, Nelson was releasing his own album, and Tristan was helping him out, both with musical advice and with friendly support. The scandal about Tristan was still ongoing, but the moderate approach to managing it was successful. People began to gradually move on from it. Tristan could easily imagine how things would work out if he acted more aggressive. Just recently, there was a blow-up of hatred thrown at a company whose PR manager became afraid of hatred and in panic began banning any, even innocent, comments in the company's direction. Everybody went against the company, and Tristan didn't even know if they were actually guilty of anything. Instead, Tristan's album was steadily rising on tops of the charts with an extra boost from his infamy, while he stayed mostly unscathed. The crazy bitch kept posting false accusations about Tristan and gathering pity with some people, but the number of her supporters grew smaller and smaller by day, with only the most zealous remaining after a while. 3 weeks later, Tristan was hit with a notification. Task complete. Reach top 25 of most listened charts for a day. Reward. Your CP increased by 20,000. Immediately after, he went to check the charts, and there he was. One of his released songs, My Honey, went viral enough to hop 20 spots over all others, which meant those were still in top 50, and reached top 25. The change happened seemingly overnight. A bit of browsing found a ton of clips on short video platforms using the song. Its chorus was really catchy. Tristan had Angelo Omen to thank for that, except he wouldn't. That meant that Tristan didn't have to walk on eggshells around his reputation anymore. He called Derek immediately. The manager barely had time to greet Tristan over the call before he was hit with a question. Did you check the music charts today yet, Derek? I didn't have the time, but I assume there is good news. Yes, look at it yourself. I got in the top 25. That small scandal worked out for the best for us, after all. This is incredible, Mr. Gemello. My most sincere congratulations. I knew you would absolutely reach this mark at some point, but the speed of your rise beats my wildest expectations. My imagination just isn't that good. He laughed. Tristan grinned, too. And you know what else this means, Derek? It means sue that crazy bi woman. Sue her. I thought. Derek paused. At his end of the call, he was rubbing his forehead and trying to gather words. Before, he explained that suing the woman was dangerous from a PR standpoint, and Tristan agreed to delay it. Since then, he has stayed silent on the topic. Derek hoped he forgot. It might reignite the scandals if she speaks about it online. And from what I can tell about her, she definitely will, Derek finally said. Tristan's grin stayed wide and predatory. He had a perfect excuse already, even if his actual motives were far less pure. I know, but imagine she did that shit with someone more vulnerable and fucked up their career. I want to bring that woman to justice. I can bear some backlash at this point. It's why I waited. Derek shook his head in exasperation, but now he was smiling, too. If you say the same things to your fans later, with the same convictions, I think there might be almost no backlash at all. Those are wonderful words, Mr. Gemello. All right, I will find the lawyers and arrange everything for the court. Be prepared to give your statements. I will. Thanks, Derek. Another week later, George Fovesco, LAPD chief of police, tragically died from a heart attack at the age of 55. From the article written in the news, his family and friends were mournful, but the city's safety was not under any risk. The assistant chief was ready to step in and take George's position. There wasn't a single word about signs of foul play or anything like that. Tristan had no idea what methods exactly someone you knew used, but they were sure effective. The assassin wrote to him as soon as the article was published, with the link to it, which was how Tristan first found out. My part is done, Tristan Hayes. Now is your turn. Send money to this account. There was a cryptocurrency wallet ID attached to the message, but Tristan barely paid attention after Tristan Hayes. Task failed. Avoid being discovered by someone you knew. Task complete. Teach or convince LAPD to stay away from King Lion Gang's activities. Reward. Your PP increased by 10,000. He did call me by name, after all, but I didn't spend even a minute in that identity over the last month. Wherever he found this information, it wasn't by watching me, at least. It didn't help. This meant that someone you knew dug deep while also poisoning the chief of police. Those abilities. Tristan shuddered. His only small mercy was the fact that through a computer screen, someone you knew won't see. How rattled he was even without him needing to put on the act. That, and not being discovered in both identities. Then Tristan would have had huge problems. He sent the assassin the money. The full sum as promised. A pleasure to work with you. Use this contact again if you have other interesting contracts like that. Tristan really didn't want to, so he didn't reply to the message. Instead, he wiped the secondary laptop from which he wrote it clean, deleting even that insubstantial evidence, and continued to lie low. After a day passed, and someone you knew still didn't attack him, Tristan began finalizing his last remaining criminal task. The police really had bigger problems now. Tristan wasn't the only person who thought that with the chief of police dead, they could get off with crime. Former assistant chief had his hands full, and things were slipping through his fingers. With the constant threat of raids over, Tristan picked himself a palace fit for the new King Lion, a moderate in size, but luxurious mansion in the richer part of Los Angeles. It was one of the streets where you could meet celebrities just walking past even more often than anywhere else. Yeah, I will fit in perfectly here. In both identities. Where else but Los Angeles? Chapter 165 Housewarming for the King Lion. Task complete. Complete the restructuring of the King Lion Gang and move its main HQ to Los Angeles. Reward. Your PP increased by 3,000. The arrival of the notification coincided with the arrival of the first guest Tristan Hayes invited to his new mansion. This was not just a strategy council or a party. It was an event made to celebrate Tristan's establishment in Los Angeles and to remind his people who they were working for. Since a lot of Tristan's subordinates were low-life thugs, he didn't insist on sticking to rules of etiquette too much. But he let it know that coming in anything less formal than a suit will be an insult to him. He was wearing a suit himself, a black one with a yellow shirt. It reminded about his title of King Lion without being too obnoxious. And it wasn't a wig. The mansion Tristan bought on blood and drug money was large enough to have a separate dining room, large enough to fit a dozen guests easily. A pair of Tristan's men were acting as waiters tonight, preparing and moving in delicious-looking dishes. Today, all his underbosses were invited. Leon, Martinez, Damian, Vargas, Victor, and James. Out of them, only Leon and Martinez acted entirely nonplussed by the atmosphere of wealth surrounding them. Damian, Victor, and Vargas made a good job of pretending that they weren't affected, while James looked twitchier than usual, which meant he was intimidated. But nothing in the room was more impressive or intimidating than Tristan himself. Before this day, Tristan had invested a large part of his points into his skills and attributes, striving to impress people on his side. A lot of these points went into his charisma and fearsomeness. With 1059 charisma and 1077 fearsomeness, Tristan's aura became even more tangible than before. His presence was so powerful that if he entered a room, people would turn toward him even if they were standing with their backs to the entrance. And then they won't be able to ignore him. Never. However, thanks to the balance between the characteristics, it was easy to keep under control. As long as Tristan minded his body language, he could still be stealthy. And, of course, the amount of pressure he could exude on people was devastating. But for now, Tristan was showing his good mood to people he greeted. "Congratulations, Mr. Hayes," Leon said, shaking Tristan's hand. He wasn't wearing his wig anymore, not since he gave it to Tristan. "You have truly done a good job with this place. And I don't mean just the mansion. So let me give you a housewarming gift." He brought a small box from his pocket and offered it to Tristan. Inside was a golden tie pin with a lion's head on it. The lion had a pair of tiny gemstones for eyes. When Tristan looked at them closer, his eyes widened with surprise. His observation skill, which now was 50/76, wouldn't lie. Those were blue diamonds. Even those small diamonds probably cost at least $10,000 each. Add to that the cost of gold and the jewelry work. It was definitely a custom piece, made to match Tristan's eye color, and it became a quite expensive gift even for Leon. At least after he lost his previous position. "Those are very impressive diamonds." "Thank you, Mr. Clavin." Leon's eyes widened. "You have a sharp eye to tell that those are blue diamonds and not another blue gemstone like sapphire. But I should have expected that from you." He went to sit in his prepared place, and others approached Tristan with their own housewarming gifts. Gifts were as much an expectation as suits. Damien brought an antique saber, which by his words, was used by an actual, real-life pirate captain. It certainly looked old, at least. Martinez brought a handgun customized with gold engraving. Vargas gave Tristan an oil painting of a stormy sea by an obscure Renaissance artist. The painting was still beautiful, even if it didn't cost millions. Explore more stories at Empire. James was the last to offer his gift, looking nervous about it. Of all Tristan's underbosses, he was the least socially adept, and he clearly knew it. His gift was a carpet. A 2 on 3 meters handmade carpet. "It's what is good for making a house feel like home, boss." "Mr. Hayes," James said, gesturing at one of his men who was carrying the thing in. "It's pretty and expensive. I'm not being cheap on you here, no." Tristan smiled. "Thank you. It will certainly make my bedroom cozier." This calmed James down, and everybody went to the dinner table. Tristan asked his man to put all the gifts away, and everybody began eating. The atmosphere was quite comfortable, especially considering that not too long ago, some of these people were eager to stab each other. A few times Victor tried to make a shitty joke at someone's expense, or James was about to give an opinion too honest for being public, but each time a single glance from Tristan was enough to make them swallow their words. It was worse when people began talking about an inevitable topic among men, women, and Vargas started bragging about his smart and hot girlfriend. Thankfully, he remembered about Tristan's presence in the room before Tristan had to think how to shut him up without making anyone curious about Evelyn. But eventually, all the food was eaten, and the dishes were taken away. There was some wine to go with it, but not enough to make anyone even a slightest bit drunk. So that was when Tristan shifted the topic to business. There were a lot of casual matters to arrange. Now that the King Lion Gang had its hands free of police intervention, they could take over more of Los Angeles, explore new avenues of income. Eventually, Tristan brought up the main topic he wanted to talk about today. "One last thing, gentlemen. Cuatro Angulos is preparing to make a move against us." Suddenly, silence fell over the room. Those who knew about the cartel went tense and alert in an instant. Those who didn't became tense and confused. "I think I heard of them," Damien muttered. "A large player in the Mexican drug market. I hope they learned their lesson about staying on their side of the border," Martinez said with a frown. "Mr. Hayes, how do you know this?" Tristan smiled. "One of my people was watching their communications for me." Tristan was too busy to do it personally, but he found among his people someone who knew Spanish well enough and regularly checked that he was still loyal. He was surprised himself that it took them so long to do something against him again, and that they missed an opportunity when the gang was infighting. But at that time, Cuatro Angulos itself was at war with another drug cartel. The clash quickly ended with peace talks, though, and soon Angulos returned to preparing their next move. "What are they planning to do?" Leon asked. "Well, thanks to the sea trade routes, we've been indirectly buying drugs from Cuatro Angulos' Brazil competitors on the American drug market. They can't attack them easily, so they plan to resort to actual piracy." Damien grinned. "Really? Somali style?" "More or less. It's not like we can protect the smugglers' ships en route. Eventually, They all will either be dead or be too scared to trade with us. We need ships of our own then, Damien exclaimed. And here I quietly hoped all that time that piracy theme was just a joke, Tristan thought. That's stupid, Victor said with a glare. We don't have that much funds. Yes, and that's why we will stop Quattro and Gulos before they even start their operation. We will attack first. By my estimate, we have 2 months to do it before the first attacks begin. 2 months for an operation like that, Vargas muttered. We can do it. James sneered. They won't know what hit him, but we will know. It will be a bomb. How will you get a bomb past border security? Victor asked dryly. Actually, how will we get the strike team past border security? Who will be in the strike team? At least a few people have to know Spanish, or they will be strangled there. Hell, just being white people in Mexico, a lot of our guys will stand out. Some of my boys are Mexican. We ain't spitting on anyone. A very modern thing to say, James, Damien mocked. But they will need someone steadier to guide them. That doesn't tell me what to do about the bomb, Victor retorted. Tristan just watched them go with a slight smile on his face. A machine which he gathered and oiled by himself. It was so satisfying to see it work. He was sure that if he gave them enough time, they would come up with a good plan on their own. However, the plan had to be not just good, but 100% foolproof. Besides, Tristan had other things to add. I'm also considering an assassination. It won't bring the cartel down, but it will make the primary operation much easier to carry. Chapter 166 Operation Claw. A week later. Your pop star rank has changed from adolescent star to on the Olympus. Reward. Your CP increased by 10,000. The notification came to Tristan soon after several more of Tristan's songs climbed up to the top 30 of the charts. He really was being noticed at this point. It was great news, and even better news in the context of the conversation Tristan had with his manager a short time later. So if, as you say, the tour arrangements won't be finalized at least for the next few months, not much stops me from taking a vacation and traveling a little. Derek, isn't that right? Tristan said with a smile at the man. Although the words were phrased like a question, they sounded like a statement. Well, there are still a lot of business offers you might take in the meantime. It would keep your name afloat. But yes, that's not necessary. Derek shifted uneasily. Of course, the agency would prefer you to. A more important matter is the ongoing court case against Ms. Gabriella, the crazy woman. Following Tristan's order, Derek had sent her a lawsuit from his name for defamation and assault just a day earlier. Since then, the crazy woman was crying about it online, and the court was slowly grinding its gears. This won't be quick, anyway. I will have time between this and that. If she doesn't choose to settle things outside the court, anyway. That's a real possibility. What if she does, Mr. Gemello? She obviously can't pay a large settlement fee, but we can make her keep silent about things from now on. Tristan's eyes flashed with cold anger. Refuse any settlement, Derek. Keep suing her. If that's what you want, Mr. Gemello. I see that you have thought things through with that vacation and aren't just bringing it up at random. Tristan stared at Derek. The man understood how Tristan's plans worked and still supported him. At first it was just because it was his job, but now Tristan knew Derek felt some genuine appreciation toward Tristan. Not like a friend, but something more mentor-like. It was hard to explain. Either way, Tristan liked it, so he smiled gratefully at Derek. I did. So just help me arrange everything. Give Lenny a vacation, too. Derek's eyebrows shot up. You won't take him with you? Are you going entirely alone? Where to? Tristan smiled mysteriously. Places. I will be going anonymously, and I will stay safe. Don't worry. Derek worried visibly. In fact, he subtly tried to change Tristan's mind about having guards for the next week of preparations, in between trying to get Tristan's destination out of him. But Tristan was stubborner than that. In 2 weeks, the preparations for his absence were complete. Tristan planned to be away for 10 to 15 days, a short enough leave to return to the premiere of Nelson's album. In the meantime, the crazy woman was being stomped in the court. With donations of her supporters, which still existed despite all proof of her wrongness, she hired herself a decent lawyer and was now dragging the case out. That was fine for Tristan. His gang subordinates were also getting ready to set off. The Operation Claw codenamed and was ready to begin. Other code names included Operation Barbarossa, Operation Kill, Those Fuckers, and Operation Outpunch. Out of them, Operation Claw was actually the tamer one. and the matter of naming brought way too many empty arguments for Tristan's liking. The underbosses didn't like the idea of Tristan leading the Operation Claw personally. He was too important for the gang to lose there, but anything else was out of the question for him. Now Tristan also had a reason for his total absence from his pop star life. He was fully ready for this. 2 weeks and a couple of days later, Mexico was as hot and full of Mexicans as Tristan expected. There was no orange tint filter, at least. As soon as he'd leave the AC-cooled interior of his car, the hot air would push down on Tristan like a pillow that tried to smother him. This feeling grew only stronger after a few hours of staying under the sun. The local heat was even hotter than the one Tristan was used to in California. It was a marvel how the climate could change over such seemingly short distances. He and his team of 4 other people were still adjusting to it. They have arrived in the country by legally driving through a checkpoint with tourist passes. It was a good thing Americans didn't need a visa to visit Mexico. The documents were masterful forgeries, anyway. Going under real names meant attracting attention from Cuatro Angulos. Tristan considered using his pop star identity to bring a team with him as staff and mask some gear as music equipment, but decided it was too risky for his public image. And his legality once was enough. As it stood, Tristan's group was just a group of tourists together on a tour. A typical thing. The group wasn't too big to be conspicuous. Although these people were few, they all were the best of the best. And they knew Spanish at least enough to buy themselves things from the street vendors. But it meant that Tristan's team couldn't bring his weapons the same way. After passing the border, Tristan drove the car directly toward their next destination, a small coastal city where their gear was going to wait. That city had contacts with smugglers that supplied some of King Lion Gang's drugs. According to Tristan's plans and arrangements, these smugglers would supply the gear his team needed for the operation. Guns, mostly, but also certain chemicals he needed for later. The team had to drive through the day and stop in a motel for a break at night. The place was incredibly cheap by Tristan's steadily growing standards, but at least it had enough separate rooms for everyone. I could have kept driving until morning, Tristan thought with a sigh. He wanted to do things as quickly as possible, even if he was still fitting perfectly into the planned time of the Operation Claw, which already had some extra time built into it in case of unforeseen problems. Not driving felt like a waste of time, even if there were still plenty of things to do. Tristan brought a laptop with him so he could keep tabs on King Lion Gang even now. There wasn't much to do for him at the moment, though. He put all his duties to subordinates for now. Next, he checked his system status. Tristan Hayes, Tristan Gemello. Find more chapters on Empire. Current identity, criminal. Second identity, pop star. Pop star rank, on the Olympus. Criminal rank, King Lion. Pop star points, 8,000. Criminal points, 18,000. Attributes smiley face. Pop star. Appearance, 570, top model. Charisma, 1059, the beguiler. Dexterity, 600, gymnast. Criminal. Fearsomeness, 1077, dark god. Strength, 679, weightlifter. Toughness, 800, bones of steel. Skills smiley face. Pop star. Vocals, 1938, siren. String instruments, 2097, guitar god. Percussion instruments, 0, nobody. Wind instruments, 1, nobody. Electronic instruments, 0, nobody. Keyboard instruments, 801, professional amateur. Exotic instruments, 0, nobody. Songwriting, 2404, new Beethoven. Dancing, 1079, dance floor legend. Acting, 2538, drama king. Production, 740, good. Style, 506, good. Criminal. Stealth, 844, shadow. Melee combat, 5,224, impossible. Ranged combat, 4,836, impossible. Observation, 5,076, impossible. Driving, 2618, racer. Athletics, 2419, coach physical instrument. Medicine, 5,203, impossible. Interfacing, 6,003, impossible. Sleight of hand, 533, light fingers. Tactics, 505, good. Strategy, 4,958, impossible. Hacking, 6,431 data. Demon talents smiley face. Clark Kent effect. Sleepless. Clean hands. Bullet time. Hypnotic voice. Sight awareness. Electronic sight awareness. Ambidextrous. Bilingual. Spanish. Freezing glare. String theory. Copycat. Detective. Blind shot. Quick fingers. Explosive awareness. Tasks smiley face. Pop star. Deal with the crazy bitch and restore your reputation. Value, 300. Criminal. Save the family of Rafael Big Rocket Villanueva from being hostage. Value, 300. Stop the upcoming attack of Cuatro Angulos on King Lion Gang. Value, 1,000. Arrange the assassination of the boss of Cuatro Angulos. Value, 500. Tristan had 3 recently added tasks in his tasks panel and more points to spend. Right now was actually a good time for it. But he wasn't spending those points on skills and attributes this time. Instead, he went to the system shop and bought a Glock handgun for 1,000 points and 2 ammo magazines for it for 600 points. He hoped he wouldn't need it for the upcoming meeting with smugglers and the weapons they prepared for Tristan's team, but one could never be sure. Tristan hid the weapon in his over-shoulder bag and the next day drove the team's car toward their destination. By noon, they were at the designated meeting point, a harbor hidden from being easily found by a twist of the shore. There was no road leading below. Tristan had to leave the car behind as he and his team made the way down past overgrown vegetation and steep slopes. But after they climbed down, they were rewarded with a sight of a small waterside cave and a narrow strip of a beach. No smugglers in sight, yet. Chapter 167 Greedy Bastards. Waves sloshed rhythmically on the sandy shore. Sun was high in the sky, forcing Tristan to squint at things to not be blinded by it. Slight breeze rustled grass and bushes growing around. The light jacket Tristan wore over his t-shirt was a poor choice of clothing for the weather, but he could hide his gun in the inner pocket of it. There was a cavern in the steep slope of the shore, small enough to see all of it from the outside, but big enough to fit several people and a boat. It was currently empty. Not a sign of another person, and not a touch of anyone's gaze on Tristan's skin. He frowned. If the smugglers decide to not show up, it will be very troublesome. He had a backup plan, but it didn't stop him from worrying. But he forced those feelings aside. They aren't here yet, but the time of meeting wasn't very specific, Tristan declared to his group. We will wait until dark, but not here, somewhere more out of sight. He pointed at the thick vegetation above the hidden beach. People whom Tristan took with him on this operation were some of his most trusted and most reliable. Cutout and Sam have proved themselves more than once. Kund and Decker were recommended to him by his underbosses, but they were loyal, too. Tristan could see it. Neither of them wanted to sit in insect-filled bushes, but neither of them complained about Tristan's orders. Good thing we brought insect repellent with us, Tristan thought. Leaves and tall grass hid Tristan and his team from view as they waited. The most interesting thing that happened in an hour was Cutout reflexively stabbing a lizard that tried to climb his leg. Eventually, Tristan noticed a spot of black on the sea's blue. I will check if those are our guys, but we will have to meet them together. They won't trust to approach unless they are sure we aren't ambushing them. Tristan whispered to his team. Do nothing remotely aggressive without my command, but be ready, just in case. Although his men didn't have guns, they had knives bought in a local store. Bad choice for a gunfight, but better than nothing. Tristan walked out onto the shore with fake nonchalance, put his hands in his pockets, and waited. Soon, he could see the faces of the 2 people steering the boat. It was a small fishing motorboat with a white sail, which it was currently using to move. There was a roof that hid most of the interior, but it was big enough for about 5 people and maybe some cargo. The smugglers themselves were dark-skinned and sun-weathered despite not being older than 30. They wore their handguns in visible holsters on their chests and had their hands close to them. Tristan remembered the marine hand signals Damien had instructed him about and waved his hands in the smuggler's password. One of them stood on the nose of the boat and raised his hand straight, then waved them left and right in another series of signals. Then he pointed somewhere behind Tristan. Yeah, we got you, but is the shore clear? Tristan translated them as, come out, guys, Tristan threw to his team. Only after Tristan's team gathered around him, smugglers approached the shore and pushed the boat halfway out onto the sand. From this close, Tristan could see lines of relationships reaching from them to somewhere inside the boat. There were more people here. You must be the one they called the big cat. I thought you'd be, haha, bigger, the leader of smugglers said in Spanish with a smirk. You know the language, yeah? Will be awkward for you if you don't. Tristan didn't raise to the bait. He saw through him. The man was only doing this because he was intimidated by Tristan's aura. He didn't expect Tristan to have so much presence. I can speak Spanish fine. Did you bring the goods? Yeah, but did you bring the money? Sam, the money. The man took off his backpack and pulled out several wads of prepared cash. The smuggler's eyes shone greedily. Nice, nice. Now show us the goods, Tristan said, narrowing his eyes at them. Both of them jolted slightly, before straightening even more to cover for their fear with more aggressive posturing. Sure. Boys, show them the goods, the leader said toward the insides of the boat. 2 more men came out, carrying 4 large canvas bags to the shore, then went back and returned with 2 AK-47 rifles that they pointed at Tristan's people. It was a proof of their loyalty and obedience that no one pulled out a knife yet. The other 2 smugglers pulled out their guns, too, but didn't raise them. The goods, guns and rifles, just like ours, with plenty of ammo, are in those bags. Just look, and here are the more explosive parts you wanted. He opened one of the bags, showing that he wasn't lying. Guns and materials Tristan was going to use to craft a bomb. Tristan glared at the smuggler. What is this all about? He asked with annoyance. We are haggling. We are changing the price to all the cash you have, guys. But we are nice enough to still give you the wares instead of taking that cash from your corpses, so? The smuggler leader waved his gun encouragingly. Behind him, Tristan's people were tense and ready to fight. He could almost hear them wondering about his next command. Tristan forced himself to only grit his teeth inwardly. Outwardly, he showed no fear or worry. We can't get into a fight with 1 gun against 4 at this stage of the plan. If one of my people, or even I, gets wounded, things will be much harder down the line. But we need money, too. We can't just withdraw from bank cards. It's too conspicuous. Those greedy bastards. New task. Teach the smugglers how to do business. Value, 200. Tristan was going to get out of this. Chapter 168 How Not to Do Business. Tristan's men knew Spanish well enough to understand the problem. He also knew that even if they didn't understand, they'd start fighting as soon as he gave the smallest command. He looked over at the smugglers and their boat again. With their automatic rifles, just 2 smugglers could gun down Tristan and his 4 people in seconds. He'd need about 2 seconds to kill them both with only 1 gun. The smuggler's boat was beached far enough to take longer than that to be pushed into the sea. All 4 smugglers were watching Tristan's team closely, although only riflemen were aimed. Tristan let out a breath. Now he was playing a role of someone proud, but smart enough to know he was cornered. All right, how about twice what I promised? I thought you understood Spanish, HM? We told you to give all of it. Tristan winced. Yes? Sam. He turned to the man, hiding his left hand from the smugglers for a moment. Sam, give these people all the money. Actually, just give them your entire backpack. Do it. Sam's eyes widened in confusion for a moment. His jaw clenched, but he nodded. From the excited way smugglers have perked up, they must have known English at least a little. Tristan was glad he didn't say anything important in that language. He stuck his hands in the pockets and watched as Sam walked over to the smugglers and threw the backpack in front of the leader. The leader's attention went to the backpack. He was opening his mouth to say something, probably to ask about the rest of the money. His aide was watching Sam. One of the riflemen got curious about the backpack enough to look there. The other still watched Tristan. Tristan glared at him with all of his force. It was a glare chilling enough to momentarily freeze air in people's lungs. In Tristan's eyes, the smuggler saw the inevitability of his death. Maybe you won't die today. Maybe you won't die tomorrow. But you will die eventually, and what will wait for you there? Heaven? Hell? Nothing at all. Every day you chase those thoughts away from yourself, but nothing can chase away death. Not forever. The smuggler went pale, perspiring with cold sweat. His finger was limp on the trigger of his gun. Moving faster than a lunging snake, Tristan pulled out the pistol from his pocket and shot him between the eyes. The man fell dead, and the bang of the shot drowned out the alarmed cries of the other smugglers. The second rifleman raised his rifle at Tristan, but was stunned by Tristan's glare. Before he could recover, Tristan shot him, 2. It all was done so quickly that the other two smugglers barely had time to realize they were being killed. The leader had only raised his eyes at Tristan when he, too, was frozen in his movements by a glare. The leader's aide was faster. He was about to shoot Sam, the person closest to him, but Sam wasn't standing still, either, instead lunging forward. Two shots rang almost in unison when Tristan and the leader's aide shot their respective targets. The smuggler leader fell to the sand like the others, turning it red with the blood leaking out of his skull. The aide's shot went harmlessly into the sky, because Sam was wrangling his right arm away from himself or anyone else. A second later, Tristan put a bullet between the aide's eyes, too. It'd be a dangerous shot for anyone else. With Sam wrestling the smuggler, it was easy to hit the wrong man by accident, but Tristan's skills were top-notch. Not only was he sure about hitting a target of this size at this distance, with his observation skill, he could predict the next movements of both men from the direction of their gaze and the tension of their muscles. Sam grabbed the smuggler's gun and let go of the corpse a moment later, but there was no one else to shoot at. Tristan's other men had also pulled out their knives and were ready to fight, but the shore was peaceful. Task complete. Teach the smugglers how to do business. Reward. Your PP increased by 2,000. A grin grew on Tristan's lips as he gazed upon the 4 fresh corpses. He approached that of the leader and kicked its side. We will need to pick another contact after this. Someone less opportunistic, if we can find them. Tristan shook his head and looked at Sam. Are you unhurt? Just peachy. That was some cowboy-style shooting, and you had a gun all that time. I had. It was a trump card in my sleeve. A single one, Tristan said. Thank you for being a distraction. Sam, I wish it hadn't been necessary. He put his pistol back into its hiding pocket. Without Sam, he couldn't have pulled it out and hid it in the side pockets of the jacket without the smugglers noticing. At least, not that easily. And he definitely would have had a harder time shooting them all before they shot someone. Check the goods, and whatever else these people had on their boat, Tristan said to his team. When you are done, we should break the bottom and push it into the sea to drown. No need to attract attention to this spot. Gunshots were already bad enough, but there were no people living around for kilometers to hear them. Yes, boss. Tristan's people were too loyal to ask where he got the gun from, even if they were curious. Most of them weren't the curious type, anyway. At least the smugglers' wares were as good as they promised. Tristan guessed they must have realized that Tristan's group was vulnerable on their way to the drop-off point. That was when they came up with that ill-advised scheme. Now everybody on Tristan's team had a rifle and a sidearm. Tristan himself had 2 semi-automatic pistols, because he preferred shooting from both arms. But there was a disassembled bolt-action sniper rifle packed, too. And explosive materials, of course. Good haul, Tristan said, smiling. Pack it to our car, and we will move to the next step of the plan. Chapter 169, Making Bombs. Next day, the small town Tristan's car rolled and was only alive thanks to the wild nature park nearby, which attracted foreign tourists like a honey trap. According to the tourist brochure, the park featured actual ruins of Columbian-age buildings which were open for visitors for an extra fee. As interesting as that was, Tristan didn't have the time for sightseeing. In the town, he rented one of the many available garages. While his men pretended to be curious tourists and looked out for danger and Quattro Angulo's people, Tristan was working out on the bombs. The materials came from the smugglers, and the tools he bought in a hardware store in the town 2 hours up the road. It was all quiet and convenient. In a place like that, Tristan didn't cause a lot of curiosity. With 6,003 in interfacing skill, crafting some bombs was like a piece of pie, at least on paper. First, the explosives themselves. The ingredients brought by smugglers were almost ready to become an explosive. Tristan only needed to carefully melt them in a large ceramic pot and mix them in the right proportions. The ceramic pot came from the nearby market. The heat came from a small gas stove, which was a part of the group's travel supplies. Tristan even had a thermometer to measure the heat, but, shit, it has a metal end. If I stick it into the pot with melting chemicals, it will react with them and ruin the entire mixture. And if I just measure the pot's temperature, the pot's contents will overheat easily and be ruined as well. Tristan paused over his prepared ingredients and the workstation, frowning. He had tried to be ready for anything, but even he could overlook things. He tilted his head, mentally running over everything he had in store. Maybe there was something to help. If I use a smaller pot, it will be easier to keep everything at the right temperature, even if the mixing will take longer. Do I have the time, though? By Tristan's mental calculations, he could try, but then he will be cutting it close to the deadline of the Operation Claw, or he won't have enough explosives. He sighed and scratched his face, protected by a respirator. There was no AC in the garage, and he was getting uncomfortably sweaty. Fuck it. I might as well start with the outer parts. Maybe an idea will come to me while I'm working on them. Tristan set the unfinished explosives aside and went to the rest of the materials. Plastic pipes for outer parts, radio transmitters for remote detonation, timers for a timed detonation. Tristan worked the soldering iron quickly and efficiently, making plastic covers for the bombs, setting the timers and detonators inside, and leaving a part open to put the explosives in later. Like Tristan hoped, an idea came to him in the meantime. I'm stupid. I can just isolate the thermometer with some cover. Melt a bit of glass with a welding torch. No, wait. I remember. Tristan rubbed his forehead, wondering why he didn't think about that thing sooner. He opened the system shop and looked at the heat. Vision talent. It only cost 3,000 CP and did exactly what Tristan needed at the moment. Let him switch between normal and infrared vision. I never thought I might need it for something like that. But measuring temperature with a glance will be much more convenient. Tristan bought the talent and turned the stove on. Switching vision modes was as simple as thinking about it. In infrared vision, the stove and the pot on it were bright with warmth. Tristan used the thermometer to get a measure of what temperature they had exactly. When he knew what shade of yellow to look out for, he began melting his chemicals, mixing them with a long ceramic spoon. First, a small portion, to test things. But Tristan didn't have to worry. His heat vision didn't lead him astray, and the temperature of the first batch of explosives was measured correctly. 2 chemicals became a yellow clay-like mass, whose properties were close to those of TNT. Tristan left it to cool and mixed the rest. It took him all day to fill all the bomb casings with explosives, cover them up, and set up timers and radio detonators so they will be easy to use in the future. In total, Tristan made 12 bombs. Each weighed a kilogram and was powerful enough to blow up the entire garage he was in. That was big enough to sink a decently sized ship. Just holding them in his hands, Tristan felt the potential power vibrating within. Good thing that this type of explosive won't explode without a detonator going off. He still packed them very carefully. Next morning, Tristan's team was going to move again. But before that, in the night, he got a message on his special burner phone. I will be in position for a strike within 2 days. It was from someone you knew. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. Tristan had hired the assassin to kill the anonymous boss of Cuatro Angulos, giving him all the information he hacked about his position and defenses. The price was still steep, but affordable, especially if Tristan dipped into his personal Gemello bank account. The assassin still crept Tristan out, but he was too effective to pass on. Wait for the command to kill, as we talked about, someone you knew. Yes, I remember. I don't want to jeopardize whatever you are doing, King Lion. It will give me a lot of interesting work in the future. Tristan cringed at the message. Is the one of those serial killer type assassins who do the job because they like murder? He's even worse than I thought. Although there are very few good people in both crime and showbiz, if you think about it. He shook those thoughts off and closed the chat with someone you knew without replying. Tristan's team was almost ready for the main part of the operation. One more thing left before the main event, saving the hostages. Chapter 170 A Street Under a Glass Dome. The hostages in question were the family of Raphael Big Rocket. Not only did Tristan promise to him to help, Raphael had helped. Tristan too much to leave him on his own. Thanks to Raphael, Tristan had sent his worms and viruses into the Cuatro Angulos network and had an excellent electronic view of their actions since then. At the moment, Raphael wasn't even aware that Tristan was doing all this. He was on a music tour, probably also smuggling drugs for Cuatro Angulos as they forced him to. Tristan got the information about his family from hacking and listening to Cuatro Angulos network. It was better if he couldn't spill the information to anyone, even by accident. It took several hours to reach the town where Raphael's family lived. This extraction mission was going to make Tristan and his team a signal on the enemy radars. But if he proceeded with the main operation before doing this, the hostages could be threatened. For now, though, Tristan was still hidden. The town was small enough that tourists were a rare sight there. People stared as Tristan's car drove by, even though all but the front windows were tinted black. Tristan parked a safe distance away from the right address, left cutout to guard the car, and sent the rest of his men to scout the area. Then, he made a slight adjustment to his stats, using his 13,400 CP in reserve. Stealth skill increased from 844 to 6844. Stealth rank increased from Shadow to Impossible. With a burst of energy, Tristan himself went directly to the address. Although he was walking in plain sight, and his looks made him stand out next to all the distinctly Mexican people, his aura was so subdued that people barely threw a glance at him. At this point, Tristan knew in his bones how to move and stand to not blend with the shadows, but disappear in the sunlight. He stepped into a particularly bright spot, and the blinding light hit him entirely. It was too bright to look at, so no one did. Tristan had to squint too. He pulled out a pair of shades and put it on, before looking around. Most of Raphael's family lived in this small town, where they were easy to monitor, although it was just a convenient coincidence for Cuatro Angulos. Several houses on this street belonged to Raphael's parents, siblings, and cousins. 14 people, 3 cats, and 2 dogs. Tristan was just happy there were no chickens, goats, or other farm animals, because he had seen households that had those and more. 14 people were fewer than he originally thought. Some of Raphael's siblings, when he shared money with them, took an opportunity for better education in bigger cities. Cuatro Angulos watched them, but they weren't in immediate danger if shit hit the fan. They didn't know it, but they were being watched daily. The nice neighbors who helped to fix their fences after a bad storm and befriended their pets were also plants of the Cuatro Angulos cartel. Those people, only 3 of them according to Tristan's data, also made photos of Raphael's parents regularly and sent them to him. A reminder. Just as Tristan watched, a kind-looking elderly woman walked out into the yard of her house and went to check on a small vegetable garden planted there. She left again and returned with gardening tools. Her husband stepped out to watch from the porch, then began helping. Her neighbor watched from the window. Tristan watched them all, thinking, it will be easy to quietly kill all the watchers. The hardest part will be convincing those people I'm trying to save to abandon their homes and go somewhere else. Raphael couldn't do it, and he said as much as he could about Cuatro Anglos without endangering them, and I'm a stranger to them. The only way to do it quickly is to either use force or be extremely beguiling. Tristan smirked. I still have pop star points left. I can improve my charisma, but I will lose the perfect charisma-fearsomeness balance. Attractiveness won't help me much here, I think. This is more about acting, especially since it was merged with stage presence skill when my system updated. Acting skill increased from 2538 to 6538. Acting rank increased from Drama King to Impossible. Tristan smiled as the knowledge filled him. He felt within him an ability to present himself even more imposingly than he already could, thanks to his stats. Those things enhanced each other. Charisma, fearsomeness, looks, ability to play a role of someone greater than God, and a hypnotic voice to top it off. I wonder what my ranks might become if I put even more points into my skills. Is there a limit to them? That was an interesting question, but for another day. Tristan turned away from the house and pulled out his phone to type messages to his team, checking on their status and explaining their next actions. They will need to prepare a lot of things in one short day. That night, the watchers from Angulos grew lazy. Their targets didn't try anything funny and never, actually. When at least one should have been watching the houses of Raphael's family, even at night, they were all sound asleep in their homes. It took Tristan 30 minutes in total to break into their homes and kill each of them by stabbing them through the eye. There was a lot of blood, but none of it stuck to Tristan's skin or clothing, thanks to his talent. His team guarded the perimeter during this time. At this signal, they went to guard the target homes instead, so no one panicked and ran. Explore stories at Empire. Tristan, who showed no signs of murdering people recently, rang the door of Raphael's parents. The doorbell sounded even more shrill in the night's quiet. A minute later, he heard a man shuffling toward the entrance, then felt him peering into the peephole. Who's that? Nobody good rings so late. If you are a robber, I will call police. Chapter 171A Rescue at Night. Through the peephole, the old man, Raphael's father, saw a young and handsome white man who had no business standing under his door in the middle of the night. Tristan could easily imagine the thoughts going through the old man's head. A thief wouldn't ring the bell, right? Right? This young man doesn't look like a thief or like a drunk who mistook this house for his own. What does he want? Tristan stared right at the peephole, making it look like he was meeting the old man's eye. His expression was deathly serious, and his voice, despite being quiet, cut through the wooden door and the listener's ears right to the primitive primal parts of his brain. Your family is in danger. This is your last chance to save them all. Well, what? Tomorrow, a local drug cartel will send its execution squad after you, and you won't even know what for. Unless you follow me now. Tristan heard another fearful gasp from the other side. His direct words left no room for doubt, no matter how sudden they were. The conviction with which Tristan said them, together with the impact of his presence, made them feel more solid than facts of life themselves. At this moment, he could have said that the sky turned green and the aliens have attacked the Earth, and the old man would have believed it. With shaking, wrinkled hands, he unlocked the door and opened it a crack. Demons. How, what's going on? Raphael's father, Mr. Villanueva, asked. Is this about Rafi? Is Rafi all right? Who are you? He wasn't actually that old, somewhere in mid-50s, but his hair was fully gone, and his face was sagging and full of wrinkles. He was trembling with worry. He guessed it, then he must have been worried about Raphael already. His family might have been less oblivious than he said. Could this have been a factor in why they protested being moved to America? Were they afraid for their or Raphael's safety? Tristan edited his strategy a little. My name's Tristan. Raphael is all right, and he asked me to help you, since I owe him a favor. Now, please, you must act quickly. We only have this night. Wake up whoever you can and pack whatever you need to stay a couple of weeks elsewhere. Call your children and nephews who live on this street, and tell them to do the same. Tristan still spoke in this impossible-to-deny cadence. Raphael's father noted dumbly on reflex before gasping. Mother, she can't walk far. How? I will help. Just follow me, and you won't have anything to worry about. 2 weeks, and you will be able to return to your homes. I will tell you everything else you wanted to ask, but later. We don't have the time right now. Tristan opened the door wider and ushered Raphael's father inside by the shoulder. There the old man began sporadically moving around, picking up and putting down things in between, calling for his family in other parts of the house. This would have gone nowhere if Tristan hadn't been here to organize the proceedings. He had to go through every little thing the elderly couple had to do. Even if they had organizational skills in normal circumstances, right now they were all overridden with anxiety. If not for Tristan, they would have not only have forgotten to turn off water faucets and electricity, they wouldn't have forgotten to put on something else than pajamas. And when this was done, Tristan had to repeat the procedure with every other offshoot of the Villanueva family. 14 people, 3 cats in pet carriers, and 2 dogs on leashes too big for carriers. Everybody stood or sat with hastily gathered bags in their hands, or with their things already packed into their cars. They were yawning, chugging coffee, and rubbing tired eyes. A toddler was crying, while a baby was sleeping peacefully while his mother rocked him. But by this point, the family have fully accepted Tristan as their leader and helper. He had dropped some information about the threat of Cuatro Angulos, hinted at approaching gang war, and promised that everything will be all right with everybody as soon as they listen to him. By the time everybody gathered, the sun had begun to rise on the east, and Tristan's team returned to him. Some of them actually had a nap in the meantime. The horizon is clear, boss. We brought spare supplies for the journey, the tents, checked the hour ahead on our planned route, and are ready to go, Sam said. He had bags under his eyes, but he was used to working on not enough sleep on occasion. This couldn't be said for the civilians. None of these people should have been driving in their state. But at least the roads were almost clear of cars at this time of day, too early o'clock. Tristan nodded. Good work. Sam, remind me, how long until the first stop point? 2 hours. Should be safe enough to rest then. All right, then let's go. The convoy of 5 cars full of people would have inevitably attracted too much attention if people were on the streets at this time. Even so, Tristan knew there would be witnesses and recordings from a road camera or 2. That was why, as soon as their convoy left the town, Tristan directed them to a side road, through which they drove for another hour, before stopping in a field in the middle of nowhere. The first stop was too close to the original point to go to a hotel. Instead, Tristan's team set up the tents and told people to get some sleep so they could drive farther away. 7 hours later, they didn't have all the time in the world to rest. They continued the journey in the earnest, driving until the next morning. Find adventures at Empire. By then, they reached a town, which had two things Tristan needed: a large enough hostel to fit all 14 people and 5 pets, and a lack of Quattro Angulo's presence. As far as Tristan knew from his sources, this town wasn't of interest to any large cartel. Chapter 172: Gratitude. We are here. This is where you will stay low until the storm blows over. Here was a hostel in the center of the city. Although Tristan had already arranged the rooms and the payment, the receptionist was still staring with large eyes at the sudden amount of people going inside. Then he remembered the generous tip left by Tristan and looked away. Tristan nodded, more to himself than anyone, and went to organize the unpacking. Eventually, the essential items were moved from the cars and inside the hotel, and people separated into rooms. There weren't 14 free rooms, but there were enough rooms for 14 people. Hidden task complete. Ensure the safety of Raphael's family. Reward. Your PP increased by 1,500. Tristan blinked in surprise at the notification, then smiled. Standing in the emptied hotel hall, Tristan thought now he can finally tell Raphael that his part was done and go on with his not-hidden tasks. Before he could leave, though, he was approached by an elderly woman, Raphael's mother. Mrs. Villanueva, a short and wide woman, looked up at Tristan through her rectangular glasses. There was worry in her expression. Are you going to leave now, Mr. Tristan? Yes. You should be safe here, as long as you stay inside the city. You can even call Raphael if you want, but not right now. Wait until tomorrow. Tristan had checked the phones of the Villanueva family for bugs and viruses, and he was going to tell Raphael to change his phone as soon as he contacted him. Just in case, Tristan doubted it was really tapped. Quattro Angulos was more likely to plant spies in Raphael's surroundings. Mrs. Villanueva nodded. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Tristan. I'd never think that Raphael will make friends like you in America. Are all American people as handsome and well-mannered as you? Tristan raised his brows at this. I was just repaying a debt. Really? He shook his head. Raphael is a smart person. He would never be friends with people like me. He wouldn't want you to be my friend, either. Hell, Tristan Gemello wouldn't have wanted to be friends with Tristan Hayes if he wasn't Tristan Hayes himself. That'd be inviting danger to your doorstep, deadly danger. Most people weren't prepared to deal with deadly danger. Mrs. Villanueva chuckled. Continue your adventure with Empire. Don't be so humble. I know you are a good person at heart, no matter what you are, while doing. My Rafi has an eye for people. He wouldn't have helped you otherwise. So please, have this. So God will watch over you. She pulled a gold chain from her pocket, from which dangled a golden cross. It was a small, but well-made thing, with a detailed figure of crucified Jesus. The chain was relatively new, but the cross was tarnished with age. It was an antique, at least half a century old, and from the wistful way Mrs. Villanueva looked at it, had a lot of sentimental value. Tristan had convinced, manipulated, many people to give him their endless trust and obedience, including this woman. But people rarely had reasons to be actually grateful to him. Whenever he helped, it was mostly a side effect of achieving his own goals. Now he felt strangely touched. It was the kind of people which, he felt, he could get addicted to. Pure, sincere gratitude. Not to be mistaken with adoration or worship. Tristan gently took the woman's wrinkled hand and closed it around the cross. Keep it, Mrs. Villanueva. I don't think crosses change whether or not God watches someone. And this one clearly means something for you. The old woman's eyes began tearing up. Tristan stepped away from her, knowing that he just made her even more grateful. Tristan shuddered inwardly, rejecting the feeling. He was too addicted to power and fame to become addicted to gratitude, too. The latter was counterproductive to the former, too. Anyway, there was no reaching power or fame without walking over heads. Goodbye? Remember my instructions, Mrs. Villanueva. Tristan left at that, ignoring the heartfelt goodbyes told at his back. Next day, the Operation Claw was finally on track with no distractions, which meant that Tristan's car was currently parked in a field, and he was catching the mobile connection for his laptop and waving away mosquitoes. He was so deep in Quattro Angulo's territory that going on main roads by day was going to make them noticed. Because of that, The team was camping in the middle of nowhere again, waiting for the dark. Tristan used the time to read reports of the man who was processing the raw text and voice data the viruses gathered from Quattro Angulo's electronic devices. Tristan also helped his intelligence officer to process some of that data. Quattro Angulos has noticed the Villanueva family's disappearance and started an investigation, but it was about avenging 4 dead cartel soldiers, not about Raphael. As far as the boss of Angulos cared, he had enough blackmail material on Raphael by this point to keep him under his thumb 10 times over. Tristan smiled to himself. By my estimate, we are going to arrive at the Angulos shipyard in another day. I think it's time to show this man his mistake. He closed the reports for now to leave a message to someone you knew. You can kill the target as soon as you are able to. 15 minutes later, the assassin responded. Then expect him to be dead in an hour. Tristan raised his eyebrows. It might be some time before they find the man's body, but I will be able to check the time of death later. Later, the man who was commonly referred to just as the boss of Quattro Angulos was found dead in his remote villa. A 4.46mm bullet shot from 2 kilometers away was lodged between his eyes. Time of death was found to be 34 minutes after Tristan received the message, based on the camera footage which showed the breaking window. Next night, and now the entire cartel was buzzing like a kicked beehive, and Tristan was about to deal his own blow. Chapter 173, The Shortest Night. From Tristan's observation spot on a small hill, the shipyard looked deceptively small. There were only 10 ships in various stages of completion bobbing on the waves. On the shore stood a couple dozen one-floor buildings and some machinery. There were no lights there, except for the searchlights of the night guards. The owners of the place had built it to be hidden from the sea and from the air. Tristan would have had a hard time finding it in the dark if he wasn't using his heat vision and binoculars. Cooler air leaking through the seams of buildings drew contours of them, like a watercolor drawing. Unlike them, the sun-warmed ships were slightly yellower than the surrounding water. I see 4 pairs of guards from here, patrolling the perimeter, Tristan said, then listed their positions and routes. We will have a couple of bombs to spare. I want one to be planted at their radio tower, and the other. He paused, thinking. Barracks? To cull them, Cutout suggested. Their car park, Sam said. Tristan clicked his tongue. Right, the car park. It's safer, and I want you to steal their gasoline. Sam grinned. Oh, we will light up the place, boss. It will be a fucking party. Tristan looked at his subordinates, mentally checking with himself that he had prepared everything right. Each of them had 3 bombs in their backpacks, along with the supplies to make the trek from and to their car, which was hidden in the forest. Tristan, instead of bombs, was carrying an assembled sniper rifle. Find your adventure at Empire. I'm assigning targets to all of you. Use our protected network to send me messages when you are done with each. If you are spotted and need cover, Tristan patted his rifle. Signal with your flashlights. If they call the alarm, don't engage. There are at least 40 of them, and only 5 of us. Retreat with however many bombs you have planted. A chorus of nods, and yes, boss followed. Our target is chaos and destruction. After the bombs are blown, don't bother killing every Angulos here. Be my guests, though, Tristan smirked. But our priority will be retreating. Remember that each of these boats costs at least $100,000. Angulos weren't just planning to attack us. They were going to really earn money with piracy. His men exchanged glances and smirks. I bet the sea prick wishes he was here, Sam joked. I bet he'd love those boats. Huh, cunt. Show some respect for my boss, asshole. Cunt threw back, but without malice. I bet you'd love to have a cool nickname like that yourself. Cool? Only if I was 14 years old. Then what is a cool nickname, Sam? Decker asked. Tristan watched his people make fun of each other, releasing pre-mission tension. His own status made joining them awkward, but it was amusing to watch from the side. They were on a timer here, though. Chat later, folks. Check your equipment again, and I'm showing you one more time how to activate the bombs. Set the timer to activate an hour from now. This is your hard time limit. Although Tristan showed how to set up the bombs 10 times already, he did it another time, just to be sure. Then he checked the time, 3:14 a.m., and told his people, go. Tristan himself stayed at the observation point. From here, he could see and shoot at most of the shipyard. Tristan propped his rifle on a tree stump and waited. He was breathing deliberately, doing breathing exercises to stave off the tension of not being down there and doing things by himself. But this was the most effective. His men, wielding guns with silencers, with eyes adjusted to the dark, sneaked toward the buildings. They would inevitably meet the patrols. Then, while Tristan's subordinate shoots or shanks one guard, Tristan could shoot the other before they raised the alarm. The half-full moon gave enough light to not stumble on tree roots too often, but it was almost impossible to see 4 figures crawling through the forest. Unless Tristan used heat vision. He traced 4 glowing figures and 8 enemy guards, almost like dots on an imaginary blue map. From above, through the rifle's scope, he could see things no one else could. Cut out as being too slow and careful. That patrol is going to turn a corner and spot him. With a slight frown, Tristan aimed his rifle at one of the 2 guards. He pressed the trigger as soon as Cutout got in his line of sight. The silenced shot stayed unheard by anyone in the camp, but the guard fell dead with a hole in the side of his head. Cutout noticed the sound and spun on his heels. With reflexes that brought him so high in the ranks, he threw his knife at the second guard, hitting his throat. A moment later, Cutout ran up to the gurgling guard and finished slitting his windpipe open. Then he stood and showed a thumbs up. Tristan chuckled to himself. That wasn't a part of their signals. Cutout moved toward his targets. Tristan resumed watching over other subordinates. Sam, Kund and Decker went to take out a guard patrol together before it noticed them. They had to. This pair walked next to the ships, and it was almost impossible to get to them without being noticed by them. Kund rustled the bushes a little as a distraction, and Sam with Decker lunged for the pair. Decker was a little slow, so just to be on the sure side, Tristan helped. When Sam planted a knife in one guard's neck, Tristan shot the other. Another clean elimination. I hope the rest of the mission goes as smoothly. It seemed to be. The other 2 patrols were going to stay blissfully unaware of anything bad going on. Tristan's people began planting the bombs and spilling gasoline around without waking anyone. There were still 30 minutes of time left when Tristan heard a car driving down the road to the shipyard. Chapter 174 Desperation. Tristan's head jerked up in alarm. Reinforcements? Already? But we haven't been detected yet. No one was supposed to drive to this place in the middle of the night. But no matter who these people were, they could only be enemies. Shit. This will wake people in the shipyard camp up, even if the newcomers don't spot the dead bodies. Tristan was frantically thinking about escaping this sticky situation. He could give the retreat signal now. By his estimate, at least 6 bombs were already planted, so the operation could be called a partial success. Tristan could also let his subordinates keep going. It will be harder for them to escape alive then, but more bombs will be planted and more ships will sink. If these people were some random goons, Tristan wouldn't have hesitated, but they were good ones. At least Cutout and Sam. They were with him for a while, and Tristan was more invested in their well-being than he was willing to admit, at least aloud. Kund and Decker were skilled, but Tristan was less attached. There wasn't time to hesitate, though. Another moment later, Tristan decided. It will be a risk for me and them, but I'm going to win my guys some time. Tristan stood up. With one hand, he slung his rifle over his shoulder. With another, he pulled out his phone and tapped several buttons with blinding speed. A second later, phones of his subordinates vibrated in their pockets 2 times and stopped. This was the signal saying, "Hurry, the danger is close, but not immediately here." Then Tristan broke into a run. His sculpted legs easily vaulted over pits in the ground and protruding tree roots, and his heat vision let him see the surroundings even in almost total darkness. In his mind, Tristan kept the satellite photo map of the harbor. The road to it led between the nearby hills, which hid it from the view from the shore. Tristan was in the perfect position to intercept the car as it drove by. He moved with effortless grace and without worrying about the noise, sometimes outright sliding down the steep slopes in order to get down faster. Tristan saw the car through the trees just as it was approaching the shipyard camp and the guard booth at its entrance. There was a 5th pair of soldiers standing guard, but Tristan didn't bother with it earlier, since his people came from the other side anyway. The camp didn't have a fence. The guards in the booth watched out for cars. They noticed the one that was approached and pointed a spotlight and a pair of rifles on it. The car slowed down, and a man poked his head out of the window. 3 more were inside. Since there was light, Tristan could look at them with normal vision. The people inside were all Mexicans and looked like typical Angulo's thugs, except more scuffed. One of them was sleeping. Maybe they were returning from a night of partying or a mission that took too long. Tristan raised his rifle and aimed at one of the guards in the booth. A press of the trigger, and the man's head got a new hole. The torchlight fell from this hand, submerging the car in darkness. He fell to the ground, and his partner cried out in shock. From his distance, he could only hear a soft clap instead of the shot, and Tristan blended with the darkness too well to be noticed by sight. For all the guard knew, the only people with visible weapons were thugs in the car in front of him. He was shot. Assholes who? You. The guard turned his rifle at the new arrivals, reaching for his radio with the other one. What? I didn't. The confusion gave Tristan time to aim at the second guard and shoot before he said anything. The man who was poking his head out of the car pulled it back, paling. See, Carlos. They just died. I know. I've seen it. There's a sniper. Maybe there are two snipers. Why is it so quiet in the shipyard if there are snipers? The sleeping man woke up and was blinking drowsily. What the fuck is going on? Tristan aimed at the driver and shot. Thankfully, the car's glass wasn't bulletproof. The side window shattered loudly, and the man's body slumped toward his companion. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Hide behind the car. We gotta call the others. The man scrambled to get out of the car, but Tristan was faster. In the brief moment while the door was still open and gave him a clear line of sight, Tristan pressed the trigger. The shot was awkward, but effective. The bullet went through the already shattered window and over the slumped corpse to get the escaping thug right in the middle of the spine. He fell down, still twitching, but silently. If the man survived the shot, unlikely, he would be crippled for life. The last two thugs were scrambling to get behind the car, too, but only pushed each other away from the door. Tristan smirked. Stay updated with Empire. It looks like no one alive was close enough to hear the shouts. At least, I hear no gunshots from the shipyard camp. Perhaps I can actually salvage this. He just had 2 bullets left in the magazine. Tristan squinted, measuring his shot and timing it. Aiming at targets moving so erratically was hard. A trigger squeeze, and the bullet went right where Tristan had sent it, to the head of the thug farthest from Tristan and closest to cover. On its way there, the bullet broke another window and flew 2 centimeters above the other man's shoulder. Shit, he shouted, jolting back from the corpse. No. Fuck no, you aren't getting us all. Tristan was aiming a shot at the man's head when he charged out of the nearest door so suddenly that the bullet had only grazed his scalp. Like that, the man was facing Tristan and even looking somewhere in his direction, and Tristan's rifle was empty. Chapter 175 Shooting people like burning ants. There's no way he will hit, Tristan thought. Instead of recharging, he left his rifle hanging on the strap over his shoulder and pulled out a handgun. Despite his earlier thought, he did all that while moving to the cover of the nearest tree. The brief delay gave the survivor time to pull out his automatic rifle and shoot in Tristan's direction with a deafening noise of a dozen tiny explosions. The bullets flew in a wild spray, going nowhere closer to Tristan's hideout. He was completely safe as he aimed his pistol at the desperate man's head and shot. The much quieter bang put an end to the cacophony. The last thug fell dead, and the silence returned to the area. But Tristan's heart was still beating faster than before. Find more to read at Empire. Shit. The entire camp must have heard this. Was this the man's plan all along? Tristan heard shouts of alarm coming from the camp's buildings. He pulled out his phone and sent his team a signal to retreat, then began running to his previous sniping position. He was halfway there when he heard the first shots from the shipyard camp. Not silenced shots, which meant that either his people abandoned caution and pulled out the rifles, or it belonged to the enemies. Tristan hoped for the former. When Tristan finally reached the spot from where he could see the entire shipyard camp, it felt like 2 years had passed, while in reality, it must have been a minute. He had 2,419 points in athletics. He could run. In the camp below, people were pouring out of the buildings, confused but armed like buzzing bees. Each bee was a glowing dot of warmth on the darker backdrop of the ground. Tristan opened his eyes wide, frantically searching for the silhouettes of his people. He immediately spotted one of them running by the side of the camp. Just a dozen meters away, a group of Angulo's people were looking around and not noticing him. There must have been not enough light, but to confirm it, Tristan would have to switch the heat vision off and lose visibility for a moment. Either way, one person appeared to be safe. Enough. Tristan squinted and recognized his silhouette, Decker. Then Tristan heard more shots and zeroed on the sound. A pair of glowing silhouettes was moving from a cover to a cover. While one ran, another opened a cover fire at the several Angulo's men that tried to shoot them back. Tristan sat on one knee, propped up his rifle, and looked at the scene through his optical sight. His two men were cut out and conned. The former was holding the rifle one-armed and clutching a bleeding wound on his side. Tristan looked at the men trying to get them, counting heads, 8. Through his scope, they all looked like targets. When the first one fell, the ones near him didn't immediately understand where the bullet came from. They looked around in confusion. Someone pulled out of cover to shoot recklessly at the running men, even though this opened him to cutouts covering fire. Tristan looked away from the optical sight for a moment. There were still 7 enemies left, and more were running toward the noise. Another group was going to cut off Cutout and Kun's route if he didn't do something, but the first group was still a threat. Tristan frowned. Wasn't there a trick I heard snipers use? Yeah, it will distract them. He focused on the first group again. One of these people was, if not the leader, but more fit to lead. The man who was shouting orders, too far for Tristan to actually hear, and waving his free hand while shooting with the other. That one, Tristan aimed at. This stomach and shot. The man, still not dropping his gun, clutched his stomach. By Tristan's estimate, and it was, with his impossible medical skill, a 99% precise estimate, the shot must have ruptured his liver. Lethal, but not immediately lethal. Next moment, the man collapsed to the ground with his body writhing in pain like that of a bisected worm. Around him, his comrades were torn between hurrying to help or getting away from the, now obvious, sniper. Tristan focused on the second group. There were only 4 people, but they were almost about to cross a corner and see Cutout and Kant. He shot the one running in front to the leg. When the second man reflexively tried to help him up, Tristan shot this man to the head. Now all 2 remaining people were frantically trying to help the wounded one. From the amount of blood, Tristan's shot hit an artery. Now the place really looks like a disturbed anthill. Tristan thought. His imagination supplied an image of a boy with a looking glass, setting ants on fire. He scowled and pushed it away. Cutout and Kun were on their way out. Decker was almost there, but there was still one unaccounted man in his team, Sam. However, with more people running, he became harder to find. A minute of search later, Tristan still couldn't find Sam. This could mean only one thing. He's hiding inside of some building or ship. This just locks him into a corner. Damn this man. He should have really known better. Tristan was gritting, his teeth in frustration at this point. The rest of his team has cleared the area safely enough and was in the forest. Eventually, Quattro Angulos was going to organize enough to give chase, even in the dark night forest. Long before that, Tristan had to blow up the bombs, or they won't blow up anyone, or even worse, be discovered. Being chased wasn't good, either. For Sam's sake, I really hope he didn't hide anywhere near the bombs, or anywhere flammable. Otherwise, yeah. Tristan let out a breath and pulled the remote detonator out of his pocket. A single button to blow up all the activated bombs. He pressed it. Half a second later, a dozen blasts blended into one. The earth shook a little. Alarmed birds screeched in 100 voices and took off. Tristan stared. Chapter 176, A Long Road Home. Tristan stared at the clouds of fire and smoke that came out of the ships and the vehicle garage. He didn't need heat vision to see those. There were 10 explosions. 2 half-made ships didn't blow up, but the blasts and waves from the other ships made them tilt dangerously for a moment. When the dust cleared up, the camp stayed lit by orange and yellow lights. Now, instead of the explosions, they came from fires left behind. There was a lot of fire. Tristan's people have poured some stolen gasoline over the ships and the garage. They even made an entire trail of gasoline between the buildings, letting the fire spread like a bird jumping from house to house. It was, in short, exactly like Tristan had planned. 2 unset bombs didn't change the fact that the shipyard was in complete chaos now, and hundreds of $1,000s worth of equipment was destroyed. Some of the Angulo's people in the camp were wounded by the explosions, some by the fire. Most stayed alive and well to try to extinguish it in time, but the chaos and panic were too big. Just to make their life harder, Tristan found a few people who seemed to be leaders and shot them dead. It only took half a minute. Then he ran toward their planned rendezvous spot away from the camp. Hidden task complete. Finish Operation Claw. Reward. Your PP increased by 50-100. 6 hours later. The middle of nowhere, but surrounded by tropical trees and tall grass, was far from the best hiding spot. But Tristan's team wasn't chased anyway. They got to the car, drove through a narrow dirt trail and some fields, and all that time, no one chased them. The increasing glow behind them suggested why. The fire went out of control. It was good the local forests were too wet for a proper forest fire. Now the sun was rising. No one had over 3 hours of sleep, but they had to get going soon. They were just having a quick breakfast and some coffee before that. Everybody looked bone-weary. Even Tristan felt mentally exhausted, but the mood was high, nonetheless. I close my eyes and can still see them all blowing up, Kun said between spoonfuls of canned beans. Boom. Best fireworks ever. Maybe I should have been a demolition man or something instead of mixing hemp with parsley and reselling it to my classmates. Cutout snorted into his metal mug with coffee. Asshole. But yeah, good blast. Got them in the nuts. His wound, thankfully, was not too serious. Tristan got out the bullet and stitched it up with no time, and now, with some painkillers in him, Cutout looked almost only as tired as all the others. The rest of the team only got slight scratches at most. Right in the nuts. Decker nodded eagerly. They will fucking remember it. And Sam got himself a good funeral pyre. Maybe he's alive, Kun said, but immediately shook his head. Nah, who am I kidding? Rest in peace, he was a cool guy. Tristan nodded, too. He was. But he died for the goal. I saw that he planted all his bombs. It was a good blow to the Angulos. Not to their money, but they already had a blow to the money. The operation that made him Leon's underboss cost Cuatro Angulos more money and people than this one. But in a way, drugs were easier to make than ships. At least if you had a well-established infrastructure for it. Ships were a new project, and now with its ideologists dead and the ships themselves mostly destroyed, it was over. All that was left was to make the next leader Tristan's puppet. But that was a task for another day. New task. Make the next leader of Cuatro Angulos your puppet. Value 1,000. Yeah, like that. He looked into his own can of beans and let out a sigh. I expected losses, but it still sucks that Sam is gone. People around him were taking it better. They were used to the loss of comrades. Tristan was used to the loss of pawns. Sam wasn't a friend, but it was someone Tristan knew enough to remember his name. It had to count. Tristan let the sadness fill him for 10 more minutes. When everybody finished eating, he shook it off and focused on the goal again. They still had to return to America, and relaxing on the road back was a sure way to get fucked. For the first day, they drove with no complications. On the second day, they had to slow down a lot. There were several reasons. The entire Cuatro Angulos cartel was buzzing like an alarmed beehive, and its thugs were patrolling all the big and most of the small roads. They were showing the guns openly and accosting every white man they saw on the streets. Stay tuned with Empire. Tristan's team only traveled down the small roads. However, because of the rain that fell after the first day, all the dirt roads became miniature swamps. The third time their car got stuck in dirt, Tristan wondered if they'd have a better time going on foot. I wish. But no. He had to grit his teeth and help pull it out yet again. With 679 strength, Tristan's efforts equaled to that of his entire team put together, which right now meant 2 people. Cutout's wound got inflamed on day 2, and now he was resting in the car and digesting antibiotics Tristan shoved into him. His incredible medical skill told him that in this wet heat and shaking car, Cutout's survival was mostly up to himself. When the team actually reached a village, Tristan made a decision. Cutout needs at least a day of rest somewhere cleaner and with an AC. We are still in Angulo's territory, but this village seems to be too small to actually have their people in it. Kund, Decker, stay here and guard the car. I'm going down to investigate the area and get us a room. Chapter 177 Respite, hopefully. The midday sun was steadily giving Tristan a tan as he walked toward the village. If not for his clean hands talent, he would have been covered in blood from stitching Cutout's wound. As it stood, he was only covered by dirt and dust. Unpleasant, but not suspicious. The village was just a couple dozen houses, but on the close look, they were in a better state than Tristan expected. There was electricity, mobile network connection, and some cars. To the side of the village, fields of some bushy plants stretched in the distance. Tristan's skills gave him no information about those, and he didn't care. A couple of small kids whistled and shouted at him from a safe distance, but a single stern look made them shut up and run back to their mothers. Tristan went to the adults. At this time of the day, they were just returning from their job in the fields or elsewhere. They were as curious as their children, but somewhat more polite about it. They were also surprisingly welcoming. Tristan had watched the reactions of these people to his approach closely, but none of them was too alarmed about his appearance or, worse, recognized him. No one had weapons, either. The village really must have been too small for the cartels to care about it. On the question of where Tristan and his friends could stay for a day, he was pointed to a small house, which had stayed empty since its previous owner moved out. Now it was kept together by his aunt, who was happy to rent it out for some bucks. The place was small and didn't have the AC, but it was still cooler than the outside. There was a shower and a fan. It will have to be enough. An hour later, Tristan returned to the village with his team, and they settled inside the rented house. God, whom I wouldn't kill for a shower. I don't care if there's only cold water. Kund groaned when he saw the bathroom with the shower. Cutout goes first. Tristan hesitated about going second, then decided he had other priorities. Don't kill each other about your turns. Instead of going second, Tristan went outside and bought some fresh food from the locals for himself and the rest. Only after eating, he finally cleaned himself up. He missed civilization. Cutout still looked sick, but just lying on a couch that wasn't shaking under him clearly did him a world of good. Tristan checked out his wound, changed his bandages, and concluded, "We will stay in this house for a day. You better hope your infection goes down by then, Cutout." Cutout grunted something affirmative. Tristan huffed. "Kund, Decker, I want you to access our supplies and tell me if we are low on anything. Clean the car while you are at it, too. Then also rest. I will keep watch." "Don't you need to rest, boss?" Decker asked with a concerned frown. "You've been driving all that time." "Yeah," Kund nodded. "I can stay awake. I've been sleeping in the car anyway." Boss said he would. So he would. Cutout gritted from his couch. "He just can. Now shove it." Tristan smirked. "Your concern is misplaced, but appreciated. Now, as he said, shove it. The sooner you finish your work, the sooner you can rest." With inward groans visible in their eyes, Kund and Decker went to the car. Tristan got his laptop and buried himself in his online work. This was the first time in a while when he could, and there were things he wanted to check rather sooner than later. It was peaceful. It was still peaceful when the night came. Quattro and Gulo's communication told Tristan that they lost track of them. Tristan considered staying here for 2 days instead of 1. He was still unsure about it when the night came. By then, the supplies were accounted for, the weapons were cleaned, the car was washed. Tristan's subordinates were all dead asleep. The sound of their united snoring was loud enough to shake the house's walls. It was something Tristan was used to, but still would rather avoid, so he went outside. It was better to patrol a little, anyway. The village was asleep, except for the night critters and insects. There was nothing threatening here. To be really, really sure, because you never knew. Tristan climbed on the roof of the tallest house in the village and pulled out a pair of binoculars. With them and his heat vision, Tristan could see far to the both sides of the single road going through the village. He could also see the fields again. From up there, it was clear they weren't single-plant fields as he thought originally. Instead, lines of taller bushes were grown around squares of shorter ones. The method of plantation which Tristan was very familiar with, even if only in hearsay. And he recognized the plants in the inner square. He wasn't a botanist, but he knew his illegal plants. Those are coca plants. The locals grow coca plants and hide them behind some other, less illegal plant. That's one of the classic schemes for this sort of thing. And they don't have the facilities for making cocaine out of the coca plants themselves. They are selling it to someone. It would explain why they can afford to live so secludedly and still have reasonably nice houses. Tristan was wrong about his initial assessment. Maybe these people weren't deep with the Quattro Angulos specifically. Maybe they weren't going to tell anyone about Tristan's location. But the chances of this fell with every moment. He put away his binoculars and went to wake up his team. Being experienced veterans, they slept in their clothing in hostile territory and were immediately on alert. "There's no time for rest, team. This place is compromised. Get in the car and we will be going. Tristan just hoped he wasn't too late. He held that hope for another hour as their team drove over the night road. Then a text message shattered it. Chapter 178, A Roadblock. The message came from one of Tristan's intelligence men. He didn't stop driving when it came, effortlessly keeping the car on course with one hand for a minute, then throwing the phone in his pocket and scowling. Tristan's people have caught several phone calls between Quattro and Angulo's mid-level leaders. Someone has tipped them off about Tristan's location, and now Angulo's forces were moving to intercept them. Despite the death of the previous boss and the following fight for power among the others, they at least pretended to put a united front against Tristan's efforts. It was much better than if there was a single leader. The lack of one caused delays that let Tristan's team escape without a fight the first time. Now, though, someone acted fast, not waiting for the confirmation from the top. Tristan only needed to imagine the road atlas in front of his eyes to know that this time, the fight was inescapable. Quattro and Angulo's forces were going to intercept them on the only traversable road out of this village. If Tristan tried to take one of the smaller roads, the rain would slow him down so much that other routes nearby would be blocked, too. As Tristan was thinking about this, the first droplet of another rain fell on the windshield. His scowl deepened. Bad news, boss. Kund asked from his seat next to him. He was the only one not dozing off. Close to the worst. We will see more fighting before we get through it. In his head, Tristan was putting together another plan and a task. New task. Cross the border to America. Value. 500 plus 500 for each surviving subordinate. We are going to break their encirclement while it's still thin, Tristan said. Check your weapons one more time. You will need it in about 3 hours. 3 hours later. The almost torrential rain ended an hour ago, leaving behind a fresh layer of deep puddles. The morning sun was too weak to dry them up. The motorway was only 4 lines wide, and all 4 were blocked by 2 trucks standing across the road with a few smaller cars huddling near. It was theoretically possible to drive past the road ditch and into the fields and move past the blockade this way. There was no fence, and the ditch was full of water, but not deep or wide. The fields, though, were muddy and risky to traverse, and a dozen of Angulo's thugs with automatic rifles were going to object. There were no civilians around. Whoever met this blockade wisely turned another way. Tristan saw this all long before his car entered the range of enemy weapons. All right, people, there's really nothing more to it than doing it the direct and hard way. Keep your seatbelts on and give the cover fire. I'm going to drive us out of this. He braced himself. For a moment, he hesitated. Maybe he should have switched places with someone and been shooting instead of driving. But no, his car's engine revved when he pushed the vehicle to its limits. It was a good off-road car, but not bulletproof. The distance to the roadblock diminished rapidly. Ahead of them, Angulo's soldiers began shouting in alarm and readying their weapons. First bullets flew around the car. Motherfuckers! Kund opened the side window and shot back, hitting no one. Tristan silently scanned the road. It wasn't perfectly flat here. Besides some muddy puddles that hid potholes of unknown depth, there were small changes in the incline. A miniature pseudo-ramps that made the car fly a little at this speed. Tristan avoided them. But also, I can use them. His observation skill, paired with his driving skill, helped Tristan to chart a route. The car has reached the distance at which bullets from both sides could almost hit the enemy. Decker joined Kund in shooting wildly at the Mexicans to keep them in cover. Mexicans shot back, but Tristan kept the car moving too erratically to hit it. Brace yourselves, he shouted. Then Tristan floored the gas. Decker howled as a man who suddenly bit his own tongue. Kund swore. The car sped up to its actual limit, and at this speed, Tristan turned it over a particularly large slide on the road. At the same time, he rotated the wheel rapidly, sending the car into a sharp turn. Lifted by the pseudo-ramp and its speed, the car flew off the road. Only for a moment, but all its 4 wheels stopped touching the ground, and Tristan's stomach went into his throat. He clenched his teeth. The car flew over the ditch, landing with its back wheels almost in it, but not quite. The thud shook the interior and people inside. Cutout groaned and let out an imaginative string of swear words. What he ill? Kund shouted. The next moment he re-aimed his rifle at the Angulo's people and resumed shooting, grinning madly. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Ahahaha. The gunshots and the roar of the engine created a cacophony of noise that was truly chaotic, yet full of vigor. like grindcore music. It made Tristan want to write a song. We still aren't in the clear, Tristan reminded sharply to himself and the others. He kept driving forward over the fields, past the roadblock. The place was pure treacherous ground, and a single wrong move could bury the car's wheels in dirt. But it was almost impossible to see under the grass where the dirt was a bog and where it was just soil. Tristan switched his eyes to heat vision. The grass turned from green to various shades of yellow and blue. But now the path was clear to him. The blue patches were the wettest, water was cooling them. Tristan aimed the car at the yellower and drier ground. It jounced on it like ice in a cocktail shaker, slowing a lot, but not stopping. Several bullets went through its side. One went straight into the side view mirror, but none hit people inside. We are getting them. We really are getting them. Getting away, Decker shouted. Shit, I'm empty. Reloading. Doesn't matter, Kund replied as their car was getting farther away. We are almost there. Chapter 179 Burning Bridges. Duck you, Tristan snapped, just before more bullets peppered the sides and back of the car. More windows were broken, but people inside the car took cover before they were hit. Flying shards of glass left scratches on skin, but most of it was covered by thick military-style clothing which protected its wearers from harm. Tristan could barely see what was happening in front of the car anymore, since he was ducking, too. He poked his head up just enough to scan the grass ahead. Then the car went out of the effective range of the enemy rifles, and he lifted his head a little. Bullets were still flying around, but now almost none hit. Tristan found a flatter part of the field and used it to speed up and push over the ditch again. The second time was much less graceful than the first. The car hung over the emptiness dangerously for a moment, and Tristan wondered if it would get stuck now, but luck was on his side. They returned to the asphalt and started moving away from the roadblock even faster. Yeah, Kund shouted. They are getting into their cars. Decker cried out a moment later. They are going to chase us. Of course they are, Tristan said with the calm he didn't feel. Their car was already battered by all the off-road driving their team did in the last week. Now it also had more holes than Swiss cheese. The engine rattled, the steering wheel was moving jerkily, and the fuel gauge showed a rapid decline in the amount of gasoline inside the tank. It meant that something had pierced their fuel tank. Not a direct hit from a bullet, probably, since they still weren't on fire. But it was only a matter of time until they either ignited or just ran out of fuel, or until their engine just couldn't keep to the upper limit of its speed and the Angulos people caught up with them. They cleared the glass for me, and I've recharged, so nothing stops me from shooting the bastards, Decker said. Through the rearview mirror, Tristan saw him turn in his seat and point his rifle at the 3 cars that were following them at a distance. Cutout raised his head. I will help too. No. Instead, get our remaining bombs out of the storage and make them ready to be detonated via remote, Tristan ordered. Kund has nothing better than to shoot, but don't do it until they are close enough that you can aim properly. At it, boss, Kund said, aiming his rifle. I can aim fine from here. Deck grinned evilly. Yeah, boss. Let's blow up some bastards. The bastards now were 5 cars. 2 came out to the front, and 3 trailed behind. Tristan didn't think he would blow them up with just 2 bombs. He also knew that there were reinforcements coming from nearby posts. He could easily imagine their likely locations on the map in his mind. On that map, his car was a bright yellow dot. And if Tristan just focused for a moment and let his hands drive by themselves, he could see it, a bright blue path to their escape. On the next turn, Tristan turned left, down a 2-lane road. Ahead, he could see a narrow, shiny ribbon of a river. Tristan sped up, using the last vestiges of fuel and power left in his vehicle. Next to him, Kund was shooting and swearing. I got the bombs ready for a remote blast. Decker cried out. What next, boss? The road sloped down so much that the car sped up again, now beyond its normal limit. Just a couple 100 meters ahead was a tiny 1-line concrete bridge. Just 100 meters behind were 5 cars full of Angulo's people. Drop the bombs on the bridge, Decker. Tristan let his left hand off the steering wheel and pulled out the remote detonator. Deck reached out from the window as their car flew forward like a large, lumbering, but still flying bird. A swan and its last song. At that speed, it would take barely more than a couple of seconds to cross the bridge. A single wrong move on Decker's part might make the bomb fall too far from the center of the bridge or off the bridge entirely. Tristan wished he didn't have to depend on other people to do things. It was the worst kind of gamble. No matter how you trust them. The car dashed past the bridge. At that moment, time slowed down for Tristan. Through the back view mirror, he could see how Derek reached out with his hand in slow motion, dropping both bombs on the ground, and still did absolutely nothing to help him. But then the bombs fell right in the middle of the bridge, and the time resumed its normal pace. Tristan didn't slow the car's engine, but it still began moving slower. The rest of the road was uphill. The distance between them and the chasers diminished. The front cars began slowing down before the bridge as they noticed that something was wrong. Maybe they even saw the bombs. It didn't matter. They were too slow to stop, anyway. Find more to read at Empire. The first car drove to the bridge, and Tristan pressed the detonator as the bombs were right under it. He turned his head back just in time to see the twin explosion. His eyes opened wide, and his lips twisted into a wide smile on their own at the sight. The car flew in the air like a kicked-up balloon, turning upside down in flames of fire. The bridge shook from the explosion, and then again when the car landed. Hidden task complete. Make a really Hollywood-worthy explosion. Reward. Your PP increased by 300. Old concrete began crumbling and pieces of the bridge fell to the ground. The entire construction was too solid to be destroyed with just a pair of Tristan's bombs, but it didn't matter. The wreck of the destroyed car now fully blocked the bridge. Angulo's drivers shouted and tried to stop or swerve their cars away from it, but it was too late. They crashed into each other like a pile of dominoes. One car turned from the bridge at the last moment, only to drive right into the river and begin sinking. Decker swore with awe. This was fucking insane. Kund laughed and clapped his knee. Now we are in the clear. In confirmation of his words, the bridge was getting farther and farther away. At this point, very few from this team could chase after them, even on foot. As for the reinforcements, they will also have to cross this river, and this bridge was the only one for miles. Tristan smiled, too, but his smile soon disappeared. There was only one problem. Tristan tapped the fuel gauge, but it didn't magically refill it. He imagined the road map of the place again. There was a road stop 2 miles away, a gas station, a motel, a diner for travelers. The car gave up on them after 1 mile. For better or worse, the road was completely empty. It looked like it was half abandoned at the best of times. Pack all the things, Tristan ordered. We are going the next mile on foot, and there we will find a car. Cut out, can you walk? He grunted positively in reply. To prove his words, the first thing Cutout did after everybody left the car was to walk around a little. It was obviously not easy for him, even without a backpack. Everybody quickly packed their things, then split Cutout's share. Tristan took the most on himself, since he knew he could carry it. Then Tristan moved to a safe distance, lit a twig, and threw it at the car. The fumes and the leaked gasoline went in flames immediately, rapidly consuming the plastic and the fake leather. Tristan put away his lighter and let out a breath. A fire funeral. Let's go, team. A mile wasn't too long, at least. Even in the heat, and while trying to kill as many as possible approaching mosquitoes with an anti-insect spray. The gas station stood on the pathway to a much wider and more populated motorway. Cars drove by, and the 4 bloody and dirted people with guns were going to be very conspicuous. Stay here. I'm going to get us a new car. Keep the things, too, Tristan said, dropping his backpack in bushes 100 meters away from the gas station. Tristan himself was dirty, but at least not bloody, and he left himself only a handgun hidden under his clothing. And what's more, he could be very inconspicuous when he wanted to. There were a couple of people at the gas station besides the cashier at the store. Neither of them paid any mind to Tristan, who dimmed his aura to the maximum. Their gazes slid right off him as he walked past the gas station to the motel and the cars parked there. Which one should I choose? Chapter 180, The Last Stretch. There weren't many options to pick from, so the choice took only a few seconds. Masterfully avoiding the alarm, Tristan hot-wired a 4-seat pickup, the largest car available that wasn't a truck. In the trunk was packed what looked like a bunch of supplies for a beach holiday. It looks like some family will have a terrible vacation. They better have their car insured, Tristan thought as he started the engine and drove back to his team. He didn't spare the car's owners another thought. After the team threw out unneeded inflatables and put their things inside, Tristan kept driving away from the Quattro Angulos territory. The next 2 days, he did little else but that. The speed didn't help Cutout feel better, but it saved them more altercations with Quattro Angulo's forces. It also helped to switch the car a few more times, because the stolen cars soon became reported to the police, attracting more attention from both police and Quattro Angulos. When they reached the safer territories, where Quattro Angulos couldn't chase Tristan because they belonged to other cartels, Tristan slowed down. Cutout was feeling stably shitty, and from Tristan's expert opinion, could continue to feel this way for a couple days longer without much harm. However, he had to rest and recover enough to cross the border security. Tristan had a few plans charted for crossing the border illegally, but they were all risky in their own way, troublesome, or took even more time, like a detour all the way to Texas. So Tristan's team took their backpacks, abandoned their car at the bottom of a nearby river, and booked a couple of adjacent rooms in the nearby hotel. By Tristan's schedule, they had 3 days of spare time left. But air conditioning and clean, dry clothing really did wonders on Cutout's recovery. In 2 days, he could walk without wobbling around too much. Tristan, as usual, spent the downtime doing useful things. In this case, feeling out the local underground. 2 days after they arrived at the town, Tristan exchanged their team's weapons, which will be too problematic to move over the border anyway, on a car and ownership documents for it in someone else's name. Overnight, Tristan fixed the documents to fit with his own name. Next morning, Cutout hid his bandages over the shirt, put on sunglasses to hide the bags of exhaustion under his eyes, and the team went to the border patrol. No one looked at their documents or them too closely. One man got concerned that Cutout was moving so stiffly, but a lie that he sprained his muscles made him back off. 20 more minutes later, Tristan finally drove onto the American soil. Task complete. Cross the border to America. Reward. Your PP increased by 20,000. Tristan drove for exactly 1 more hour, then stopped at the nearest gas stop diner. Everybody piled up at the table and ordered sugar drinks for the lack of anything stronger on the menu. They rested seemingly not too long before crossing the border, but after both completing their mission and returning to the USA to tell the tale, everybody felt like an invisible but huge weight was lifted from their shoulders. Tristan shook his iced cola from the big paper cup, then tore off the lid and the straw and raised the drink up. A toast for our return and for the soul of our Sam. He did a good job and went off with a blast. A nice one, boss, Decker said, raising his own drink too. Cunt followed. I never got to even out our victories counting cards. Cutout repeated the motion in solemn silence. Later, there would be a funeral without a body and some pension sent to Sam's family. He only had a niece he didn't talk with for years, but as Tristan was concerned, it was important that someone got something. Not for Tristan and not for Sam, but for the morale of every other gangster on his payroll, ready to lay their lives down for him. 3 days later, there was another council meeting in Tristan Hayes' mansion, this time more for business than for celebration, but the snacks on the table were more lavish than usual. Tristan was sitting in his chair, lazily resting his head on the back of it and munching on a slice of cheese. He was in semi-relaxed mode ever since returning from Mexico. If he could, he would have slept for a day straight. Instead, he was 10% sleeping over the last 3 days and planning to do that for another week. Stay connected via Empire. Martinez was speaking from his seat, glancing at the printed documents in front of him from time to time. It's safe to say that Quattro Angulos won't be a problem anymore. Not when they are too busy pinning the blame and stabbing daggers under each other's ribs. Their boss was so sure that he would stay safe, or cared so little about his legacy, or feared a coup so much, that he didn't have a single heir more solid than all the others. Martinez finished telling the summary of the accumulated reports and huffed. If not for its location, the territory would have been ripe for plucking. But we will still get the profit for taking over the freed markets in America. Consumers, I mean. Will we have enough to offer to satisfy the demand? Tristan asked. Damien nodded. We should. Even with the route you, cut down, King Lion. The killed smugglers, I mean. He smirked. Not to say they didn't deserve it for the trick they tried to pull. If anything, this makes their brethren respect us more. More importantly, as Victor told me the other day, our own chemical labs are starting out to work nicely. Victor nodded. Just a few now, since we don't have the specialists. It takes a long time to teach one from the ground, but I've established apprenticeships. There are some people in our ranks who have at least a rudimentary relevant education and could be used to scale up the production. Tristan smiled. All in a day's work, so to say. Great job, Victor. You can really make a well-drilled little recruit out of anyone, it seems. Victor didn't smile, but sat a little straighter at the praise. His gang, now integrated into the King Lion gang, wasn't called First Day Army just because it sounded striking and cool, but because Victor had served in the military in the past, before it screwed him over. There were many people like him among the gangsters, but Victor learned not only violence and misogyny, but also how to be an effective drill sergeant. Tristan had been specializing his underbosses more and more lately, gradually turning the gang structure from the feudal, everybody has their piece of land and governs it as he wants, to the more modern, everybody has a specialization and does what he knows best. Victor's specialization was training the gang's forces. Human resources, one could say, although Victor would have been offended at the wording. Damien was good at recruiting and negotiations. For his recklessness, he was good at aggressive diplomacy. He either pressed other people into agreeing with him, or things ended with bloodshed. When other people realized that either worked for him, and that Damien had more forces on his side, he wasn't afraid to throw into this. They usually chose to agree with him. Vargas kept the peace inside the gang. He had a milder nature than other underbosses, and Evelyn, who was still helping him, as much as Tristan disliked remembering about her existence, was good at reading people. Together, they resolved various inner disputes before they could become strife and monitored the actions of the police. Martinez was good with logistics and numbers. Pure, paper-pushing administration, which was too complicated and boring for younger underbosses. James was usually quiet during councils like this one. He could shoot and he could fight, but on everything else, his opinion was usually as direct and simple as a hammer. But James was a good hammer, and there was always something to hammer at in a gangster's life. And then there was Leon Clavin. Tristan mostly just let him manage his own branch of the King Lion gang, while getting reports on his actions from his own people there. Leon's main redeeming feature as a leader was knowing when to accept when someone was better than him. Besides that, he wasn't particularly good at anything, and especially terrible at choosing subordinates. Pierce was competent, but an asshole. Whitman would fuck the gang over for his personal gain, and Tristan planned to take over the gang from the moment he joined it. The council continued after with reports from Vargas and Leon, who were only present via a remote video call today. The gang was doing great, and the success of Operation Claw pruned the weed that prevented King Lion Gang from growing even taller, even faster. Now all that's left is to. Tristan checked the planner app on his phone, then on his other phone. Oh, I need to go to court already. Chapter 181 Going to the court. 2 days later. The court wasn't coming for Tristan. Instead, it was finally the time for some justice. Gabriella, Tristan's fan who showed only more and more craziness over time, was finally about to get her due. Dressed up like a stylish, but all business today, rock star, Tristan drove his stylish rock star car and listened to his manager talk about the latest events from the shotgun seat. Behind them was sitting a silent and dour-faced personal security guard. Just in case. It's good that you returned when you did, Mr. Gemello. Not to say you don't deserve some rest after that entire saga, but changing the date of court hearing would have looked bad in the eyes of the judge. From what I heard from your lawyer, though, the situation is still less favorable for you than I'd like. The judge, Mrs. Dallas, is rumored to be biased toward men. Not enough to be provable, but... Tristan scoffed and shook his head. He had seen his share of women in showbiz circles, both attracted to his handsome face, thick wallet, and aura of fame, or apprehensive of him because of it. Women who hate men the most are usually the ones most susceptible to them. Hate is just a defense mechanism for them. She will like me, don't worry. Derek pursed his lips skeptically, but didn't voice his disagreement. Tristan could imagine his words. La la la, don't speak like that in public. You will alienate both the judge and your fan base. He knew that, and Derek knew that Tristan knew. Tristan was self-aware. He knew that maybe, just maybe, he was biased toward women. So far, this worked out perfectly well for him, though, and he wasn't about to change his worldview. I need defense mechanisms, too. Tristan shook his head away, pushing the thought away and focusing on the bright sides. What about that crazy woman's lawyer? Is he any good? He's adequate. The one I arranged for you is better, of course, but he's not bad. You better ask your lawyer himself about this, though, Mr. Gemello. I can only measure by reputation. And we are almost at the courthouse, anyway. 10 minutes before the time we needed to meet with Mr. Taylor, too. A couple of journalists already gathered around the courthouse. The entire court hearing was going to be private, but it never stopped pests like them from trying to find something sensational. Derek avoided them by leading Tristan to the back entrance, but Tristan still saw them and their cameras. The lot of them were probably just regularly checking this place in case some celebrity went in. Since they were in Los Angeles, and this was one of the bigger courthouses in the city, things like these must have been happening almost daily. The lawyer, Xavier Taylor, was waiting for Tristan and Derek inside with a flat suitcase in one hand and a paper cup of coffee in another. The coffee cup was the only thing that stood out in his appearance. Middle-aged, white, in a sharp, dark blue suit. Xavier looked so much like a stereotypical lawyer that he belonged to a stock photo, which was notable in itself. Tristan could tell, thanks to his sharp eyes, how intentionally Xavier cultivated the image of the lawyer-esque lawyer in town. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gemello, Mr. Whitfield," Xavier greeted Tristan and Derek. "I'm glad to finally meet my client in person, and I hope we will work with you as well as Mr. Whitfield was convincing me about." He looked like he wanted to offer a hand to shake, but was stumbled by a lack of free hands. Tristan's early arrival blindsided him. This was unintentional, but still amusing. "No need to be so formal with me, Mr. Taylor. I'm a very informal person." Tristan grinned. "Is there somewhere to sit where we won't be interrupted? I want to talk about this case with you before we begin." "Of course. There's a couch in the hallway to the side. I've been here before. It's not on the way to any courtroom used today. Come on." The case was simple enough. The truth was on Tristan's side here, and all that was necessary from him was to keep his cool when repeating it, possibly over and over. In cases like these, the opinion of the judge is often the decisive factor. "I'm sure our opposition knows this, and will try to provoke you into acting rude, Mr. Gemello," Xavier explained. "If you feel you can't deal with this anymore, ask for a break, but don't raise your voice or show aggression. They will use any signs of it as their weapon." Tristan frowned. "I will do my best." He was good at acting, but bad at keeping his temper in check. "If I psych myself up beforehand, I will only get angry easier. That woman is just an annoying gnat. I will teach her, and everyone else who might think to act like her, a lesson, and then feel much better." The thought really helped him to relax a little. Besides that, there was nothing much for him to bother with. Xavier was going to do most of the talking, anyway. 25 minutes later, Gabriella looked much more glum than the last time Tristan saw her in person. She also hid her manic tendencies much worse. It was all in her two wide eyes. As soon as Tristan and Xavier, with Derek waiting outside, since he wasn't a witness, entered the courtroom, Gabriella's eyes fixed on Tristan. She looked ready either to cry or to jump him again. The woman really was crazy, and the amount of negativity she created around Tristan was making him grit his teeth at the thought. Gabriella's lawyer, a rail-thin young man, coughed softly to attract her attention. She twitched and turned away from Tristan. Tristan thought, feeling suddenly calmer and much more self-assured about the entire thing. How can she really provoke me when she's so easily provoked herself? We will see who will look like a complete laughingstock, you crazy bitch. Chapter 182 Provocations. The judge, Mrs. Dallas, was a dry woman in her 50s who looked at Tristan and the world with bias from the start. She knocked her neat little hammer on the wooden panel and declared the start of the hearing for this case between Tristan Gemello and Gabriella. Tristan didn't bother remembering the surname. Xavier, as the prosecutor, went through the accusation from Tristan's side, explaining that Gabriella's claims of being assaulted were false, and it was she who assaulted Tristan. As a result, my client suffered a lot of damage to his reputation when the internet began spreading those false claims. Especially since he's a public figure already, Xavier concluded. I want to object to this accusation, Your Honor, Gabriella's attorney immediately said. The judge nodded. Present your objection, please. Gabriella's attorney gestured at Gabriella while addressing the judge. Gabriella twisted her lips into a more pitiful expression, and tears appeared in her eyes. Is she genuine, or can she cry on command? Tristan wondered. The level of drama is almost impressive, nonetheless. Your Honor, The so-called facts the accusing side brings up were hopelessly twisted around. And with this introduction, Gabriella's attorney began spinning some of the most fantastic tales Tristan had ever heard. From the way he put it, Gabriella's attempt to tackle Tristan was just an unfortunate tripping accident, and her forthcoming posts about how cruel Tristan was to her were an exaggeration that came from extreme mental duress this incident brought upon her. And Gabriella herself sniffed pitifully and chipped in from time to time with nods of confirmation. Just listening to this made Tristan want to punch something. He forced himself to breathe evenly and keep his cool. Thankfully, this was the part where the attorney and the prosecutor could start arguing in full force and bring up witnesses. There were several people who saw the altercation and could confirm that the defendant's so-called tripping accident was an intentional assault, Your Honor, and they have all agreed to make a statement today. Xavier gestured at the several people at the bench of witnesses. There were guards from the Concert Avenue and a few fans, who were happy to tell things as they were. Sadly, there were also a few people on Gabriella's side, eager to give their opinion. And the word was given to Gabriella herself, too. When it happened, she almost jumped from her chair. Your Honor, I didn't mean to harm anyone, really. But after all this, when Tristan reacted so violently and cruelly to a small accident, it's like my idol was shattered. After this, those words just poured out of my mouth. And now he even brought me to the court, even though he only became more famous because of my posts. Tristan that I loved as a fan, he'd never act so low. With every word, Tristan's desire to sneer and glower at her grew more and more. Mr. Gemello, please, Xavier muttered. Tristan realized he was releasing some of his terrifying aura and forcefully relaxed his body until he was calm and charming again. Then he whispered back, I'd like to make a statement, too. My client wants to make a statement, Xavier said louder. The judge passed him the turn, and Tristan looked at her. I never wanted any of my fans to be hurt. I am only ever grateful to them for bringing me to my position. But if I don't establish boundaries, someone else later might try to do the same thing Ms. Gabriella did to me. This is all I want to say on the question of morality. However, I want to say one more thing to Ms. Gabriella specifically. Tristan turned to Gabriella. For a moment, just long enough that the judge didn't become impatient. He drilled her with his eyes. The silence at that moment was a very loud thing. A piercing thing which made a hole in Gabriella's mental defenses. At this moment, Gabriella was just a girl who liked Tristan and his songs way too much. Tristan's features twisted into a perfectly measured expression of pity. Please, understand that I will never become yours, no matter how much you try to attract my attention. Gabriella's face cracked like a mirror. It already wasn't very pretty, but then it became an ugly grimace. Real tears began falling down her cheeks. Her soul was hit right into the most vulnerable parts, and it wasn't stable to begin with. And no, she shouted, suddenly jumping to her feet. No, no, no. This isn't true. You are mine. Gabriella lunged across the hall toward Tristan, and he made a show of stepping away, even though he could tell from a glance that the security guards posted in the hall will intercept the woman before she reaches him. In a moment, Gabriella, now, loudly crying and babbling nonsensical things like, Tristan, please, come back to me, and this isn't right. No, was being held by two security guards. The judge hurriedly slammed down her hammer twice. This court hearing is adjourned for 30 minutes. Please, calm down the defendant. Gabriella's attorney, who was biting his lip and frowning with anxiety, went to calm down Gabriella. Her friends from the bench of witnesses joined her, and they all led the woman away from the court hall and Tristan. All the while, Gabriella kept trying to sneak a peek at him. Xavier shook his head at the sight. That woman. This makes me wonder why her attorney didn't claim she was mentally ill from the start. With the way a simple phrase from you broke all her walls like that, Mr. Gemello, and with her previous actions, she's obviously obsessed with you. Anyone can see it. Tristan huffed. If so, then she or someone in her surroundings should have known better than let her loose on the world and me like that. Either way, Mr. Gemello, the attorney or the judge will definitely insist that Ms. Gabriella go through a mental health exam now. And this might essentially make her non-prosecutable. Tristan smiled. Yeah, but she will have to go to a mental clinic then, won't she? Into the nut house with her then. Chapter 183, The System Ascendant. 20 minutes later, Gabriella returned to the court hall, now calm enough to not lunge at anyone. The The next events happened just like Xavier predicted. Gabriella's attorney asked for the court case to be postponed until Gabriella's mental health can be evaluated, hinting that her distress might be caused by Tristan and not insanity. As her attorney spoke, Gabriella stood quietly next to him, staring at her nails. Her shoulders slumped lower and lower with each word from his mouth. Tristan kept sneaking glances at her, trying to gauge her mood. It was clear she was as unhappy with the verdict as only a truly insane person would. Sane people more often faked mental illness to avoid prosecution. Then Gabriella caught Tristan's gaze and suddenly began crying again, loudly, with sniffing and sobbing. "Your Honor, I'm not insane. This was just emotion. Please, don't send me to the doctors." "Ms. Gabriella," her attorney cried out, then continued quieter. "What are you saying? Please, calm down. Don't create a scene in front of the judge." The judge smashed her hammer down. "Yes, Ms. Gabriella, don't raise havoc in the courthouse. Stop crying." Although the words were stern, the judge said them with a hint of softness. She looked down at Gabriella from her elevated seat with a bit of pity. "Please don't send me to the doctors," Gabriella repeated in a whisper. The judge stared down until the quiet resumed in full, then spoke again. "Both sides of the case were heard from, and I'm ready to pass down the verdict. With those new developments, a case verdict can't be reached without an evaluation of Ms. Gabriella's mental health. However, it's obvious already that she is, indeed, might pose a danger to Mr. Gemello's health and safety." The judge frowned and chewed her lip for a moment, as if still unsure, even though she claimed to have a verdict ready. Her eyes flickered between Gabriella and Tristan before stopping at Tristan. She frowned. Tristan shifted in his seat, bringing on the charm. He wanted to be seen as someone harmless, someone who might look like a bad boy, but actually has a heart of gold. It was all the same as his previous performance, which he finally crafted to provoke Gabriella while still appearing to be a good person in the eyes of spectators. "I declare that Ms. Gabriella will be issued a restraining order and forbidden from approaching Tristan by closer than 2 miles. She will also have to go through a mandatory mental health exam. As for the defamation charges, they are dismissed for the lack of proof of damage and harmful intent." Tristan smiled inwardly, but lowered his head in a show of being unhappy but pitying, or pitying but unhappy. It all depended on the viewer. Gabriella cried again. "Task done. Deal with the crazy bitch and restore your reputation. Reward: your CP increased by 300. Tristan didn't even need to publish the court results publicly. In fact, that'd just make him look like an asshole. The court hearing was private only in a sense that journalists weren't allowed in. There were plenty of witnesses and other people who were eager to spread the tale. Within days, everybody who didn't already realize it knew that Gabriella was mentally ill, long before she actually went to a psychiatrist. She got more pity, but whatever credibility she had left was gone. Gabriella kept posting more on her social page, but now half of it was about how much she was protesting being put into therapy and how she hated it there and how it was all Tristan's fault. If anything, people told her to thank Tristan now. He was free to lie on a chaise lounge on an edge of his own pool, drink fancy cocktails that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, and enjoy the sun that came free of mosquitoes and snakes in the grass. In a few days, Tristan was going to watch Nelson's album premiere. It was going to be a fun opportunity to reconnect with his friend a little. And then his own tour was looming on the horizon. I should prepare. Dump more points into stats, all that. System, status. Tristan Gemello, Tristan Hayes. Current identity, pop star. Second identity, criminal. Pop star rank, on the Olympus. Criminal rank, King Lion. Pop star points, 35,500. Criminal points, 10,400. Attributes smiley face. Pop star. Appearance, 570, top model. Charisma, 1059, the beguiler. Dexterity, 600, gymnast. Criminal. Fearsomeness, 1077, dark god. Strength, 679, weightlifter. Toughness, 800, bones of steel. Skills smiley face. Pop star. Vocals, 1938, siren. String instruments, 2097, guitar god. Percussion instruments, 0, nobody. Wind instruments, 1, nobody. Electronic instruments, 0, nobody. Keyboard instruments, 801, professional amateur. Exotic instruments, 0, nobody. Songwriting, 2404, new Beethoven. Dancing, 1079, dance floor legend. Acting, 6538, impossible. Production, 740, good. Style, 506, good. Criminal. Stealth, 6844, impossible. Melee combat, 5224, impossible. Ranged combat, 4836, impossible. Observation, 5076, impossible. Driving, 2618, racer. Athletics, 2419, coach physical instrument. Medicine, 5203, impossible. Interfacing, 6003, impossible. Sleight of hand, 533, light fingers. Tactics, 505, good. Strategy, 4958, impossible. Hacking, 6431, data demon. Talents smiley face. Clark Kent effect, sleepless, clean hands, bullet time, hypnotic voice, sight awareness, electronic sight awareness, ambidextrous, bilingual, Spanish, freezing glare, string theory, copycat, detective, blind shot, quick fingers, explosive awareness, heat vision, tasks smiley face. Pop star. None. Criminal. Make the next leader of Cuatro Angulos your puppet. Value 1,000. Just looking at the numbers made Tristan think two things. The first went, can I go beyond the impossible? How many exclamation points are the limit? Is there some point of qualitative change? The fourth thing, since the first thing somehow became 3, was, I should bring all the skills I actually use to at least impossible. His popstar skills were certainly lacking so far. Popstar points were harder to gain than criminal points, probably because of the murder often involved in the latter. I think the impossible happens at 5,000 points for most skills, although clearly not the hacking. And I have been raising everything to 6,000, so I might as well keep doing that. Besides this, I will try to spare points this time and just raise the numbers to 6,000, even if it means fiddling with the sliders. The sliders measuring out points to put into skills were inconvenient for measuring big amounts precisely. It constantly tried to round them up to the nearest 0. But Tristan was in no hurry today. It was still his vacation time. Vocal skill increased from 1938 to 6000. Vocals rank increased from siren to impossible. Find more to read at Empire. String instruments skill increased from 2097 to 6000. String instruments rank increased from guitar god to impossible. Songwriting skill increased from 2404 to 6000. Songwriting rank increased from new Beethoven to impossible. Dancing skill increased from 1079 to 6000. Dancing rank increased from dance floor legend to impossible. Production skill increased from 740 to 6000. Production rank increased from good to impossible. Style skill increased from 506 to 6000. Style rank increased from good to impossible. New talents are available in the shop. The rush of endorphins and knowledge was more dizzying and delicious than the cocktail in Tristan's hand. All kinds of things Tristan would need for his next tour, to perform not just brilliantly, but even beyond that. With that feeling echoing in his head, Tristan barely paid attention to the last notification, instead staring at his criminal skills. For some reason, it felt significant to put all his 10,000 points into one skill there. The second identity system had already changed once when I spent enough points. Maybe it will change again? Anyway, what skill should I put this many points in? A hard choice. They all were useful. But if Tristan planned to step away from being directly involved for a while, since he was going on a music tour within the next few months, anyway, then the answer was obviously strategy. Well, here it goes. Strategy skill increased from 4958 to 15358. Strategy rank increased from impossible to ascendant. Warning, you have reached the limit of this skill. Further points put into it will bring no effect. You now can ascend the strategy skill. Doing this will create the intelligence attribute, remove all the points within the skill, and add 1 point to the intelligence for every 100 points in strategy skill. You can do it at any time from the status menu. Tristan read the notification with wide eyes, trying to understand the details of it. The system was more forthcoming than usual here, at least. Attributes increase my effectiveness in everything, not like skills, which are more specialized. So if I do this, I will just make myself smarter in general in exchange for all my knowledge about administration and trade organization and so on. Damn, this is so overpowered, but I need my strategy skill for now. I have all that criminal kingdom to manage in the time free from drinking cocktails. Tristan frowned at the notification for a moment. I know what I need. I need a side task for myself. New task. Ascend the strategy skill and put at least 5,000 points into it. Value 100. Damn, not that one. This is a criminal task. Chapter 184, a side gig in modeling. As it stood, Tristan didn't lack in opportunities. After some consideration and more lounging near the pool, and some swimming in it to enjoy the way his sculpted body cut through water as if it had evolved a million years for this, Tristan began making arrangements. Since he became known, there were always some invitations from people who wanted Tristan to take part in their projects. Most of these invitations either paid too little for the task or none at all. Some people wildly hoped Tristan will help them out from the sheer goodness of his heart. There were also those that asked Tristan to pay them for the opportunity. Sometimes the promotion Tristan would get from the offer was high enough compared to Tristan's own fame that they had the right to ask. If the price offered was fair, then it was a question of whether Tristan wanted to do any of this and whether he had the time. So far, he had only accepted a few interview offers from musical magazines and one radio station. But Tristan remembered that there was more. Just recently, actually, back at his lounge chaise, Tristan fished out his phone from his back and called his manager. Derek, I remember you've emailed me a list of worthwhile short-term contract offers a few days ago. And there was something about a model shooting, I think, for an ad. Yes, I remember, Mr. Gemello. A fashion house invited you to promote their latest line of male street fashion. If you are interested in doing it, I can check up with them for more details and whether they are still interested. Yes, please. Derek hummed in agreement. It won't take long. I'm glad that you've picked up this contract. Fashion advertisements are always good promotions. As I recall, their producer mentioned that your looks and image were a great fit with their style, Mr. Gemello. As it turned out an hour later, the offer was still available. The money offered Tristan for the job wasn't on the high margin of what someone of his status deserved, but only if you didn't count that his face will be on billboards around the city afterward. The producer was looking into several more models, as I was told, but when he heard you agreed, you were given the prime spot immediately. Derek added, It looks like he has very high expectations of you, Mr. Gemello. If you disappoint him, it might have long-term consequences, even if your payment for this job won't suffer. Oh, you know me, Derek. I will do fine. More than fine. Tristan smiled to himself. I've been at photo shoots before for our promotional materials. Tristan knew Derek enough to tell that right now. On the other side of the call, he was pressing his lips tight in a smile and thinking how to put his advice in the least offensive way. There's a difference between a relatively small promotional photo session you've been through, Mr. Gemello, and the work you will need to do for the contract. I know you can do it. I never doubted you. But I want you to prepare accordingly. Your next journey awaits at Empire. In cruder words, don't be so arrogant. This isn't what you've been before, Tristan. And he's right, of course. Aloud, Tristan said, Prepare what for exactly? Derek explained with eagerness that showed how glad he was that Tristan took him seriously. Fashion photo shoots can easily take an entire day. You will need to stand in uncomfortable poses for long periods of time and constantly change clothing. In front of other people, too. There's rarely time to go to a dressing room. It can get to people and used to this easily. I can deal with it, Tristan assured Derek. Both poses and the lack of privacy, as long as I won't be asked to. Advertise underwear. Derek chuckled. No, none of that. Well, if you are ready for all of this, I will arrange the time for shooting. Based on the producer's hurry, it should be soon, but you don't have any other obligations this week. Yeah, do that. The sooner the better. You know I don't like waiting. Especially when this was the gig Tristan planned to use to earn himself more criminal points. Speaking of which, new task. Successfully complete the fashion photo shoot contract and don't disappoint the producer. Value, 800. Perfect. 800 value translates into 8,000 CP later. Although I thought this is so easy, It won't give me more than 500 value. For days later, the producer of the photo shoot, Mr. Joyland, was a plump man who compensated for his male pattern baldness by growing out a thick black beard. On the morning of the photo shoot, when Tristan was told to appear in the studio, Joyland was the first one to greet him with an overly enthusiastic handshake. "I'm glad, so very glad you've agreed to my offer. After seeing you on the stage, I couldn't stop thinking about putting some of your energy into this photo shoot. It will do wonders for our marketing. So come in, come in. Your assistant can leave your things in the dressing room. It's down in the hallway, right next to the main studio." Joyland showed Tristan and his personal assistant, Lenny, the way through the studio and introduced him to the place. All the while he continued to chat about this project, the fashion brand he was working for, his workers, and a million of related things. The fashion line is called Young and Alive. We are aiming at the teens and young adults, going for a sense of avant-garde without appearing too outlandish. You know how it is, I'm sure. Common people don't understand neither high fashion nor modern art at all. Tristan raised his eyebrow. Isn't half of modern art just a way to write off tax and launder money? He would know. He laundered money for a living, among other things. Joyland laughed. That's a good one. But there's still another half of the art, you know. Anyway, our pieces today are more down to earth. Start with whichever you like the most. He gestured at the hanger full of clothing. It's all in your size. All of it was stylish, but as Joyland promised, pretty down to earth. But there were also plenty of bold embellishments, colorful prints, decorative zippers that ran in spirals along the arms of one particular jacket, extra holes. Everything was already arranged in outfits, with shoes standing to the side. It was all good clothing. However, Tristan frowned when looking at it. Pick whichever I like. I thought there would be a list, Mr. Joyland. Normally, when working on a photo shoot of this scale, the producer had a strict plan to keep things fast and spend the minimum amount of precious working time. Tristan had been paid for one day, and although he was open to working for the next one, he wasn't sure Joyland could afford his rates. Around them, the production team staff was already at their places and just waiting for a command. A list? Yes, there normally would, but I don't want to stifle your creativity with a list, Mr. Gemello. Just go through everything on this hanger and let your talent guide you, like I let mine guide me. Oh, I see why this task has 800 value, Tristan realized. I will need to organize this photo shoot by myself, won't I? He was very glad at this moment that he already put points into his production and style skills. Fine, then let's start with this, Mr. Joyland. Tristan picked the first outfit at random. He would need to go through all of them, anyway, and a pair of fitting shoes. It was an aesthetically torn denim jacket and pants set with a mesh tank top underneath. The shoes Tristan chose were checkered sneakers. There was a dressing room next door, but Tristan didn't bother, just rapidly changing into the new set of clothing on the spot. Nobody in the producing team batted an eye. Oh, this looks splendid on you, Mr. Gemello. Like you will start drawing graffiti on the walls at any moment. And the shoes, I wouldn't have picked them better. All right, go to the green wall. Please, go there. Tristan went there and struck a cool but relaxed pose, not waiting for instructions. This, clearly, was what Joyland wanted. Perfect. Start the shots now. Joyland rushed to the photographer, who dutifully began clicking the camera button. After a minute of pointing at things and some arguments, Joyland overtook the camera and began shooting himself. When he announced he was done with this pose, Tristan turned around, knowing how to tilt his head for it to look best on camera. The photo shoot continued like that for a while. Eventually, Joyland declared they had enough material with this outfit, and it was time for Tristan to pick something else. Maybe, Tristan thought as he picked the next random outfit, this won't go so badly. I can work with no commands, as long as there are no wrong commands. Chapter 185 An Interference. 3 hours later, Tristan was halfway through the clothing sets on the rack when a new person marched into the photo set. It was a tall woman in her mid-50s with black hair held up with a pair of chopsticks. Despite her age, her style of clothing and makeup was youthful without being gaudy. A colorful skirt and a cardigan over a shirt with a flower pattern on it. She held herself with dignity and self-assurance. Like a leader, Tristan felt apprehensive the moment she appeared. Not only because she was a woman, and those usually spelled trouble. There was too much anger radiating from her. Mr. Joyland, I can't believe you would greenlight this photo set entirely on your own. What have you been thinking? The woman said right from the door. Then she caught herself and nodded to Tristan, who was in the middle of holding a pose. Apologies. You must be Mr. Gemello? My name is Mrs. Annette DePaul. I'm the head marketing manager for this fashion house, and was supposed to be involved in planning for this photo shoot. She joined a venomous look. He went pale and stepped away from behind the camera, only to square his shoulders, glare at DePaul in return, and step back to his previous spot. Around the photo set, the production team members paused mid-action as the drama unfolded. Nice to meet you, Tristan lied, glancing between DePaul and Joyland. Are you saying there was an organizational mishap of some sort? Maybe everyone should take a 15-minute break while you two sort it out. Good, brilliant. Yes, do that, everyone, Joyland exclaimed. Let's hope this mishap really can be solved in 15 minutes, DePaul muttered. Tristan frowned. This is worse than I worried about. Joyland can barely make a decision, at least around me. Which, well, I do have that influence on people. Considering what Tristan could do when he really tried, he shouldn't have been so surprised that Joyland's independence got dissolved by his presence. I suffer from success yet again, and then DePaul appears. Now her I didn't need and didn't want here at all. She was bossy, even with Tristan's presence to distract her. If she didn't like the results of Joyland's photo shoot so far, DePaul might force them to start it all over again. If they don't start fighting even worse, and the entire thing turns into a slog that takes weeks. DePaul already seems to think that today's photo shoot is as good as over. While Tristan was thinking, Joyland and DePaul moved to the side of the room for a conversation. There was a table with drinks and snacks, but neither of them touched a thing. They were too busy trying not to raise their voices too much at each other. You always stifle the artistic flow, DePaul. We are selling people the dream. You are just selling them clothing. Artistic flow? You didn't even tell me how many photos you plan to take with Mr. Gemello. Will those be all that I needed? Will we need to hire another model? Do you know? Well, I don't. The chief executive gives you too much freedom, Joyland. Find your next adventure on Empire. It's just the right amount of freedom. Look, we already paid him to be here. I'm going to return to the photo shoot, DePaul. Yes? And make photos of this outfit he wears. DePaul gestured angrily at Tristan, who's been lounging in a chair, drinking some water, and effortlessly while pretending not to listen in. Even in her anger and desire to get an upper hand in the argument, DePaul couldn't deny that Tristan looked good. It was hard not to be, with his sense of style and his poise. But the upper part of the outfit wasn't picked by Tristan, so after a moment of pause, DePaul continued. That jacket doesn't go with this shirt. Leather and mesh just screams, punk. We don't want to scream, we want to just say it in an indoor voice. I will. Need to go through the other outfits, too. Who put them together? Tristan passed his water bottle to Lenny with a grateful nod. He gave his muscles a rest, watered himself. Now he had to deal with these two. I must admit, at least DePaul knows what she wants. But even if I and Joyland kick her out of here temporarily, she can still put a damper on the results of the photo shoot later. I need to convince her long-term. I need her approval. With an annoyed huff, Tristan took off his jacket, then the mesh shirt underneath. DePaul and Joyland were too busy arguing to notice him doing this until he was putting the jacket back again, right over the naked torso. Then Tristan stood up, brushed his hair back with a palm, and grinned. How about that, Mrs. DePaul? No shirt, no problem. For a moment, both DePaul and Joyland choked on their words. This combination of clothing certainly wasn't what DePaul aimed for, but it was making Tristan appear incredibly seductive. Every line of his hard-as-a-washboard abs was not just on display, it was artfully framed by brown leather. He oozed charm with purpose, and it was hypnotizing enough that people around them paused in what they were doing so they could just stand and stare. However, both DePaul and Joyland were people from industry where beautiful, half-naked people appeared so often that they became the norm. DePaul, despite being visibly more affected, collected herself quickly enough to speak first. No, this just makes the outfit look like something from an adult magazine, Mr. Gemello. Our fashion house's reputation will only be damaged by the vulgarity if we publish photos of this. Tristan knew all this, but he achieved what he wanted to. DePaul was still stern, but not as angry anymore. Now he dropped the seductive act and reduced the charming aura a little, instead adding more fearsomeness into the way he stared down at the woman. The straight lines of his back and shoulders would make sure that Tristan's words were taken seriously. I know. I also have a reputation to maintain. And I've seen nothing in those outfits that look too outlandish for me or your fashion house. Just look at the photos Mr. Joyland took before you continue arguing. You still haven't done it. Joyland nodded. You always start shouting before you. Mr. Joyland, explain your artistic vision to Mrs. DePaul, not her perceived character flaws. Tristan almost winced when he realized he was slipping into his tougher, colder, more authoritative crime boss persona. This kind of talk wasn't something that would be always taken the same from the mouth of a pop star. In the eyes of many people in the showbiz industry, actors and singers were the most frivolous and dumb people in it. The constant public drama they created between themselves only enforced this opinion. To Tristan's relief, Joyland jolted, but nodded. Right, exactly. DePaul, you might dislike this, but the project was approved, so if you... Just look here. Damn, someone, bring me my laptop. Mr. Gemello, come here too. I'm sure you are curious to see what we have done so far. Tristan was. He and DePaul moved to the laptop that a technician connected to the camera and looked through the photos. All the while, Joyland was pointing out his favorite ones and explaining the feel and look that made them so great. He was good at picking them, Tristan admitted. He himself wouldn't have made many different choices. At first, DePaul was frowning at Joyland's explanations, then nodding, then frowning again. This is good, Joyland. Mr. Gemello really has a way with the style. Even more risky sets look just the right amount of punk on him. The words clearly cost her a lot of pride to say, but it's still too unorganized. Joyland opened his mouth, clearly about to start another argument. Then why won't you organize Mr. Joyland's photos? Tristan said before that. If there's a problem, then solve it. It's not that simple. DePaul exclaimed, then paused. Well, actually, that might work. Fine. This photo shoot was prepaid, and we already wasted an hour of it talking. Send me the copies of these, Joyland. I'm going to look through them right now, so that the plan outline for our graphic designers can be done together with the photos. Joyland narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Really? I mean, sure. You will owe me for this one, Joyland. I was supposed to be home right now, not rushing all the way to the photo set, and then to my office to work on my supposed holiday. DePaul shook her head. Asshole. In response, Joyland grinned at her. The sudden change of mood was giving Tristan a whiplash. Suddenly, he saw deep roots of strange friendship underneath the outward enmity. Bitch. I'm not sorry at all. You would have ruined this set. DePaul grinned ferociously back at him and marched out. Joyland turned away and clapped his hands once. Well, are you ready to continue, Mr. Gemello? Chapter 186 Intelligence Attribute. The rest of the photo shoot went without further complications. The production team worked fast. Task complete. Successfully complete the fashion photo shoot contract and don't disappoint the producer. Reward. Your CP increased by 800. Thank you once again for agreeing to do this. Thank you, Mr. Gemello. It was truly wonderful to work with you. Maybe we will have another opportunity for it in the future, Joyland said when they were saying goodbyes to each other. It was evening by then, but not too late. Tristan wasn't working overtime, although close to it. Joyland offered Tristan a hand to shake, which he accepted with a calm nod. Maybe, Tristan lied. There wasn't enough attention or music involved in the model photo shooting process for Tristan to enjoy it. He was only doing it for the money, the advertisement, and the points. Also, he'd prefer to work with someone like DePaul next time, someone actually organized enough to not force Tristan to pull them out of their problems. Later that evening, Tristan was back at his King Line mansion. He had retired for the day and hid in his office there. The only people in the vicinity were the guards posted on the outside of the gates, instructed not to let anyone in. Usually, when Tristan wanted to hide, he chose to simply keep on the Gemello identity. Nobody chased after Tristan Gemello with knives and poisons. But it didn't feel right this time. I can finally ascend my skill. Will creating an intelligence attribute just make me realize how stupid is everything I was doing before? Tristan wondered. Regardless, he opened his status, then tapped on his skill and the button, Ascend, that appeared over it. Please, wait. Skill ascension is in progress. A wave of dizziness hit Tristan. His vision darkened. If he wasn't already sitting in his spinning office chair, he'd fall. More windows of text floated in front of his mind's eye. Creating intelligence attribute, complete. Resetting strategy skill, complete. Asterisk strategy, asterisk skill decreased from 15,358 to 0. Your strategy rank has changed from ascendant to nobody. Spreading points overflow, complete. Intelligence attribute increased from 0 to 153. Your intelligence rank has changed from nobody to bookworm. When the temporary dizziness passed, Tristan opened his eyes to a world much clearer than before. Things suddenly made sense. More sense, at least. If I keep expanding the King Lion gang, I will keep making enemies. Eventually, one of them will hire someone you know, and he will accept, and I will be in huge trouble. He got the no-hope nickname for a reason. Tristan shook his head. That's not what I should worry about right now. This clarity is good, but I still lost a lot of memories about statecraft and bookkeeping that I need to keep my organization a well-oiled machine. It was a real pity. Now that he had a taste of what extra intelligence gave him, Tristan wanted more of it. In the back of his mind, his thoughts were swarming on their own, making deductions and conclusions. Reaching them was viscerally satisfying. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Empire. It's like my thinking sped up and became more multi-layered. I didn't become able to reach more complex conclusions, but things didn't escape me just because I was focusing on something else. The breadth of my thinking increased. That felt very right. Tristan nodded to himself and put the points. The ascended skill was outlined with star symbols. Asterisk strategy, asterisk skill increased from 0 to 5,000. Your strategy rank has changed from nobody to impossible. Bringing the skill back felt like remembering things Tristan had known already. Very familiar, and brought almost no dizziness at all. Task complete. Ascend the strategy skill and put at least 5,000 points into it. Reward. Your CP increased by 1,000. Tristan smiled. Nice. I still have 4,000 CP to dump into more intelligence. It feels like there can't be too much intelligence. Thankfully, now that the attribute was installed, Tristan could increase it by a normal price of 10 points per 1 point of the attribute. I really lost on dumping all the points into the stat at once earlier. Well, no use in dwelling on that. Intelligence attribute increased from 153 to 553. Your intelligence rank has changed from bookworm to mastermind. Tristan's head spun again. When it finished, he almost jumped from his seat. Damn, now that he got even smarter, he realized he forgot he had a skill refund option in the shop. It was only 100 points. He could have refunded the points overflow from the strategy skill earlier. Tristan slapped his thigh in frustration and sat back down. And also, now that I think of it, the Fever Dogs gang definitely plans to try biting off a piece of our turf. I was thinking they were too busy trying to establish ourselves with the other small LA gangs, but I should have looked at the big picture. Tristan spun 360 degrees in his chair, then went for his laptop and began typing a message for his subordinates. Their leader is a nutcase, and the easiest way to prove that they are big is to kick someone much bigger and escape unharmed. They are hoping we won't care if they take only a small bite of something we don't even need. But if we let them, it will undermine our authority, unacceptable in the long term. Let James handle this before they even become a problem. Maybe he even finds common ground with them. We need more recruits. The next several hours were spent with little more than the furious tapping of the keyboard and occasional calls. Tristan's criminal kingdom was growing into a small empire, about to submerge all other competition everywhere it created a foothold. First his own city, now Los Angeles, next, Mexico. Tristan wasn't sure he could stop if he tried. There was a thought in his too intelligent head, telling him it wasn't a good symptom. He brushed it aside. The sun was rising, but he was still typing and reading, until a ringtone of his gemello phone broke his concentration. Chapter 187, Intelligently Dealing with Points. The ringtone brought Tristan out of his groove. It wasn't a call. It was a notification for a reminder he set for himself. Today is the day of Nell's premiere. Damn, I got so carried away that I almost forgot. I bet Nell is even worse off today, though. Tristan shook his head, smiling. He quickly set the rest of his criminal work aside, nothing there was time-sensitive anyway, and went to change his clothing and identity. Tristan always had to sneak around when he moved from one mansion he owned to another, but with his impossible level of stealth, it wasn't hard. In half an hour, not so far away, Tristan Gemello began a day in his house. As far as the world was concerned for now, Tristan Hayes was asleep in his locked bedroom. His subordinates long ago got used to his mostly nocturnal way of life. It wasn't entirely uncommon in the underworld. In his house, Tristan Gemello quickly checked his social pages and letters sent to his dedicated fan email over his phone. He didn't read all of them, but he replied to a few he liked especially much. Tristan, I only went to your concert because my friends dragged me. I am severely depressed, but after hearing you sing, I for the first time in a long while felt like life wasn't just a burden. There was so much energy in you that it still gives me the willpower to get out of bed every day. I've been doing much better in my struggle since then. I'm listening to your songs on repeat now, and I just wanted to thank you very much for creating them. Naten. Like that one. Thanks a lot, Naten. Never lose hope. Luck can smile your way at any time. Tristan Gemello. Tristan always empathized with these stories. Maybe even too much. Then another thought popped into his head. Empathy is a natural human trait. It doesn't harm me to reply to these letters because I feel touched. The opposite, actually. Fans love it. It's very different from when I have to kill people because they stand in my way and can't afford to consider them as human beings for the sake of my sanity. Tristan closed his eyes for a moment. Maybe that high intelligence thing had its downsides. He had so much brain power that there was something left for deep self-analysis like that. It's actually a little harder to focus on a specific thing with all those thoughts in the back of my mind. I was like that the entire night, but I was so focused on working that I didn't pay attention. Tristan stared at his phone screen, but his thoughts were elsewhere. I put too many points into intelligence. It's imbalanced now, like my dexterity and strength were. There had to be another stat that can even things out. Help me focus. I have to find it. Tristan tapped his lip. He could cheat the system. If he put points into his skills until they reached the ascended rank, guessed whether the attribute offered for ascension was the one he needed, then refunded the points put into the skill if it wasn't. He could check all his skills. But does the skill refund work as I remember? The last time I checked it was when I got it in the random system shop. Things could have changed. Oh, I also have new talents. I should check the shop either way. And then, as the clock said, it will be the time for Tristan to go visit Nelson. It's been a while again since either of them had the time. The rising careers of both artists were separating them. At least they could still chat and call. Just as Tristan thought that, Nelson sent him a gif of a shaking puppy. The next was a message. That's me right now. Shit, man, I'm so anxious and Derek's already there to hound me about preparing for the stage, even if it's only at 18. Tris, are you awake already? Share your magic na-shake juice. Tristan grinned and typed back. The juice is not vodka. I can't share it. Breathe out. You will kill them all. No. Winky face. Might drop on you in a few hours. Hound you too. The only response was a gif of a puppy dramatically dropping to the floor. Tristan chuckled and put the phone away. I was about to open the shop. Shop smiley face. Remote hypnotic voice, talent, 10,000 popstar points. A skill refund, 100 points. A driving license, 1,000 points. Tap to choose identity. An exceptional quality instrument, 3,000 popstar points. Tap to choose type. Glock 19, 1,000 criminal points. 1 ammo magazine for Glock 19, 300 criminal points. Barrett MRAD sniper rifle with an optic scope, 5,000 criminal points. 1 ammo magazine for Barrett MRAD, 500 criminal points. A combat knife, 500 criminal points. Read exclusive content at Empire. Hard armor level 4 bulletproof vest for 1,000 criminal points. A foreign bank deposit card, 3,000 criminal points. A dose of truth serum, 1,500 criminal points. A burner phone, 500 criminal points. A set of clothing, random 300 points. A disguise set, random 500 points. A dose of poison, random 1,000 criminal points. A set of lockpicks, 3,000 criminal points. Oh, a new talent. An upgrade of the hypnotic voice. The description said that it was the same thing, except, unlike the normal version, this one carried the effect of Tristan's voice over recordings. He raised his eyebrows at the skill description when he read it. The price tag of 10,000 pp was entirely justified. However, there was a problem when Tristan checked the skill refund description. Purchase this to return a chosen skill to 0 and gain an equal value in points. Each next purchase of this is 10 times more expensive. Well, shit. The rules had changed. There wasn't a price increase before. I basically only have 2 refunds before it's not worth it anymore. Tristan frowned. He had 8,264 Popstar points. He could almost buy the remote hypnotic voice talent with them, or try to guess the correct skill to ascend. Chapter 188, Trying to Balance Things Out. Tristan thought about this decision for several minutes, comparing pros and cons. In the end, it doesn't really matter if I spent my first cheap skill refunds now or not. Earning more points is only a matter of time, and I'm not in a hurry anymore. Of course, buying that talent would bring me a lot of popularity, but becoming less scatterbrained will prevent me from making potentially deadly mistakes in criminal life, too. In other words, trying to balance out the intelligence attribute by ascending another skill was the most rational option. But which one is it? Tristan opened his status and looked at the list of skills. Tristan Gemello, Tristan Hayes. Current identity, Popstar. Second identity, Criminal. Popstar rank, on the Olympus. Criminal rank, King Lion. Popstar points, 8,264. Criminal points, 0. Attributes smiley face. Popstar. Appearance, 570, top model. Charisma, 1059, the beguiler. Dexterity, 600, gymnast. Criminal. Fearsomeness, 1077, dark god. Strength, 679, weightlifter. Toughness, 800, bones of steel. Intelligence, 553, mastermind. Skills smiley face. Popstar. Vocals, 6,000, impossible. String instruments, 6,000, impossible. Percussion instruments, 0, nobody. Wind instruments, 1, nobody. Electronic instruments, 0, nobody. Keyboard instruments, 801, professional amateur. Exotic instruments, 0, nobody. Songwriting, 6,000, impossible. Dancing, 6,000, impossible. Acting, 6,538, impossible. Production, 6,000, impossible. Style, 6,000, impossible. Criminal. Stealth, 6,844, impossible. Melee combat, 5,224, impossible. Ranged combat, 4,836, impossible. Observation, 5,076, impossible. Driving, 2618, racer. Athletics, 2419, coach physical instrument. Medicine, 5,203, impossible. Interfacing, 6,003, impossible. Sleight of hand, 533, light fingers. Tactics, 505, good. Strategy 5,000, impossible. Hacking, 6431, data demon. Talents smiley face. Clark Kent effect, sleepless, clean hands, bullet time, hypnotic voice, sight awareness, electronic sight awareness, ambidextrous, bilingual, Spanish, freezing glare, string theory, copycat, detective, blind shot, quick fingers, explosive awareness, heat vision, tasks smiley face. Popstar. None. Criminal. Make the next leader of Cuatro Angulos your puppet. Value 1,000. What even is the opposite of intelligence? Tristan asked himself. It's not stupidity. If intelligence represents logical thinking, maybe the opposite will be something emotional or creative. I already have charisma, though. Most Popstar skills were creative, but only one can be called emotional. Acting. Tristan decided to try this one first. I can also find how many points I need to ascend an average skill. With that plan in mind, Tristan began putting points into his acting skill bit by bit. Acting skill increased from 6,538 to 7,000. Your acting rank has changed from impossible to impossible. Acting skill increased from 7,000 to 8,000. Explore more stories with Empire. Acting skill increased from 8,000 to 9,000. Acting skill increased from 9,000 to 10,000. Your acting rank has changed from impossible to ascendant. Warning: you have reached the limit of the acting skill. Further points put into it will bring no effect. You now can ascend the acting skill. Doing this will ascend your charisma attribute. Remove all the points within the skill and add 1 point to the charisma for every 100 points in acting skill. You can do it at any time from the status menu. Tristan stopped there. Only 10,000 points to ascendant rank? And here I thought there will be more. He was disappointed, but only briefly. There were more things to think about. And of course the system won't explain what ascending the charisma will give me. It probably won't create another attribute. A new skill? No, I don't think so. Tristan shook his head. I can think about it later. For now, this attempt was a failure. Let's try another skill. He purchased the skill refund for 100 pop star points and refunded the acting skill. This immediately brought him a slight headache and 10,000 points, half of which he put back into the skill. Acting skill increased from 0 to 5,000. Your acting rank has changed from nobody to impossible. Tristan had 9,702 points left, and the skill refund now cost 1,000 points. Alright, fine. If an emotion-related skill didn't work out, next I should use the most creative skill. With that thought, Tristan upgraded his songwriting skill next. Songwriting skill increased from 6,000 to 10,000. Your songwriting rank has changed from impossible to ascendant. Warning: you have reached the limit of the acting skill. Further points put into it will bring no effect. You now can ascend the songwriting skill. Doing this will create imagination attribute. Remove all the points within the skill and add 1 point to the imagination for every 100 points in the songwriting skill. You can do it at any time from the status menu. This is it. Maybe. Either way, after I upgrade this skill, I will have just enough to bring it back to 5,000 points. Tristan took a deep breath. And just enough time to get on with my day as I planned. Maybe it would have been wiser to postpone this decision, at least until tomorrow, but Tristan preferred decisive action. Tristan lied down comfortably in his bed before proceeding, remembering how he blacked out the last time. Then he began the ascension. Please, wait. Skill ascension is in progress. Now that Tristan was ready for the dizziness and the weakness in his limbs, he had a much easier time writing it out. He could almost relax and let things happen as notifications drifted by. Creating imagination attribute, complete. Resetting songwriting skill, complete. Songwriting skill decreased from 10,000 to 0. Your songwriting rank has changed from ascendant to nobody. Spreading points overflow, complete. Imagination attribute increased from 0 to 100. Your imagination rank has changed from nobody to daydreamer. When his body felt like his again, Tristan got up, shaking his head. Before examining himself, he quickly put 5,000 points into his songwriting skill. Now only 702 pop star points were left. After that, Tristan stretched his limbs and tried to make sense of his head. What do I feel? Did things balance themselves out even a little? Tristan wasn't sure at first. The changes were unusually subtle. They bloomed inside him like flowers, too slow for people to pay attention until they were already greeting the sun. Huh, isn't that a strange thought to have? Chapter 189, Unimaginable. Tristan knew, used and liked metaphors, but usually not in this context. However, as he thought more about this, his mind felt more vivid than usual. He wanted to think in metaphors, not just in the realm of his songs, just in general. With that realization came a sense of victory. Tristan smiled to himself. I think this was it. Intelligence lets me think with more detail, but imagination adds color to it. Even if this won't help me with my distraction problem by much, it might give me more insights. And also, more inspiration for music. I should put my remaining points there as well. He did so. There weren't many of them left, but it was something. Imagination attribute increased from 100 to 170. Another bucket of water into a slowly growing pond. Although the walls of it were still way too high. Tristan sighed. I need more points. New task. Increase imagination attribute to at least your intelligence attribute. Value 100. This won't help. Whatever. I'm losing daylight by now. With an effort of will, Tristan closed all his system windows and went on with his day of a celebrity. He dressed casually but stylishly. It was almost impossible not to, with Tristan's sense of style and handsome appearance, then drove toward the stage where Nell was going to perform today. In a traffic jam on the way there, Tristan called his personal assistant and asked him to make sure the house had fresh food and a maid came to clean. All the usual things that Tristan had to be mindful of for the sake of his privacy. Another thing Tristan did for the sake of privacy, although only privacy of his gemello identity, was put on a pair of large shades. They didn't really hide his appearance, but Tristan had enough stealth skill to blend into a crowd even without them. It was past noon by the time Tristan met with Nell, who was doing the last rehearsals and also sound checks on the stage in front of the empty audience hall. Since Tristan met him, Nell's guitar technique improved considerably. Derek had arranged private lessons for him, and Nell worked over them tirelessly. When the rehearsal ended and Nell waved Tristan in greeting, there were calluses on the pads of his fingers, even though he used mediators to pluck the strings most of the time. "Tris, when did you come? I didn't notice you," Nell exclaimed, throwing a hug around Tristan. "Your next chapter awaits on Empire." He backed off after they exchanged pats on their backs. Behind them, at the stage, the staff members finished putting props in the best positions and attaching cables to everything that needed them. The lights overhead turned off and off again as the light technician tested everything. "Did you hear a lot?" Nell asked. "Only the end, but it was great." Tristan grinned. "Maybe in a couple of centuries you will even become better than me, Nell." Nelson laughed at Tristan's attitude. Unlike many people would have been in his place, he genuinely took it in stride, not being offended or envious from the comparison. As a person who solidly lacked humility, Tristan found Nelson's well of it incredibly admirable. "This would be good, won't it? We will see how it goes. There isn't much time left to wait, anyway. You will be watching, right?" Tristan nodded. Incognito, from the VIP seats. "I don't want to steal your spotlight," he said, gesturing toward the audience hall. The VIP zones were on a balcony, far from the main stage, but with a great view. The audience hall itself was small enough that everything would be heard perfectly from the VIP seats. Most importantly, they were shadowed and separate from each other. Cool. Nelson nervously scratched his neck. "Shit, the more I think about the concert, the more I'm nervous." "Stop thinking then. Just play. That doesn't require thinking from you, does it?" "Huh. Yeah, I guess. Thanks, Tris. Now, how to stop thinking?" He laughed. Half an hour before the start of the show, Tristan left to take his seat in the VIP zone, one that he bought for his own money. Here he was a shadowed, anonymous figure, watching everyone and everything but unseen himself. And since Nelson was still backstage, preparing, Tristan watched only the gathering fans. There was security posted near the stage and the exits, but Tristan wondered if any of the visitors were crazy enough to rush on the stage or throw things. It was unlikely, but watching out for danger was natural for Tristan at this point. There was no danger. Exactly on schedule, the lights in the audience hall went out. Then, a dozen thin rays of all colors of the rainbow poured from the spotlights, crisscrossing the stage and the audience hall. In the silence interrupted only by cheers and applause of the crowd, Nelson Myers stepped onto the stage. He was dressed like a rainbow unicorn from the cover of the album that was being released today, Dream Sequence. The entire imagery was something Tristan barely understood until today. It was evocative and left a lot of space for interpretation, or just for enjoying the melody and dancing. Now that he has imagination skill, Tristan felt more in tune with the theme. There were layers upon layers, and Nelson probably didn't understand half of them himself. At least he was unable to put them into words. But, as Tristan knew both back when he first heard a pre-release version of Nelson's album, and as he knew now, the most important thing stayed at the surface level. It was a shocking, eye-catching imagery, rock music that juxtaposed itself to the normal dark and edgy rock, and just good music. When the beats hit, Tristan nodded his head with them, and when choruses started, he hummed them under his breath together with the crowd. Until a sensation made Tristan jolt. A shiver went down his spine that could mean only one thing. What is going on? Why? Why does my explosive awareness tell me I'm in the blast range of an explosive? Chapter 190: A Race Against a Head Start. Tristan could sense the exact location of the explosive, too. It was entering the building from the other side, closer to the stage. He didn't know the exact map of the audience hall, but he knew there had to be a back entrance for employers and the performers. It also had to be guarded, but from Tristan's estimation, the explosive had already moved past the security somehow. This is very, very wrong. Is this an assassination attempt on me? But nobody knew that Tristan Hayes would be here today. He isn't here today. Very few people knew that Tristan Gemello would be watching Nelson perform, either. And more than that, who in their right mind will place a bomb during a concert when the hall is full of people? As Tristan thought this, He was already standing up from his seat and speed-walking to the exit from the VIP zone. A moment later, 2 tasks popped up in the criminal category. New task: disarm the explosive. Value: $250. New task: prevent any interruptions to the ongoing Nelson's concert. Value: $250. Tristan glanced at them, then looked at the crowd of people ahead. Upbeat, fast music was filling the hall, and the movements of people waving their hands and stomping their legs with the beat were making the floor shake. It would take a lot of time to reach the stage directly. There was security near the stage, too, and Tristan doubted even his ability to talk his way past them when the music made hearing someone talk impossible. I can't call for help. Either nobody will believe me in time for it to matter, or I will have too many things to explain, like how I knew about the explosive. No, I have to deal with this myself. I need to find a way around. And fast, right? There were maps of the hall hung around in case of a fire, for evacuation. Tristan remembered walking past it on the way to the VIP zone. He ran toward it now. The darkness hid him as he moved, and he purposefully kept his eyes away from the lit stage to adjust to it better. Thoughts continued to flicker through his head. I can activate a fire alarm to make people leave at least, but there's a chance this might provoke the bomber into exploding everything immediately instead of setting the bomb up and leaving. At least, I suppose that's his plan. Also, the fire alarm might start a panic in the crowd. This won't help anyone. Shit. Soon he was on the ground floor, near one of the exits, where there was a map of evacuation routes on the wall. Tristan examined it for a moment. Then he went to the nearest exit. The security guard posted there looked at him curiously, but didn't stop Tristan. He was paid to check people who entered, not left. The fastest way around is through the outside, entering through the back entrance, the same way the bomber took. I assume it's one person or a small group, and they sneaked in, or there'd already be alarms blowing. Outside of the concert hall, the street was very quiet and empty compared to the inside. A few people lounged around, smoking or just talking, not listening for whatever reason. Tristan ran past them all, catching only a few curious glances before he was out of sight. He moved too fast for people to have time to notice him. The rest of the way was less straightforward. Tristan had to cross a paid parking lot, for which he had to vault a fence twice. But that was an easy feat for someone like him. And on the other side of the second fence, Tristan found a dumpster. An overflowing dumpster with no people around it. Not a single eye, belonging to a person or a camera, was watching Tristan. I would rather explain what Hayes is doing in a place where he isn't supposed to be than explain why a guitarist and a singer Tristan Gemello knows how to disarm explosives. With that thought, Tristan put on his special earring, changing identities. Then, to be more thorough, he took off his shades and turned his jacket inside out. Then he continued to run. The explosive was still moving slowly through the building, and Tristan was catching up with it now. The map of evacuation routes in his memory let him guess through which entrance the bomber entered. He ran up to it in a few more seconds. The door was half open, with a pair of security guards standing there, as if nothing was going on, until they noticed Tristan. Both men tensed immediately, and their hands began reaching for the shockers on their belts. No wonder, Tristan was running directly toward them. A thought of just shocking them and moving on flicked through Tristan's mind, but he let it there and instead stopped in front of the door. Staff only, a guard said. So the person who just entered, he was staff? Tristan asked, guessing about the number and gender of people. The guards frowned. From the recognition in their eyes, Tristan knew they understood who he talked about. So the bomber really went through this entrance. And he was a man, and alone. And who's asking, mister? Tristan mentally cracked his knuckles. His old instincts were telling him to knock these two out. Even if that raised a lot of alarms as soon as they could call them. Or kill them. Then they definitely won't call any alarms. But these people are on my side. They just don't know it, a part of Tristan reminded him. Stay tuned with Empire. If he killed them, he would have a lot of regrets. But there was another part of Tristan which now suggested him an entire avenue of possibilities. He was so used to being a terrifying and murderous gang boss, strict even during the nicer parts of his leadership, that he forgot criminals could also be very charming con men. Or very scary con men. Tristan straightened his shoulders and put on his harshest scowl. His entire posture shifted to something military-like, and even his clothes looked more like a uniform when he stood this way. He added to this performance a careful measure of fearsomeness, not too little, not too much. Federal Agent Garrett Michelton. I'm pursuing a dangerous criminal that's inside this hall as we speak. Let me pass immediately. As he spoke, Tristan pulled out his wallet and flashed his ID at the guards, making sure to move fast enough that they wouldn't be able to make anything out. The guards stood, taken aback. A moment later, seeds of suspicion began brewing in their heads, but Tristan pushed on before they could take root. No time to chat. I have to go in and stop him. Keep guarding this entrance, and for God's sake, don't let anyone else in or out. The criminal might have accomplices. Don't call the police. Either, if the criminal is spooked, who knows what he might do? He's armed and dangerous. You aren't trained to deal with people like him. When Tristan spoke in his hypnotic voice, it was hard to stop listening. And the way he spoke, with utter conviction and absolute authority, removed all rational thoughts from the minds of the guards. They just believed what they heard, at least for now. They even saluted Tristan. First one guard, then another joined him. Sure, Mr. Michelton. We will stay here. Good. Don't worry, I'm not alone in this, Tristan added, just so make sure that these two won't do anything stupid out of concern instead of suspicion. Then he rushed inside, following a route mapped out in his head. He thought the bomber was going toward the stage or the technical places underneath it before, but now that he got farther, Tristan realized that the bomber's target was very different. It was above the stage, the rafters, with the spotlights, and the props. It's probably the only place around the stage that's not being watched at the moment. Tristan changed his route. Thankfully for him, there was no one on his way. In a short while, he was running up the stairs to the rafters. Although his steps were quick, he moved noiselessly, though music from the stage hid all sounds. Anyway, he was almost up there when an idea hit him. Shit, there actually is a reason someone would come all the way here with an explosive during a concert. The reason is that they want to blow everything up, but their explosive isn't timed or even remote detonated. And they have to be here to set it off. A suicide bomb. Or a vest. And I don't even have a gun on me. No points to buy one, either. Tristan bit his lip, but didn't slow down. The explosive was only a short distance ahead. He felt it almost like another limb, or a phantom itch outside his body. And now Tristan saw the silhouette of a man ahead, carefully walking past the blazing spotlights. Chapter 191 Pouncing. Below the rafters, the show was going on in full blast. Spotlights danced around and pointed at Nell, who was singing his heart out and making wild things with his guitar. There were even background dancers dressed in full-body catsuits with abstract shapes printed on them, moving in dreamlike waves. Tristan wished he was watching all this instead of standing here, about to face off with the bomber. The man with the explosive was standing only 7 meters away from Tristan. The light from the stage below lit him enough that Tristan could make him out without switching to heat vision. The bomber was tall and broad, with muscular shoulders and a beer gut. On his shoulder, he was carrying a large cardboard box with the explosive inside. A badge was hanging from his neck. Even without looking closer, Tristan guessed it was the same badge all the concert hall workers wore. A lot of people in the concert group were hired by Nell's agency, but plenty worked for this concert hall, only cooperating with the performing artists temporarily. This included most of the security and stage technicians. The badge meant that either this person was an impersonator, a long-time plant, or not someone actually trained to blow people up. Tristan's mood soured even more. But for now, the bomber didn't notice him in the shadows, too busy walking and not observant enough. Tristan hurried after him, now employing his stealth to the maximum. He moved with the shadows, became one of them, and was acutely aware of when the bomber turned in a way that put Tristan in his field of view. Whenever the man looked around or just turned his head sideways, Tristan was always already hiding in the shadow of a support pillar or a massive spotlight. From 3 meters away, Tristan could make out the details of the bomber's relationship threads. There were many, but most of them were thin, which implied a barely there connection. Most of them were also black, which suggested hatred. There were no threads between the bomber and Tristan, at least Tristan Hayes, but there was a thin black thread going from the man and below, toward Nelson. Stay connected via Empire. This is far from enough hatred to justify blowing a person up, especially together with yourself. In the meantime, the bomber reached the place he wanted to be. He set his box down and opened it. Tristan moved forward, hurrying to cross the last meters while still unnoticed. The man pulled out a megaphone out of his box, and Tristan lunged. He didn't stand a chance. Tristan was upon him in a blink of an eye. Next, Tristan put his elbow over the bomber's neck until he could only wheeze and bulge his eyes out. At this moment, a round of applause came from below as another song ended. There was a brief period of relative quiet, and Tristan used it. How were you going to detonate your bomb? Just nod or shake your head as an answer. Do you have a remote detonator on you for it? Or is there a detonation button on the bomb itself? In the eyes of the pinned-down man, Tristan looked like an angel of death that came for his soul. The unnatural lights from the stage made his angelically handsome face look pale and otherworldly, and his dark clothing blended with the shadows around. But most of the impression came from the death and terror that was pouring from Tristan's eyes. The bomber could only shake and nod, praying for his soul and his mind. And why is there a bomb in a box? Was blowing this place up your own idea? Tristan continued asking. The man nodded shakily again, gasping through Tristan's hold. If he was lying, then he was an absolutely legendary actor. To be able to pretend to be scared out of his mind, despairing and religiously awed at once. And so well, too. Tristan frowned, wondering if he should let this guy breathe a little more, so he could answer more complex questions. But then the music below started again. Whatever. I should interrogate him better somewhere more private. How nice that I have both the place and people to bring him there. First, Tristan took off the man's badge. The synthetic ribbon it hung from was thick and wide enough for Tristan to tie the man's wrists behind his back with. It was far from perfect, but as long as Tristan glared in his direction from time to time, he didn't struggle and only kept crying and muttering something under his breath. Prayers. Next, Tristan typed a message for Vargas, who always had men on hand in case of shit in need of sorting, and who answered Tristan's messages at any point of the day. The message just asked Vargas to send a pair of men with handcuffs and a car with tinted windows toward him as soon as possible. And finally, Tristan went for the bomb. Having so much primed explosive material so close was really uncomfortable. A megaphone, too. Why did the bomber have a megaphone? Was he about to make an announcement? It looks more and more like an insane terrorist attack. But why here, why now? Just because the man worked here. While Tristan was thinking this, his hands were digging into the box. Most of it was taken by a large, crude bomb. Just several lumps of explosives, all tied together by ropes and wires. On top of the lump was a large detonator box with a single switch. On and off. Off. Nothing happens. On, boom. Or it just booms. Yes, Tristan definitely could see it happen. This explosive was already primed, and it was just the type to go off from a wrongly cut wire. And all wires are black, because of course they are. Tristan huffed. Whoever made this bomb has no sense of style. He pulled out his knife, without which he didn't go anywhere. All right, there's no way I can do this wrong. Just no way in hell. Chapter 192 Minesweeper. Tristan stared at the bomb. The only tool on his hands was his knife. Good bombs, advanced bombs, have safeguards against being disarmed without a proper key. But this thing is as far from a proper bomb as they go. Tristan tilted his head, studying the wiring, switching to and from heat vision to see better. Just cutting wires won't work here. In fact, cutting a wire might just make the entire thing short-circuit and explode immediately. Or it might short-circuit at any other moment because the air got wet and the welding inside is. I don't even want to guess. This left Tristan with one solution, the most straightforward one. He squinted, making out the details of the detonator box in the dark. But if there are any safeguards on this bomb, they will certainly activate when I do this. There's no chance of there being any safeguards, but if there are. Tristan shook his head and reached out with his knife. Using its tip as a makeshift screwdriver, he unlatched 6 screws holding down the detonator box's lid. The piece of plastic fell to the side almost immediately. Inside, amid the mess of wires and awful welding work, Tristan located 4 more screws. His knife bent slightly as Tristan worked, but didn't break. Half a minute later, all the screws and spare details were lying in the box, and nothing was holding the main part of the detonator attached to the bomb anymore. Tristan just pulled it out and let out a breath. Nothing exploded. The worst part is done. Now with the rest. He had to remove the wires from the rest of the bomb. This meant a dozen more screws, but after 3 more minutes, less than a song, the bomb was disarmed. Nothing itched in Tristan's explosive senses anymore. The detonator and all its wires were hanging from Tristan's hands, lying a dead octopus, its thin limbs dragging over the ground. Task complete. Disarm the explosive. Reward. Your PP increased by 2,500. Tristan let out a breath and grinned with renewed energy. Now I only have to clean things up here. The box would have to stay. Eventually someone will find it. And there would likely be an investigation if someone understood what was inside of it. Or the stage workers might decide it's just some garbage. Either way, it won't be Tristan's problem. The man who brought the thing here was. Tristan used the wires from the now harmless detonator to tie the bomber up better, stuffed a piece of his own shirt in his mouth as a makeshift gag, and hauled him upright. With his muscles, Tristan could lift him easily enough, but the man was physically larger than him, and carrying him was inconvenient. And why would he if the man still had a pair of functional legs? Tristan held the bomber by the elbow and used the knife to add him acceleration. Then he led him to the entrance which they used to enter. On the way there, Tristan got a message from Vargas. The men Tristan asked for were already there, waiting nearby, and he got the number of their driver. Tristan stopped in an empty hallway, keeping his prisoner still with a grip on his arm, while Tristan's other hand held a phone. After a moment of thinking, Tristan typed, "Get closer to the back entrance and park near the graffiti of a blue frog monster. Just stay there, do nothing." As soon as he got confirmation, Tristan switched the phone to the knife again and went outside. The pair of security guards he had convinced into being a federal agent stood straighter at his approach, but he saw they were tense already. No wonder. A gray car with black tinted windows parked near a wall only 15 meters away, next to a graffiti of a blue frog. "Monster, Mr. Michelton," a guard exclaimed, staring at you with wide eyes. "You got him?" The criminal. Both of the guards were now examining you with curiosity and relief. There even was some awe at the way Tristan handled a man taller and broader than him with an ease. They still weren't suspicious of Tristan, but that didn't make them safe. "Can we call the police now?" the other guard asked. "No." Tristan cut off immediately in a tone that gave no room for arguing. "This matter is not public. My backup is there already, anyway." He nodded at the black car. "But," Tristan narrowed his eyes at the protesting guard, "the operation is successfully complete. Your involvement was appreciated, but it's over now. Return to your regular duties. I assure you, there's no danger to civilians anymore. I repeat, do not alert the police about this. Find your next adventure on Empire." The prisoner in Tristan's arm twitched and moaned something in protest, but a subtle poke of a knife to the back of his neck made him quiet again. The security guard froze under Tristan's gaze, then saluted stiffly like on a parade. "Sir, yes, sir." A former military man. The guard's partner copied the gesture, but with much less grace. "Sir, yes, sir." Tristan gave them a slightly patronizing smile, like from a superior to subordinates, and pushed his prisoner to the awaiting car. He opened the back door, shoved the man inside, and followed. Only when Tristan was finally hidden from the guards by the car's tinted windows, he allowed himself to let out a breath. A notification appeared. Task complete. Prevent any interruptions to the ongoing Nelson's concert. Reward. Your PP increased by 2,500. Tristan set it aside and looked toward the front seats. He had recognized the driver and the man in the shotgun seat as soon as he had opened the door. Cutout, and another semi-familiar man, whose name Tristan couldn't remember. "Orders, boss?" Cutout asked, looking at Tristan through the rearview mirror. "First, drive me to the front entrance of the concert hall. Second, I want you to take this man somewhere nice and quiet. I want to interrogate him personally later. And that will be all." Chapter 193. Bad day to good day to worst day. Nobody stopped Tristan, now Tristan Gemello again, as he returned to his place in the VIP seats. On the stage, Nelson was on the last songs from the album. Tristan had missed a lot of the performances, but his absence wasn't noticed, and this was the most important part. For Nelson's last song, the smoke generators on the stage were turned on to the fullest. By the end, there was enough smoke that Nelson could walk into it and disappear like a dream. The cheering of the audience showed they loved this grand finale, even if the smoke must have made people in the front rows pretty uncomfortable. Nell is good at using the stage effects, but this, I think, was really skirting on the edge of acceptable fire security of the place. Tristan let out a breath and shook his head. This isn't an open ground. The overhead lights turned on, and the ventilation was working hard to clean the air. The show was over, and nothing exploded. But it could have. Tristan forced down his sneer and stood up. He could have come up with a reason and left quickly to deal with the bomber right now. But he didn't want to, even if the unanswered questions irked him. He waited for this day for a long time. Tristan was going to enjoy it and have a good time with his friend. Half an hour later, a good time was an after-party in a bar nearby, which was reserved for Nelson and his guests. There were only a couple dozen of guests, important people from Nelson's production crew, and a few personal friends. Besides Tristan, there were a few other rising or not very well-known artists. Nelson's rise brought him quite a few green-eyed looks, but his earnestness earned him just as many friends. After his performance, Nelson was still sweaty and dressed in a stage costume, but his smile was brighter than the sun. Standing at the head of the several tables put together, he raised a flute of champagne in the air. Let's toast for the success of this concert. My first real concert. Shit, I just can't. He hiccuped from the sheer emotion, and his eyes became misty with tears. Just a year ago, I never thought I'd reach this far. In my wildest dreams, maybe. And yet, here I am. Thousands of people actually listen to the shit I write. Isn't that insane, huh? Tristan stood up from his seat of honor next to Nelson and clapped his shoulder. Insane? Don't bring yourself down. Now drink. For success. He raised his own flute up. Right. For success. Nelson echoed. But also for all of you guys. And girls. I love you all. Thank you for the kind words, Meyer, Derek said. Right now. Even he put away a bit of his ever-present formalities. Don't doubt. You deserve your place. For your success. Cheers. That was a show for the ages, Nelson. I loved working with you. People cheered and downed their champagne. Light conversations sparkled naturally between people, many of which were friends already. There was more alcohol, but not too much, and snacks. Then Derek had to take a call and returned with a deep frown on his face. He didn't say a thing, just hovered closer to the edges of the party, but Tristan still noticed his mood, couldn't really stop noticing things. Did something happen? Something bad and important, but not urgent? Perhaps I should ask. Maybe they found the bomb in the concert hall, or the security guards finally realized that there was no security agent and told the police. Tristan gracefully extracted himself from his current conversation and drifted toward Derek. Is something the matter, Derek? He asked. The manager shook his head and tried to smile. Nothing you should think about right now, I believe, Gemello. This is Meyer's moment. I don't want to ruin it. Tristan's eyes narrowed. Ruin it? If it can ruin the moment, then you definitely should tell. Tell me, I mean. When Derek looked at Tristan, he was met with a serious, inquisitive gaze that left no room for evasion. Derek let out a shuddering breath. Let's have a smoke break then. Tristan didn't point out that neither of them smoked, just nodded and walked with Derek to the quiet alley where the entrance to the bar was. There, the manager silently opened something on his smartphone and showed it to Tristan. A coordinated terrorist attack takes lives at Los Angeles shows. Tristan tensed immediately. After that, not a single muscle on his eyes twitched as he read the rest of the article. At least 4 coordinated terrorist attacks were attempted at various Los Angeles shows today. Our special news reporters are searching for more information at this very moment. The terrorists plan to plant explosive devices in various concert venues over the city. According to our reporters, at least one terrorist act was stopped by the local security forces, however. From the statements publicly given by terrorists before they detonated their explosives, they asked the public to denounce pop culture and turn back to God. A representative of the Mormon Church had already given a statement. Several dozen people dead from the explosion and many more wounded. The police withhold exact numbers. Famous singer and model Lady Combinia was hospitalized with injuries. The exact state of her health is currently kept from the public. So, this bomber I stopped. He wasn't working alone, as he claimed. There were others. And, shit, now I can tell this wasn't aimed at me. But also, what the hell? There was just so much to process at once. Tristan's mind was scattering as he picked at the threads. With swift, practiced motions, barely thinking about it, he opened his status and put the fresh 5,000 popstar points he had into his imagination. Derek was still watching him, but to him, these gestures looked like nothing more than swiping some dust from the smartphone screen in Tristan's hands. Imagination attribute increased from 100 to 600. Your imagination rank has changed from daydreamer to visionary. Task complete. Increase imagination attribute to at least your intelligence attribute. Reward. Your CP increased by 1,000. Tristan's mind opened wider, holding all the threads, weaving them into a single web. The picture became clear in an instant, as well as its many deeper implications. The bomber didn't lie to Tristan. After all, Tristan was sure. The man was too scared to lie. He thought he worked alone, but clearly, someone gave the ideas and the means to several people. But the mysterious mastermind did it subtly, letting at least Tristan's bomber to believe he came up with things on his own. And the thing was an ideology-driven terrorist attack. From the news article, the terrorists claimed that the cult of stardom is an atrocity against the true God, and people had to unmake their idols or suffer hell. Tristan didn't read any posts referencing this article online, but he was ready to bet that there were enough fanatics supporting the terrorists. Notably, they didn't claim to be from any terrorist groups, new or known ones. This was unusual. Terrorists usually wanted to be known as a name that put fear into the minds of people. It feels less like normal terrorism and more like the work of one person. Either someone who chose this unusual method of attack to cover for a mundane goal of killing or scaring certain people, or an actual fanatic who was honest about his message. No matter which, though, Tristan returned the phone to Derek. Yeah, this is an absolute shit tornado. In a few hours, everybody will start to panic. Thanks for not dumping it on the others. Derek nodded and smiled wryly. This isn't my first time containing dangerous news. People in the industry love being overdramatic sometimes. But this time, there's no being over anything, I'm afraid. Tristan nodded. Shows are going to be canceled by the state government and by the organizers themselves. For those that aren't, ticket sales for anything are going to plummet. At least a few fanatics will try to join the bandwagon and make their own terrorist attacks because they think it's a great idea. And if a leader appears to lead them, well, stay tuned with Empire. Tristan trailed off. There were more possibilities in his mind. It all went down to the origin of this terrorist attack. Someone tried to blow up his friend, and coincidentally Tristan himself, and apparently the entire showbiz industry. Even if the latter couldn't be just blown up, someone wanted to. Unforgivable. And dangerous. Tristan clenched his fist. New task. Discover the mastermind behind the Los Angeles terrorist attack. Value 1,000. New task. Destroy the mastermind behind the Los Angeles terrorist attack. Value 1,000. The first one was a pop star task, the second was a criminal one. Tristan frowned at them. Neither will be easy. It looks like your tour will have to be delayed for an unknown amount of time. Tristan, Derek said with a sad smile. Well, we probably should return to the party before anyone misses us. Don't you agree? Chapter 194, an interrogation. Oh yes, that too. The tour. Tristan thought, watching Derek walk back inside the bar. This was just another reason for Tristan to burn with black-bright, vitriolic hatred toward the unknown terrorist mastermind. Later that night, after the party was over, Tristan told Lenny to drive him to his house. There, he changed identities and walked on foot to his King Line mansion. By this point, the tiny amount of alcohol Tristan drank at that party left his system, but he still told one of his guards to drive. The destination was the place where Cutout put the bomber. Calling it a safe house would have been giving it too much service. It was a house, shared by 3 of the King Lion Gang goons, that had nowhere better to live. The surrounding place was a complete ghetto, and the building itself was shit. But the basement of it was a good place to keep people in, even for long periods of time. The goons above could be trusted to keep watch over the prisoners. Tristan had several sports like that at his disposal. When he descended into the basement, the bomber was there, already tied to a chair with his mouth gagged. There was a fresh bruise on his cheek. Cutout was there, too, looming over the man menacingly. Boss, he greeted. I'm keeping an eye on this guy. Tristan eyed his bruise. Did he misbehave? Yeah. He was only nice and quiet for 15 minutes, then tried to jump the car. Cutout shrugged with one shoulder. I assumed you needed him whole, though. That's right. Good work. Tristan walked in front of the man. Heard about the terrorist attacks already, by the way? The words were intended for the prisoner, who was looking at Tristan with large, scared eyes. The terrifying, dark gaze of a demon who was at the same time incredibly cold-blooded and incredibly angry would have made much stronger people freeze in fear. "No, boss," Cutout said. A couple seconds later, when the prisoner realized also what Tristan said, he jolted in shock. Tristan sneered. And there were several of them. It was something really insane. Imagine, half a dozen religious fanatics came up with an idea that pop culture is blasphemy and tried to blow up several celebs. Actually blew up one. Tristan was still talking to the prisoner, who still stared at him in dumb shock. So, Tristan pulled out a knife, then looked at it thoughtfully. I was just really surprised to hear all that after this dumb cockroach swore he came up with an idea for his attack entirely on his own. The man in question shook like a leaf. Cutout just blinked. He had an admirable lack of curiosity when it came to business. "So, you are going to answer all my questions now, nicely and quietly. And if you don't," Tristan twirled his knife in his hand, "I will get even angrier." After measuring that the prisoner was scared enough now, whatever rebellious spirit he had was crushed easily under Tristan's heel, Tristan cut off the gag from his mouth. "I swear, I know nothing. This is the first time I hear of it. Oh, strict angel of death, please keep me away from the hell's miasma-ridden plains. Oh, Lord in heaven, act." Tristan's punch under the man's ribs stopped his prattling. "Don't speak until spoken to, cockroach. And when you do, call me sir." The man whimpered and nodded. "Now, tell me your name." The interrogation, really just an interrogation, the man required no torture, just enough fear, took 4 hours. Not because the man resisted, but because it took a lot of patience to pick kernels of useful information from his rambling. Tristan knew he wouldn't be able to do it before his second identity system upgraded. Somewhere in the new skill system, his torture skill, medicine skill, and observation skills changed. And both of them were off the charts now. They helped Tristan know what to say and what to ask. The real trick of interrogation was to help people to remember even things they thought they forgot, and to put their disjointed impressions into something solid. With this prisoner, Tristan had to really make his memory work and pick at the slightest details of his story. The man's name was William Rader. He really worked in the concert hall as a general helper, mostly a helper of carrying heavy things. He was religious back when he took the job, but he didn't hate pop industry. This changed over the course of the last year. That was when William met a new workout group which shared with William their worldviews, infecting him. They claimed to belong to their own offshoot of Christianity, which they called Noidalism. Noidalists tried to avoid consumerist culture and refused to worship or adore any other person but God himself. Noidalists also had an online presence. As far as religious cults went, they were small and peaceful. They didn't urge people to kill celebrities, just to ignore them. At first I was fine just doing that, sir. But then I began wanting to do something more. Those self-important bastards on TV and the internet are devils trampling souls of good, pure people. William admitted with zeal. The more he spoke about this, the angrier he became. Almost angry enough to stop being afraid of Tristan. At least as long as William avoided Tristan's gaze. The more I thought about it, the more I was sure. These people sold their souls so they could suck in all the devotion made for our Lord and spit people in faces instead of gratitude. I was going to do this holy act, bring flames down upon them like on Sodom and Gomorrah. At first, William swore the bomb was his own idea from start to finish. He bought explosives from a shady person he found online. Truly, the internet was a dangerous place, and made a detonator himself. He was going to blow up a lot of people and die in the process, then go to heaven because the deed was certainly deserving of an eternal reward. Tristan knew this ramble was too improbable to be true. Perhaps William would have managed to make a bomb without being found by the police first, but there were several more people who had the same idea for the same day. He kept probing and poking, searching for the influence that gave William the hints and the tools. Tristan almost knew what it was. He saw it amid the threads of relationships coming from William. There were a lot, most of it various shades of hatred. But there also was one thin and white, which Tristan didn't know what meant. Tristan found his hint not where he expected, but he found it, and he asked the right question. "Oh, yeah, I had strange dreams often in the last month. I think the first one happened not long before I had the idea for my holy act. It was like angels themselves whispered to me in my dreams. Whenever I became stumped about what to do, I would only need to sleep, and when I woke up, I would have an idea. But I don't remember the dreams themselves. No, I really don't. Please. They were just light and holy. That was the best Tristan got. Dreams. An impossible connection, but it was the only one Tristan had found so far. Find more adventures on Empire. Letting out a tired breath, Tristan hid his knife for good and stepped away from the prisoner. Can an idea be actually planted through a dream? Could that white thread be related to dreams? Tristan bit his lip. Perhaps a year ago he'd say it was impossible, but he had a system and he remembered the day he got it. Nothing said that I was the only one in the world with a system. If anything, I should have immediately assumed otherwise. Perhaps there's someone out there who has a system, too, and it lets him plant suggestions into people's dreams. It was so outlandish, but both sides of Tristan's enhanced mind told him it was the most probable option. Something supernatural was definitely working there. With that thought, Tristan turned to Cutout, who had been standing near the wall all this time, watching just in case Tristan needed help. Keep William imprisoned until I say otherwise. I don't care where, just make sure he stays able to talk until I need to talk with him again. Chain him to a pipe here, I don't care. Tristan shrugged. But I told you everything. I answered. A glare from Tristan shut the prisoner up. So, as I was saying, Cutout. The man nodded. Got it, boss. There was a key to his things, right? I want you to search the man's house for more information after the prisoner is dealt with. Anything related to that bomb we spoke about. Cutout nodded again. Tristan clicked his tongue. And keep this all to yourself for now. I don't care if rumors appear, but if someone wants definite information, send them to me. He had to talk with his underbosses soon. Chapter 195 Fight Fire with Fire. Next day, Nelson found out that there was a bomb found at the place of his concert. This happened only on the next morning, and with the hangover he was nursing, the news reached him only by noon. Tristan knew all that, because calling him and telling all that was the first thing Nelson did after being told about this news. His voice was anxious as he chatted into the call. The entire hall is closed by the police for an investigation now. They refused to tell anything outright, but I sang there at the time. I have the right to know that shit, don't I? Derek agrees, at least. He promised to pull whatever strings he has. Just think about it. Both of us could have just boom. But at least it ended well, no? Nothing happened, for whatever reason. Maybe the terrorist changed his mind at the last moment. Who knows? Or maybe he got into an accident. Whatever it was, he deserved that, and more. Tristan huffed. Although he was omitting his knowledge, he was not hiding his true feelings on the matter. If he didn't need the prisoner in good shape for the sake of possibly extracting more information from him in the future, he'd have done something violent to him already. As it stood, Tristan consoled himself with the image of the pathetic man sitting in a bare-bones concrete room with his leg chained to a pipe. Ouch, Nelson said. Harsh, but true. So many people got hurt. And your tour is canceled now, isn't it? Tristan actually didn't get word from Derek yet. The entire GDG agency was standing on its head, together with all the showbiz industry of California and half that of America. But it was basically guaranteed if Tristan let things be as they were. I don't know yet, Tristan said instead. On the other end of the call, Nelson widened his eyes in a mixture of disbelief and awe. What? You mean, you would still go on a tour if the state government doesn't forbid them all? Even after all that happened, Tris? You almost got blown up. And me. But I'm not that gutsy. Yes. Isn't that the story of rock? Live fast, die young. If someone blew me up, at least my death will be more interesting than a drug overdose or a drunk car crash. Tristan chuckled, then added much more seriously. I don't want to let these guys win now. Another honest truth and a lot of omission. There was a plan, gathering in Tristan's head. It was very tentative at the moment, with a lot of it hinging on Tristan's imagination. There was only silence coming from Nelson for a few seconds. Yeah, Tris, this is war, and I want to fight, too. These people wanted pop stars to be forgotten, but we are giving people entertainment and joy to dredge from one day of shit work to another. I'm going to do something cool and remind everyone about it. I'm going to mock these assholes in a fucking song and post it online. And there will be a ukulele. I will play the ukulele. Tristan replied immediately, grinning from ear to ear. The lyrics will be so insulting that everyone who agrees with the terrorists will self-combust and die from shame. Hell yeah. The power duo is back again. Nell laughed. You think we can make this video by evening? Tristan looked around his pop star mansion. Explore more stories at Empire. He didn't bother with buying a lot of sound equipment since moving in, since he recorded most of his songs in a studio in another place, anyway. But there still was enough to record a simple song and make a video. For something simple, something created quickly, and just to make a statement, it was enough. Yeah, sure. Come over to my place whenever you are ready to start, and I will order pizza. I will be there in half an hour, Nell promised. Can you do our makeup? You are better than me at that, and I want something shiny on my face. Definitely, just bring your own. Glitter. I also think that bird mask from my concert was around the place somewhere. Great. I will try to find something with feathers, too, but I gotta start now to be fast. But the call ended, but Tristan was still holding his phone with a steel grip. His grin was full of emotions, a mix of creative excitement and predatory excitement. The vague plan he had coalesced into a beautiful image. Clearly, the Ass Angel, that was the nickname Tristan came up with for the mastermind behind the terrorist attacks, couldn't be chased after. How can you chase someone who only interacts with his pawns in their dreams? No, Tristan had to make the Ass Angel come to him. The more moves he did, the angrier he got, the more inevitable it would be for the Ass Angel to slip and reveal something of himself. If the Ass Angel had problems with the showbiz industry, Tristan would become his biggest problem there. A bait, but with teeth and claws. And while all this is happening, my people from the King Lion gang can gather information from other terrorists. This happened in our city. My underbosses are as agitated as everybody else. Plus, we have some direct interest in this. It was almost funny. This morning, Tristan got a message from Leon Clavin that Garstian, the GTG agency's CEO, actually had enough guts to carefully ask Leon about protecting his agency from the terrorist attacks. Hinted that it was Leon's obligation, since Garstian still paid interest money on the loan Leon gave him a year ago. But as Tristan told Leon, and as Leon told Garstian, the Golden Talent Agency was already being protected, and Nelson's continued well-being was proof of it. As he thought those things in the background of his mind, Tristan was already moving to find himself a good performance costume and set up his sound studio. The first blow of this war was made with fire of bombs, but the second one will be done with fire of sick burns. Chapter 196, The Second Blow. Together, Tristan and Nelson had the video done in 2 hours. The pizza leftovers had the time to get cold, but were still good. The duo had finished them as they watched the final result. The video was only a minute long. Nelson put on a pristine white suit and covered his face with swirls of silver glitter. Contrasting with him, Tristan put on his black biker-like outfit, red sneakers, and a blue-gray bird mask that covered the entire upper half of his face. Nelson stood next to a microphone. Tristan just sat with an ukulele in his hands. Both of them had extremely serious, bland expressions on their faces. There wasn't a single guitar in sight, and the background was just a plain wall with some sound-absorbing panels slapped on top of it. It already looked ridiculous, but that was the point, showing the terrorists that they weren't taken seriously. Tristan strummed a pointedly simple upbeat melody on the ukulele. Nelson began to sing. There was no rhyme or rhythm, which was also intentional. Oh wow, someone really exploded with envy. Because people like them more than their oh-so-nice Lord in heavens. Well, maybe they'd like the god more. If his followers didn't bring fucking bombs to concerts. Nelson's voice cracked from emotion at this point. All the while, the ukulele melody began becoming more and more complex. This wasn't part of the original plan, but when they began recording, Tristan couldn't resist stretching more and more of his skill with string instruments. The rest of the song Nelson sang with even more emotion, almost shouting, but still hitting the melody. Someone just wanted to have fun. Someone just wanted to have fun. Who are you, the fun police? Fuck off to your cloister. Leave the rest of us in peace. Tristan hit a dramatic final solo, and then both of them bowed to the camera standing on a tripod on the other side of the room. After a brief pause, Nelson leaned toward the microphone and added to the camera, "And peace to all who or whose loved ones suffered from those assholes. That could have been us, too, but we won't let them scare us away from doing what we love." Tristan nodded and took off his mask. The cocksure smirk was back on his face. Yeah, since when did rock musicians let safety stop them from having fun? Anyway, thank you all for watching. Be cool. And on that, the video ended. Nelson clicked his tongue. You really went all out with that ukulele, Tris. Are you sure you don't want to redo the video with a better melody? A drop of tomato sauce stained his white shirt, but at least his suit jacket was safely hanging over the back of his chair. Tristan shook his head. Nah, I like how it sounds. Very passive-aggressive. Nelson replayed the video again, using only the knuckles of his fingers, clean of pizza, to press buttons, then nodded. That's a good way to put it. And you look very striking just sitting there in silence. He waved his tomato and glitter-stained fingers in the air thoughtfully. A dark, passive-aggressive bird with an ukulele. Damn, I love that image. It could go on an album cover. I hope someone cuts it out and puts it into memes or something. Tristan made a face. His clothing was stainless, because his hand coordination let him eat without dropping a single crumb on himself. Don't send me memes with us. I will see them all over my newsfeed anyway. I need at least one safe place. Nelson laughed. When he stopped, there was a mischievous and eager grin on his face. So we are sending this version? You edited everything you wanted to. Tristan nodded. It's ready. So yeah, let's send it. He ate the last of his cold pizza, cleaned his hands on a wet tissue, which he had brought exactly for that purpose, and began making a post. Derek is going to be mad with us. Nell mused aloud while watching over Tristan's shoulder. Derek is too polite to say outright that he's mad. Tristan paused, then added, he won't approve the recklessness, but he will approve the intent, at least. Nell chuckled. He's such a worried grandma sometimes. He sighed. I haven't seen my grandparents in forever. They probably hate me, anyway. What about yours, Tris? You never talk about your relatives. Tristan sneered, but only for a moment. Also shitheads. Not worth talking about. Moving on. He clicked the send button and raised his arms dramatically. Now, prepare the floodgates. In reality, of course, nothing much happened within the first few hours. Even Derek was uncharacteristically slow to notice activity from Tristan and Nelson's accounts. But it was also understandable, considering the situation. Tristan spent his time continuing the research on noidalism and typing orders to his underbosses. There was a lot of potential for damage within his criminal kingdom if Tristan didn't hold the reins tight. By evening, Derek called Tristan to express how disappointed he was in his and Nelson's public stunt. But by then, their video got too much traction to delete it. There was an open war in the comments. Some people claimed that the celebrities deserved it. Others said that the terrorists should have blown themselves up somewhere away from other people. Third pointed out that only religion ever made people act this way. Fourth just were angry at the dead people. And the image of Nelson the Herald and Tristan the Harbinger, as someone called their costumes online, spread all over the social networks. With new, funny lines underneath. POV, you told your parents you want to get an art degree. Your sleep paralysis demons after you try to pray them away. Experience tales at Empire. There really was no stopping this type of tide. And when there was a controversy, there was a tension. Tristan and Nelson were going to become much more popular in the next few weeks. No way the target audience missed that. Tristan read the memes and drama posts and smiled. Now is your turn. Ass Angel. Chapter 197 The Third Blow. The next week passed in a state of a strange dichotomy. Nothing vitally important was happening, and at the same time, Tristan was constantly busy with something that required his attention. The government investigation of the terrorist attacks had been passed to the federal police. Federal agents had been questioning witnesses all week long. These men came to question Nelson, too, since he performed on a stage above which the bomb was found. Not that he knew anything. Nobody thought to ask Tristan anything, since the VIP lounges were the most removed from the stage. Many people who were present at the sites of the attacks gave their statements online, too. Nelson and Tristan were far from the only ones, although their words on the matter were one of the more well-heard. During the day, Tristan was busy fighting that war online together with Nelson and Derek, who, together with the GTG agency PR team, was a pacifying influence in this trio. It might have appeared to be pointless to argue with people on the internet, but for a celebrity reputation was important. He had an idea that this could have been another thing the Ass Angel must have been aiming at. The reputations of people who were affected by the terrorist attacks. Even if you were on the side with more public support, it was easy to slip and say something too harsh in response. But staying silent opened you up for people to misinterpret your previous words or outright lie about your opinion. And during the night, Tristan still had to manage his underworld kingdom. While not directly affected, it was buzzing from the attacks, and there was a lot to manage. Besides, Tristan was putting out feelers to find what the federal investigators knew about the attacks. While Tristan had agents in the Los Angeles Police Department, getting to feds was much harder. They actually had excellent protection on their computers, too. A week after the attacks, Nelson's house was not so far from Tristan's, also in a good, expensive neighborhood. He was renting it, but planning to buy it with the revenue from the album sales. Unlike Tristan's house, which was subjected to organized chaos, it might have looked like chaos, but everything actually had its place, and Tristan knew what it was. Nelson's place was just chaotic. Maybe it was because Tristan wasn't there so often. They usually gathered for junk food and beer somewhere more neutral. Lately, however, experience more content on Empire. Those sharks have been out for blood these days, Nelson complained between bites of his fries. I can't step out without someone trying to sneak a photo. Add to that the shitstorm online, and ugh. I really don't understand people who get targeted online and still act like nothing happens. Nelson grimaced. His foul mood was tangible, and from the bags under his eyes, he wasn't sleeping well lately. The stress was even making his hair look paler. Tristan couldn't say his mood was amazing, either. He was also tired and wishing that he could sleep even if his body felt the need for it. He had thick mental armor and an ego the size of an island. But even he had limits. And worse, Tristan couldn't say that his plans or the online holy war actually were going anywhere. It was just churning and stinking and looking ugly as hell, like a shitstorm. Yeah, Tristan said, staring at the wall of vintage rock posters opposite of their couch. Since decent cameras appeared in every phone, hiding from paparazzi became harder than ever. But I hope something good comes out of it, too. I bet if people try hard enough, they could de-anonymize the leader of those radical fanatics in a week. Or in two, at least. Nell raised his head from where it was plopped on the couch. Oh, that guy? Gospel? Would be nice. Do you think he really was behind the attacks, Tris? He didn't outright say he was. Tristan shrugged. I think he's at least connected to them. Isn't it too convenient for him otherwise? He just appeared online 3 days ago, and boom, instantly gathered other radicals under his banner? And he wouldn't be hiding his identity this fastidiously if he didn't think he was in danger. Tristan was sure that Gospel, as he called himself, was the ass angel. He appeared to lead his campaign against celebrities of all kinds, and so far, he was pretty good at it. He aimed a lot of verbal blows at Tristan and Nelson. It would have been great. Ass Angel stepped right into Tristan's trap. If Tristan actually knew anything about him, there was nothing, and there was seemingly no way to hack him. Gospel didn't accept private messages from anyone Tristan knew about. Sending him a virus was nigh impossible, and hacking the social websites directly was still an extremely complicated task. Besides, Tristan had a feeling that someone this paranoid would take measures to protect his personal data even in case of a hacker attack. Tristan doubted anything of use could be gathered from Gospel's account. The man gave Tristan nothing at all. The frustration of it didn't increase Tristan's mood at all. Fuck, man, enough talking about these assholes, Nelson said, sitting up. We gathered to hang out and chill, not that bullshit. Let's watch something. I heard the second season of the Magical TV show finally got released, and it's hype. Magical? Wait, I didn't even watch the first part. It's the one with the biopunk, and there's also this crazy chick that's been on all the posters. What? You didn't watch the first season? Tris, it absolutely deserves all the hype. The soundtrack alone deserved it. It's only 12 episodes. Well, for hours. Think we can binge it. Nelson was already reaching for the TV remote. The TV itself, a huge thing with a powerful sound system attached, was standing opposite of the couch. The couch was a TV watching setup. Tristan checked the time, then considered his obligations. Sure, why not? Flexible schedule, that's us. The show really deserved all the hype, and the soundtrack really was amazing. The pair of friends was engrossed in it, and for the first 2 episodes Nelson ran his mouth, pointing out all the coolest moments. By the third, though, he became visibly tired. The excitement was still there, but Tristan felt like Nelson was going to fall asleep at any moment. When he pointed out that maybe this was what Nelson should have been doing, Nelson protested. Sleep? I can't fucking sleep thinking about all that's going on. No, I'd rather watch. Come on, press the play button. They were on the fourth episode when Nelson fell asleep. Anyway, Tristan shook his head bemusedly and fought off the desire to draw a dick on his forehead. He felt tired himself, too, as if sitting still sucked out his energy instead of giving it to him. It was strange enough for his brain to notice, but the show was interesting, so Tristan just decided that his body needed him to actually exercise for a change. Go for a walk later today or something. Tristan continued to watch on his own for another episode until his hearing didn't pick up something alarming. Tristan put the show on pause and leaned to Nelson to listen closer. His observation skills weren't mistaken. Nelson's breathing was too shallow and irregular than the norm. He was gasping and struggling for breath in his sleep. Hey, Nell, wake up, Tristan said, shaking his friend's shoulder. Nelson's head bobbed on his shoulders powerlessly. He didn't wake up. Shit, Tristan muttered. He forced himself to act with the calm he didn't quite feel as he checked Nelson's pulse, too. It was weaker than normal. His medical expertise suggested a lot of reasons this could be happening. It was also telling him that Tristan's own sudden weakness was not normal. Nelson was sick, and Tristan could have been sick, too. There could have been a million reasons, starting with stress, but for Nelson to actually fall into a deep sleep like that, this has to be something serious. Next thing Tristan did was to call his personal assistant Lenny. He would appear faster than an ambulance. In the meantime, Tristan continued to wake Nelson up. After shouting wasn't enough, he slapped Nelson's face a few times. Wah? Ugh. Nelson opened bleary eyes that seemed to be unable to focus on Tristan. Nell. Tristan let out a breath of relief. Tris, did I fall asleep? Nelson's words were almost inaudible. You fainted, Nell. Tell me, is this the first time? Fainted? Yeah. Nelson closed his eyes again. Tired. Tristan could do nothing as Nelson seemed to fall into deep sleep again. But at least he wasn't in a coma. Is there any sickness that sets in with so little warning? I've been meeting with Nell all this time. He was tired, but not to this extent. The next conclusion felt like a leap of intuition, but with his imagination, it didn't feel impossible. Did the ass angel do this somehow? Chapter 198: The Power of Gospel Truth. An hour later, the hospital room was sterile blue and white. It was an expensive place to rest in, but a private one. The nurses were paid enough to not spread gossip, or at least they were supposed to be. Tristan still-eyed the one that came to adjust Nelson's health monitors until she left. His friend was lying in the hospital bed, still unconscious. There was an oxygen tube attached to his nose, and several electrodes connecting him to the machines nearby. Tristan was leaning against a nearby wall. He felt even worse than before, definitely sick now. Just standing for prolonged periods of time was exhausting. However, he couldn't afford for this to be seen right now. There were two other people in the room. Derek, who traveled to the hospital as soon as Tristan told him what happened and where Nelson was going to be, and the doctor who treated him. I must say, this is a strange case, Dr. Meglin said. You are truly sure that Mr. Meyer didn't have a history of diabetes or heart-related diseases in his past or running in his family? Derek's lips, so often smiling, were pressed thin. His bee-like yellow and black tie clashed terribly with the mood and the surroundings. Mr. Meyer went through medical examinations in the past and was given a clean bill of health each time. Until now, he had been a perfectly healthy young man. Not even any allergies. He would know. Managing medical documents was one of his responsibilities. And Derek insisted that artists under his watch pass general health checkups twice a year, usually before a tour. Tristan knew that all, because he was yet to pass his own checkup. But if there will be no tour, there will be no checkup. Yet, at least. Dr. Meglin sighed. Please, I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just making sure because, well, if there was a history of either in Mr. Meyer's past, it would have made things much clearer. But I have good news, too. Right now, Mr. Meyer's state seems to be stable. We still have life support on standby, just in case. You can't tell anything at all about this sickness? Tristan asked. You did a blood sugar test, didn't you? Yes, Mr. Gemello. Mr. Meyer's blood sugar was perfectly all right, as far as a quick test could tell. But nothing is conclusive yet. Tristan frowned. He knew this much, and he still wanted to pester the doctor with more questions and demands. Run a full blood test, make scans. Derek rubbed his face with his hands. So there's nothing for us to do but wait. Dr. Meglin nodded. Yes. The visiting hours are posted on the hospital's website, and in the lobby. There's also a list of items allowed to be brought in. Don't worry about paparazzis. This wing's security is very strict. Besides you two and his personal assistant, no other visitors were listed in Mr. Meyer's trusted persons field, so not even family members will be allowed. Derek nodded. Thank you, Dr. Meglin. This is just why this place was so well recommended to me. Mr. Gemello, perhaps we shouldn't distract the doctor from his work for now. Tristan let out a long, tense breath, then nodded. Sure. As long as he didn't make any feats of skillful work, Tristan could pretend to feel fine. If he looked less self-assured than usual and his aura was dimmer than the brightest he could keep it, well, this could have been from Tristan's mood, or from his desire to stay unnoticed on the streets. Tristan and Derek walked in tense silence until the end of the quiet hallways of the expensive private wing. Troubles just never end, do they? Derek shook his head. There are so many places from which they could have come, but health, of all things? And right after this disgusting hatred-monger posted such a volatile article about you two. Tristan blinked. His thoughts felt more sluggish than usual, but he still realized that Derek wasn't talking about any previous articles from the gospel that Tristan had seen. There was a new one. It's somehow worse than all the others. Oh, you didn't see it yet, Gemello? Derek looked sheepish. You didn't lose anything, believe me. It's only more vitriol. No, I think I must know. With Nelson sick, I must fight this online war for both of us, Tristan said. Derek shook his head. This war only brought you too much stress already. I won't be surprised if this stress pushed Mr. Meyer toward his current state. But if you insist, I do. Then let's talk in the car. I drove my own here, but I can drive you back to your house. Lenny can drive your car back. Tristan nodded at the car arrangements. Sure. They walked to the underground parking lot where Derek parked and went in his car. It was a simple, practical sedan, but with enough functionality and power behind the humble exterior to drive smoothly in both heat and rain. The seats were made from a very nice to-the-touch fabric. Derek sat in the driver's seat and closed the door, but didn't start the engine. Instead, he tapped nervously at the wheel. The article wasn't aimed only at you or Mr. Meyer, but that didn't make things better. Gospel had dug out the worst examples of celebrities of all ages, their so-called parasocial relationships with the fans, and the terrible things that sometimes happened as the result. He made examples from your and Mr. Meyer's past scandals, too. Tristan listened with a frown. This is not very different from things he did before, including digging up what's old history by now. I suppose one needs to read it to understand, Mr. Gemello. It's the way it was written. I'm not good enough with words to explain, but the hatred in it was infectious. Even I, Mr. Gemello, I will admit, I love show business and my job. I wanted to become a star myself in the past, but I found my calling in helping others become them. However, Tristan tilted his head in a silent suggestion to continue when Derek trailed off. Yes? Is there something wrong? Derek, I know that showbiz is a pit of snakes. I'm a snake myself, but you are a rare good person. Derek smiled. Thank you for your words, and I think you are being too harsh on yourself here. But yes, a pit of snakes. People can be very cutthroat sometimes, and very vicious oftentimes. I try my best to remember that most of these people just repeat other bad examples in their lives, but my patience isn't eternal, either. Tristan smirked. Yeah? I thought it was. I thought that was why you were assigned to me in the first place. When Tristan saw how Derek tensed for a moment, he grinned widely. I was only joking, but the joke is true. Haha. Well, I didn't have any complaints back when I met Derek, and I sure don't have them now. Either way, Mr. Gemello, what I wanted to say is that this article made me think vividly about all the worst examples of celebrity behavior I've witnessed in my life. For a moment, just for a moment, I thought that maybe the good parts of show business weren't worth the bad parts. Derek paused. And there are so many people out there who are on the fence about show business already, or don't care either way. So many of them were swayed harder than me. It's already starting in the comments. I see. Tristan frowned. I really will have to read it. His mind was whirling already and mostly failing to produce anything. His mind was sick, like him. I already thought that Ass Angel might have made me, and Nell ill somehow. Maybe this is how. Or maybe I'm just putting events together because they happened at the same time. What kind of investigation is this? Shit, I'm one step behind and I hate it. And this man, Tristan rubbed his tired eyes. Mr. Gemello, please put on your seatbelt. Try not to worry about Nelson and get some good rest yourself before I will need to visit 2 people in the hospital. Tristan nodded at Derek. Yeah, sure. As soon as the seatbelt was on and Derek started the car, Tristan gathered his mental strength and opened his phone. It took no time at all to find the article Derek had been talking about. It was every bit as vitriolic as Derek described, and somehow more. The more Tristan read, the more he felt like a complete asshole for being in showbiz in the first place. He was just there for attention, anyway. Attention, love of the public. If he only wanted to make art, he could have posted it anonymously. He could have been a recluse, like Angelo. Even his criminal career seemed to be more honest and moral than his pop star one. At least as a criminal, Tristan didn't lie about being a piece of shit. Wait, what am I even thinking about? Chapter 199, A Silent Loud Attack. Tristan shook his head vigorously. This is stupid. I'm literally killing people dead and selling drugs to whoever asks for them. Weapons, too. And my organization absolutely lies to people about the profits and glamour of the job to impressionable people to recruit them on board. This line of thinking wasn't right, and if before there was a room for doubt, now Tristan was sure. Gospel is the ass angel. This level of writing is not normal at all. It's on the edge of the supernatural, if it's not actually supernatural. It's like one of my skills, or even talents. Despite everything, like the fact that Gospel was still anonymous, the thought brought him some excitement. It went down quickly. Tristan still didn't know how exactly Gospel's powers worked. Was his system anything like Tristan's? Or was it entirely different? It definitely wasn't identical. Tristan didn't even have a skill for writing compelling online posts, only his outstanding charisma. That's why he needed Derek and his PR people, professionals. Further research into the situation online showed that things were as bad as Derek described. People gathered in troves to throw shit at the walls of Tristan and Nelson's social pages. Way too many people for how little time had passed. By the time Derek stopped near his house, Tristan's mood was as dark as it ever got. Derek's gloominess mirrored his. I will keep you updated on the PR situation and on Mr. Meyer's state, Mr. Gemello, Derek said before Tristan could leave. There will be a lot of damage control needed. If this continues, it might be easier to make you an entirely new reputation than bring up this one. Tristan grit his teeth. Despite being actually able to do something like that, Tristan refused to give up so easily. There has to be something we can do in the meantime. Take legal action. It's serious this time. His system chimed in with a new task, although Tristan didn't consciously ask it to make one. It did that often enough, though. New task. Bring down Gospel's inflammatory posts and their copies. Value 1,000. Derek nodded slowly. Yes, you are right, of course, Mr. Gemello. I'm going to contact our lawyers, try them to take this post down entirely. It's not what I'd normally do, but this isn't a normal situation. What's worse, there's no guarantee it will work, even considering the emotional distress you two suffered. This post doesn't have any outright lies in it. There's a lot of space to be slick. Tristan nodded. Do that. I agree it won't be easy, but we still have to try. That post will be reposted, there will be new ones made. But we have to make the social network itself take them all down. We have to make it more expensive for them to let them stay than to take them down. If you need me to do anything for the court or the media, I will do it. I will confirm any amount of emotional distress to my person or to Nell. He left at that, biting his goodbye with a wave at the window of Derek's car. By the time Tristan went home, he also had a plan of action for himself. It was a paper-thin one, but right now it was the best he had. Tristan had only brute force to rely on at this point. He was going to hack Gospel's account no matter how long it took, and scrounge for every amount of information in it. New task, gain access to Gospel's account. Value 1,000. With that plan in mind, Tristan hid in his room and made sure that no one would pester him or Tristan Hayes until he went out. He prepared sweet soda, snacks, and actual food. He did stretches to make the blood flow faster through his body, but despite Tristan's hopes, it didn't make him feel better. He still felt weak, sluggish, and ill overall. The next thing Tristan did was to check his body temperature, just in case. But it was normal. Finally, he began hacking. His current skills were a far cry from the ones Tristan had the last time he was doing this. Back then, the thing Tristan understood the most was how much he didn't understand. Now, Tristan actually saw possible vulnerabilities even in the servers of cyber giants like the popular online platforms. Even if his brain was swimming a little in his head, Tristan knew what he was doing. After all, every computer system was made by a human, and all humans made mistakes. Tristan diligently explored each of them. First, he found Gospel's IP address. It was just the easiest thing to do. An IP address usually could only point at someone's location up to a city, but knowing a city was already more than nothing. It pointed to a location somewhere in the east of America. However, another half an hour of research showed that the location was just a proxy server's address. This meant that Gospel did the first thing anyone wanted to stay anonymous online did, and used a system that rerouted his traffic through a secondary server. These systems were simple to use, even for ordinary people. So now Tristan had to either try other ways, or spend time hacking the server in question. Let's try the most common security vulnerabilities, and if that doesn't work, I will just move on, Tristan thought. To his delight, one of the common vulnerabilities wasn't patched at all. Tristan got through it with ease and snatched the IP address like a fruit from a low-hanging branch. Now Tristan had the city. It was Los Angeles. Tristan clenched his fists on the armrest of his chair until they cracked, but what he really wanted was to punch the laptop. He's so close. Of fucking course. And it doesn't help at all. This is an enormous city. You can hide anywhere you want in here. Especially if no one knows how you look or what your name is. Hell, he could be someone I know. Tristan shook his head. No, that's impossible. He had too much hatred for me. I'd noticed the relationship thread between must be black that's deeper than the grave I will put him in. He looked down at his chest. Tristan could see his own relationship threads from here. However, with no people around, it was impossible to distinguish the threads from one another. There were too many of them. With one thread for each of Tristan's fans, they just created an even purple glow from his chest. A small purple star with thousands of rays, which became more transparent the farther away from Tristan they went, fully disappearing around 10 centimeters away from him. It looks pretty, but is absolutely useless by itself. I'm not even sure that the threads show accurate direction toward these people. There are too many of them pointing up or down for this. With a huff, Tristan shook off his thought and went to take a break for food. After this, he fully immersed himself in hacking Gospel's account. This was an entire journey. Tristan had to not only get his login and password data somehow, but also bypass secondary authentication, or perhaps gain admin access to the entire social network, or at the very least, plan a virus that would jump onto Gospel's computer when he opened the website. Time passed swiftly as Tristan was working. The amount of snacks on Tristan's table decreased, and the sky darkened. It was almost midnight when Tristan got a text message from Derek. Things have just gotten very alarming, Mr. Gemello, regarding the general situation on the media. I can't talk at the moment, but I've sent you links to the posts explaining what's going on. No updates about other things so far, though. The links were on Tristan's own account, waiting on top of other unread mail. There was a noticeable amount of it, since Tristan didn't open his mailbox for most of the day. The posts were from various people all over California, but they had one thing in common. Someone reported a celebrity or another suddenly falling sick over the course of the last day. Specifically celebrities of any kind, from pop stars to actors and bloggers, but only ones with a media presence. No, not just the last day. All the reports say that someone got sick specifically sometime after Gospel posted his call for a holy war. Tristan checked the timings twice to be sure. He was sure. Is this a coincidence or something greater? Hasty jumps to conclusions could easily be wrong. Correlation wasn't causation, but Tristan's intuition, or maybe imagination, was telling him that this was related. The more time passed since that post, the more people became ill. Some fainted in the middle of what they were doing. Others just reported being sick with, supposedly, a common cold. Most people weren't as ill as Nelson, to the point of being in the hospital, but half a dozen were. There were no deaths yet, but some names were familiar, too familiar. Chapter 200 Sharing Tasks. Besides many celebrities whom Tristan knew from all the networking he did as a part of his famous life, he saw Rafael Big Rocket Villanueva post a short video complaining from a hospital in Mexico about how sick he was. And he wasn't even in America at the time. There were enough people falling ill that people began making conspiracy theories. Under the posts from the sick people or their representatives, were comments about a global pandemic of an unknown illness spreading over America, or about a secret government plan of lizard people to poison all famous people, or the wrath of God finally punishing those who deserved it. There was a lot of talk about divine punishment lately. Shit. I feel like there's more information that can be found from the internet and social media, but I can't afford to waste time on analyzing all of it right now. Not when it can just give me nothing. Tristan rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. I didn't want to bring more of my criminal underlings into this. But if they ask questions, well, the situation affects everybody in this country by this point. I have something I can tell to pacify them, and enough authority that most won't ask questions in the first place. Besides that, Tristan knew he could always scare people into compliance. He didn't want to rely on terror too often, though loyalty was more dependable in the long run. With that thought, Tristan put on his special earring to switch identities for a moment. Then he called Kevin. The man was high in his ranks by now, but he was still one of Tristan's best when it came to administrative tasks. He answered the call only a few seconds later. Kevin, good evening. Tristan heard the rustling of paper from the other side of the call. He could imagine Kevin right now, sitting in his office late and dealing with paper because Tristan's underlings were leading almost the same nocturnal life as Tristan Hayes himself. Good evening, Mr. Hayes. Did you need something urgently? You rarely call otherwise. To confirm Tristan's guess, Kevin sounded collected and not tired at all. Yes, Kevin. A task for you and your people. I want it to be done as soon as possible, taking priority over everything not literally vital. I will pay you for the rush, of course. Loyalty was important, and good pay for good work was important for instilling loyalty, something that Tristan knew even before he put 5,000 points into his strategy skill. And Tristan could afford to pay his people. I'm listening. There was more rustling of paper, and writing it down. Good. Did you hear about the holy war going online? What about the celebrity pandemic? The holy war, related to the terrorist attacks? A holy war, that's a pun because it's an online festival of throwing rocks at each other that's literally led by fringe religious fanatics? Everybody heard about it by now, boss. But the second thing, that's new. I've been too busy checking our finance reports to look at the celebrity gossip. The more Kevin spoke, the more sarcastic and acidic his tone became. The amount of dislike toward online wars and celebrity gossip he projected actually made Tristan grin. It didn't show in his voice when Tristan spoke, though. Well, this is what the task is about. Find people who are good at data analysis and sift through the online shitstorm. I want you to find anything. I feel like there's a connection somewhere. It's important. Important how, Mr. Hayes? I mean, it would be much easier to find something in this haystack if we knew what it was. Tristan relaxed a little. For a moment, he thought Kevin would put the task itself into doubt, though he still might. And I'm sure he's full of unasked questions right now, even if he won't ask them. Kevin was a good subordinate this way. I think there's a correlation between posts from an online personality who calls himself gospel and the sick people. I want you to find them, Kevin, or whoever you put to this task. All right, Mr. Hayes. Should it be kept quiet? Don't bother. Understood. I will put the finance reports aside for now. Can you finish this in a day, Kevin? Tristan asked. Mr. Hayes, I honestly have no idea yet. Tristan could feel his unease from the other side of the call. I will assemble a team and give you an estimate within an hour. Do that, in text. I will pay all people involved the usual rate for the overtime. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. I will get to work. Then, if you don't need anything else, enjoy new tales from Empire. Yes. Goodbye. Tristan ended the call, switched identities back, and returned to hacking. I hope something is found before things get worse. Because they are going to get worse. The current situation was a heavy blow to the showbiz industry, but it's far from an endgame. And if the total destruction of show business is what the Ass Angel Gospel wants, then this is far from it. Half an hour later, Kevin sent Tristan a message telling that he and his team will deliver a result within the next week. Tristan returned to hacking, feeling like that could still take longer. Next day, in the morning, although Nelson still wasn't waking up for longer than a minute at a time, Tristan spent an hour to bring him with Get Well flowers. That hour was a welcome reprieve from the hours upon hours smashing his head into the firewalls of online giants. Then Tristan went right back to the head bashing. There was some progress in the hacking process, but it was incrementally small. These things weren't done in days, even by rare geniuses. Tristan was above the level of a legendary genius, but he still wanted to scoop his brain out of his skull with a teaspoon by now. So a call from Vargas, although promised even more urgent troubles, was another welcome break. Chapter 2:01 Problems just keep piling up. Well, that call was a break until Tristan heard what Vargas had to say. Greetings, boss. It's about our sea devil. I think Damien got himself into something unpleasant. Nobody can reach him, although he was supposed to meet with our trade partners an hour ago. His second-in-command went instead, but he told me before that he hadn't heard from Damien since last night. Tristan frowned, building a timeline in his head. It was late afternoon by now, so not enough to declare someone missing in police terms. However, missing obligations without a warning was a serious offense in an organization like Tristan's, or a serious reason for worrying. Your next journey awaits at Empire. The meeting with the trade partners went without further problems, though, right, Vargas? Yes, thankfully. And you have no idea where Damien might be, but you ordered a search, because of course you did. Yes, if this is his misconduct, or if Damien appears later by himself, you will decide how many lashes he's due, boss. So, did you call me just to inform me of this? Tristan asked, suppressing a sigh. Well, Vargas paused. Call it a hunch, I suppose. I heard about the task you gave Kevin, and I remembered something Damien shared when we got drunk at his birthday party, which was a few weeks before the Operation Claw, as far as Tristan could recall. He was invited, but left quickly. The party was too informal for a boss to mingle with subordinates without long-lasting awkwardness. Even with Tristan's people skills. He will. Curse me if he knows I told you, though, but I think it's relevant, Vargas continued. Damien has a brother who's also a celebrity of some kind. I don't know details, but he made it big, apparently. If he got sick like all those other celebs, Damien could have gone to do something. Tristan's eyes widened. A famous brother, huh? Sounds very familiar. Did he sound like he was close to his brother? Oh, no. They didn't see each other for years. But Damien sounded unhappy as hell about it. Anyway, I thought Damien might have gone to his brother, but I didn't want to give this information to my search team without your approval. It's too sensitive. Tristan nodded thoughtfully, although Vargas couldn't see it. Civilian relatives could be easily used to harm other people, and if Damien's brother made a famous career, then Damien's existence alone could harm him. It made perfect sense for them to keep each other's existence secret even if, or especially if, they loved each other. Sharing this information with more people might make Damien do something vengeful to the person responsible. And Damien's levels of daring, he might, just might, go even against Tristan. Yes, you did well to ask first, Vargas. Don't share this information. I'm going to do my own search, through more private ways. Call me again if you find Damien by yourself. Tristan heard an almost inaudible sigh of relief on the other side of the call. I will, boss. If that's all, I won't take more of your time. This is... With these words, Tristan ended the call and rubbed his face. I can't believe I have to catch my underbosses at this time, too. I'm still busy. Fuck, my brain is cooking anyway. This sickness makes me feel like I have a jellyfish inside my skull instead of gray matter. At least this problem could be solved by a couple of calls if Tristan was lucky enough. He still had Asher Ilam's contacts, which included those of him and his personal assistant/secretary. First, Tristan switched his identity again. As Gemello, he called Asher first. His phone was off. Next, Tristan called Asher's secretary. Ring, ring, ring. The seconds steadily ticked past. Half a minute had passed. Tristan waited with mounting tension. Hello, this is Walters speaking. If you want to reach Mr. Ilam, then he's unavailable at the moment, but I will pass your offer at the nearest opportunity, sir. I mean, Mr. Gemello. I apologize, it's been a long day. Tristan raised his eyebrows. Really? Is that because Mr. Ilam got sick, too? He didn't say anything on the matter publicly. This is a private matter, Mr. Gemello, and I'm not free to discuss it, Walters snapped back. Tristan knew already that he was right. The revelation was interesting. He thought Asher wasn't famous enough to be affected, considering how much he disliked being in the public eye. But then, he wasn't following his movie-making lately. His last project, in which Tristan took a small part, himself by convincing the lead actress to take the role, must have been well in the middle of the shooting by now. Were the raw shots that promising already? Mr. Walters, but I really need to reach Mr. Ilam. In person, preferably. It's about his brother, Tristan said smoothly. A brother? Walter's skepticism was audible. Mr. Ilam doesn't have a brother. Oh, so even his secretary doesn't know? Interesting. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant Swallow. Miss Swallow. It's very important and very urgent, and if I don't get the address of Mr. Ilam's hospital right now, his movie won't have her as a lead actress anymore. Tristan said the threat like the words were wrought from lead and put together with other absolute facts of the world, like 2 + 2 = 4, and the sun rises from the east. So the secretary had to choose whether to doom Ilam's movie and suffer Ilam's wrath, or give up the information and suffer Ilam's wrath, but probably less of it. Walter still hesitated for a moment. He will never forgive you for Ms. Swallow, Tristan added. He will destroy your life. And I will help, because I had already helped Mr. Ilam in the past. I only want to help now, too. All right, write it down, Mr. Gemello. Tristan didn't need to. It was the same hospital Nelson was admitted to. Asher valued his privacy a lot. Damn, I could have walked past his door and didn't notice. Although there were a lot of doors and several floors, so this doesn't mean much. The path was clear. Tristan began moving. Chapter 202 Ilam Brothers. The visiting hours were almost over by the time Tristan drove to the hospital. He hurried to get inside in time. There was enough security in the building to make getting past them illegally quite troublesome. The last thing he wanted was to start anything loud in a hospital packed with civilians. By that point, Tristan had changed his identity to the criminal one, though, so he was ready to do it if he really needed to. The only free receptionist out of 3 in the main hall looked at him and the world with palpable exhaustion. The hall itself was crowded with visitors even at the late hour. People wanting to see doctors in the last hours before they stopped working. People who were asking about their loved ones in the patient rooms, and visitors who were just leaving. Nelson and Asher were definitely not the only people admitted here, Tristan thought. He approached the free receptionist at the registration desk and gave her his most charming smile. The smile she gave Tristan in return was almost genuine. Hello, how may I help you, sir? Hello to you, too. Can you ask Mr. Asher Ilam if he will invite me for a visit, please? My name is Tristan Hayes. I'm a friend of his brother. The woman blanched. A moment later, she forced her previous service smile back again, but it was too late. I apologize, but there are only 15 minutes until the visiting hours are over. We don't accept new visitors anymore. Please, come tomorrow. Tristan put his elbow on the registration counter and propped his chin on his palm. So his brother is here? Did he give you any trouble? I bet he wasn't on the list of people Asher originally permitted visiting him. His eyes bored into the receptionist's face like lasers. She froze, caught in that gaze, ensnared by Tristan's slightly melodic and absolutely hypnotic voice. Yes, he's here, but I'm not free to give that information. I apologize, Tristan leaned even closer to her, just on the edge of what was socially acceptable under the circumstances. He felt a pair of gazes at him from behind. There were people queuing to the registration deck behind him. Let me be honest with you, miss. I came here specifically for Mr. Damien Ilam. Let me in for 5 minutes, and I will make sure he's out of your hair. And nobody will have to do something ugly like calling the police or risking the reputation of your hospital. Under the immense psychological pressure Tristan was expelling, the receptionist teared up without realizing it. With Tristan right in front of her and her bosses far and away somewhere, she didn't feel like she actually had a choice. Read latest chapters at Empire. The thought of calling her superiors and passing this decision to them didn't even come to her head. I will give you a visitor's pass. Please go directly to Mr. Ilam's room. With shaking hands, the receptionist tapped keys on. Her computer, which swiftly printed a small rectangle of a visitor's pass with Ilam's room number on it. Thank you, miss. Now breathe out. Tristan grinned at her, snatched the pass, and slipped away from the registration counter before anyone thought anything wrong about him. As soon as she left, the receptionist put down for maintenance sign over her counter, to the disappointment and anger of people in the queue, and slunk off to cry in the toilet. Tristan made himself as inconspicuous as he could without literally blending with the walls, and went to room number 338. It really wasn't on the same floor as Nelson's. There were security guards posted at key points, and they all frowned even though Tristan showed them his visitor's pass. But words, "I'm only here for a minute," when spoken with enough conviction and charm, convinced them to let Tristan pass without a fuss. As he approached the right door, Tristan saw one of his relationship threads, a thick blue one with indistinguishable dashes of other colors inside, go into the room. Tristan stood straighter. His expression became stony, and the cloudy aura of approaching doom began surrounding him, not to the supernatural level yet. Then he opened the door without knocking and stepped inside. It was another spacious, but bland and clean, expensive hospital room. Two people, with their faces identical up to their haircuts and scars, were inside. Asher Ilum, whose face was smoother but whose hair was spread on the pillow like a blot of ink, was sleeping in the hospital bed. There were a few machines hooked to him, including an 4-drip, but less than there were when Tristan had visited Nelson this morning. Damien Ilum, who wore a short goatee and gathered his long hair into a ponytail, was sleeping in a leather chair near the wall, with his head rolled back and his mouth ajar. When Tristan opened the door, both of them jolted awake. Damien pulled out a gun from a hidden holster and pointed it at Tristan. Asher huddled under his blanket as much as the cables and tubes attached to him allowed. A moment later, Damien realized whom he was pointing a gun at and hurriedly put it away. "Oh, boss, that's you. Sorry for that. Reflexes, you know how they are." He chuckled nervously as he stood up. Tristan closed the door behind him, silently raising an eyebrow. By this point, Damien seemed to remember where he was and where Tristan was. His expression hardened, became defensive. "Why are you here anyway?" Tristan glanced at Asher, who was watching the things going on with scared eyes of a civilian who was afraid that the big bad gangster might just shoot them for an imaginary offense. Knowing this man and his social anxiety, Tristan dimmed down his fearsomeness for the moment and purposefully looked away from him. It was always somewhat weird to talk with people you knew, but who didn't recognize you, anyway. "Did you look at the time lately, Damien? Did you forget that you have obligations to fulfill?" Chapter 203, A New Angle. Damien glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and winced. "Oh shit. But," he paused, looking at Asher. "Well, I know my people can deal with things in my absence." "Ah." Tristan nodded. "Doesn't excuse your disappearance. You agreed to take responsibility when you agreed to work under me." Damien frowned. His eyes flicked to Asher, and Tristan could read the thoughts going through his head on Damien's face. The man knew that he was in trouble and was going to be punished. In gangs, punishments were often cruel and violent, because gangsters rarely feared anything less than that, not with their lives. And harming family members to punish the offender was a very common practice. Damien stepped between Asher and Tristan. "Well, I can leave now. Visiting hours are almost done, anyway, aren't they? And you can forget about what you've seen, Mr. Hayes. That will be the best. I can still hold it over his head if that's necessary," Tristan thought. "But there's a more important question that stays unasked." "I will, but I want to speak with Mr. Asher first." "Don't worry, I'm not about to threaten him." Tristan walked up to the edge of Asher's bed. The man stared at him with the eyes of a cornered rat. "We share something in common, Damien, I must admit. I don't know if you heard about my cousin, but he told me some things about Mr. Asher. We actually share a first name instead of the last one. He's Tristan." "Gemello." Damien raised his eyebrows. "Huh, those rumors were true, after all." "Yeah, I suppose that makes us a bit similar." "Continue reading at Empire." His shoulders relaxed a little. Tristan's admission of a vulnerable point made Damien feel less vulnerable himself. At the same time, Asher showed some curiosity on his face. Just like Tristan intended. "Gemello?" "Yeah, you are very similar." "Your smoothness," Asher said in a raspy voice. "It explains a lot. But I won't tattle. I know how that stuff works. And I know you know. My question to you was, why are you here? I thought only famous people got this sick in the celebrity pandemic. Actors, singers, not movie producers, even successful ones." He only got a little sick, with a common cold. But while they ran scans for that, they found that one of his kidneys was about to give up on him just because. Damien almost shouted. And all the effort he put into not getting into the business and not getting shot went where? No WHRE. Next thing, I will find you died from some cancer or shit when I get a death notice. You could have called sometimes, at least. Shut up, Damien. Just shut up already. If you cared enough, you could have. Asher grit his teeth. You weren't even asked. That was true. And as interesting as that drama was, Tristan had to give Damien the look to shut him. My murderous brother summed it up well, though, Asher concluded. I just have to add that I was targeted by the negative energy of as many people as others who got sick. It's all over the place now. I told Damien to turn off his phone because it was emitting some really dark particles into this room. I've tried to find more about the source to protect myself from it before I fell ill, but I was too late. That shit isn't real. Unlike your diagnosed paranoia, Ash, Damien grumbled. And my boss is here now because of it. No. Tristan shook his head. What did you find, Asher? Asher's eyes lit up. He even rose on his elbows a little, only to fall back down. He let out a dry cough. Damien wordlessly took a plastic cup of water from the nearby nightstand and shoved it into Asher's face. With a marching glare back, Asher took and drank it, then crunched the cup in his fist and let it fall on the bed. He resumed speaking in a clearer voice. There's a massive cyclone of negative energies. The gospel, who had started it all, is immensely powerful and smart. The technique he used seems almost self-perpetuating. I analyzed the currents of the negative and positive energies online, but I didn't have the time to work on detangling gospel's curse properly before I got sick. Now I feel that just touching any source of those dark particles might worsen my state. Boss, Damien whispered to Tristan. Why are you still listening to this? My brother, he's supposed to be on medication for that shit. I think they might have turned it off because it clashed with his current meds. Tristan gestured to Damien to be silent. His tired mind was working with new inspiration. From what he saw, Asher's mind really was on some other plane of reality. But his conclusions were strangely insightful. He could make sense of them. For one thing, Tristan was sure that Asher was analyzing the same data, which Tristan put Kevin's team to work on, and seemed to achieve some success. Besides, if Gospel-ass Angel uses a system to do this, whoever chases him has to assume that something supernatural is involved. And rational people won't do this. Mr. Ilum, he said, if you know all this, you either know or can guess that my cousin was affected, too. Asher nodded, frowning. I can imagine. He's probably in the very center of the cyclone's moving parts, where it's the most dangerous. Will you help me help him and yourself? Tristan said. Next to him, Damien just raised his eyebrows in shock, but didn't dare to protest anymore. Help? I can't do much to help from here, can I? Asher said with a sneer. I will just put you in contact with my team of people who already analyze online data for correlations. They don't have a psychic viewpoint on this, but they can provide you with raw data right in this room. Asher clutched his blanket. He was thinking hard, but Tristan waited patiently for his response. Chapter 204, Investigating the Dark Cyclone. Tristan wasn't really worried about Asher's response. He could see that the man was already eager to develop his theories. This isn't anything illicit, right? And it will be quiet. And you will keep him. Asher pointed at Damien. Quiet. Secret. Absolutely, Tristan promised. Damien folded his arms over his chest, but kept his mouth shut. Then I will do what I can. The doctors told me to rest, but I think I can manage some work with documents. Asher reached into his nightstand and pulled out a brick phone. It looked like something from 2001, but new. The screen was still black and white. The simplicity of this phone protects it from dark particles. And I also kept this number a secret, Asher explained. My assistant arranged with the mobile network provider to hide my number when I call, and not even he knows it. But, I suppose, you will need it to communicate with me properly. Yes, it will help a lot. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret, Mr. Ilum. And the sooner we deal with this dark cyclone, the sooner you will be out of this hospital and working on your movie again. I bet you had to put the shootings on hold because of all that happened. Asher glowered at the wall. Oh yes, I had to. All my lead actors fell sick. Nothing too serious. They are at home right now, relaxing. While I'm stuck in this place. Anyway, my phone number. He dictated it to Tristan, who memorized it instead of writing it down. Thanks to his intelligence attribute, his memory was much better than before, and he was sure he won't forget this phone number. Just like he could recall 24 others from the top of his head. And then, having got what he wanted, Tristan took Damien with him and left Asher to rest alone. It was 10 minutes past visiting hours. Anyway, the guards frowned at them on their way down. Tristan walked with Damien all the way out of the hospital and on the way toward his parked car. As he walked, he typed Vargas a message telling him that Damien was found. And for a few minutes, they both were silent. It didn't last. Mr. Hayes. Damien started. You really are going to make Asher work with your admin team? Tristan stared at him, reading Damien's mood. It was tumultuous, but there was a depth of emotions within the usually carefree and daredevil man that Tristan wasn't sure how to read. He didn't pay much attention before, but the relationship thread between Damien and Asher was full of almost all colors of the rainbow. The red of love prevailed, though. Yes, I do. You have a problem with that, Damien? I have. I avoided him for years, so no one tried to put a gun to his head to make me drop it all and put my head on the chopping block. And now Kevin and everybody with him will know about him. And who knows whom they will tell. A secret is only a secret as long as only one person knows it. Make it two, and one of them will tell the third. Tristan gave Damien a disdainful look. First, don't you talk with me like that. You are in too much hot water for it. The pressure Tristan emanated so casually, just to remind Damien about his place, made Damien gulp. The only bravado he had left after 2 seconds of experiencing this look was all fake. Damien had a tendency to forget admonishments all too quickly, but this time, he was thoroughly chastised. Tristan nodded. And also, Damien, you have started all this with your reckless actions. Don't even try to put the blame on me. Damien clenched his fists, but nodded. The anger he felt right now was really directed at himself. Tristan could tell easily. I apologize, boss, for this and for ditching my obligations earlier. It was, well, I won't be throwing excuses at you. It happened, and it was my fault. I won't complain about whatever punishment you deem necessary in response to that. You shouldn't be complaining either way, Tristan said nonchalantly. He thought about said punishment as they walked down the hospital parking lot. Tristan had half a thought to leave the punishment up to Vargas. He was good at coming up with those, and he got the most gray hairs because of Damien's actions. However, he was also clearly Damien's friend, or at least something like it. Making Vargas punish Damien seemed like an easy way to piss off both men. I could just demote you for a month, but right now? Too many things are happening for that. Corporal punishment. Well, this is too small for cutting off fingers. But a semi-public flogging will be in your style exactly. Very pirate-like. Damien kept his face stony. I bet the scars from it will be cool. Tristan sighed. I also bet they won't actually teach you anything, Damien. You are way too reckless sometimes. Not like James. He's just trigger-happy and wants to live forever, but forgetful of the consequences. Damien didn't reply to that, and Tristan continued to think in silence until they reached his car, and even after that, when Damien bid his goodbye, promised to reappear at his office as soon as possible, and went to his own car. The purpose of punishments is both to intimidate and to teach a lesson. A flogging will intimidate, but it won't be a lesson for this man. To be a lesson, I will actually have to harm or threaten Asher sometimes. But is this the only way? Tristan knew it was also a sure way to make Damien hate him and eventually lose his loyalty. No, this road led to an inevitable betrayal. Streets and thoughts sped past him as he drove home. The change of pace helped Tristan recover his brain power, but it wasn't enough to feel at his 100%. Teaching a lesson. Perhaps an actual lesson is required then? Something more literal. A sudden idea coalesced in Tristan's head, making him smirk. Oh, this is good. Humiliating, but also actually useful. Hell, I bet a lot of others could benefit from it. As Damien's punishment, Tristan was going to make him visit a psychotherapist. Someone who could be convinced to treat a gangster and keep everything private, of course. Most gangsters, who were manly macho alpha male men, would scoff at the very idea of visiting a psychotherapist. It was too sissy and weak for them. Even if it was safe to talk about your deepest secrets and post-traumatic stress disorders with someone who could rat you out to the police. Damien was certainly one of those macho men. From the way he spoke before, and the way he mentioned Asher's paranoia, Tristan was sure that Damien thought psychotherapists were only for total nut jobs who thought that online articles could be cursed. In Tristan's own experience, psychotherapists were often people to whom you came to complain about your life for an hour because you had no friends who won't use your complaints as ammunition later. He didn't do it, but he knew some people who did, including his mother. These people could afford it. A day later, Tristan was still progressing in his hacking task with tiny steps when he got a report with good news from Kevin, much sooner than expected. Discover hidden stories at Empire. Mr. Hayes, I think we got it. Mr. Asher was hard to work with, even without all the esoteric stuff, but he got a lot of surprising insights. There is a correlation within the data online, and Mr. Asher pointed us where to search many times. After all we found, Asher described Gospel's original post as a psychic equivalent of a nuclear bomb. It's not just written incredibly compellingly, it also creates a chain reaction of negative opinions. People who were converted to hating celebrities by Gospel's post began writing their own articles about whoever they personally hated more than others. Those were far from as compelling as the original, but there were still enough haters to pass around. And the worst is that this hatred seems to have an actual effect on the health of people, as insane as it sounds. There is a clear correlation. People got more sick were the ones who got the most hateful things posted online about them. There are a few anomalies, like Mr. Asher himself, but they can be explained by pre-existing medical conditions. Like with Mr. Asher himself, I heard people can get sick from the stress of hearing too many bad things about themselves. Asher just thinks it's Gospel's dark particles. I put all the data we sifted through in a table and attached it to this message. There's more data to look at if you want us to make the sample size bigger, but it will take more time. Tristan looked over the table. Kevin was right about the correlation. But how can I protect myself and Nell from this? Chapter 205, Shameless Gathering of Sympathy. The solution came to Tristan a moment later. If Gospel's influence spreads through public opinions, I have to skew it to my side to fix this, and do it right now. Things won't get better if I just wait for things to subside on their own. This was much easier said than done, though. Tristan couldn't write a speech compelling enough to counter Gospel's influence, and he doubted anyone could. I should focus on my own strengths. Say, I'm not as good with words, but unlike Gospel, I can actually show my face to people. There are still so many of them who adore me, and plenty of others who will just feel sympathetic toward another human, toward someone who acts like their friend. Then I can use my own skills to sway them on my side. Tristan hummed thoughtfully under his breath, then called Derek. It was evening, his off hours, technically, but the man picked the call quickly. Mr. Gemello, did you need something? Dr. Meglin still can't give any definite answer about what Mr. Meyer is sick with, if you wanted to ask about that. No, I know about that. Derek, I think it's time to release a public statement on the matter of show business at the moment, and I want you to help me compose it. This scandal won't just quiet in on its own like the others, and we all need some good public opinions for a change. From what Tristan knew, Derek so far was giving a mostly non-committal response, following the strategy of not feeding the trolls. It obviously wasn't working. Derek paused for a moment. This might just make matters worse for you. The first time you spoke against him, Gospel released this piece of his, and you became one of the primary targets. And now Mr. Meyer is sick. It's a risk, but a necessary one, Tristan said gravely. I want to ask Nelson's help, too, as much as he can reply. Help? He can barely wake up for long enough to say hello, Mr. Gemello. He can wake up for long enough to listen to my idea. Just hear this. Next day, Tristan repeated the same plan, with some minor changes and fixes from Derek to Nelson. Despite all the best care, the mysterious illness clearly took a heavy toll on him. His cheeks looked sallow, and there were heavy bags under his eyes despite all the time Nelson spent asleep. His hair hung limply down on his forehead. The sight made anger boil in Tristan's gut, inspiring him to shoot Gospel between his eyes when they will finally meet face to face. He still smiled at Tristan and Derek when they woke Nelson up. Tristan brought fresh flowers for his nightstand vase, and Derek left a bag of candy near it. Discover stories with Empire. Hi, Nell, Tristan said, sitting in a chair next to the bed. I know it sucks here, mostly because things just suck in general, but I have an idea about how to make them at least a bit better. Nell's weak smile became wider. Of course you would, Tris. That idea needs some help from you, though, Tristan added. Anything, Nelson replied immediately. His weary eyes began fluttering closed. Anything I can. So not much. Heh. Tristan's lips pressed together. He hurriedly took a plastic cup of water from the nightstand and brought it to Nelson's lips. Hey, don't fall asleep yet. Drink first, or they will have to put another needle into you to make sure you don't dehydrate. Thankfully, Nelson downed half the cup before the last vestiges of strength left him. When Tristan put the cup back on the nightstand, the young man was in a deep, coma-like sleep again. Next to them, Derek sighed sadly. He's a good friend. I still wish he'd be able to stay awake long enough to hear our plan, Mr. Gemello. But then, I also wish he wasn't sick in the first place. Tristan nodded. Let's go to the head physician's office. We still need to make them agree to let us do camera shootings here. We will probably need Mr. Meyer's signature for that, too, Mr. Gemello. It will require waking him up again. Tristan shook his head. I don't want to put him under any more stress. I've seen that signature often enough, if you get what I mean. And he agreed. He won't protest that it wasn't his later. Derek clicked his tongue with disapproval, but nodded. The last thing the head physician needed was for someone, anyone, to make videos in his hospital. Even if the shooting crew was going to be minimal and all the shooting will be contained in a single room. However, he couldn't resist Tristan's charm and a large enough donation to the hospital. Later this evening, everything was incredibly rushed, but the situation really demanded it in Tristan's eyes. Tristan was in Nelson's room again. This time, Derek was back at his office. Instead, Tristan came with a cameraman. The cameraman was an experienced man who had shot videos of Tristan for public promotions and music videos before. He quickly set up his camera and quickly set up for an angle that showed the hospital room in the best way. Nelson was asleep through the entire process, unaware that there were people near him at all. For this moment, Tristan dressed meticulously, casually. He had to really dig into his clothing closet for the things he wore back when he was still buying secondhand. Tristan wasn't sure if he kept them for sentimental purposes or because he thought he might need a disguise later. They fit him better now that his body filled in with muscle. His black shirt strained over Tristan's pecs when he stretched his shoulders. It was a good sight, but not one that felt intentional. Tristan's entire outfit was as unintentional as it got. Just normal everyday clothing, a t-shirt, jeans, sneakers that anyone could wear. They had some scuffles on it from wear, but not enough to look ratty. Tristan also wore no makeup, except for a bit of shadows he used to paint faint fake bags under his eyes. The resulting image, when put together, was of someone who was too tired to think about how he looked on camera, but who still looked great. Because he just was that handsome through his very bones. Tristan sat in the chair near Nelson's bed, propping his elbows on his knees to show this exhaustion through the posture. The cameraman gave Tristan a thumbs up. Are we starting, Mr. Gemello? Yes. Tristan looked the camera in the eye. A red light was blinking at him, showing that it was recording. Hello, everybody. My name is Tristan Gemello, and I'm in the hospital room of my friend, Nelson Meyer. I'm sure you had already heard at least some of the nasty things told about us over the internet, not to mention the death threats. Tristan shook his head, letting vulnerability, sorrow, and pure hurt seep through this simple motion. If gospel's impossible skill was writing speeches, then Tristan's was speaking things without words at all. His words were spoken beautifully and enthralled people to listen just to his voice. But it was how Tristan moved and acted in this moment that really carried the message. Tristan talked on for a little while longer. The speech was mostly written by Derek's PR specialist, who wrote half the posts in Tristan's online media. It was a well-written speech. Tristan told how the stress of knowing that untold 1,000 people in the world were hating him got to Nelson and put him into hospital, that Tristan himself was holding on, but worried for his friend, with whom they got through so much. I just want to ask all of you who still consider yourselves our fans. In these dark times, we need your support more than ever. Please, send us your well wishes and love, especially to Nelson, who needs it more than me. Tristan waited for a few more seconds after finishing his speech before snapping his fingers. Cut. And also, after a brief look around, Tristan found a towel hanging near a small sink in a corner. He took it and passed it to the cameraman. The cameraman's eyes were wet with tears, and thick rivulets of them were running down his cheeks. He began crying in the first 30 seconds of the shooting, and it took not a minor part of Tristan's impossible acting skill to not react to this. Wipe your face, please. I apologize, Mr. Gemello, the cameraman said with a sniff. It's just your speech, I have it all on the camera. A perfect shot, if I may say. A quick look at the results of the shooting on the camera's tiny digital screen confirmed the cameraman's words. This was a speech no one could stay unmoved by. Hell, Tristan could just post it without sound, and people would still want to cry watching his act. I hope it works. I really hope it works. Chapter 206 The Countercyclone. 2 days later, after Tristan's incredible appeal to the people, or shameless gathering of sympathy, as he called it himself privately, people from all over the world began shaking off their previous gospel-inspired opinions. Even without extra power from the hypnotic voice, Tristan's sympathy-inspiring act made people cry with emotion as they watched the video. And those among these people who had written bad things about Tristan or Nelson before felt incredible shame over their actions. The video let everybody see Tristan and Nelson not as celebrities, but as people. And not any people, but people to whom they could relate. Someone who shared with them their deepest, most vulnerable parts. Only a genuine huge asshole would kick someone when they are down unjustly like that, and those were rarer than it could seem sometimes. Most people were just too self-centered to care about others, but Tristan punched through even to these people and made them care. As a result, Tristan's public email was overflowing, but he still painstakingly wrote responses to every well-wishing message sent to him. Derek was too busy to do it himself, because he was replying to messages sent to Nelson's or GTG agency's mails. And an entire room in his mansion was now full of gifts sent by fans. Each of them had already been checked by the security team. There were handmade get-well cards, handmade items of all kinds, from knitted clothing to a paper-wrapped clay figurine, and so many flowers that Tristan's house smelled like a floral shop. Tristan made dozens of selfies with these gifts to let the fans know they were appreciated. Now, more than anything, it was incredibly important to keep these people on Tristan's side. It was why he bothered responding to every positive message, too. In the morning, as soon as the visiting hours began, Tristan picked 2 random but pretty bouquets of flowers from all the ones gifted to him and drove to Nelson's hospital. The young man inside beamed at Tristan in greeting. "Tris, I didn't expect you to come so early. I'm an early bird, you know," Tristan replied, grinning back as he put the gifts on the nearest flat surface. "I see that you finally got enough sleep in here, Nell." Before him was the proof that Tristan's efforts weren't for nothing. Yesterday, Nelson woke up for a solid 4 hours at a time. Today, he looked like he was bouncing from the walls with unspent energy. Gone was Nelson's former gauntness. He looked well-rested and fully awake, just like Tristan was feeling right now, without any mind fog or weakness in the limbs. Secret task complete. Ensure that Nelson Meyer recovers to full health. Reward: your CP increased by 3,000. Tristan blinked at the notification, but quickly refocused on what Nelson was speaking. "Hell yeah. This morning, the doctor told me I can go home today, but they'd like to run some tests just in case. They still aren't sure what was wrong with me, besides general stress." Nelson shrugged. "What you told me about the psychic nuke theory makes much more sense." When he visited yesterday, Tristan had shared with Nelson Asher's interpretation of the source of Nelson's illness, although he didn't mention his sources. He had told Derek, too, but the manager was much more skeptical of it. "True. If you could have fallen sick from stress like that, you'd do that much earlier," Tristan said. "Are you going to stay for the extra tests, though?" Nelson frowned. I can do them later, I'm sure. Right now, I just want to do something really cool. Derek said they have all the gifts sent to me in the GTG office. I should go and take a photo with all of them." Tristan nodded. "Good plan. Before that, though, you know who else stays in this wing besides you?" Nelson hummed thoughtfully. "A lot of people, I bet. That psychic nuke was radioactive as hell. But none of our pals had gotten that sick, didn't they? They weren't in the epicenter of the shitstorm. Remember Asher Ilum, though? Asher. Oh, the guy who helped you out with the concert venue. The snappy weird filmmaker. Huh, did he make it that big already?" Tristan shrugged. "His movie seems to gather a lot of hype, even when it's only in progress. I just heard he's here when I was walking around, and I thought we might visit. Share some of our fans' well wishes with him, you know. I actually brought a spare bouquet for this." "Oh, that's an amazing idea. We will be like, sharing our psychic defense with him," Nelson said, nodding eagerly. "We should go to other rooms, too. See how many people we can help. I'm unsure it really works like that. Besides, these people might not let us enter. But hell, if it works, it will be a blow against that fucker Gospel and everybody who's still on his side. So yes, let's do it." The duo had to go to the registration desk for visitors' passes to Asher's room. This time, however, it went without a hitch. Asher was awake enough to accept visitors, and he let Tristan and Nelson come up without a fuss. The man, too, looked much better than before, although he was still hooked 2 and 4. Damien wasn't around, nor was he supposed to be. "What are you doing here?" Asher asked instead of greeting. He gathered his knees to his chest and half-hugged them, eyeing the pair of visitors suspiciously. "We came to share the well wishes," Nelson announced, coming into the room. "And this bouquet, for your speedy recovery. You seem to be doing better already," Tristan said. Asher scrunched his nose. "Take it away, I'm allergic." "How did you even know I was here?" "Oops, sorry." Nelson smiled sheepishly and took the flowers from Tristan. "I can leave it in the hallway, I guess." He ran off. As soon as the door closed behind him and Tristan was alone with Asher, the paranoid man shriveled on himself even more. "Relax," Tristan said. "I just heard that you are here from my cousin, Mr. Ilum. He sends his gratitude, by the way. We both really hope that you recover from the thing we were all sick with." Before Asher could reply, Nelson returned with empty hands. "Hey, I'm back. So, Mr. Ilum, since you don't like visitors, we might leave now. But would you want us to mention you for our fans?" Nelson asked. "Just so they could wish you well, too?" The wishes are what made Nelson so chipper this morning. And they seem to be helping you, too. Asher ran a hand through his shaggy black hair. "Fine, I guess. Just my name. And thanks for that video. My secretary told me all about how touching it was, and about how many apologetic messages my public account got afterward. I could feel the positive emanations from there. It was like an actual counter-cyclone." Nelson blinked. "You heard about the cyclone theory, too?" Asher opened his mouth, then closed it, then started talking again. "It's not a theory, it's a fact. Gospel is a warlock. And with what Tristan did, well, I knew for a while that he's not an entirely natural presence in this world, of course. Like an angel," Nelson supplied. Tristan watched this conversation from the side, blending with the wall. He wasn't sure if he should be amused or alarmed. Nelson was way too up for the supernatural stuff for Tristan's liking. "I felt something special in him when I first saw both of you. But my psychic sensibility was dimmed back then by my meds. I couldn't make sense of it, so I rationalized it away," Asher rambled. Nelson nodded some more. "I thought he was an asshole, but he was cool too. And he was too cool to be just an asshole, you know? All right, that's enough." Tristan coughed in his fist. "No, if we want to visit more people and still have some time to do anything else, we should go now. And at least I have a lot to do." Nelson almost jumped at the sound. Asher actually did jump a little, rattling his forestand. "Ah, yeah? It's been nice to chat, Mr. Ilum." They bid a goodbye to the man and went to visit other incapacitated celebrities. It took some negotiating, but the hospital staff agreed to tell that Tristan and Nelson were up to visiting people. After that, it was up to them whether to invite them. Almost everybody who felt well enough was eager to invite the pair over and talk about their latest public exploits. Not everybody who was hospitalized recovered equally quickly, but it was clear that it was only a matter of time until they would be back to full health. Secret task complete. Negate the destroying influence of Gospel's post. Reward. Your CP increased by 5000. Tristan smirked. And now he had something to counterattack Gospel with. With these extra points, hacking was going to go much, much faster. Chapter 207 Data Deity on the Prowl. Back at his home office, Tristan checked his system status. Tristan Gemello, Tristan Hayes. Current identity, Popstar. Second identity, Criminal. Popstar rank, on the Olympus. Criminal rank, King Lion. Popstar points, 2. Criminal points, 9000. Attributes smiley face. Popstar. Appearance, 570, top model. Charisma, 1059, the beguiler. Dexterity, 600, gymnast. Imagination, 600, visionary. Criminal. Fearsomeness, 1077, dark god. Strength, 679, weightlifter. Toughness, 800, bones of steel. Intelligence, 553, mastermind. Skills smiley face. Popstar. Vocals, 6000, impossible. String instruments, 6000, impossible. Percussion instruments, 0, nobody. Wind instruments, 1, nobody. Electronic instruments, 0, nobody. Keyboard instruments, 801, professional amateur. Exotic instruments, 0, nobody. Songwriting, 5000, impossible. Dancing, 6000, impossible. Acting, 5000. Impossible. Production, 6000, impossible. Style, 6000, impossible. Criminal. Stealth, 6,844 impossible. Melee combat, 5,224 impossible. Ranged combat, 4,836 impossible. Observation, 5,076 impossible. Driving, 2618 racer. Athletics, 2419 coach physical instrument. Medicine, 5,203 impossible. Interfacing, 6,003 impossible. Sleight of hand, 533 light fingers. Tactics, 505 good. Asterisk strategy asterisk, 5,000 impossible. Hacking, 6431 data demon. Talents smiley face. Clark Kent effect, sleepless, clean hands, bullet time. Hypnotic voice, sight awareness. Electronic sight awareness, ambidextrous, bilingual, Spanish. Freezing glare, string theory, copycat. Detective, blind shot. Quick fingers, explosive awareness, heat vision. Tasks smiley face. Popstar. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. Discover the mastermind behind the Los Angeles terrorist attack. Value 1,000. Bring down Gospel's inflammatory posts and their copies. Value 1,000. Criminal. Make the next leader of Cuatro Angulos your puppet. Value 1,000. Destroy the mastermind behind the Los Angeles terrorist attack. Value 1,000. Gain access to Gospel's account. Value 1,000. With 9,000 criminal points and 6431 in hacking skill, Tristan could have brought this skill to 10,000 points and had something to spare. With other skills, it was the limit of spending points. The Ascension. However, even at over 6,000 points, the hacking skill still had a data demon rank. I suppose I have no choice but to put points into it and see what happens. I should bring the hacking skill up to impossible rank, at least, then maybe put the spare points into intelligence if I have anything left. I can still put 50 to 100 extra points into it without unbalancing my attributes. Hacking skill increased from 6431 to 7431. Your hacking rank has changed from Data Demon to Data Deity. Hacking skill increased from 7431 to 8431. Your hacking rank has changed from Data Deity to Impossible. Hacking skill increased from 8431 to 9431. Hacking skill increased from 9431 to 10431. Your hacking rank has changed from Impossible to Impossible. Tristan whistled quietly. It was a very melodic sound. Finally, so it cost twice as much to reach the 2 exclamation marks than for other skills. I still have 5,000 criminal points left. Well, I can't put them all into intelligence, so hacking skill increased from 10,431 to 15,000. Your hacking rank has changed from Impossible to Impossible. Tristan shook his head. Too bad I can't reach the Ascension limit yet. He put the remaining points into intelligence, evening it out better with his imagination. Intelligence attribute increased from 553 to 596. As always, spending his points was a special feeling. Hours upon hours of learning and achieving were compressed into a second of dizziness, upon which Tristan would either jump to his feet with renewed energy or feel bursting to the brim with fresh ideas. This time was the second. The incredible insight and experience of the advanced hacking skill, spiced with a dash of extra intelligence, made Tristan's brain work on overdrive. Immediately, solutions to walls and security measures that blocked his hacking attempts earlier began popping into Tristan's head. He made sure no one would interrupt him without a really dire need, got himself snacks, and went to work with a smile. 16 hours later, Tristan pressed the button to confirm his input. The page loaded for a while, as if unsure what to do about it, despite Tristan's lightning-fast internet connection. When it finally loaded, Tristan beamed from ear to ear. Task complete. Gain access to Gospel's account. Reward. Your PP increased by 10,000. Tristan was looking at Gospel's profile page while being logged as an administrator of the website. That meant Tristan not only could look through his entire message history, Gospel won't even know anyone hacked his account. Because they didn't. Tristan hacked an admin account. It had the same level of defense, but a higher level of privileges. Privileges that were probably illegal. Tristan wasn't sure if the social network had the right to read people's private messages, but it clearly could. My presence will be noticed eventually, and the hole I used will be patched. I better hurry. This would have had a lower chance of happening if Tristan hacked Gospel's account directly, but there were other downsides. He had decided they weren't worth it. Right now, Tristan went directly to Gospel's personal information and messages. With administrator's rights, Tristan could access more detailed information about Gospel's internet connection, location, and IP address. But he was still using a proxy server, so this was useless. There wasn't any personal data provided either, even data listed privately. Direct messages were more fruitful. There weren't many of them, but what Tristan saw quickly made his eyes gleam with agitation. We will meet in flesh, and you will become my apostles who will spread my teachings. Your spirit will fill with my wisdom, and you will ascend above the unenlightened. Soon. First, there was this promise of a meeting. But quickly enough there appeared a date and a place. In 5 days, in some obscure basement, Gospel was going to choose his disciples in flesh. 12 of them, like he really considered himself a deity. Tristan tried to find more about the disciples themselves, too. Gospel didn't chat with them much besides giving lectures on his ideology of destroying false and frivolous idols. These lectures were just as compelling as Gospel's psychic nuke post. Reading through one of them put a slight headache in Tristan's head. Reading through another one promised to be outright dangerous. This is just a drop of water, but drop by drop water erodes mountains. I should just skim through it. That was what Tristan did. Besides that, there wasn't much about the disciples in the conversations. They used code names and acted like they were members of a prosecuted cult. Although, why like? They are fucking cultists. And I'm going to prosecute the hell out of them. Tristan's admin rights let him check out the accounts of the cultists, too. They were all throwaway pages with no info filled whatsoever, and most conversations happening being between them and Gospel. The only exceptions were inflammatory internet posts, of which these disciples were full of. However, not all of them were smart enough to use a proxy server. With a bit of finessing, which Tristan could do as easily as breathing with his current access level and his current skill, Tristan pulled out the IP address of one of the disciples. You will be my unknowing Judas. Heh. Tristan thought, smirking. Unsurprisingly, the disciple had another account registered with the same IP. When Tristan got it, he got the man's entire online life and history on the palm of his hand. Frederick Seaven, codename Faith, a man who lived with his mother until he turned 41, and judging by his online activity, spent all his free time whining on the internet. No, Tristan corrected himself, looking through the man's likes closer. He also seems to like fantasy stories. But only as long as they are traditional enough. What does that even mean here? Looking at this all made Tristan want to laugh. If those were Gospel's closest subordinates, how pathetic the man himself had to be. He knew he shouldn't underestimate him, not after everything Gospel did already, but Tristan didn't stop himself from having a laugh. Tristan had gathered all the important information he could and saved it to his own storage. An hour later, he flexed his fingers and began preparing his grand exit. First, he left a backdoor for himself to make hacking this website easier in the future. Second, he began methodically deleting every instance of Gospel's original inflammatory post. Behind, he left only administrative messages that this post was deleted because it went against the website rules, but not specifying anything. Then he banned Gospel's account for good measure, as well as accounts of anyone who copied his post. Good. Actual moderators of the site should have done this long ago. People would have complained much louder if they weren't so ill. Finally, to make things harder for the actual administration of the website to fix, Tristan deleted the removed posts from the databases, so they would be impossible to restore, and then deleted Gospel's account in the same manner. Task complete. Bring down Gospel's inflammatory posts and their copies. Reward. Your CP increased by 10,000. Tristan grinned at the beautiful result of his actions. Of course, the actual administration could still unban people who reposted Gospel's preachings. Gospel himself could create a new account, but as long as people thought that removal of the posts was the actual policy of the platform, they won't repeat it. All that's left is to get to Gospel himself. Chapter 208, Preparing a Raid on Gospel. Once again, Tristan was glad that he not only had fame and publicity of his pop star career, but also human resources of his criminal one. Tristan had placed surveillance on Frederick. One of his people was going to trail him 24/7, with shift changes every 6 hours. He also prepared to raid the planned meeting of gospel with his apostles. There was a chance that the recent bans would spook him and make him cancel everything. But Tristan had high hopes of the opposite. The shitstorm online had calmed down a lot since Tristan deleted Gospel's account. To his surprise and delight, the actual administration and owners of the social network claimed the bans came from them, and that Gospel's posts really went against the website's policies. As if the website didn't allow plenty of personal attacks on people in the past. Your next read is at Empire. Clearly, it was easier for the administration to say that everything went as planned than to admit that someone seriously hacked them and could have stolen any amount of sensitive data. Gospel didn't show himself again, but Tristan was sure this won't last forever, unless Tristan captured him in real life, that is. Nevertheless, Tristan was confident that he will be able to counter future online attacks. With 10,000 popstar points he got. For his last tasks, Tristan bought remote hypnotic voice talent. His shameless gathering of sympathy was great already, but with that, it was going to become 10 times more effective. It was going to be so effective that Tristan was keeping this trump card and used for now. He still had enough on his plate. Even with the online drama quietening, there was still the matter of terrorism. The city government was putting extra effort into sniffing out more terrorists, and many public events were canceled because celebrities involved in them went sick earlier. Most celebrities were gradually recovering by now, but the events were still on hold, and people were still angry with the world about it. 5 days later, there were 10 people gathered near 2 nondescript white vans parked in a private parking lot. Only similar cars, made for getaway, raids, and trafficking, were parked there. The setting sun painted their boring whites and grays into beautiful oranges and yellows. Each of these people was dressed like a special ops soldier, but lacked any identifying signs. Right now, they were counting their tear gas grenades and checking their equipment for the last time. One of these people was Tristan, who had already checked everything and now was leaning on a van, waiting. Another was Damien, who walked up next to him and pulled out a cigarette. He lit it up and took a drag, blowing a puff of smoke away from Tristan. "Are you sure you don't want to sit this out, boss?" Damien asked. "I will bring the son of a bitch to you only slightly battered, as you asked. Your sergeant can lead the second team. The targets are just some civilians, anyway." Tristan shook his head. "Don't underestimate them. At the very least, they are fanatics. Better check again that everybody's earplugs work." Damien scoffed. "It's going to be a pain in the ass to coordinate people with these things. But yeah, they work. If we meet a real-life siren, it will be just a bird woman with huge tits. And Gospel won't have a chance to use his silver tongue on us before I cut it off." Tristan frowned. "Keep your enthusiasm in check before it makes you do something stupid, Damien. And better kill Gospel than follow his tune." His tone ended the conversation there. Damien smoked the rest of his cigarette in silence, while Tristan watched the preparations. A short while later, the people packed into vans. 5 people into each van, with drivers already being inside. One van belonged to Tristan's team, another to Damien's. Only their people were on this raid, since Tristan didn't want the entire gang to know about this raid. Damien, at least, had a vested interest. They weren't driving, though, just waiting for the signal. And it came in the form of a message from the man trailing Frederick. The message said that Frederick left his house and was moving in the direction that coincided with the location of the meeting. "It's time," Tristan announced. "Start moving. Slowly. Our time of arrival should be in 40 minutes. Better not be too early." "Got it," the driver replied from his spot. When Tristan's van moved out, Damien's followed naturally. The meeting place Gospel picked was a basement under an abandoned, unfinished building. It was really a perfect place for meeting with your cult. At the very least, it had a fitting ambience. Judging by the amount of empty cans and bottles and old syringes, the abandoned building above was popular among the local junkies. But it was quiet right now. Tristan's van made a circle around the place. From the window, Tristan saw no sentries placed. Either Gospel wasn't here, or he was sure about his safety. But the man who tailed Frederick said that his target entered the basement door. The observer didn't notice any sentries around, either. Tristan commanded the driver to stop near the exit and turned to address his teammates. "Okay, let's go through the plan. Then everybody puts on the earplugs, and we will converse only with gestures." His men nodded and squared their shoulders, showing that they were listening. They only knew basic military gestures, but it was going to be enough. I should invest into even better training for my troops. But this takes at least a few months, and Victor already works hard on that, Tristan thought. The basement has only one entrance. Our team will go in first, with me on the point. I will breach with a tear gas grenade and tell the people inside to surrender. If they do, we handcuff and gag them, all of them. If they don't, try to shoot at the legs. I'd prefer Gospel alive, but I'm fine with him dead. But first, I'd like to know who he is. Chapter 209 Gospel and his students. With the plan laid out, Tristan led his team forward. Damien's team stayed close behind, but far enough away to cover Tristan's back if someone came from outside. With how narrow the entrance to the basement was, and the way it was positioned below a short staircase, there's been no point in bringing in too many people at once. Especially since Tristan planned to tear gas everything inside. 10 people will probably be a huge overkill for this raid. But if it won't, yeah, with what Gospel can do, how do I know he's not as dangerous in combat as I am? He also has a system, and I still don't know what it does. The basement door was closed on a deadbolt from the inside. Tristan spotted the deadbolt immediately through the crack between the door and its frame. He also saw hints of light from the other side. The metal door was so weathered and banged up that this crack was a couple of millimeters wide. If not for his earplugs, Tristan probably could have heard something from the other side. The helmet and the respirator weren't helping him to navigate, either. But his eyesight was still sharp, and everybody on his team had flashlights to pair with their handguns. They carried rifles, too, but just in case. Tristan brought out his set of lockpicks, pulled out a long, thin metal hook, and stuck it into the door crack. Using the hook to push the deadbolt away wasn't complicated enough to count as lockpicking at all. Tristan put the lockpicks away and pushed the door open. He felt the screech of the hinges through the vibrations in the metal. On the other side of the door was a narrow hallway that turned to the side. Yellow light, like from a lamp, was coming from behind the corner. It moved a moment later, shifting rapidly. Someone must have moved the source. A flashlight. Tristan took a tear gas grenade in one hand, a handgun in another, and lunged toward the corner. Without even glancing to the other side, Tristan threw his grenade. A second later, 2 madmen in blue hoods appeared from behind the corner. Time slowed down for Tristan, letting him examine the pair of men in detail. They looked like actual cultists, straight out of some B-movie. They were dressed almost ordinarily, save from the blue hoods that covered their faces and the amount of amulets and symbols pinned or sewn on their clothing. The symbols looked vaguely esoteric. Without the hoods, these men would have passed for ordinary people, maybe ones which were too much into horoscopes and such. Considering that Frederick wasn't reported as wearing a face-concealing hood before he entered, Tristan imagined they put on hoods at the entrance in an attempt for anonymity. The cultists had average body composition, not that of trained people. But they had pistols they were now aiming at Tristan. They clearly weren't good shooters, and their eyes were already teary from the gas, but they were only 2 steps away from Tristan. If the rest of the bunch are like this, I could do it all alone. He fixed one with a glare, so piercing it went straight through the man's eyes to sever his spinal cord for a couple of seconds. The next instant, Tristan aimed his gun and shot the second fanatic to the arm which held a gun. The time began moving with normal speed. The showman fell, clutching his arm like he was dying even though nothing serious was hit. Tristan hit the second man to the temple with the butt of his pistol, then pressed his foot on the first one's windpipe until he fell unconscious. Cutout pushed through the hallway behind Tristan to put handcuffs on both. Tristan nodded at him, glanced at the rest of the team trailing behind, and kept moving. By this time, the tear gas had to have filled the room to the brink. If not for Tristan and his team's protective gear, they'd be barely able to breathe, especially in a place ventilated as poorly as this. Even with the respirator, Tristan felt a sour hint of the tear gas smell. He turned the corner, prepared to meet more guns aimed at him, or hopefully, just a dozen of panicking, sobbing, and vomiting people who couldn't aim well even before they became blind from the gas. Instead, he was met with an outright strange scene. The hallway he stood in ended a couple of meters later, opening to a larger room. The path there had a doorway with hinges, but no door. Maybe it had never been installed. On the other side, 10 people stood in a circle around the 11th. Each of them wore clothing similar to that of the first 2 cultists and had some sort of weapon in their hand, except for the 11th person. Mostly knives, half a dozen handguns. The light in the room came from several torchlights placed on the floor. Another torchlight was held by the 11th person, who was pointing it at Tristan almost like a spear. All these people should have been crying and vomiting at once. The tear gas in the room was visible as smoke like haze. But they were just standing, as if prepared to repel whoever entered the room. And the 11th person, Gospel, it had to be, was the reason. He was saying something, even though Tristan couldn't hear it. His hood moved from his breath, and he was gesticulating actively. Together with it, a powerful aura was spreading around him. An almost physical thing, mystical thing, that filled people next to Gospel with their own inner glow. It was very much like what Tristan could evoke, but at the same time, very different. He could never share his attributes with other people, only inspire them to work at their best, not more than that. This is bad, but they don't look fully powered up yet. I have to take Gospel out now. With that thought, Tristan made a step forward for a better line of sight and fired. Past the circle of apostles. Chapter 2: 10 Fights in Tight Spaces. The fanatics standing between Tristan and Gospel reacted faster than Tristan could pull the trigger. Two of them jumped at the path of the bullet with speed that must have been at the limit of human possibilities. At least, it felt like it. One was slightly faster than the other. The bullet that should have struck Gospel hit the fanatic into the shoulder, right into the clavicle. Tristan didn't stop shooting because of this, still trying to hit Gospel, but there were more people moving into his line of fire, and some of them were aiming back at him. His bullets made two people fall to the ground, clutching their bleeding wounds, but they were already getting up, and the Gospel was still unharmed. Worse, Gospel's influence on his followers became even stronger than before. The aura he was spreading had only increased in power, and it made movements of his fanatics just as good as Tristan's best trained men. Tristan didn't need to be a tactical genius to realize that he was in an unfavorable position. His position, a narrow hallway, only let him alone open fire at the enemies, while they could cover him with bullets. And they won't miss. He could tell it from the way the barrels of their pistols located his face. Tristan's chest was protected by a bulletproof vest, but his face was only protected by goggles and a respirator. Tristan raised his free hand and signaled his group to retreat. An instant later, he ducked and dashed back, seeing cover behind the corner of the hallway. The earplugs muffled the sounds of gunshots to quiet pops. On his way to safety, Tristan saw bullets break off pieces of concrete from the walls. His people were dangerously close to being hit as well, but they knew enough about fighting in tight spaces to not crowd Tristan. When he signaled retreat, they were already halfway to behind the corner. Tristan pressed his back to the wall and carefully peeked outside. To his dismay, the Gospel was still talking. But much worse, he remembered what he saw while he tried to shoot Gospel. Behind the group of people was another door, another exit from this basement. From this room, at least. If not for it, it wouldn't have been a terrible problem if this basement had only one exit. Now, however, most of the group could escape through this door, while a few people covered Tristan's path. Shit. The people who scouted this place earlier didn't have a second exit. This door might really lead just to another room, but, logically, it probably leads to the upper floors. Or, perhaps, to the elevator shaft. It's not an exit, but someone can escape through it. At which point they can climb through anywhere. Tristan grit his teeth. Even if he could just radio to Damien to move his team to cut off Gospel's retreat, he didn't know where Gospel would go. Tristan made a decision when he peeked from behind his cover again and saw that Gospel was creeping toward the door. He really was leaving. Well, shit. Let's hope this works on him, then. Gospel somehow made his followers immune to the tear gas, but Tristan also had a flashbang grenade on him. He gestured a warning for his team, then pulled it out and threw the small cylinder from behind the corner. Tristan was precise enough with it to hit one of the fanatics square in the forehead. The force of the blow made the man stagger back. Anyone normal could have got a concussion. Then the grenade bounced off and exploded with a bang loud enough to make Tristan wince a little, even with the earplugs. The flash seared his eyes through the closed eyelids, but he blinked it off a moment later. The fanatics, to Tristan's joy, were standing around in shock, some holding their ears or rubbing their eyes through the hoods. They were in a much better state than they should have been, though. At this range, in an enclosed space, a flashbang grenade should have ruptured their eardrums and fucked up their inner ear. Gospel made them into freaks. Freaks of nature. But they aren't invulnerable. Wait, is that guy getting up? I thought I hit his liver. He's a goner by now. It was the second man Tristan's bullets hit. His wound was a lethal one, but apparently not immediately lethal. The first one already got up, although one of his arms hung limply. Tristan gestured his team to attack forward, then added another gesture so they would pass message backward to Damien's team. We can't let Gospel escape. They understood. Tristan was still on the point of the charge. He dashed forward, aiming with the right hand and pulling out his second handgun with the left one. He marked the most dangerous targets, ones with guns, in his mind. The first two cultists died from shots in their heads before they could shake off the effects of the flashbang. The third got pinned with a calcifying glare and shot, too. Then things turned much messier. Tristan's people emerged from the hallway, opening their own fire, but the fanatics had recovered as well. They charged at the gangsters, ignoring all but immediately lethal wounds. The tight space was on their side. As soon as a cultist got into a melee with a gangster, the other had a much harder time dealing with them. And only Tristan had his perfect aim. Worse, some of Tristan's people clearly were still underestimating their opponents and trying to land non-lethal shots, which did almost nothing against these enemies. The fanatics enhanced by Gospel were almost inhumanly fast, strong, and tough. In front of Tristan, a single blow of a metal pipe had crumpled a gangster's helmet like an aluminum can, together with the man's head. But Tristan's people were much better prepared and had much better weapons. Taking wounds and losses, they were still winning. At some point Damien joined them, and together they tried to cut a path through the cultists toward Gospel. Tristan himself used his abilities to the limit, helping his group. In fights he excelled. Even without the 10,000 criminal points he was saving for something that will definitely be important later, he was sure. Tristan kicked, elbowed, and shot people that tried to attack his men and people who were in his way, one by one, with the help of others. But by the time the fight fully died over, he already knew he was too slow. He saw Gospel leave the room. The second door leading outside was open. Still, there was hope. The room was covered with enough bodies to create piles. Many people who were still standing were clutching their wounds. Blood was creating gross piles on the floor, and if Tristan didn't have clean hands talent, he'd be covered in it from head to toe. Like Damien, who was standing near a wall, holding a bloody combat knife with both arms and panting. Tristan pointed at him until Damien raised his eyes at Tristan. Then Tristan gestured around and made a gesture for medical aid. Damien nodded. Tristan knew he understood what this was about. The cleanup is on you. Then Tristan gestured to his team to stay here and rushed after Gospel. Risky, but he had to try. The hallway was dark, but Tristan switched to heat vision. Through it, he could feel Gospel's footprints in the dust. They led forward, toward another door, and past it, the elevator shaft, like Tristan predicted. There was no elevator in it, of course, only naked and cracked concrete walls. There were enough footholds for Tristan to easily climb up a floor. Now, he was at ground level, and more footprints leading away. Gospel escaped through the back of the building. Tristan ran after him, but when he reached the window through which the Gospel's footsteps went and saw no other traces of the man, Tristan knew he was too late. At this point, Gospel became impossible to track. The area was a concrete maze, and Gospel clearly knew it well. Fucking hell. Tristan kicked the nearest wall in frustration. It only increased from the pain that echoed through his bones. His mood was still stormy when Tristan returned to the basement. By this point, he had removed his earplugs. Others did the same already by then, and were talking to each other. Their voices were muffled by their respirators. The most wounded were already being moved away from the noxious basement to fresh air, which didn't sting their wounds. Stop prodding at me. It's just a bruise, Damien hissed at one of his people, who was poking at Damien's ribs. Tristan only needed a single glance at his underboss to say, "It's a rib crack, Damien." Gospel had escaped. Now tell me we have at least someone from his fanatics alive. Damien scowled. Yes, the first two you've dealt with are quite alive. The others would only go down one way. That's something. As soon as we clean this place up, I want to talk with them. Chapter 211, pulling out a name. Two people on Tristan's side were dead, 4 were badly wounded, and possibly even crippled for life. The numbers weren't good, but they were typical for fights in tight spaces, when there was no avoiding being shot point-blank or knifed under your rib. Tristan's people wore bulletproof vests, but most of the fanatics fought with melee weapons and wielded them with inhuman strength. I ordered a direct attack that led to these losses and couldn't even catch Gospel in the end, Tristan thought as he helped to administer first aid to the wounded. His fingers tightened the bandage not until the wounded man winced. Tristan caught himself and relaxed before he made the wound worse. Kicking the wall earlier was far from enough. Tristan was itching to punch Gospel's face and then kick him repeatedly. But he wasn't here. Nobody else was happy, either. Damien's dark mood was written on his face, but he stayed mostly quiet about it. The stormy mood that was radiating from Tristan made others hold their tongues. Later, when Tristan sat in the van on the way to the prisoner-holding facility, he realized he had an unread system notification. He had been so angry and so focused on the aftermath of the fight that his mind barely registered it earlier. Secret task complete. Capture or eliminate Gospel's apostles. Reward. Your PP increased by 800. This felt like an insult to injury, like even the second identity system was giving Tristan handouts. He closed his eyes and ran his hands over his face, now goggles and respirator-free. Fuck. He had to be smarter than letting the anger control him now. Tristan's boosted intelligence had analyzed his past actions enough that his imagination could paint a picture of what would happen if he went to interrogate the prisoners immediately. They would say something that will piss Tristan off. He will punch them, at least once. He might easily misjudge his enhanced strength, or he might stop caring whatsoever. Then the prisoners will die or be in no shape to talk, and Tristan's last lead to Gospel will be gone. When the van stopped near the building that had the temporary holding cells for King Lion Gang prisoners, instead of going there, Tristan said that he would rather interrogate everybody later. He called Kevin to help with the cleanup and medical help and told everybody who was on the operation to rest until the morning. Yeah, let them stew a little, Damien said to that, nodding in approval. I will make sure everything is squeaky out here. Tristan narrowed his eyes at the man. Damien's desire to punch the prisoners while keeping them squeaky was written on the man's face in font size 32. Get rest, too. You have a cracked rib, for God's sake. And that's an order. Tristan paused. Be good, and I will give you whatever will be left of these guys. They are just brainwashed pawns, anyway, no better than punching bags. Well, some bags have to be punched, Damien grumbled, but didn't protest. So Tristan drove back to his gangster boss mansion, almost breaking the speed limit, went to the kitchen, and opened the plate drawers. The plates were expensive and fragile. Tristan took one and threw it to the floor. It smashed with a loud crack of ceramics. The shards flew all over the place. There was something very satisfying about all this. Imagining that it was Gospel's skull, Tristan took another one and did the same. And another one. 20 plates later, Tristan finally felt calm enough for rational thoughts. The rational thoughts told him to do something peaceful until morning, and then interrogate his prisoners. They needed to nurse off the injuries Tristan gave them, anyway. Next morning, the room would have been just an ordinary room in an ordinary house if the window wasn't boarded, if there was more furniture, and if the door wasn't metal and with a peephole looking inside. An entrance door that had no place inside an apartment. Without any enhancements from Gospel, the prisoner who sat on a narrow cot was just a scrawny, middle-aged man who squinted at Tristan like he was nearsighted. Not Frederick, but someone of the same kind, averagely pathetic. He was the least wounded fanatic out of the two, one with a bruised neck. The other was concussed and was in a much worse state for talking. Holding a plastic cup of lukewarm tea with one hand, Tristan closed the door behind him with the other and smiled charmingly at the prisoner. This took him an effort he could only find in himself because of the night's rest. At Tristan's appearance, the prisoner jerked up and stood up in alarm. Despite his nervousness, it didn't seem like he was trying to escape the room until Tristan looked. Although there was a guard posted outside, anyway, and a hidden camera inside the room itself. Hello, are you feeling well? I hope to talk with you a little, but first, drink this. For your throat, Tristan said, offering the prisoner the tea. The man wasn't recognizing him as the one who bruised him, or at all, like Tristan hoped. Back then, Tristan's face was mostly concealed, and although his identity was the same, he was acting very differently. Now he was all charm and smiles. The prisoner eyed the cup suspiciously. Wah! He coughed. interrupting himself, then rubbed his throat and winced. It's just tea, and I'm not here to do anything bad with you. Really? Tristan lied. I'm sure everything will soon turn out to be a huge misunderstanding, and you will be free to go home. But first, I need to clear some things up. The prisoner nodded a little. To Tristan's mounting annoyance, he was acting like he was a normal civilian caught in something he had no place to be in, instead of a bloodthirsty fanatic he was yesterday. I suppose even fanatics can go on doing the fanatic things all day long, Tristan thought. Finally, the prisoner took the cup from Tristan's hand and sat back on his cot to drink it. Tristan waited with hidden impatience for him to finish. That cup had 1,500 criminal points worth of truth serum in it, which equaled to 1 dose. What's your name? Tristan asked when the cup was empty. Albert Ragwort. The prisoner replied without a pause, then coughing again. What's the real name of Gospel? Michael. He's the commander of the heavenly host, the angel who descended upon our sinful earth to help us clear it from the false idols. What? Ugh. The more the prisoner spoke, the wider and more horrified his eyes became, until he finally stopped talking and began coughing instead. Unlike the last time Tristan used truth serum, this time the victim didn't want to share this information at all. And yet, he was forced to anyway, and didn't even know why. Tristan grinned. This was proving to be more satisfying than he expected. And he had a name, too. It had to be another alias, but it's better than nothing. Michael, like the angel? No surname. Yes, no, what's going on? Tristan ignored the question. Did you meet with Michael often? Never. The prisoner covered his mouth with his hands, but his words were still intelligible when he spoke. Before yesterday. Please, stop. Tristan tilted his head slightly, wondering if he should tie the prisoner up. But no. If someone had the willpower to fight off the effects of the truth serum by physically keeping his mouth closed, it wasn't this guy. How did you communicate then? When did you start? The prisoner's grip on his mouth weakened just enough that he could answer. Tristan moved closer to him, close enough to loom. Terrifyingly, he would send us messages. Online, at first, it was a year ago that it started, then in our dreams, but still online, too. There were several accounts. Gospel is deleted, but there were He Speaks and True Word. Tristan jotted it down in his excellent memory and nodded. Good, good. Keep talking. Let the words flow. You can't stop them, anyway. Tristan chuckled. So, the dreams. Do you remember them well? When did they start? Tristan grilled the helpless prisoner for everything his squishy brain had stored. There was less than Tristan hoped for, but more than there could have been. At the very least, Tristan had a few more accounts to try hacking in. Besides that, he found more about Michael's followers. They didn't talk to each other much, for the sake of secrecy, but all had the dreams, as far as the prisoner knew. And they all started only after the fanatics started to think there was something true in Michael's beliefs. And afterward Tristan asked questions until the prisoner's voice turned so hoarse it was barely audible and the truth serum's effect wore off. By then, the man was a crying mess. Yes, be ashamed of turning on your teacher and your people so easily, Tristan told him cruelly. And remember, traitors go to the lowest depths of hell. He left the holding cell with a pep in his step. Chapter 2:12 Expanding the Mind. Tristan didn't stop at interrogating one prisoner. He still had the second one, and this time, he told to tie him up. Before anything began, he used truth serum on this man, too, but through an injection instead of a drink. This way, its effect lasted longer. The second prisoner knew as much as the first. Michael the Archangel, dreams, online conversations. Sadly, neither of the men knew Michael's face. He was hiding it at the meeting, just like everybody else. The most Tristan got out of the prisoners was a general description of his physical build and his voice. When the effect of the truth serum wore off, Tristan left the second prisoner and messaged Damien that both men were his to quietly dispose of. They gave Tristan all they had and were left as crumpled, empty plastic coffee cups. Tristan took his pleasure stomping on them mentally, and then Damien, no doubt, was going to stomp on them physically. It was great. A few hours later, inside the private and soundproofed office of his King Lion mansion, Tristan thought about the plan for his future actions. The most important information I found is that Michael apparently needs people to already believe in his nonsense before he can send them dreams. It was always belief first, the strange dreams second. But since Michael has this incredible persuasion skill, he can convert people to his religion easily. Tristan tapped his fingers on the surface of his writing desk. Then they clenched into a fist. I still have almost nothing on him, but I won't let Michael escape again. The Ass Angel. I was really right about this. Nickname. Michael the Ass Angel. This sounds just like him. Tristan shook his head, smiling at his own juvenile joke. Anyway, let's start with some fuel for my future ideas. He opened his status. Even with the purchases of Truth Serum, he still has 7,001 criminal points left and 8,002 Popstar points saved from earlier. Tristan generously put 5,000 of each into his intelligence and imagination, respectively. Intelligence attribute increased from 596 to 1096. Your intelligence rank has changed from mastermind to supercomputer. Imagination attribute increased from 600 to 1100. Your imagination rank has changed from visionary to galaxy mind. The feeling of a major upgrade, as always, was dizzying and exhilarating. Tristan didn't notice when he closed his eyes, but when he opened it, the entire world felt so much clearer. As if all this time he was nearsighted and now, for the first time in his life, put on glasses. But glasses for his brain. Now charisma and fearsomeness weren't the only outstanding attributes in his status at the moment. Tristan Hayes, Tristan Gemello. Current identity, criminal. Second identity, pop star. Pop star rank, on the Olympus. Criminal rank, King Lion. Pop star points, 3,002. Criminal points, 2,001. Attributes smiley face. Pop star. Appearance, 570, top model. Charisma, 1059, the beguiler. Dexterity, 600, gymnast. Imagination, 600, galaxy mind. Criminal. Fearsomeness, 1077, dark. God. Strength, 679, weightlifter. Toughness, 800, bones of steel. Intelligence, 1096, supercomputer. Skills smiley face. Popstar. Vocals, 6,000, impossible. String instruments, 6,000, impossible. Percussion instruments, 0, nobody. Wind instruments, 1, nobody. Electronic instruments, 0, nobody. Keyboard instruments, 801, professional amateur. Exotic instruments, 0, nobody. Songwriting, 5,000, impossible. Dancing, 6,000, impossible. Acting, 5,000, impossible. Production, 6,000, impossible. Style, 6,000, impossible. Criminal. Stealth, 6,844, impossible. Melee combat, 5,224, impossible. Ranged combat, 4,836, impossible. Observation, 5,076, impossible. Driving, 2618, racer. Athletics, 2419, coach physical instrument. Medicine, 5,203, impossible. Interfacing, 6,003, impossible. Sleight of hand, 533, light fingers. Tactics, 505, good. Strategy 5,000, impossible. Hacking, 15,000, impossible. Talents smiley face. Clark Kent effect, sleepless, clean hands, bullet time, hypnotic voice, sight awareness, electronic sight awareness, ambidextrous, bilingual, Spanish, freezing glare, string theory, copycat, detective, blind shot, quick fingers, explosive awareness, heat vision, remote hypnotic voice. Tasks smiley face. Popstar. Discover the mastermind behind the Los Angeles terrorist attack. Value 1,000. Criminal. Make the next leader of Cuatro Angulos. Your puppet. Value 1,000. Destroy the mastermind behind the Los Angeles terrorist attack. Value 1,000. With more mental capacity, Tristan immediately knew what to do to find Michael. Although he ran away from the gathering site, this place isn't entirely unpopulated. I should send some goons to search for witnesses and security cameras that could have caught where Michael went. And while this happens, I will plant some tracking viruses into Feds' computers to track their progress on investigating the terrorist attacks. Tristan doubted the Feds actually found much, but he understood that persistence was the key in a search like that. Eventually, Michael will make another mistake. He gathered students once, despite keeping himself secret otherwise. Clearly, his long-distance powers are limited. Tristan narrowed his eyes and reached for his laptop. His fingers danced over it with speed and precision of 10 hummingbirds. Perhaps he wanted to make himself super soldiers. Then he will want to try it again, likely in the same manner. And I bet that when I check the nicknames and contacts given to me by his followers, I will find them. There was a pool of people for Michael to recruit from, Noidalists who openly preached their religion online. They weren't the most active on the popular social media platforms. Instead, they gathered on obscure and private forums with defense measures directly from 2007. Tristan went through them like a hot knife through butter. Michael really had accounts there. One of them was even recently active. Tristan was going to keep an eye on this one. Let's play Catch the Predator, Ass Angel, Tristan thought with a smirk. And to keep you entertained in the meantime, I will make another performance. The smirk turned into another grin. Tristan still had some paperwork to finish before he could switch identities and call Nelson, but he was already anticipating it. The performance of the Herald and the Harbinger needed an encore. Something with enough art in it to entertain by itself, and not similar enough to the previous performance to be boring or even tacky. Tristan had ideas about what it could be. Chapter 2:13 A Charity Stream. Several hours later. Host a charity stream? Oh shit, that's such a cool idea, Tris. We can show off the latest gifts that we got. My fans are insane like that. I already told them I'm at full health, but they still sent them. And some of it is just a delivery delay. Nelson shrugged. Either way, man, I have a dozen of them still in boxes because I didn't have time yesterday. Feds have called me for another interview. TSK. They needed 2 hours to understand that I knew nothing about these terrorists. Always asking the same questions, too. With a huff, Nelson reached from his spot on Tristan's couch, took a can of cola, and made a big gulp. I have unopened gifts, too, Tristan said. This is all mostly to talk about gospel, though. Now that he's banned, I want to really bring it home that behavior like his is unacceptable, and neither is support of the terrorists. There are people who actually made hating celebs their religion, you know? He was thoroughly enjoying this moment, and the alcohol-free mojito he's been sipping through a straw. The TV mounted on the wall was on a music channel, but the volume was set to almost inaudible and neither of the young men were watching it right now. These freaks. Yeah, I know. Nelson nodded. No idols. No idolism. That's what they called their religion. There were so many various freaks online when Gospel dropped his nuke that they all got mixed up. And now they are settling in their own respective layers again. Like milk and cream. Tristan smiled unkindly. I hope they will be too afraid to ever speak about their opinions aloud. And the two of us can chat with fans in real time. I looked up some streams. They seem to be very fun. And the charity will do something to support victims of terrorism worldwide. Nelson grinned. You don't need to sell this to me, man. We still have to run it through Derek, though. He would know something about how to set a stream up. Derek thought a charity stream was a great idea. Tristan and Nelson's popularity was already at its peak, and their albums sold great. But it was important to keep advertisements to stay relevant. Besides, with the way things are going, streams and online performances might be the best we'll be able to do for the next while. I heard rumors that the temporary ban on concerts in Los Angeles and California won't be lifted anytime soon. The state government is afraid of more terrorists. Before, most celebrities were too sick to perform in the first place, but now they aren't, and they begin to complain again. The celebrities weren't the only ones. No one was happy that concerts were canceled, except for people who probably wouldn't have gone in the first place, which created their own very vocal and fearful minority. In the wake of this, even such a minor event as a charity stream where Tristan and Nelson were going to play some of their old songs, unpack gifts, and talk with fans, had been met with wholehearted approval of the fans. Tristan Jamello's public page had announced the date of the stream in 5 days' time, enough for Derek to prepare everything. In the meantime, Tristan Hayes organized a search for Michael. Like he had hoped, scouring the area with a fine-toothed comb discovered trails, a storefront camera pointing in the right direction, a hobo who spent nights in the alleyway near the abandoned building. It was going to take time to find Michael this way. First, Tristan's people had to question everyone and get every recording. Then Tristan had to put everything together and point his subordinates into the place where to continue questioning. And on the side of all this, Tristan used his incredibly dense brain matter and amazing hacking skills to break into the databases of the FBI Counterterrorism Division. 5 days later, the stream was held in a GTG agency recording studio. Several boxes with gifts were standing on a table nearby, and some snacks and drinks were placed on another table. A camera was pointed at Tristan and Nelson. They wore black and white respectively, but their clothes were casual, just jeans and t-shirts. And the only makeup they had on was natural type, the one that made them look handsome and pimple-free on camera without seeming to exist. There was a large tablet hanging from near the camera, showing how the stream looked for viewers, the chat, and other data. Right now, the stream feed showed only a dark screen with the "Please wait" written on it. Even before the stream started, the chat was already full of messages. There were already over 10,000 people on the stream waiting for it to begin. Tristan exchanged looks with Nelson. "Ready, Nell?" Jittery with excitement and ready to blow. In a good way. Nelson laughed. "What do I press to turn the thing on?" Tristan reached for the screen and pressed the button. A moment later, the black screen was replaced by his and Nelson's faces. "Hello, everybody," Nelson greeted, waving his hand at the camera. "Hi. Welcome to our stream. And a reminder that all donations gathered today will be given to the Helping Hand Foundation, which helps victims of terrorists worldwide to get medical help for their often crippling injuries. There are people like these in Los Angeles today, too." Tristan shook his head somberly. On screen, he could see the chat moving with the speed that made it impossible for a normal person to read anything. But Tristan was above a normal person. He read well wishes, rows of sad emojis, declarations that all terrorists deserve to burn in hell, and more. There were already donations, too. Tristan smiled. "Well, let's not make this only about grim stuff, right now. We are hosting this stream because we still don't know when we can hold our next concerts. So let's jam." Chapter 214, Donating to Charity. 4 hours later, as soon as Tristan turned off the stream, his co-host slumped in his chair. "Ugh, I'm cooked," Nell groaned. With almost a painful expression on his face, he reached out to pick a bottle of water from the table. He chugged it so greedily that he almost choked and ended up coughing and spilling some over his clothes. Tristan watched it with a mild concern for a moment, before grabbing himself a soda to drink, too. Yeah, that was as exhausting as an entire concert, or as an hour of dance rehearsals. And we mostly were sitting in these chairs and talking, even if it took 4 hours straight. Tristan drank his soda more carefully than Nelson did, but also quickly. He could have gone for longer. He had the toughness for it, but he didn't want to. "I don't think streams are my thing, Tris," Nelson said with a sigh. "It's not the same when your audience is away somewhere." Although it was fun to chat, Tristan smirked. "Good thing we aren't full-time streamers, then. Anyway, I'm hungry enough to eat our sound technician unless we go grab some food. You are with me, I hope." "Sure. Do you think Derek will show up? I'd like to see what he thinks about our stream." Derek showed up. For someone who always dressed in suits, even if his choice of colors and accessories ranged from bold to garish, he enjoyed junk food as much as Tristan and Nelson, probably because of how busy he was most of the time. This was just perfectly done. The stream, I mean. As perfectly as something can be perfect, at least. Derek said to both artists. "I was afraid that even with moderators in the chat, someone might say something provoking and create a second coming of that gospel thing. And it almost happened, but you handled it nicely. That, and other awkward questions." Nelson chuckled. "Well, our hides got tougher after all this time. We aren't total newbies by now." Tristan nodded in agreement. Inwardly, he was just happy that they were together at the streams. The insults from sympathizers of Nautilus were incredibly irksome, but few. The only time Tristan almost lost his cool at them, Nelson distracted him sooner than Tristan could say something rash. Worse were fans asking about their idols' love lives. They were annoying, and they also flustered Nelson to no end. Tristan wanted to roll his eyes, just remembering it. Some people really need to learn how to live their own lives instead of poking their noses into the lives of others, Tristan said, then chuckled. But yeah, after all this, it was like walking down a field of flowers. Derek beamed at them. "I'm so glad to hear it. You probably would like to hear some numbers, too." He pulled out his phone and read from notes on the screen. "At the peak of activity, there were 40,000 people watching you live, and you have gathered over $320,000 in donations, which all went to charity, but at least you will get a tax reduction." Nelson scowled. "This tax reduction makes no sense. These aren't even our money. Shouldn't whoever donates them get the reduction?" "I'm not making the rules, Mr. Meyer." Derek smiled apologetically. "I know that many people in your position would feel sore giving this amount of money away for charity without some benefit for themselves. Even with it, actually. Not you, but—" Tristan nodded. He wondered if he was feeling sore about the money lost, but decided that he had enough. 320,000 could be put to good use on both criminal and pop star sides of his career, but he won't go bankrupt without. The tax reduction was also nice. "There's just one thing that concerns me about all this," Derek continued, now without the previous smile. "Regarding your position on the current ban on public concerts in Los Angeles." Tristan raised his eyebrows. "Yes? I thought you agreed. This ban is not only taking away our freedoms, it's useless as a preventive measure against terrorism. If people want to blow something up, they will. If people want to gather and listen to music, I will gladly play the music." Derek smiled sheepishly. "Don't take me wrong, I don't disagree, and neither do most people online. But I'm afraid that the public support of you two on the matter might become too vocal and too radical." "What do you mean, Derek?" Nelson asked. "Plainly speaking, if one of these people who loudly supports you starts a riot and throws rotten eggs on some government building, people might associate him and you, whether or not there's a connection. It won't be good for your reputation." This was something Tristan had already thought about and dismissed. He waved Derek off. "We will cross that bridge when we get to it. In the worst-case scenario, some public statements will mitigate the damage. Our reputation survived worse. But," Tristan thought, "I hope Ass Angel sees this all and seethes in whatever hole he crawled into. Somewhere else." A hand reached out and pressed the space button on the keyboard hard enough to almost break it. The man who was sometimes known as Michael grit his eyes, looked at Tristan's face, and seethed. This man was too cocky, his face was too impossibly perfect, and his act was too smooth. He could have played a better angel than Michael himself, if he wanted to. He and his peacock friend, with whom they certainly were, up to no good back in their sinfully opulent mansions. It all made Michael want to wring their necks. At this moment, he spotted the waitress of the coffee shop watching him with concern. Scowling, Michael closed his laptop and stood up. He threw enough money to pay for his coffee and bagel, but no tip, and marched out before anyone could report him for suspicious behavior. Michael felt attacked from all sides, literal and metaphorical, and he was going to do something about it. Chapter 2:15 Tracking Michael. The search, the hunt, for Michael continued. Tristan felt like it took way too much time. One didn't need much of it to go on a plane and far, far away from Los Angeles. In these days, the public had praised Tristan Gemello and Nelson Meyer for their bravery to stand both against terrorism and government oppression. The oppression came as the state government put such strict regulations on all public gatherings with over 1,000 people in attendance that they could have as well banned a third of them. Now, if Tristan wanted to perform in the city, he'd have to spend 3 months just running security checks and arranging things with the city government, only for them still able to force him to start all over again for some inane reason. Tristan's planned tour was really under question now. And the worst thing? For all the precautions, the security of FBI against hackers was much worse than they boasted. At least their investigators weren't the worst. They found that all the terrorists were involved with noidalism, directly or just sharing their ideas, which Tristan knew already. And they located the person from whom all these people bought their explosives. It was the same seller. Michael sent them all to the same seller, because clearly, he only knew about one. This is where FBI leads ended. Tristan guessed that Michael probably bought other equipment from the same weapon trader, one of Tristan's own people, ironically enough. This man formerly worked for one of the smaller gangs, but kept his post when King Lion gangs swept the competition in Los Angeles. There wasn't much of it left in the city these days, especially people who could provide a large amount of shitty explosives. The FBI tried to take the dealer into custody, but Tristan got him hidden first, and then questioned him himself. But all purchases were done anonymously. The trader swore he had no idea that the materials for the bombs even went to the same people. He never had this much in stock at once. He was selling them in small amounts over a long period of time. Michael must have been preparing this a long while ago. Tristan hoped Michael would show his nose up online again, but the coward really hid. Nevertheless, the search for Michael's escape route was slowly but surely bringing results. 5 days after Tristan and Nelson's charity stream, Tristan's people found an address. From words of witnesses and footage of cameras, they meticulously recreated the route Michael took from the raided gathering. And as a jackpot, a neighbor saw him entering a house. The same neighbor saw Michael leaving this house 3 days ago and not returning since. This isn't a dead end yet, Tristan thought, staring at the report on the screen of his laptop. If there's a house where Ass Angel lived, there might still be more leads. 3 hours later, it was an ordinary one-floor house in one of the cheaper cul-de-sacs of Los Angeles. It wasn't a new building or a large one or a well-built one, but it stood and its roof wasn't taken off by a hurricane yet. It was late evening, but all the windows were dark. The owner could have been asleep, but Tristan was sure the place was empty. The report from his sleuths confirmed it, as much as his acute observation skill. Tristan was standing here with only Cutout to watch his back. Both of them were dressed in casual clothing, but with cloth masks covering the lower halves of their faces. Sadly, after the raid, many of Tristan's most loyal people were too injured to work at their best, and Tristan wanted their best. He'd rather have fewer people and do things quietly than have someone who might be swayed easily by Michael's words, or someone who will nurse his injuries. Not that Tristan expected a fight at all. Michael was long gone, and none of his followers ever visited this place. Despite that, Cutout was tense and had his hands close to his weapons. Tristan was alert, too. He had calculated several possibilities, and one of them was that Michael prepared a trap for them. But Tristan didn't sense any explosives yet, so at least on this account, they were safe. Tristan made sure no nosy neighbors were watching the two of them, then nodded to Cutout. Let's go. There was a locked fence around the house, but Tristan picked the simple lock with ease. There was another lock on the entrance to the house, as well as an electronic alarm that was on despite the absence of the house owner. Tristan expertly dealt with both the lock and the alarm and stepped inside. Behind him, Cutout pulled out a flashlight, but Tristan just switched to heat vision. The place was really just a house, and one that was well lived in. Tristan immediately noticed the esoteric amulets and stones full of positive energy standing on the shelves and hanging from the walls. There was plenty of other clutter around the living room, and it stretched to other nearby rooms, kitchen and bedroom, Tristan guessed. He took 2 steps inside the living room and froze in alarm. There's a camera, Tristan whispered to Cutout, pointing into a corner where a small camera was hidden behind a feathery dream catcher. Tristan sensed the camera's focus on himself before he even saw it. But as he was looking around, he realized that there was more. The clutter made it hard to spot, but there were wires running to the place, attached not just to the camera, but to some other electronics, too. And before Tristan could make sense out of it, a distorted voice spoke from several directions at once. Too late. You will never find me. It was a poor choice to even try, and now you are in my domain. Just give up, King Lion, while you can leave with your head still raised high. I know much more about you than you know about me. Chapter 216, In a Trap. Where does that sound come from? Tristan thought in alarm. The clutter made it harder to distinguish the origins of it. There were at least half a dozen dynamics, all of them hidden from the direct eye. Cutout already had a gun in one hand and a knife in another, but there was no one to attack. Cutout, this is a sound trap. Quickly, close your ears, Tristan ordered. His subordinate fumbled with his weapons to obey, but the sound from the dynamics rose in volume in response. It blasted Tristan and Cutout's ears, even through the palms they put over them. Pathetic. This won't work, Tristan Hayes. And you? Cutout. Is Hayes really such a good leader, you poor man? How often did he send you to take bullets in his stead? There will be another one soon. Lay down your weapons. Surrender. Give up. Leave alive. The words carried with themselves a weight of great authority. It was something Tristan felt almost physically pushing him down. The words were spoken with inflection of someone who spoke the law, and the brief speech itself had an unnaturally compelling quality to it. It was a voice that could make a person obey even the most strange or suicidal order. It was a voice that could make a soldier go into a suicidal attack, or an enemy drop their weapons. The palms did little to muffle the infernal level of the sound, and nothing to block the words from reaching Tristan's mind. It became hard for him to think about what he was doing before. His body, bypassing his conscious mind, wanted to put Tristan's weapons on the floor and kneel. No, this is Michael's trap. The entire setup with the camera. For how long he had been watching and waiting for us to appear. Tristan thought through the weight of hostile authority. And he knows about me, too. How much? Despite the racing thoughts in his head, Tristan couldn't move from his spot. It was too much. All he could do was to appear calm, despite feeling zero calm at all. But it was just an act, and this wasn't a situation where he could fake until he made it. Next to Tristan, Cutout fell to his knees. His hands were still clutching his ears. Michael didn't stop talking for a moment, repeating his words over and over like a chant. But after a short while, the content of this chant changed. You have lost already. You are in my territory. Only one person will leave this place. Kill each other. Kill. Kill. Tristan saw that the thread between Cutout and him was still bright with blue, but despite it, he saw the man's hands reach for his weapons again. Tristan wanted to kill, too. Michael, specifically. Anger was rising in him like a wave. He grabbed his knife. Time slowed down around him as pumping of the adrenaline-filled blood pounded in Tristan's ears. In this stretched-out moment on the edge of the blade, Tristan could finally think clearly. Angel keeps talking and talking. I bet as soon as we stop listening, his influence will weaken significantly. Cutout is absolutely loyal to me. He resists Angel's urging even now. I have to stop the sound. And Tristan's attention went to the camera that still watched him. If Angel is watching this right now, if the messages aren't recordings, then I can track him from here. In making this trap, he gave me a trail to follow. This was the thought Tristan needed to find reserves of willpower in himself. His victory and revenge on Michael were near. Just one push. The time resumed moving with normal speed. Shut up, Tristan shouted, swinging the knife at the cables running around the floor. He cut several at once, creating a few cracks and sparks of electricity, but the knife's handle was covered in rubber, protecting Tristan himself. Two of the dynamics in the room went quiet. The pressure on Tristan became just a little lighter immediately. The weight of Michael's words didn't lessen, but at least the volume went down. F fucking hell. Cutout swore. Be boss. Despite Tristan's efforts, he was standing up with his own knife and gun pointing at Tristan. Even in this situation, his hands weren't shaking. But his finger wasn't on the trigger. This isn't enough, but I know what will be, Tristan thought. The realizations came to him easier now that his brain was only blasted with sound at 70% of previous volume. Hold on, Cutout, Tristan shouted. Listen only to me. We have to turn off the dynamics. Tristan's trained voice easily carried even through the volume of several dynamics remaining. The hypnotic quality of it clashed with the oppressive authority of Michael's voice, negating it for a second. The effect was like two large waves crashing together to turn each other into messy ripples on the water. It was all Tristan needed to breathe with full chest again. Unplug the dynamics, Cutout, Tristan repeated. Don't stop listening to me. Yes, boss, Cutout shouted, immediately obeying. He went to dig into the piles of clutter, while Tristan went straight for the camera that was watching them. If I want to track Angel, I have to do it before he cuts off the connection and gets out of here again, Tristan thought. In his backpack was a set of tools. He quickly pulled them out and reached for the camera. It was modern enough to have a wireless internet connection, although it was installed with cables. Tristan kept loudly talking to Cutout, although his mind wasn't on his words at all. With the back of his head, he could sense that Cutout wasn't looking or aiming at him, which was enough. He got his phone and began hacking Michael's camera, ignoring the pressure of its gaze. Tristan also ignored everything Michael was chanting at him and Cutout, until he heard his full name again. Tristan Hayes. Stop this, or your family won't see the end of the week alive. Chapter 217, A Choice to Make. By this point, there was a single dynamic left inside the room. Like two of its other brethren, it was attached to the ceiling. Like with its brethren, instead of reaching for it, Cutout was going to cut its cable. He didn't even hear Michael's words, because Tristan's chanting drowned them out. But Tristan's ability to focus on several things at once was much better, just like his ability to hear and discern layered sounds. For an instant, Tristan paused his hacking attempts. In that instant, he was frantically thinking about how much Michael knew and how much Tristan should care about it, and what was the best course of action. Cutout, stop. Tristan shouted an instant before the last dynamic could be removed. Michael, tone the volume down and say it again. Tristan covered the camera's lens with his hand and turned to Cutout. The man's face asked Tristan a silent question, to which Tristan replied with a gesture pointing to the outside. Cutout nodded and walked out. It was both to prevent him from being swayed by Michael's brainwashing and to prevent him from hearing any sensitive information. After Cutout left and Tristan became silent, the building finally became quiet for a moment. It was a welcome rest for Tristan's ears, but it didn't last long. Your family, Hayes family. This is a common surname, but it wasn't impossible to track with my resources, Michael said smugly. It was quite a story, from drunk driving to leading your own criminal enterprise. And even though your parents abandoned you a long time, Tristan, you still help the show business industry that feeds them. These leeches on society who can't even raise their kids right. Tristan picked a purple for good vibes stone from a nearby shelf and threw it at the last dynamic. It all happened before he even registered the anger within himself. The good vibes didn't bring Tristan any calm at all. Throwing things was a part of the shooting skill, so the throw was as precise as they got. The stone made a hole in the dynamic, and it shut up with a last crack of static. Shit. I was supposed to talk with him for longer, so this bastard doesn't drop the connection. Tristan thought, now seething both at Michael and himself. I almost got his location, but it will be for nothing if he cuts the conversation here. The speech wasn't even the supernaturally compelling one. It was mostly an ordinary dig into Tristan's vulnerabilities. If it was made with the help of a system's skills, it wasn't in an obvious way. Tristan focused on his phone and his tools to make up for his mistake. His anger made it hard to press the virtual buttons without cracking the phone screen. But this time, he held it together. A dozen seconds later, Michael's sound came again, this time from the kitchen of the house. It was loud enough to hear from the living room. You care, Michael said with smugness. As is right, Tristan. They are your parents. Our Lord told us to respect your elders, especially your father. But you don't have to protect all the celebrities for their sake. Tristan scowled. He knows too much. Too much. It could only get worse if Michael found out about my second identity. But he seems to be clueless, if he thinks my blood relatives are the reason I'm hunting him. This is good. I should keep him thinking that. What are you getting at? Your smugness won't make me more merciful when I meet you in person, Michael, Tristan said. Only the impossibly high acting skill let Tristan act mostly unaffected. He could have pretended to be fully unaffected, but that would have defeated the purpose. We don't have to be enemies, Tristan Hayes. I will leave your family alone, for your sake, and you will leave me alone. But if you don't, then I will make sure they are sent to the hell soon. With an explosion, or perhaps with an ordinary arson, or simply a car crash. There are many options. My reach is far, and my word carries like none other, for it is the holy gospel, the word of our Lord. Tristan wanted to go and smash the second dynamic, too. He also wanted to agree, if just because Michael asked. He was doing that thing of his again, making his words sound especially compelling. Not in this is an order way, but in a way that made them seem like the most logical and true thing. Instead, Tristan pressed the last several keys on his phone keyboard. Half a second later, a window popped on the screen. It was the IP address from which Michael was connected to this camera. And it wasn't a proxy server this time. Tristan could tell with a glance. So you are threatening them. How ordinary. In my profession, this happens all the time, and now you are doing it too, Tristan said, barely paying any mind to what he was saying. He was translating Michael's IP address into a position. Not because he couldn't do it later, but because he had a dark suspicion that he needed to check now. 15 seconds later, Tristan found it to be true. Michael was in his home city right now. The same city where a rich mansion of the Hayes family stood in a gated community. The same city where Tristan, with dreadful scars on his face, wandered on the streets for 2 years. These streets were so close and far from his home that in all this time, he had never crossed paths with anyone he knew. These people didn't walk, they drove cars. Rich people. Tristan was one of them now, but his profession required him to keep an ear to the ground, at least. And now, what am I going to do? Tristan wondered. His emotions were such a mess again. He didn't know what to make of them. This is your only chance. Leave this house now and forget all about me, Tristan Hayes, or you will truly become an orphan. Chapter 218, The Last Leg of the Chase. There was a second of silence as Michael's last words echoed in the house. Then Tristan grabbed Michael's camera, threw it on the floor, and smashed it into pieces. It will be your. Before Michael could finish whatever he wanted to say, Tristan ran into the kitchen, located a dynamic in the corner, and smashed it on the wall. Finally, blessed silence returned. Tristan couldn't feel any more cameras watching himself. He scanned the kitchen for more dynamics, but found none. There weren't any cameras, either. He went to look at other rooms. The bathroom was empty, but in the bedroom Tristan found another camera watching himself. This one had a dynamic built in. I know what you did, Tristan. You found me, so you know I'm already near your family. I will kill them faster before you can do anything, believe it. Tristan reached out for the camera, but felt the pressure of its gaze disappearing before he could destroy it. Michael turned his devices off. He realized I traced his connection, Tristan thought darkly, and now he will try to fulfill his threat. Tristan looked around the bedroom. In this place could still exist more clues about Michael's location, his abilities, and his goals. But now Tristan wasn't sure if he had even an hour to spare on finding them. He had to hurry. He had to be elsewhere. No. Fuck it. An hour won't change things. And if it will, so be it. My family, as Ass Angel said. They weren't my family a long time ago. Tristan scowled, just remembering his parents. The way their lives moved on without him like Tristan had never existed. His grandparents. Maybe they thought differently about Tristan's disappearance. But if they really cared, why didn't any of them come to visit him while he was in the hospital after the car crash, or afterward? Also, while I'm busy here, my subordinates can prepare for my trip. With that thought, Tristan purged any fear of them and began typing messages. An hour later, Tristan and Cutout had scoured every square meter of the house as much as they could within an hour. They could do more only by tearing down wallpaper and pulling off floors. Michael was smart enough to not leave behind anything too personal, but he clearly had too many things to just bring with himself. He had a lot of paper books, for one thing. There were psychology and fake psychology books about being charismatic and convincing, esoteric books, and a copy of a Bible. There were also some tools for working with electronics, but from what Tristan could judge, most of his collection of them Michael had taken with him. Besides that, if Michael had any sensitive information, he kept it on an electronic device or in his memory. Thankfully, all the noise didn't make the neighbors call the police. What now, boss? Cutout asked when Tristan declared the search to be over and walked out to the porch. Are we packing anything from there? Tristan shook his head. No. Let's go. We have a long trip ahead of us, and the team should be waiting for us already. Half an hour later. By the team, Tristan meant 3 people with guns and a car large enough to fit them and some extra equipment. Besides Cutout, all his best people were injured, so he had to ask for the second best. 2 of them were grunts Tristan knew, not the best shooters, but loyal and cunning like dogs. But the third, I thought you were on a sick leave, Damien, Tristan said with a frown. What are you doing here? Damien grinned from ear to ear. From the shining in his eyes and his wide pupils, Tristan knew he was at least 10% high on painkillers. I know you are going to take down that bastard, boss, and I want a hand in it too. The doc said I will be fine with some running and gunning, and I got my meds all in. Your third, fourth, should I say? Guy is still waiting for you if you want to send me home, but you know how it is. Damien winked conspiratorially. His speech was coherent, and his movements were smooth, and even despite the painkillers. Tristan still looked at him with a frown. He wasn't in the mood for this. You will just be a liability, Damien. Stuff your recklessness. Somewhere. Hey, look, boss, at least out of the guys who will be on this, I'm the only one who knows what we are dealing with besides you, boss. Damien paused and looked at Cutout. All right, the knife guy too, but he's not much of a talker, isn't he? He won't. Take charge of your second team. And you have a second team preparing at our destination, don't you? Tristan huffed, but nodded. This was true. When he asked for his Los Angeles team to gather, he also asked Leon Clavin, the leader of his home city enclave, to gather one there. Damien was smart enough to do something similar in Tristan's shoes. And Damien is right that it will be better if this team had someone who knows what Michael can do. All right, Damien. You have convinced me, but it will be your funeral. And your prolonged stay in a hospital. Tristan shook his head. Damien grinned wolfishly. Oh, trust me, Some pain is nothing. I will even be fine not tearing the man's asshole apart personally, boss. The team packed into the car. Tristan took the driver's seat, and Damien sat shotgun, only to almost immediately doze off. It was hard to say whether it was the effect of painkillers or the late hour. Probably the former. Damien was one of the people who had copied Tristan Hayes' night owl schedule. It will take half the night to reach my city. I hope my absence as Tristan Gemello won't be long enough that I will have to come up with excuses, Tristan thought as he drove on the night road. The confrontation with Michael and with his family loomed ahead of him like a dark mountain on the horizon. Chapter 219 The Plan's on Fire. Damien woke up again when Tristan drove into his city. It was almost sunrise by then, even though Tristan drove as fast as the intercity highway's speed limit allowed. The man blinked drowsily, stretched his arms, winced, looked out of the window, and then turned toward Tristan. You drove all night, Chief? Did you stop at all during that drive? No. Damien shook his head. You are a fucking perpetual motion machine, I swear. Do you ever sleep? He waved his arm before Tristan could comment. What's the plan when we arrive on the site? You got Michael's address, yeah? Tristan nodded. Yeah. He couldn't do it himself since he was driving, but he had sent the information he got by hacking to Kevin, who had done a background check. Michael had been watching Tristan from a cheap hotel. The place was on the opposite edge of the city from the Hayes family mansion, but it was still much closer to it than Los Angeles. But we are going to split into two teams, and this time, they will go to different addresses, Tristan added. You will lead the second team, Damien. A second address? Damien frowned. Tristan glanced at the back view mirror and clenched his hands tighter on the steering wheel. It was inevitable that some of his subordinates were going to find out. Some probably even knew already from their quiet background checks and digs for information, but were smart enough to not tell. It didn't have to mean anything, but Tristan still hated to share his personal information. I have family in the city, family I'm estranged with. But Michael had found out about them and threatened to kill them, Tristan explained. The first team, led by me, will go there. If Michael isn't at the hotel, then he will probably come to my parents' mansion. That's where I will catch him. Damien's eyes widened. He opened his mouth to add something, but upon seeing Tristan's expression, changed his mind. A moment later, he spoke again. So, Michael wanted them to be hostages, but you are making them a bait? Tristan nodded. Yes. Ouch, that's cold. Damien clicked his tongue. Not that I judge. My old pa was a piece of shit. I know how it can be. Well, except for the mansion part. You must have some good breeding, eh? No wonder you have an actual taste in decor, unlike some people I know. Damien chuckled, and despite his dark mood, Tristan smiled a little. He was relieved to have Damien's support. For all his faults, like too much boldness toward his superiors, he offered his shoulder for support when Tristan needed it. You will need to be careful out there, Damien, Tristan added. But you might get lucky enough to take Michael out yourself. Don't risk taking him alive. Just shoot him on sight. Damien grinned. Gladly, boss. Tristan's car was arriving closer and closer to their meeting point with the second team. Half an hour later. Now Cutout sat next to Tristan in the car instead of Damien. He was dressed in dark clothing that covered his weapons and a bulletproof vest, like the rest of the team. Damien was replaced by a man from the team supplied by Leon. Tristan had a passing worry about how Damien will work together with unfamiliar people, but at the first glance, he seemed to deal well enough. And Tristan had bigger worries. They grew and grew as he approached the rich districts of the city. He heard the wail of the sirens from afar. Then he overtook a firefighting truck on the road. Shit. Tristan pressed gas, going past the speed limits. His heart pumped fast, but he blamed it on the speed with which he drove. Even if the roads were almost empty and his skill at driving made maneuvering effortlessly easy, Tristan still felt a jolt of fright whenever he saw an obstacle or a turn approaching rapidly ahead. Then he saw lights and heard more sirens. From behind the rows of other mansions, each of them painfully familiar, Tristan saw the one that had been his home for most of his life. And it was on fire. Thoroughly so. The roof was burning, and more fire was coming from inside, both on the second and the first floor. A thick column of black smoke was rising into the sky, standing out next to the first rays of sunrise. Half a dozen people, all but one in what must have been their nightclothes, were standing or sitting on the sidewalk nearby. Tristan recognized some of them. They were live-in servants of the family. The only dressed person appeared to be a security guard. He was pouring water from the garden hose at the fire, but for all it was doing, he could have just pissed at it. Next to the guard, an elderly woman was sobbing and trying to tell him something. From other houses on the street, more people were watching, but none of them tried to approach and help. They just watched with morbid curiosity and occasional worry or alarm. Thought, perhaps that worry was for their own property. Fuck, Cutout commented at this picture so eloquently. Fire. Tristan scowled. He pressed the brakes, bringing the car to a sharp stop next to the burning building, and walked out. With a gesture, he ordered the rest of his team to stay back. We will keep watch from here, Cutout said through the earpiece in Tristan's mouth. For this mission, both teams were equipped with them. Tristan marched toward the nearest of the people on the sidewalk. It was one of the family's maids. He couldn't remember her name now, even though he knew it at some point. She looked incredibly shaken, sitting here in just her pajamas. She didn't even notice Tristan's approach. Miss, Tristan said. Miss, what happened here? Where are Mr. and Ms. Hayes? The woman blinked and looked up at him. Her eyes went teary. They are inside. They are going to purify themselves from their sins. She let out a sob. God, what have we all done? Chapter 2:20 A Burning Mansion. Tristan's gaze intensified. He stared the crying woman in the eyes hard enough that she choked on a sob. What have you done? Tristan asked. Oui. Her lips trembled. It was clear that even saying these things was too much. For the maid's mental state, it'd be kinder to leave her alone, but Tristan was in no mood for kindness. You have set the mansion on fire, haven't you? The mansion of your own employers. The woman let out a miserable sob. Tristan pushed on, making his voice into a drill that burrowed into the woman's mind without regard for how many holes it left behind. Who told you to do it? The holy man. The maid suddenly reached out to grab Tristan's pant leg, but he deftly stepped aside. The Hayes family are bad people. They deserved it. I always knew. It's not a murder if they deserved it. Please, believe me, it's not. She sobbed again. That speech was hard to make sense of, besides the basics. But Tristan's mind made the connections in an instant. The maid was unhappy with her employers. Unhappy enough that at some point she believed at least a bit of the nonsense spouted by Noidalists, and especially by Michael as gospel. And then she, and possibly other shaken people on the sidewalk, because plague spread quickly, were told to set the Hayes mansion on fire. They did it, and when Michael's influence weakened, became scared of what they had done. Partially because it was, after all, a murder. Partially because they were definitely going to be put behind bars for a long time for this crime. Whether or not this was a just punishment for something done under the influence of what was basically a brainwashing, Tristan didn't care to think about. When did you see the holy man? Where did that happen? Tristan asked, leaning closer to the woman's face. She shook with her entire body, but the weight of Tristan's presence, and the terrifying aura part of which he released almost subconsciously, made it impossible not to reply. 2 days ago. Then, always. At nights. In my dreams. We would fly. I saw a dream on fire. I knew I had to do it. The others, too. The maid let out a half-sob, half-sigh. Damn it, Tristan thought, taking several steps away from the woman. He was scowling. He could tell she wasn't acting on either of her emotions. She wasn't lying about anything, unless her acting skill was also around 6,000 points. The chances of Michael being in the mansion were around 0. Tristan reached for his earpiece. Team 2, this is Team 1. The ass angel isn't at my location. Damien's voice came from the other side after only a moment of delay. Got it, Team 1. We are approaching our target site. We'll be extra ready. Tristan huffed, but didn't comment. He stared at the burning mansion for a moment. Although little to no time was passing, his thoughts swirled in his system-enhanced brain. His parents were there. Only them. The last Tristan checked on his family, his terrible older brother, was at an event in New York. But his parents. I don't have to do anything, Tristan mused. Such a perfect crime, one of inactivity. It really would have been, if Tristan actually wanted his parents dead. Right now, from the depths of his soul, he could tell that he wanted them to suffer, to be scared, to realize how wrong they were about everything. But these all things required them to be alive. Enough time had passed. They are suffering now, and I bet they are scared. And after today, they will realize how wrong they were. I will make sure of it. But first, resolute, Tristan went back to his car, only to return with a gas mask and protective goggles that he immediately put on. The things were lying around in case I wanted to throw more tear gas grenades around, but they will help with the smoke, too. After that, Tristan quietly walked into the mansion's garden gate, past the guard with a garden hose. The woman next to him was still sobbing, and apparently trying to convince him to put the hose away. Everybody was too shaken or too focused on the fire to notice Tristan at all, thanks to the stealthy way he moved, almost like a part of the background. He stepped inside the building and sped up. Heat immediately licked Tristan's skin and began burrowing under his clothing. Black smoke was blocking his vision, but at least the mask let Tristan breathe with only a little difficulty. His mind was making mental calculations about where his parents would be. The fire started way before their normal waking up time. The bedrooms were the most likely location. That was upstairs, at the place with the most fire. They could easily be trapped inside by the fire. I have to hurry before the entire building falls on itself. At least it was built from something more robust than plywood. Money has been spent not just on decorations here. But first, Tristan scanned the surroundings. Money has also been spent on following fire regulations. And just like Tristan remembered, behind one of the large decorative sculptures was a fire extinguisher. The main staircase was covered with stone tile, which made it more protected from fire than wooden floors in other rooms. Tristan was thankful for that, too, as he ran upstairs with the fire extinguisher in his hand. The place of nostalgic childhood memories and bitter adulthood remembrances now looked entirely different. Despite that, his body moved almost on autopilot toward the bedrooms of his family. Tristan ran past his own old room, noticing the flames of fire licking from behind it. He didn't stop there. His parents slept in separate bedrooms. His mother's was the closest. When Tristan ran up to it, the door was half open, showing the burning furniture inside and a lack of people. By now, Tristan was dripping with sweat despite all his toughness. But he could still move. He went to his father's bedroom and saw that it was closed. Chapter 2:21 The long-awaited reunion. Smoke and heat were coming from the other side of the door. Even without opening it, Tristan knew that his father's bedroom was burning. He knew little about aerodynamics unless it was related to bullets. But he was smart enough to realize that when he opens this door, the resulting airflow will make fires explode out. The chances of someone being alive on the other side are approaching zero. But I have to see. With that thought, Tristan brandished his fire extinguisher. The door opened on the outside, but instead of even checking if it was locked, Tristan smashed it with the heavy fire extinguisher like it was a battering ram. The location of the strike was carefully calculated. The door frame was wooden. Although the door itself was metal reinforced, Tristan's blow was powerful enough to make the bolts holding hinges in the frame pop out, leaving the door without support. It fell forward. It was unlocked, it turned out, and the fires flew out, pushing it right back. It was almost like a grenade or a flood, but not of water. Tristan's senses went into bullet time, and he ducked out of the way, at the same time aiming the fire extinguisher inside. The flames flew past him, licking him close enough that he felt parts of his gas mask heating enough to leave traces later. Tristan grit his teeth, ignoring the pain, and blasted the fire extinguisher foam into the open doorway. White foam poured out, immediately creating more smoke, but also reducing the amount of fire. It was much more effective than a garden hose, although it was still akin to trying to gather a sea into buckets when considering the entire mansion. Still, half a minute of pouring foam into the room at least removed enough fires to let Tristan see inside. What was the living room of the master suite of rooms now was covered in coals, ashes, soot, white foam, and remaining tongues of fire. It was boiling hot in here, and the black smoke made it almost impossible to make out much. Tristan still could see that there was no one inside. No one living, definitely. He'd see the little fuzzy stars of their relationship threads even in that smoke. He walked further and could make out a lack of bodies, too. The door to the bedroom was open, thankfully. And although the place was also on fire, Tristan didn't have to avoid a fire blast to look inside. It was also empty. His parents weren't here. For the best for them, but the maid was sure they were inside. If not in this room, then where? He ran out of the room, thinking frantically about the possibilities. They were as numerous as the rooms in the mansion, but as soon as Tristan's imagination supplied them, Tristan's intelligence put a probability on each. In the end, the second most probable place for his parents to hide was the basement. But this makes no sense. If they could get to the basement, they could get outside. The first floor is the one with the least fire. Despite this thought, Tristan was already running downstairs again. The basement was actually a wine cellar. The entire wine collection was more for show than because Tristan's parents cared for wine all that much. As he recalled, his mother preferred sweet liquors, and his father drank only whiskey and tequila. The basement won't be on fire, but wine is very flammable. Shit, if the place gets hot enough, it might just explode. Or almost explode, Tristan thought as he ran down the main staircase. The way toward the basement entrance was blocked by several small fires. Tristan blew them out with the fire extinguisher without slowing down. He heard fire truck sirens from a distance. That truck took less time to appear than Tristan expected, but it was still going to take firefighters a while to get to the place. Tristan didn't pause. Another staircase, and he was near the basement. The door to it was metal and heated by the flames on the outside. Tristan winced, pulling it open, then shook his arm. Should have brought gloves with me. At least it wasn't locked. On the other side of the door was a spacious room, lit only by whatever light came outside. The electricity was out in the entire house. The room's floors and walls were tiled with fake brick to make it look more imposing, and wooden barrels were lined on the shelves on the leftward wall. The air here was stuffy and heavy with smoke from upstairs, but also colder than there. Tristan's parents were there, both of them, huddling in a corner farthest from the entrance. Without turning on heat vision, something which felt like a big mistake to do, considering the circumstances, Tristan could barely make out their silhouettes. But he could see threads of relationships connecting him to them, black and red, with hints of several other colors. At his appearance, Tristan's mother gasped, then coughed. "Who are you?" his father shouted. Tristan forced himself not to jolt, and to keep his face outwardly calm. He forced himself to act like he was calm and not torn between warring emotions again. His parents' voices sounded like they inhaled too much smoke already. Are they delirious with suffocation? Tristan thought, walking toward them. Is this why they are here, instead of outside? This was high on his inner list of probabilities. However, there were other likely options. Tristan still didn't answer the question when he came up to his parents. He set the fire extinguisher aside and reached out to pull both of them up by their shoulders. His mother was tall but thin. His father was wider and much heavier. Both barely cooperated with him, but Tristan's strength was so high that he lifted them both to their feet easily. Now that their faces were much closer to each other, Tristan saw some recognition in his mother's eyes. She stared at him with smoke-reddened and tearful eyes. Tristan. Chapter 222 at a gunpoint. Tristan looked at the woman coldly. He was actually surprised that she recognized him after all this time. Even in the mask that covered half his face, and with the smoke making the other half almost indistinguishable. He had a lot to say to his mother, but it really wasn't the time. Keep walking. Don't you see the house is burning? He tugged on his parents' arms, pulling them towards the exit. Weak and half-blind from the smoke, they followed him on wobbling hands for 4 steps before halting. What is it? I told you to hurry. Tristan was about to turn around, when through the roaring of fire and the fire truck sirens above, he heard rustling of clothing followed by a sharp metallic click. The sounds could have had a multitude of possible sources. Clothing rustles all the time, and the click could have come from a belt buckle or a zipper. But there was something menacingly familiar in the sound, something that Tristan understood with an inhuman combination of observational skills, imagination, and intelligence that came around into an almost pure intuition. The intuition told him that the sound came from a gun pulled out of the holster and taken off the safety. When Tristan turned around, the gun was already aimed at him. It was held by his own father. His mother grabbed his arm with a vice grip, intent on holding him down in place to be shot. For a brief moment, Tristan was so shocked, he didn't even move. Then he didn't move because his father's hand was on the trigger. The angel told us you will come. Tristan, you have sold your soul to clear your face, but we can still save you. We just need to bring your soul to him, and then we can take our souls there, too. Tristan's father said in a hoarse but firm voice. The time slowed down. The finger on the trigger tensed, about to push. Tristan's father might have hesitated earlier, or he might have waited for the right moment, or he had to speak before shooting. But either way, he was done with the delays. Now that they were closer to the exit and all the light that was coming from it, Tristan could make out more of his parents' features. They weren't dressed in pajamas. Their clothing was casual, but it was day clothing. Only his father had a gun, with a holster hidden under his suit jacket. But both of them had small earbuds in their ears. So this is how it is. The ass angel made a trap for me. He didn't just set the Hayes mansion on fire. He didn't just brainwash the servants. He's currently coercing my parents into doing his bidding. At this very moment, Tristan could imagine that if he dodged the bullet right now, the next bullet might fly not at him, but at his own father, from his own hand. Under Michael's control, there was really no saying what his parents might do. Tristan knew he could counteract it, but there was no saying what they will do without it, either. It wasn't the same as with someone who was unquestionably loyal to Tristan. The time resumed, and Tristan stood still. His father pressed the trigger. The blast of a gun rang deafeningly through the cellar, and the bullet hit Tristan right under the solar plexus with a force of 1,000 fists. Tristan grunted slightly, but held his ground. The force of 1,000 fists dissipated over his bulletproof vest, hidden under his jacket. The bullet still hurt, and this was going to bruise later, but it was nothing Tristan and his toughness couldn't shrug off. In a few days, Tristan won't remember the bruise at all. His parents' eyes widened at the sight of him taking a bullet to the chest and not even flinching. Their reaction made Tristan grin. Sold my soul to the devil? Yeah, I did. He made me invincible, too. He chuckled. Too bad that these things in your ears are one-sided, I bet. If they don't just feed you recorded sound. I want Michael to know that his plan didn't work. That it was never going to work. Although he still could do it, Tristan realized. But first, he struck out with his hand, effortlessly pulling the gun out of his father's fingers. He aimed it right back at him, then pulled his other arm free of his mother's grasp. With it, he pressed a button on his own earpiece. Damien, report? Approaching the target position. The receptionist said he's in. She doesn't know what we are up to, of course. Tristan's grin widened. I bet he's in. When you come in, tell him that his trap has failed. But only after you shoot him. A trap? Gotcha, boss. Tell me all about it later. The connection ended. For the better. Tristan had to leave before his equipment actually began to melt, or before someone here suffered a heat stroke. At the same time, in a hotel on another side of the city, Damien pulled out his gun, fitted with a silencer and a knife. He leaned on the side of a doorway, ignoring the pain in his ribs, while 4 men under his command took positions around. Damien silently showed 3 fingers. 2. 1. On 0, the man opposite of him, a large and burly guy with metal-enforced boots, kicked the flimsy hotel door in. On the other side was only one room with only one person in it. The man who was lying in bed with only short pants and a laptop propped on his chest. His eyes bulged out at the sight of armed people coming in. The man looked so painfully average that Damien even wondered for a moment if he got the right room number from the receptionist. Then he remembered what he heard from Cutout about the power of Michael's words. As the man opened his mouth to say something, Damien opened fire. He never was too afraid of leaving behind some collateral, anyway. Chapter 2, 23 Good Subordinates Really Help You Win. On their way out of the basement, Tristan pulled out the earbuds out of his parents' ears and threw them to the ground. He didn't speak to them, though. When they stepped outside, Tristan heard shouts of firefighters and the rumbling of machines at work. Someone was pouring water out of a much larger hose than the one in the garden. There were police and ambulance sirens, too. He contacted his own team through the earpiece and told them to keep low. In return, Cutout reported the firefighters were about to go inside the mansion to find Mr. and Ms. Hayes. It was dangerous to stay still in the burning mansion for too long, but walking outside meant being noticed. Tristan huffed. It looked like he didn't have much choice. Good thing that this identity doesn't have much public reputation to care about. He turned to his parents and demonstratively hid his gun under his torn jacket. Then Tristan spoke in the most authoritative voice he could muster, bearing down on the tired man and woman in front of him with an oppressive aura of fearsome charm. Listen to me. We all are going out, and then you will tell the firefighters and the medics that you are all right, and you want to be left alone. And I saved you. And it was a true blessing that I was around when I saw the mansion burning. The eyes of his parents flickered with a familiar mix of fear and uncontrollable awe. It seemed to replace at least part of the Michael-induced fog they had. With the state they were in, Tristan knew his parents won't be up for much, if any, talking. But he still added, "If you cross me again, if you throw me under the bus again, I swear, your bodies will be found in pieces all around California." Tristan's mother was already pale, but now she actually wobbled on her feet in a genuine faint. Tristan caught her before she could fall. His father just went deathly white and nodded weakly. We won't," he mumbled. Tristan nodded, still looking down on them, and pulled the pair with him. When they were approaching the entrance, Tristan pulled off the protective mask from his face. It was a relief to not be in that stuffy thing, but only for a moment. Then smoke immediately seared his eyes and nose, and the heat dried out the sweat on Tristan's skin. With the soot all over his clothing and hands, Tristan looked very much like a person who went through an entire burning building to save someone. Like that, he walked out toward the firemen in fireproof suits that were entering the mansion. "There are survivors. Come here. Is there anybody else inside?" a fireman asked Tristan, helping him to pull his barely walking parents outside. "No, no one. You might as well let the rest burn," Tristan replied with a dose of venom. Outside, police were already rounding up the servants who admitted setting the building on fire, while paramedics from an ambulance checked them for injuries. At the sight of the group emerging from the fire, a pair of paramedics ran up to them. "I'm fine." Tristan waved their concerns away. His parents coughed, but Tristan's medical expertise was high enough that he knew they weren't in a lethal danger of dying from lack of oxygen or from their burns or anything else. He had no remorse about subtly glaring at them until they also told the paramedics to leave them be. Paramedics still left them bottles of water, from which they gratefully drank. "There's a hotel nearby," Mr. Hayes told Ms. Hayes afterward. "I'm going to call a taxi and get there. We will stay there for the night." "Can we get the address of the hotel, Mr. Hayes?" a police officer asked, approaching the pair. "We will want to ask you some questions about this fire later. Since it was clearly arson, there will be an investigation into it." Tristan watched this conversation from the side. It was easy to escape attention when everybody had so many other things to focus on. But his parents really weren't in the state to snitch on him, or to tell much to the police at all. So Tristan relaxed a little and contacted Damien instead. He didn't report yet, but he wasn't supposed to check in for 5 more minutes. Only then Tristan would have a reason to worry. "Damien, report your status." There was nothing coming from the other side for a couple of seconds. Then, "Status, we got him, boss. Alive, unconscious, and only somewhat bleeding for you. Me and the boys were just tying him up, and I found his ID. It says, Michael McDowell. I wanted to check his laptop too, but a bullet went through it." Damien sounded incredibly pleased with himself. Tristan supposed he deserved it. Tristan himself didn't hope to capture someone as dangerous as Michael alive. He trusted Damien enough to know that it wasn't his first intention. "Did you make much noise?" Tristan asked. "Yeah, we are clearing out of here, double time. Was just about to ask about the meeting point, same as we agreed on." "Yes, see you there." "Got it. Over." The conversation ended. Tristan frowned, watching his parents wait for a taxi. They were sitting on the sidewalk like a pair of hobos, hugging each other like lifelines. There was a lot of turmoil written on their faces, dread, shame, and regret all at once. Michael's influence was wearing off, and clearly, the Hayes couple didn't think that they were sinners deserving to burn anymore. As for what they thought about their assassination attempt at Tristan, he had yet to find out. He really wanted to ask, and to tell them things. He wasn't yet sure where to start. All the options were too attractive. But his parents weren't able to talk without rest. "I might as well deal with Michael first. Getting some answers before the man loses what's still left of his blood would be nice." Chapter 2:24 At Their Mercy. 2 hours later. Task complete. Discover the mastermind behind the Los Angeles terrorist attack. Reward. Your CP increased by 10,000. The notification popped up as soon as Tristan became sure Damien got the right man. The ID was telling enough already, but the information from his phone was the last nail in the coffin. This time, there were no wounded on either Tristan or Damien's team by the end of the day. In fact, bringing as many people as they did turned out to be an overkill. Michael seemed to never had many followers, just people he occasionally manipulated to his own ends. But Tristan was only glad. He was especially glad as he stared down Damien's latest trophy. He really looked average. A brownish-blonde white-bread man, 32 according to his ID. Not handsome, but not ugly either. There was some acne on his forehead and old acne scars on his cheek. When Michael had been brought into this safe house, another throwaway house in a city's poorer district, where a gunshot on the street could be heard every other day, he had 2 bullet holes in his torso with the bleeding stemmed by one of the people on Damien's team. He also had a gag in his mouth. Tristan had personally taken out the bullets and sewed the holes shut properly. Neither was too dangerous to Michael's health, or even bled too much. Michael was really lucky that nothing vital was hit. The main reasons he went unconscious must have been the pain and the shock. Tristan injected Michael with a mild painkiller, anyway. For now, the man was sleeping with his hands tied to his cot. It gave Tristan time to shower and put on clean clothing. An injection of something more stimulating would wake Michael up and make him ready to answer questions. I know you would want to interrogate him, boss, but maybe it will be better to just off him, Damien asked. I bet Cutout would agree with me. He and Cutout were the only ones left in the house besides Tristan. A couple more people were guarding it outside, but keeping more armed people who could be brainwashed by Michael was both unnecessary and an additional risk. Cutout nodded. Yeah, his mouth's too big. Besides, populist figures like him, boss. It's exactly the case when cutting off the head makes the entire beast fall. However many problems his followers might have brought thanks to the asshat's preaching, if he quietly disappears, most of them will eventually go home. Tristan waved a hand in dismissal. I know all that, Damien. That's not what I wanted to ask him about. And no, before you ask, I won't tell you. It's more personal. He spoke the words in a way that gave no opportunity to ask Tristan further questions. Although curiosity flashed in Damien's eyes, he nodded and swallowed it. Whatever you say. But how you will interrogate him at all, if he can fuck with your head by talking? Make him write. He can fuck with our heads by writing, too, Tristan said. No, we're going to do things with the good old threat of violence. Damien, you are unneeded anymore. Go rest. I can see you wincing every other breath. Cutout, find some good noise-canceling headphones. Half an hour later, Cutout was wearing freshly bought headphones from the nearest hardware store. Their cable went to his phone. The headphones were noise-canceling, but they sure let a lot of noise go outside. Tristan could hear the music. Cutout was listening from 2 steps away. Can you hear me? He shouted. Cutout took off the earphones and looked at Tristan questioningly. I can't make out a single word you said in these, he said. Was that what you asked? Tristan nodded. Yes. Good. Now let's go wake our prisoner up. He was still where they left him, that is, in the next room. The windows had their shutters lowered and locked, and Tristan locked the door on a key as they entered, just in case. Damien had left, and the guards outside were told to shoot Michael on sight. Cutout stood near the bed with a knife in his hand. It was as safe as it was going to get. Tristan pulled out a syringe with the stimulating drug. It was one of those King Lion gangs sold to people for recreational purposes, except Tristan diluted a carefully measured dose with a saline solution. It won't make Michael high, just alert and awake. However, it was going to take a little time for it to work. Before it would, Tristan pulled another prepared syringe. This one had a truth serum in it. If someone was worth spending a dose of truth serum on, it was certainly Michael. Simply because he was too injured for torture and too dangerous to keep around before he healed. The man's eyelashes fluttered, then his eyes slowly opened. He moaned something into his cloth gag. Hello, Michael. Tristan smiled sweetly and devilishly at him. That grin widened at the look of recognition in Michael's eyes. So you know me. Too bad I don't know you. But that will change soon. Michael wriggled in his bindings, but winced and stopped a moment later. Yeah, don't move around with the wounds you have. Now, I'm going to remove your gag. If you shout something that sounds even remotely like orders, or if you begin convincing me of anything I don't like, or if you just talk without being spoken to, I will give a signal. Tristan snapped his fingers demonstratively. Cutout immediately swung the knife downward, aiming for Michael's neck. Before the motion could complete, Tristan caught his arm in the air. Cutout nodded and moved the hand away. Then he caught the look of fear on Michael's sheet-white face and, with a smirk, twirled the knife in his fingers. As you saw, my subordinate will not hesitate to silence you forever. So be very careful about what you say and how you say it, Michael. Blink twice if you promise to be good. Chapter 225. Another system user. Michael trembled, but blinked twice. Tristan nodded in satisfaction. You really aren't as smug anymore, asshole. Bullets really do things with the person's sense of self-importance, Tristan said. He slowly untied the knot holding Michael's gag in place and put it out. His mind and body were on alert, ready to give cutout the real signal in case Michael decided to be dangerous. Read new chapters at Empire. At first, Michael just coughed. Tristan moved a bottle of water to his mouth and helped him to drink, not out of mercy, but because he wouldn't be able to talk with sandpaper dry throat and a case of dehydration. After Michael drank some and spilled some of that water, Tristan put the bottle away and looked at the man in silence. Michael opened his mouth, then glanced at cutout and closed it again, biting his lip. A soft whimper left his throat. The tension was mounting up by a moment. Tristan was sorting the questions in, his head by the order of priority. Do you really can appear in people's dreams? Yes, I can, and nothing you can do can take away that power from me. As soon as he said that, fear flashed in Michael's eyes. Clearly, he wanted to say something else, but the truth serum was merciless. Interesting. Before you panic and try something stupid, I also have some powers. Right now, my power makes you speak truth, only truth, and nothing but the truth. It also makes you speak. Don't fight it. And this entire interrogation will be more painless to you than you deserve. Michael nodded shakily, making Tristan grin. He really enjoyed the man's fear. No, it was true dread at this point. He must have realized that Tristan could be someone more than just a crime boss. Is your power comes from something like a system? Tristan asked next. Yes. How do you know? Tristan scowled, before flash-fast slapping Michael's face. He wanted to hit hard enough to break something, but at the last moment, kept his power in check and just hit hard enough to sting. I'm the one asking questions here, Michael. I should have started the interrogation by teaching you some manners. Michael shut his mouth, whimpering in fear again. That was much better. Tell me about that system of yours. For a start, how did you get it? It was a gift from our Lord. I was chosen, by heavenly lottery. The system told me itself. I knew immediately that I had a purpose then, to spread the God's gospel to uneducated masses. That's how the system called itself, the God's word system. Michael's expression turned reverent, while Tristan became thoughtful. So there really is another system user, and there can be more. That heavenly lottery thing seems to just give them to people. But how many people? With the powers a system can grant, you'd expect system users to make more waves if there were many of them. Tristan supposed that there could be people who use their systems in a more restrained manner. People who reach success, but in a natural enough way. People who go rags to riches with their tech startups. People who become sports champions. Artists who start with nothing and become famous in a few years. A chill went down Tristan's spine. What about assassins so legendary and anonymous that they are nicknamed No Hope, and other assassins copy them? That was a disturbing thought. Even more disturbing was the implication that came with it. Although No Hope wasn't Tristan's enemy at the moment, anyone could hire him to attack Tristan. Anyone who knew his contracts or was lucky enough to find it. That person might not even know he hired No Hope. Tristan was still only 95% sure that someone you knew, the assassin he had hired in the past, was No Hope. But he certainly was effective. What does your system do besides let you appear in people's dreams? Tristan asked Michael, pulling himself out of his thoughts. Michael had no choice but to explain. It was pretty straightforward and really similar to Tristan's system in some ways, and very different in others. The God-word system had attributes, skills, and talents just like the second identity system, but they were all different. Michael's skill set was mostly focused on being convincing and charismatic, reading people's intentions and desires, and being a good leader. He didn't put a lot of points into the latter part. The God-word system gave Michael's system points for spreading his word. Michael was convinced that it gave points for spreading the word of Christianity and Noidalism specifically, but after making Michael read aloud the God-word system FAQ, Tristan was sure it just meant convincing others in whatever faith the user wanted to organize. It wasn't very clearly explained, and Michael was a fanatic of his own beliefs, though and through. Appearing in dreams was a talent Michael bought relatively recently, and one that had the most use. Another talent let him really turn mass hatred into something tangible enough to make people sick. It was the talent that affected Tristan, Nelson, and half the showbiz industry earlier. However, it really required hundreds of thousands of people to feel hateful toward someone. less if they really hated that person, but either way, this sort of hatred was hard to evoke. And the psychic nuke from earlier was the pinnacle of what Michael could do. A simple post cost him a lot of time working with his best skills to make it. As contagious as it was no wonder that after Tristan countered it once, Michael didn't make another one. He didn't have the time. That system, it really could have been incredible in the hands of someone smarter and less religious. Paradoxically, Tristan thought. Or at least someone braver. Lottery is really random. Someone braver wouldn't have hid behind anonymity all this time, and would have certainly got more followers by now. Instead, Michael hid so well that people just followed his ideas. That clearly wasn't doing all that much for him. And as you said, you just got your system on an ordinary day, Michael? Tristan asked. Chapter 226, The End of the Mastermind. By this point in interrogation, Michael was getting visibly tired. The stimulant's powers weren't endless, and his wounds were non-lethal, but bad enough. I did. I was praying when it descended upon me. The answer to all my prayers and questions. My faith had never been brighter than upon this day. Tristan nodded. He still had around 15 minutes before the truth serum would stop working. He could use it to get the least important information out of the man. Why do you have so much hate for celebrities, anyway? Did some celebrity girl refuse to go on a date with you? Or what? Tristan asked. It was a shot in the dark, but the way Michael flinched, Tristan knew it connected way more precisely than either of them expected. Michael thrashed in his bounds, spitting saliva and almost foaming at the mouth as he shouted. No, they are all vile creatures, not worthy of being called human. They sold their souls to the devil. They speak with his forked tongue, cut out, tensed with the knife, ready to bring it down at any moment. Michael's words echoed with a hint of supernatural authority, but it wasn't powerful enough that Tristan gave that order. Most of it seemed to be directed at Michael himself. Tristan was momentarily taken aback. He believes what he says, but he still feels the need to reaffirm his belief. I never even thought powers like ours can be used in this way. He's brainwashing himself. For the sake of both of them, Tristan gave Michael a slap on a not yet slapped cheek. Shut up, he scowled. It'd be funny if you weren't so pathetic. Why would someone like you think anyone remotely successful will want you? You have no looks, no money, no funny and charming personality, just a head full of shit. It really said something about the sad state of society. Tristan asked a few more questions about Michael's background, but the answers were all like he expected. A religious family, a strict father, a career of being a door-to-door salesman until Michael got his system. After that, he was living off the money he got by begging for donations from Noidalism followers, mostly being stuck in a basement. He learned some basic cybersecurity there, but it was far from enough to really counter Tristan. The time ticked. Tristan was making